right to your door.
You don't got to leave your house. If you're working from home, if you're busy, you got kids, you got stuff going on, this plagues all of us. Our time is precious. So why don't you trust DoorDash to deliver your restaurant favorites? Now, get grocery delivery that delivers right to your door, too. Come on.
Get 50% off your first DoorDash order up to a $20 value when you use code FRIENDSFALL at checkout. Limited time offer, terms apply.
That's 50% off. Do you understand that? That's 50% off up to a $20 no-min subtotal. Zero delivery fees on your first order when you download that DoorDash app in the App Store and enter the code FRIENDSFALL. Don't forget that's called FRIENDSFALL for 50% off your first order with DoorDash. Surfshark.
You know, Andrew, when we went to Canada,
we did.
Right, I wanted to watch UFC fights on my UFC app.
And?
Right? Couldn't until I got Surfshark VPN.
That's right.
That's the key. Right? And then there's other things that you want to watch, like HBO. Some of your apps won't work in a different country.
They don't.
And if you get VPN, you can watch that stuff.
So Surfshark VPN, it's a virtual private network. If you've never heard of this, keeps your online identity safe by encrypting all the information sent between your device and the internet. This keeps your personal data protected from big companies or cyber criminals, which is even worse when you're traveling, because I was over in Australia and I didn't know what to do, mate, because my network was connecting to all sorts of computers and Wi-Fi, and thank God I had Surfshark VPN. I love VPNs. I've been talking about them for a long time. They're wonderful. You need them on your devices.
Surfshark already offers a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk to try it out. But right now, Surfshark is offering our listeners an extra 3 months for free.
Come on.
Just go to surfshop.deals/badfriends and use code badfriends to save on Surfshark today.
All you got to do, just go to surfshark.deals/badfriends and use the code badfriends to save on Surfshark today. That's Surfshark, surfshark.deals/badfriends, and the code is badfriends to get an additional 3 months free today.
So the Reeves, let's go back to the Reeves.
Let's go back to the Reeves.
This is John Wayne Reeves.
John Wayne Reeves
had 2 kids, Christopher Reeves, and he also had Jana Reeves,
Many
the
have come
youngest.
this way.
And
Few have survived.
So do you know who John?
They're superstars now.
Superstars now.
But why is the father important?
He was the star of many leading Western films. You know,
He was basically Brad Pitt back then.
He was.
Was he handsome?
Let's put
But
up a
back
picture
in
and
the
see.
day,
let's see if
he
you
was
like
considered handsome, I think.
Well, let's see if she likes him. There he is. There's an image of this guy. Now, keep in mind, he was 6'3", big guy.
Yeah.
Big.
Leathery skin.
He looked exactly like Trump. He was same height and weight.
Look at him. What do you think?
No.
You don't like that?
You don't like that?
Too much of a white guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, too much of a bad boy. Look at him now. Now, do you like him? Look at him on that rhino.
Look at that brown.
That brown rhino.
Look at him on that brown rhino right there.
No.
You still don't think he's handsome now? What is it? He's got a little gut then. He started getting a gut. This was great about this guy. You could be a star of fucking film and be fat. He was fucking fat.
Wait, Google John Wayne as Genghis Khan, please. I want to show you. He played Genghis Khan. You know
Look
Genghis
out.
Khan is, right?
I see a trap nearby.
Genghis Khan was like this.
Genghis Khan, one of the greatest. Look at that.
He played an Asian guy in a movie.
But tell me who was going to play it better than that? I mean, that looks really good. Speaking of Asian stuff, dude, I got acupuncture yesterday.
It worked, didn't it?
I love acupuncture.
Did it work?
A little bit, but you know, because I have the herniation in my back, so my back and my butt and my leg is all messed up. So he tapped a lot of the acupunctures in my butt, and it was wild. Your butt kind of convulses when and he says, "Oh, it's grabbing," and it grabs it and pulls it in more.
Whoa.
So it got deeper into my butt cheeks, and then they put on the infrared. You've done it before, right?
No.
You've never done acupuncture? Wow, it's incredible. And then they put on these heat lamps over you, so it's supposed to extract.
Like
all
I'm
this.
normal.
Huh?
I'm like a normal guy.
This came from you guys.
I know, but my body doesn't need fixing.
Your Honor, I'm gonna have to disagree politely.
Yeah. Well, I don't have like.
Your body's had too much fixins. That's the problem.
Oh, you think so?
Too many fixins.
Oh, too much fat.
Well, fixins is usually side courses. There's a main course and some fixins.
Right. Okay. Anyway.
Like when we go out to eat, I'll take a steak and I'll also take everything off the side. You go mac and cheese. Come on, Carlos, give me a fucking.
Do I do that?
Yeah, and it's awesome.
It is rad.
Thank you.
No, I love it. And we're about to go back on
Poor
it
girl.
again.
This poor girl has to clean out my refrigerator every week.
God bless.
And I eat it. I was gonna say, I bet you have some great finds.
That's the scrape. That's the scraper we were talking about.
But like, what do you find? What do you find that you can eat?
You keep ordering Din Tai Fung and you don't eat it, and it's so good.
I love Din Tai Fung.
Yeah.
It's so
good. You know what it is?
Yeah, what do you mean? The soup, dumplings, and all that
All right,
stuff.
all
So
right, all
good.
right.
They're everywhere, dude.
Everyone
did
has it.
fun.
Everyone has it.
They're also such a rip. It's like 6 dumplings for like $30. You're like, what?
Yeah, but it's not like.
we went there, I think, at the restaurant.
Yeah, it's not like Mr. Chow's. Oh my God. Have you?
I haven't been to Mr. Chow's in a long time. 25 years ago, Mr. Chow in Hollywood, I remember being an assistant. Mr. Chow was the spot for famous people to go to, but the food is medium at best.
Yeah, so I have a photo with them on Instagram.
Mr. Chow.
Mr. Chow, right? Well, the reason why is because it was at the show. I get off stage, he goes, hey buddy, let me talk to you, right? And he pulls me out and he goes, I'm Mr. Chow.
Whoa.
Where I go, oh, what? Like, I didn't know what it was. I go, okay, cool. He's like, come to my wedding.
Why wouldn't you go to that guy's wedding?
I didn't know who he was until later. I was like, oh, he owns that restaurant.
Always say yes when a little Asian guy offers you
Really?
a wedding. I've always said yes.
A little Asian guy comes up to you and goes, hey, buddy, come to the Bahamas with me.
I've been to 16 weddings of people I don't know. Little Asian people, they ask me and I go, and 2 of them have turned out to be famous. Ronnie Chang, didn't know who he was, invited me, went to his wedding, had a great time. Who do you think the second one?
Well, I know it wasn't him. I know that.
It won't stop!
Never met them before, went to their wedding.
Oh, you went to Steven Yeun's wedding?
Sure did.
I had no idea.
Sure did.
Is that how you got beef?
That's definitely how I got beef. Can you imagine?
Oh, wait, let me ask you. You know what I had to read?
The gargoyle
Yeah, I posted a
taps
picture of it
one
on my Instagram.
stony
I know, but
grave.
how many times did you read?
For me?
Not zero, right?
No, I think I read. Zero, yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's not true. I read over the phone twice.
Drop my phone.
We had to do over the phone.
You read over the phone?
Well, we had to do phone chemistry, Zoom chemistry test. We were doing
Oh, I see.
Zoom test back then.
I see.
We didn't do it in person. So I did it over Zoom.
Anyway.
And you weren't available. Mr. Rehab.
Mr. Rehab here.
Mr. Rehab. Tell us what's going on in your world, Jetski. Now that you're living alone, you're free, we're back from tour, although we're going back in literally a week.
Headlining. I've been going around. I just got back from Austin. I went to my high school reunion in Arizona not too long ago. Everyone thinks I'm famous.
You are famous.
You want to be
Talk about the high school reunion. Did you shake it at some of the boys that rejected you back in the day?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
There wasn't.
Are you tan?
Mm-hmm.
I've been going outside.
She's been leaving the house.
Are you trying to look a particular way for the male?
No, I don't. You guys
Hey,
are projecting.
slow down, John Wayne.
What, man? Hey.
I don't like it when you get too
Hey,
tan,
Pilgrim.
Pilgrim.
Well, I went to Phoenix and then Austin for like 2 weeks, and it was so hot out there.
What?
It was just an
Are you
accident.
showing?
If I knew it would have this effect on you, I would have stayed inside longer.
Boing.
You did a great. Thank you for supporting us.
Oh, that
in
was
Austin.
awesome.
That was
yeah,
amazing.
I had one night off of those shows, and Bobby was like, "Come by to Tiger Belly." I popped in there. I know it was
It was a
not
great?
as good as that, but the crowd was electric.
It was electric.
So you did Joe Rogan's Club.
Yeah, I did his club. I headlined my own show, sold it out, Sunset Strip, a lot of bad
Wow.
there.
Amazing.
The Mothership was awesome. It's like a parallel universe to the Comedy Store.
It feels similar.
No, because I haven't been there. Tell me about it.
A lot of the same people that you recognize from the store work there. So
Really?
it feels like you're in it. You know, you know what it's like? It feels like you're okay?
No, I can't do it.
That's okay.
I don't have to do wig.
That's okay, buddy. Yep. It feels like you're at a subsidiary of the Comedy Store. It has the same kind of like classic comic run the show vibe.
Oh, I see.
It's run by
I
comics.
feel at home.
100% without a doubt. You're moving down there. I heard you're moving in with Shane Gillis.
Yeah, he's got a New York apartment. We're gonna just like.
But do they have just like nights you just call in for spots, or is that what the deal is there?
Anytime you want to go, they would love to see you.
I know, but do I call? What do I do? I call Adam and go,
Yes,
hey,
you
can.
just text or call Adam.
But on the weekends they have headliners.
Yeah, but people drop in all the time.
That's also in the Batman. The little boy has a bunch of different shows going on. That's his secondary.
There's only 2 rooms.
I
Yeah,
see.
they're both great.
Okay.
They would freak out to see you. Bobby was like, nobody wants to see me there.
They would love to see that.
All the DoorDash.
Such big fans. So there's 6 shows. And there's so many comedy fans.
Breakfast decree, none of you may approach him!
Do you have to poop? speaking of which, did you see the Delta flight that had to get grounded because of the diarrhea?
Yeah.
Somebody had diarrhea on a Delta flight. So bad they had to slow it down, right? Delta flight disrupted by passenger with diarrhea. Somebody was spraying shit in the middle of the aisle on a Delta flight. I swear to God.
Can't you just go to the bathroom or what? Or the seatbelt light was
I
on?
think he couldn't hold it. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. All over the middle.
Oh, what?
Oh my God! Imagine. He wasn't wearing pants, or?
I think he just pulled him down because I think he was spraying shot. I think he couldn't hold
When
it.
do you go in your pants?
No, I'd go right to it like that.
Really?
You would?
Well, yeah, the way these prices of these flights now are so absurd. The least you can do is let me shit on the floor. What? Someone what?
Just stop for a second. Stop.
We really should cut them off.
No. Here's the deal.
Yeah, you're right.
He was attempting to do a joke from a Dumb and Dumber reference.
Oh.
It didn't land well.
I didn't like it.
It didn't make any
Did
sense.
you just do Dumb and Dumber on SOS VHS or something?
With
Right.
me.
And so I think that there needs to be a boycott.
I agree.
So the boycott is this. That was your last straw.
That's it.
You and I will never do that.
Glory is mine.
Well, we
That's
already
the one.
did it once, unfortunately.
We gave him a favor. Never again.
Give that mic
Number
to
one.
Carlos's side. I want that
Yeah, yeah.
facing Carlos
Yeah.
from now on. Carlos? Yeah, face you. There we go. I can't have this guy just yapping into the mic about nothing.
Because Andrew was going to do gold.
Yeah,
I could feel it
I had
as,
something
as,
building up.
as his sidekick. As his sidekick. I was feeling gold coming out. And you, my friend, you fucking put a fucking damn.
Well, let's give you another chance to do this bad joke. What is it? Go ahead.
Yeah, so you say what you were going to say.
No. I want to hear him do it.
No, but he had to interrupt you. That the timing is impeccable.
Don't worry. He'll interrupt me. So, yeah, it was a Delta
It's
flight.
Dumb
Someone
and Dumber. Someone did a Dumb and Dumber.
Now, I know you're editing this, but I want you to slowly punch in on yourself. Slowly zoom in on how dumb you are right now. Thank you.
Reach the Ricky for
This is he thought. To do that, and I'm like,
Why is
let's
this
go.
inner monologue Korean?
I don't know.
He is.
This is my perfect opportunity to do my Dumb and Dumber.
You only get one shot.
Get one. Here it goes. Here's my timing.
Someone did the dumber. You can't try to throw a joke when you barely speak
I
English.
know. It just didn't come out good.
Not at all.
Yeah.
All right, so you went your high school reunion, though. I do want to know about this. You showed up.
Yeah.
Was everyone excited to see you?
Yeah. And I was excited to see everybody. It was a celebration of my teachers who started the sketch comedy group when we were in high school.
Oh, that's cool.
Kind of just let us do whatever we wanted. And it was fun. I had a lot of memories come back. We used to like say crazy shit. Like we'd play this game with
Give me an example.
Okay. Well, we used to like joke around like we were gonna kill ourselves because we knew our teacher would have to file a bunch of paperwork.
This is funny.
So good.
I love when people threaten to kill themselves.
yeah, I love-
that, to me, grade A comedy.
But I talked to him about it, and he's like, "Yeah, the kids are still doing that." So that like continued.
So kids are still pretending to kill themselves.
Instead of like, Navarro, I'm gonna kill myself. And then
What?
like laugh because a teacher, if they hear that, they have to file a bunch of paperwork.
Wait. The teacher came to your reunion?
Yeah, so it wasn't like a typical high school reunion. It was a celebration for this teacher who started the sketch.
Mr.
comedy.
Navarro.
Yeah, Simon Navarro. Shout
So
out.
it wasn't a sanctioned reunion.
Right, it was at the school though. That was
It was at the school. How many people showed up?
Look at this.
100.
I went in my mom's high school yearbook when I was at home this past week.
Yeah.
Look at me.
That's you?
That's me.
Oh.
That's me, and that's my boy Dave Walton, Mr. Buns. Mr. Buns chilling at North Stadium.
Dude, you were a cool kid, huh?
Yeah, I was cool enough. I mean, I had a vibe there.
You're
can
a
tell.
really cool kid there.
How do I look? Do I look like I have a vibe?
So cute.
You look cute there, dude.
Yeah.
And like family problems.
Yeah, I have family problems. Yeah, that's a kid with family problems.
Yeah.
So cool and distant.
By the way, I like it says you will usually see them chilling. Me and Dave Walton chilling at North Stadium.
Diverse friends?
Support. Well, yeah. Come on,
What's up?
come on, baby. But look at it says chilling at the stadium, supporting their teammates. This means that we weren't playing that day. We were benching.
It looks like, I can't tell, but it looks like you're muscular, maybe.
I've always been pretty good in shape. What year do you guys think this is?
This is 19.
No, I mean what year? What grade am I in?
70.
No, this is, you're in,
Sophomore.
you're a freshman.
Freshman, sophomore? What do you think?
I'll say junior.
Just for the sake of it, yeah. I was a junior. That's my junior year.
Oh, hell
Wow, cool.
And I went back in the book and I looked in the back.
Have you fucked that?
Have I fucked him?
yeah. Have you
No,
fucked
I mean,
since then?
did you fuck before that?
I had just fucked right before. Actually, like moments before this. That's why
You fucked it from Dave.
he was there.
He's
oh, okay.
congratulating.
Yeah, he's putting it. put it in his
Good.
arm.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
like, that's
Oh, I
great,
see.
fine.
I see.
But I had just had sex that year right before then. But man, the amount of gel in that hair was something else. That's all
Yeah.
gelled out, baby.
What's that? The Roman? What are they getting the Roman look, right?
Yeah, little Roman. This is the late 90s, my dog.
And your friend, how come you've never introduced me to your friend Buns?
He passed away. So thanks.
Yeah.
Lucky it's your birthday.
No, really? Did he die? My birthday, man. Let me have that one. I fucked up. How about this? Yo, what's up, Buns? Yo, rest in peace, Buns. My boy, Buns.
You're like an urban medium right now.
This is good. Just for you, right?
Happy birthday, bro.
Yeah, but good. Andrew, he was your homie.
No, he's alive and well.
Oh, good, good.
Yeah.
I'd love to meet him.
He's the fucking
Where
man.
is he? Where does he live?
Atlanta, Georgia.
How come? Did he come to our show?
No, he doesn't like Koreans.
Oh shit.
He's not a big.
No, but why didn't he come really?
No, he's not a big fan of Koreans. From a neighborhood.
Fucking real?
You know anything about blacks and Koreans?
No. You mean we get along? What the fuck are you talking about?
Stole their art.
Who stole what art?
Koreans stole. We breakdance.
Oh, wow.
Hip hop
okay.
stuff.
That's true. BTS stole it.
I don't know. He didn't come to the show.
But do you still talk to him?
No, we haven't communicated in a long time.
Why?
I wish we did. I don't know. You kind of do. I wish we did.
When I was in San Diego, remember my friends came.
Yeah.
But I hadn't seen them in 30 years. None of those guys.
And this guy never.
I had to Google this.
This kid,
Put
Brandon
blood on the
Anderson, a bunch of guys
ground.
from the basketball
Put
team,
him
but
on the blood.
It was wild. You kind of, when you grow up, you grow out. And just keep going. And it's tough. That's why the
Bless him.
high school reunion thing, I never went back to those things because I felt like I talked to the people that I kind of still knew.
You released
And I
me,
just never
Elf.
gone back. But
Long have I waited
never
for
That means
this
30 years from
moment.
now.
You're in the wrong place, then I fear. This
You're 80.
island's a
There's
cauldron
a
of
photo of me
suffering.
with a little
The
ape.
figure
I have
nods
a face
grimly.
in the photo.
yeah.
And somebody's going to go, you're nude podcast guy.
By the way, in 30 years, I'll be 70. I'm 40.
Okay.
And in 30 years, you'll be.
Cryogenically frozen.
You will be
I mean,
dead.
what?
You'll be cryogenically frozen.
Honestly, you think I'll be dead?
Yeah.
So by the time I'm 80, you think I'm dead?
Pretty close.
Yeah, but I could still be here.
You could be of this
Let's
earth.
just go back to the scenario.
Thanks.
But in 30 years, you might be like, oh yeah, it was a guy I used to hang out with.
No, we'll talk to. Well, you and I will talk to each other till we die.
So you and Dave didn't have that. What you and I have.
Well, I knew Dave for a short period of time, right? I knew him for a couple of years in high
Oh, that's
school.
true,
I know
that's
you
true.
very well for a long time.
Very long time. That's true.
And by the way, do I love Dave? I miss Dave.
I miss Dave.
But you,
Love.
you're something else.
I'll suck your dick. Oh,
It's your birthday.
I love a happy birthday. I mean,
Should we 69 on
No,
camera
I'm
for your
not-
birthday?
I'm not sticking on you.
But I read some of the comments in the back of this book. The stuff that we said, insane. I couldn't even take a picture and put it on the show.
Why?
Oh, I'm telling you, we make
Absurd
crazy
shit.
jokes.
Like just fucking dark, weird, wild shit written in the back of those yearbooks. And I only did it once.
You know, we should bring our yearbooks there. I'm gonna go back when I'm in Phoenix. I'm gonna grab my yearbook and bring it back,
Mm-hmm.
and let's just read some of them.
I would love to.
Yeah, I would love to read it.
I'd love to see. I'd love to see what people wrote to you and your. Don't overdose on the horse this summer. Don't OD this summer.
You think
Love
that's
it.
what my?
I mean, it's got to be something about drugs.
Yeah, yeah.
I had a weird. Oh, did you use tooth?
No. What the fuck are you doing? I didn't.
I had a weird. I'll tell you one. This is wild. I think I talked about this on this show. We were driving past this guy's house that I used to remember. I'm not going to say his name, but I've told you the scenario. We used to go there to do drugs because both of his parents were deaf and he had a brother with Down syndrome.
Okay, stop. Wait, stop. It's too much information.
Have I talked about this on the show?
Go back again. Say it again.
I used to in high school go to this guy's
Yeah, high school used to go to this guy's house
to do drugs
to do drugs.
because we could get away with it.
So you're in your car.
Yeah.
You go to the guy's house.
In high school.
You walk in.
A door is always
okay,
open.
I need just one line at a time. Go ahead. I'm in.
And his dad is probably there.
And his dad is.
Deaf.
So he's basically like, is anybody here?
Well, no. We knew he was deaf. He didn't do that all the time.
Just all day.
Yeah. He wasn't just walking around going, anybody here?
Oh,
He was aware that he was deaf.
Oh, so you walk in and he's like, hey, boo.
He wouldn't really say hi. He would kind of just go like this.
Oh, okay, all right.
Acknowledging.
All right,
He would
so
kind of sign
okay, good. Sitting there,
Yeah.
I'm in there. See, he goes, hello. I go, what's his name, Mr. Watson?
I'm not gonna say his
Mr.
name.
Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr.
yeah.
Hello, Mr. Watson.
And Mrs. Watson, also deaf. There she is.
Hello.
There it is.
Okay.
And then we would go into his room, and sometimes his brother would be in there who had Down syndrome.
Wait, so you would go into Mr. Watson's room?
Mr. Watson's son, our
Oh,
friend.
his son. What's his name? Fred Watson.
Fred Watson.
So you go to Fred Watson's room. You're in Fred Watson's room.
And they'd be doing whippets or sniffing something.
So Fred's like, hey, Chunko.
Chunko, yeah. Idiot.
Chunko.
Sure.
What's the guy's brother's name? Willie.
Willie.
That's better.
Fred and Willie.
Yeah. Hey, Willie.
Hey, bud.
That's how he sounded?
That's exactly how he sounded.
I thought he had Down syndrome.
Well, you do it.
No, you don't.
No, you do it.
But I'm playing the other guy.
And I'm playing Fred. So you're Willie.
You're Willie. Yeah, you're Willie.
No.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
What?
Hey, Willie. Here's some weed. Willie. Willie.
By the way, Willie didn't do drugs with us. He would just hang sometimes near us.
Oh, so he's in the corner.
He was actually so fucking nice.
Sweet.
And by the way, we'd eat lunch with him a lot of times. Really good kid. Very nice.
Good.
But we did a lot of drugs in front of him. Yes, it was a house of chaos. 2 deaf parents and a kid with Down syndrome.
Wow.
And my buddy. And our buddy.
Wow.
And we could do whatever we wanted there, dude.
Of course.
Wow.
Of course you could.
Well, they weren't blind, but they were just
I
deaf.
didn't say it.
It's as if the cops came, they were like, we couldn't hear them smoking. Like, you know.
Right. That.
I don't know.
Yeah, they could smell.
They could smell. Yeah,
Yeah.
they just let us do whatever the fuck we wanted in there. It was. He also taught me. I talked about this. I feel like he taught us IP relay. His dad let us use IP relay to play pranks. Do you know what this is? Morgan and Morgan.
Oh.
McCone, our buddy, got into a little fender bender.
Look at his neck.
Your neck okay? No, but you told us. You did say. You say, hey man, I got a fender bender. I'm not injured, but if I was injured, who would you call?
Morgan and Morgan,
Why would you call them?
because they're the best.
They're America's #1 injury law firm. They're America's largest injury law firm, dude.
And guess what, Little Morgan? They have over 100 offices nationwide and more than 800 lawyers, little guy.
If you're ever injured, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. You're not, but if you ever do get injured, you can. Submitting a claim is so simple. It's easier than me looking at McCone and saying, you're gonna be okay, little guy.
Hey, small fry? Small fry? You're gonna be okay.
You're gonna be okay. And let me tell you something. A lot of people don't know where to turn when they get into an accident. McCone called me. I got into a fender bender. It's not that bad.
Yeah.
What do I do? People don't know what to do or who to turn to. Morgan & Morgan has got you covered. If you're ever injured, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless they win. For more information, go to forthepeople.com/badfriends or dial #law #529 from your cell phone. That's forthepeople.com. That's forthepeople.com/badfriends or dial #law #529 from your cell. This is a paid advertisement from Morgan & Morgan. Viator!
Do more.
That's right, because I'm going on vacation, and Bobby got me a little gift, which I'm not going to reveal until I go out there. Well, I'm going to do more with Viator, man. Viator has over 300,000 bookable travel experiences in over 190 countries. Okay, everything from simple tours, like taking a beautiful little hike, going to see maybe a volcano, or going to an unknown beach, or they got extreme adventures. You want to jump out of a plane 4 or 5 times?
Zip line?
They got zip lining on
Do
there
more.
too. You can do more. You can do anything you've ever wanted to do. And when you travel, look, most people don't know what they're going to do. And you grab those little pamphlets at the airport.
Who does that? If you do that, you're
What
dumb.
should I do? No, don't do that. Do more with Viator. Get on Viator's
Gotta get on
level.
Viator.
They have so much cool stuff. Bobby, thank you for buying me my little.
You're welcome. You know what? And only good people do that.
Only good people are going to get Viator from now on.
Yeah.
Viator's travel experiences have millions of real traveler reviews, so you have the information you need to book the best activity for your trip. It is so cool. It's so worth it.
Download the Viator app now and use code Viator10 for 10% off your first booking in the app.
One app, over 300,000 travel experiences you'll remember. Do more with Viator.
Do more.
IP Relay is a government-provided service for the deaf, where what they do is you use a phone with it had a keyboard on it, Internet Protocol Relay, and someone is on the other end receiving these calls and dictating that to you, right? Like, I'm deaf, I call you, I type in on an IP relay box what I want the person to say to you, and it's an operator that has to say everything I
It's a
type.
human operator.
Yeah, and everything I type, it has to say it to you, so the person would say. Like, if I typed an IP relay and I was like, hey Bobby, I can't wait to come lick cream out of your asshole.
Hey, Bobby, I can't wait to come and cream out of your asshole tonight.
And
That's what I would say.
you would have to say it to the other person on the other
All right, so she's calling me
Yeah.
on the phone.
Yeah.
So go ahead. Ring, ring.
Hello?
Hi, I'm the IP relayer.
IP
Real-
relay.
I'm the IP relay. Sorry, it's my first day on the job.
That's okay.
I apologize. Yeah, anyway, we got Mr. Gonzalez that needs to have. He has a message for you. you have a tan. Why do you have a tan? Is it because you're trying to attract boys?
No, I've just been out in the sun too long.
Now you read.
A rattling laugh rises from the figures. This was a
Cool.
report. The figure
And then you
nods
charge me
grimly.
$50.
That's right.
And then they would charge.
But we would use this all the time, and we would prank call tons of people in places.
Oh, that's
random
Oh,
numbers.
that's fun.
It was so fucking naughty. It was so mean. And then you'd listen to the other person had to say it.
Oh, they had to say
It's
it.
awful. They have to say it.
It's like when they do the sign language person when we're doing a show.
They have to
They
do
have to do it. So I do things
Yeah.
that there's no way they would possibly
We
know.
had that at one of the shows.
Yeah, that was fun.
Are they changing signs like they change words to be more progressive?
Ooh, that's interesting. Look that up.
Oh, that's
that-
interesting. That's an
Interesting.
interesting.
Like updating, what do you call it?
Like
Updating
this?
Webster. Yeah.
Something
This
with,
needs to be changed.
Yeah, yeah.
Asian could be like this. Like,
Is sign language changing? Yeah, look at this. Is it changing over time? It must be, right? Today's ASL includes some elements of LSF plus the original location sign languages. Over time, these have melded and changed into a rich, complex, mature language.
But why would you like? Let me ask you something.
Yeah, yeah.
Why would you change the symbol? They changed midget to little person, right? But why can't it be the same sign language?
It is. It's just low.
It's even lower.
Yeah, it's way
That's
lower.
way
Yeah.
Oh.
Other changes attempt to make ASL more inclusive and accurate. Old sign for Italy included a cross, but many Italians are now secular. The new sign traces the squiggly outline of Italy's shape, the famous boot. So instead of just going like this to represent Italy, you have to fucking trace.
Oh, so they
an
made it
Italian-
harder.
made
They
it way
made
harder.
it harder.
See, with the young
thought it was
generation. Yeah.
They made it harder.
This could have been Italian.
yeah,
Yeah,
or this.
Yeah, yeah. Or this.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Fanculo. Fanculo.
Yeah, yeah.
What would
Wow,
the
that's
Philippines? What would the sign for the Philippines be?
Yeah.
Whoa!
Wait,
oh,
I was thinking.
Oh my!
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Yeah. Well, yeah.
No. I guess that's
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, she's like.
That's nuts.
That's gnarly.
But she said it so fast, she knew that was it.
Yeah. Imagine doing the symbol for all the fucking Italy is the
boot.
Yeah, but then what if it's just all the what's Hungary? I mean,
Oh, you have to trace the country.
yeah, the whole thing.
They're not all the tracings. Like some of them,
Okay.
like Spain, for instance. You know what Spain is?
Let me guess. Do it again. Yeah, do it.
Spain.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
It's just a piece of shit.
Yeah. I see what it is.
Oh, this is Spain. Little tiny heart. Look at that little tiny
my
heart.
God.
Because they do.
That's Spain. Be real.
Well, they're
Spain.
They're conquerors. They're bad people.
Yeah, look at
This
that.
is Spain. Little heart. What's Korea in sign language? God, I'm loving that we're learning this.
This is great for the people listening to the podcast.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this.
They want to go to
It's
the eye.
Asian with Down syndrome.
All right.
Asian down.
Right.
Wow.
Well, I think the first one was this.
Yeah, that's Chinese.
And then somebody went lower. And they went down to they went down to here, right? But we know what he means.
We know what he's
Well,
trying
he's
to
pointing at the eye.
say. Now, what is it for Japanese? I really hope Japan is the superior. What is it?
If it's higher, that'd be great.
Oh, no, it's something cool.
Yeah, let's go.
It's this.
They're so cute.
Yeah, because they always use hand. They're always about. That's why it's this. This is Japan.
No,
Together,
this,
separate.
This is it right here. How is A?
No, it's this.
Oh,
It's a heart. It's a sideways heart. It is kind of fucking wild. We do. I'm glad that we have these people at our shows.
I think America should be
Yeah.
this.
This is America.
Yeah, this is America. Right? That'd be
Right.
cool. America.
And this is Canada.
Yeah. Right. Mexico. Go ahead. Or yeah, that would be cool. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
good.
Yeah.
What's France?
France? Probably this.
Yeah. And this is England.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. That's really good. Yeah.
We're having fun.
That's
Oh
fun.
my
That's
God.
fun. That's fun.
What do you really want for your birthday? Do you want us to give you your gifts? I think
Hold on,
it's
hold-
gift time.
Can I tell you what I want?
Yeah.
And I'll text you the company. But there's this pocket pussy that I have.
Yeah.
It keeps breaking.
Oh.
And I bought two already, and I guess it's not waterproof.
Do you want us to give you?
But there's a one kind that I really like. And
What's it called?
I forgot. That's why I'm gonna text it to you.
You'll text it and I'll buy it for you. How
You
much
will.
is it though?
$100.
Oh, kiddo, you know I will. That's so funny. Tom Segura and Bert give each other cars and jet skis, and I'm going to give you a pocket pussy for
That'd be
your birthday.
nice.
Well, let's get your gifts. Do you have a gift, Fancy? Interesting.
Come on, Fancy. Come on.
I don't think you deserve anything.
Whoa!
Fancy told us all to get gifts.
And didn't get him himself.
All right,
So-
you know, okay.
Wow.
I'll let that slide.
No.
No, because you'll see what I get you for your birthday.
What did you get?
When is your birthday?
Yeah, we already passed it.
When was it, though? He's going to have another one.
When was it? When was your birthday? March? Yeah, March. Look
Yeah, and I'll get you one in March. And then you're going to...
if you're around that long. Him.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might be
You're
fired.
going to look like a fool.
All right, McCone, come give him your
Come on,
gift.
go-
McCone,
McCone.
you know he's itching to come be back on camera. He's been relegated to the bowels of the show. But he got you something really fucking good. I was with him.
Number 1, don't trust a fart without underwear on.
This is Kill Tony.
Lesson number 2, extra duty can mean more than one thing.
In the flickering torch, you see a majesty. No, stay back.
I did get away with it. I rinsed off. I convinced my sergeant that I sprayed myself in the dick with the water hose. He laughed at me, called me an idiot, told me to go change in the barracks, gave me the keys to his truck. Well, joke's on you, Sergeant Miller. I drove your truck in my dookie britches. Thank you. I'm Mike.
Holy shit. I don't know what you could have done to get more silence in this room, Mike. That was fucking incredible. Like, you almost could have done anything else and it would have gone better.
I was really pulling for number 2. After number 1, I was like, maybe rule number 2 is good.
Yeah.
Thank you for your service, sir.
I don't know what you did in your pants, but you just shit the stage here tonight. That's for sure. Holy shit.
Can I tell you something? I honestly, what the problem was, I felt triggered. You know, it gave me PTSD from the time I trusted a fart to hear you talking about it like that.
You got shit in your pants right now.
Yeah, it's a true story.
Well, I'm older now. It's what it is. But you know, I think
I
a
don't
lot
know
of
where the
people.
camera is, but sorry, Sergeant Miller.
Okie dokie. There you go. You look like if Jeffrey Dahmer only ate gingerbread men. You are a hefty fellow. Tell us about your life, Mike. What do you do for a living now?
I'm medically retired from the military.
Okay, medically retired. Is that what you
Talk
said?
about it.
You don't?
No.
Okay.
Does it have to do with trusting farts?
I got.
Okay.
No,
All right.
I was in the medevac, and
What? Okie dokie.
You're not my
I do
therapist.
believe we're having flashbacks right now. This is a live show, Mike.
All right.
You signed up for this, so
I
if
did.
you don't,
I'm ready.
what else do you not want to talk about? Just so that I know, because you're on an interview on a live show right now. What else is off the table? Okay, tell us more about your life. You in a relationship right now? Does someone let you dress like that?
yeah, my ex-wife lives with me.
Really?
Yeah.
That is exactly what you're dressed like.
Yeah.
You're dressed like a guy that lives with his ex-wife. It is
Told
incredible.
me I look like I'm trying to be a porn star with these on.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, that's with those
Like,
glasses. Yeah.
Do you like gingerbread men?
I don't know.
You never had one?
Don't they have cinnamon? I'm allergic to cinnamon. Isn't
think-
that fucked up?
I think gingerbread men might remind him of the Iraqi brown guys that he's killed before. Okay, so Mike, what do you do for fun? You're out of the military. You don't want to talk about the military. What makes you who you are? What are you into?
I like to fish. I like to talk shit to people. I like to help people build shit. I don't know. I just helped my buddy build a fence the other day. That was fun.
Oh, I bet. I bet he's the one that asked for it, too.
Yeah.
Keep you on the other side.
Yeah, they're all gonna make fun of me. I know that.
Can we build it a little taller, you think, Mike? Mike, I find you to be so interesting. Why do you not want to talk about your military past? Is it traumatizing to you?
I just don't want to get in trouble.
Why would you get? Come on, this is what makes
What do
a
you
good.
know?
This was what makes a.
I was a Black Hawk crew chief.
Okay, tell us more.
I did 3 tours to Iraq. I was there for the invasion.
Okay, hell yeah. Black Hawk, I love it. Is your ex-wife also into Black Hawk? Is that what happened?
Actually, I don't know. She might
She
be a
got
little
Black
racist,
Hawk
I don't know.
downed. Incredible. When you were in the military, you were both enjoying Black Cock.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So what else? What else do you think would be an interesting thing? You've seen this show before?
Yeah.
So what do you think in all of your life would be an interesting thing for you to say in this interview portion of the show? You got Post Malone, Joe Rogan, and Kurt Metzger here.
Yeah, I'm like, fuck, shit.
Yeah. This is that moment. You had that set, so maybe now you could redeem yourself with some type of...
Yeah, I don't know.
Great.
I was in the air assault after my first tour, and then I did the medevac on my 3rd tour. And then
Craziest thing you saw over there. Tell us something that would surprise us as civilians.
I don't know.
Craziest bomb that you've ever seen happen to you on stage tonight?
Yeah, that's this one. This one beats all those ones.
Yeah. Okie dokie, Mike. Well.
Oh my God, the withdrawal from Afghanistan
This
was
is my
less
second
awkward.
time doing stand-up though, so.
It's your second time doing stand-up.
I did stand-up last week.
How'd it go
in front
last
of a bunch
week?
of comics and.
What happened last week?
Same thing.
Same thing.
Yeah. There was more laughter here, so I was like.
There was more here? Holy
Golly.
shit. I thought you were doing a moment of silence to honor the troops that you worked with. It's fucking incredible, dude. Well, Mike, thank you for your service. You've been through a lot. I love that you're trying new things. Congratulations. Here's the little joke book. There you go. There goes Mike Thielacker, everybody. All right. Pulled another name out of the bucket. Here we go. You guys get it? You happy to be here? Anything can happen. Another name pulled out of the bucket. Let's meet them all together. Ali Musa. Ali, could be a her. Maybe it's a he. Ali Musa. Okay, Ali Musa, everybody.
Yeah, happy to be here because I've been doing a lot of weird shows. A couple months ago, I did something called Uber Comedy, where a comedian picked me up in his Honda Accord, and we drove around as I did stand-up comedy for 3 very uncomfortable women sitting in the back seat. And it was weird. Like I couldn't do jokes. I couldn't. Like it was too intimate. So I got creative, and I was like, you know what? I'll do my impression of Cat Williams if he was a tour guide in Austin, Texas.
So I was like, welcome to Austin, motherfucking Texas. It is the richest and brokest city in the United States of America. Here we are on world-famous 6th Street where the zombie apocalypse is taking place, specifically on that part of the sidewalk. If you look over to your right, you'll see a group of Caucasian people breaking the traffic laws. They're using the crosswalk when they ain't supposed to be using the motherfucking crosswalk.
Thank you. I guess that's it.
57 seconds from Ali Musa. Welcome, Ali. You've been on this show before.
A few times, but not for a while, yeah.
Welcome back, Ali. You still look like a melting fortune teller.
Yeah.
It is an incredible...
I thought he looks like his name is Inigo Montoya, and I killed his father.
And
I should prepare to die.
The other day I was told I look like if Muammar Gaddafi fucked Danny Trejo.
That is true. That is true.
Wow.
If he fucked Johnny Depp, I'd say.
Yeah, I just love that traumatized soldier walked back there and ran into you after his set. He's like, oh! Oh! Holy shit. Ali, how long you been doing stand-up?
I hit 12 years last week.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
It's been a while.
Absolutely. Okay. What are some highlights of your career so far? Tell us what it's been. 12 years in the game.
I got to open for Joey Diaz a few times at the Tempe Improv.
Sweet.
So yeah, that was
yeah.
exciting.
Okay. What else is going on in life? Where do you live now?
I live here in Austin, across the street from the old Cap City Comedy Club, so I get to see that shut down every day as I drive by it.
Yeah, lovely neighborhood up there.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. Really amazing. Rent's good there, huh?
It's not bad. When you have meth heads for neighbors, it works out. Yeah.
Absolutely. How do you know they're meth heads? What do they do?
They just scream in the middle of the night, 3 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. Gunshots at 5 a.m., you know?
You should have said they do meth.
They do meth, yeah. Fucking A.
I love it. So what do you do? What do you do for fun, Ali Musa?
For fun, you know, I record a podcast called the Ali USA podcast.
Okay, let's not plug your fucking shit show, Ali. The set wasn't good enough to get that in there, buddy.
Right.
You're still on this show right now. Maybe do good on this one before you plug your podcast.
Right. Sure.
So what are you into other than the shit you just plugged?
I like to work out a lot. I live stream all the time. Just, you know.
Is this your Grindr bio right now? What's going on?
It might be
I
now.
like long walks on the gay beach.
Whoops. I saw a video of you pole dancing the other day, and you did it really well. Like,
Is that how you recruit for ISIS?
Right. Yeah, I did a show at the Red Bands Club, the Sunset Strip, and it was a pole dancing / comedy show. So when I went up to do my stand-up set, I just started doing pole moves and shit. So, yeah.
Okay.
How'd you know how to do it so well, though? You like really did it good.
It's what I've been working out for. Just that moment. It all led up to that, I guess.
What's your love life like with a face like yours?
It's not bad. You know,
Hey, a guy can pole dance. I'm sure it's great.
Right.
Yeah, I bet he rides a lot of pole with a face like that. It's gotta deal with what you're dealt.
Right.
What's it like? Are you like what are you, king catfish? What's going on over here? Tell us more.
I've been with a few big girls before. That's my specialty, I would say.
Okay.
You know?
All right.
I've learned that the bigger they are, the more in shape you need to be, so that's why I'm at the gym all the time.
That is true. If you plan on being aggressive with them at all, you have to move them around at all. If you have to lift a leg
Absolutely.
or anything. What's something crazy that you've been through with a big girl in bed?
One time she was so big that by the end, it literally felt like a UFC fight, and then Joe Rogan walked in the room and started interviewing me.
Is this true?
All right, Ali Musa. Anything else? Most interesting thing about you that we haven't talked about in all the interviews of your Kill Tony history?
I get recognized for doing that Ben Shapiro thing on here all the time. That's like the number one thing.
What did you do, Ben Shapiro? Remind us. Do it.
Okay. Well, there's kind of a different version, but I feel Ben Shapiro always talks about how we need more alpha males in society, and I feel like you're Ben fucking Shapiro. Can't someone like Joe Rogan pass along that message? Because you need to at least be sexually attractive to women, right? Because is Ben Shapiro sexy, ladies? Is Ben Shapiro sexy?
All right, this is a long set.
Where's the impression?
Allie, get to the fucking impression.
Imagine Ben Shapiro fucking you trying to talk sexy like,
I've now inserted my penis into your vagina. My erect penis is now inside of your vagina. The only thing that would make the sexual intercourse any more satisfying is if we were to do it on Helix Sheets. Go to helixsheets.com right now for 20% off your next order with promo code abortionismurder.
That is...
That's good. Dude, that's good. Just
That's
cut
good.
the whole first part and do it.
Yeah.
That was a
I
good
should have
message.
done that minute.
Yeah, you
instead.
don't need all that setup at all.
right.
You can literally go straight in. Can you imagine if Ben Shapiro was fucking you?
Dude, do you bullshit like that before you pole dance? I hope not.
Allie, you've gotten a joke book on this show before?
I have, yeah.
Okay, well, there you go. You got it.
I would love to have you on the Secret Show Thursday if you can.
Wow,
awesome.
Look
Thank
at
you.
that. Booked. Ali Musa.
All right,
there he
cool,
goes. There he goes, everybody. All right, pulled another name out of the bucket. We're going to keep it moving along. Make some noise for Scott Fillmore, everyone. We're going to meet them all together. Scott Fillmore. Oh, wow. Here he is. Scott Fillmore, everybody.
Hi, everybody. It's good to be here. So I'm gay. You're welcome. It's my gift to you guys. Part about being gay in today's society, you're trying to find the perks, you know? There's some good stuff about it. I recently learned my favorite part is I said faggot in front of my black friend the other day, and he got real tense. We made eye contact. He was super uncomfortable, and he goes, oh, shit. That's what that feels like. I was like, huh? You can play that game, buddy, huh? It's not fun to be left out, is it? Yeah. So I'm suggesting we implement an exchange program to any black people in the crowd tonight. This is an open offer. 5 faggots for 1 N-word. I feel like that's pretty good. Thanks, guys. That's all I got.
Yeah. Holy shit. First time we've had one of you guys on tonight. Someone with jokes. Almost forgot what it was like. Did you hear that, Hans Kim? My goodness, Scott Fillmore.
What's up?
Wait, did you and the black guy fuck or what?
We're working on it. We'll get there.
Scott, welcome. Is your last name really Fillmore? Because it looks like you live by that.
It's,
I can't imagine you being more filled. Scott Fillmore.
It means a lot coming from a clear bottom, Tony.
I
Thank
love
you so
it.
much.
That's true. I actually... Yes, that's... You win a prize for being the 5,000th person to call me a bottom. Congratulations, Scott.
But doesn't it mean more from me?
I have a feeling you have sex on bottom position more than I do, my friend.
Clearly not an exercise guy,
Yes.
so...
That is incredible. That is an awesome Bucky shirt you're wearing.
Thank you.
Fuck yeah,
I'm not
dude.
above pandering to my audience, so...
Do you live here in Texas?
I moved here last night, so...
Wow. Hell yeah.
Wow, that is the gayest story I've ever heard.
Yeah. I'm from Salt Lake City. Shout out. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oh, what up, Post?
The old what up, Post?
Big fan of your chicken, dude.
Thank you very much.
Also, can we cool it on the fucking ads? All I hear is you hawking chicken for all of the Spotify driving down here. It was crazy.
So Scott Fillmore.
It's like chicken tenders. I still don't know how the fuck I got here. So.
This is great. It's perfect. This is how we get all of our biggest guests.
Are you Mormon?
I grew up Mormon.
No shit. I grew up a Jehovah's Witness, the natural enemy of you
We
people.
should fight.
Vampires versus werewolves.
And here we go. Okay, so Scott Fillmore, how long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
3 years.
3 years. All of it in Salt Lake City. I loved that.
Wise guys, yeah. Hell yeah.
Wise Guys, one of the best clubs in the country. So what do you miss about Salt Lake City other than the salt?
Is that what they called your chin?
Jesus Christ. Okay, Kurt, this is one of those. All right. We get some more. We get some kratom up here for Kurt. Need to mellow it out a bit. Okay, so let's talk about it.
Talk about it.
You got here last night. When did you buy the Bucky shirt? If you got here last night,
I work here every once in a while, and I went to Bucky's a couple months ago, and I had to get it.
Okay.
So good. Bucky's rules, man. Bucky's is the best thing about Texas.
I love it. I love it. What's your love life like? What has more exes, you or the shirt tag? Just some of those bottom jokes, you know what I mean? You piece of shit. What's your love
tread
life?
carefully, dude. Didn't you just get canceled? I'll do it again, motherfucker. I'll get you.
I don't think I could get canceled by Chinese food. Just the people.
Love life is not great. Ex-Mormons aren't good boyfriends. Who knew, huh? Meeting the parents isn't very fun. Yeah.
Are you gay?
What?
Are you gay?
They tell me that, I guess, yeah.
Did I miss that?
Do you think he's faking it to get health insurance like that movie?
What? I missed it. I don't know. I'm running the fucking. I'm trying to get the next comedian up here.
His whole bit.
I missed the beginning.
That's
yeah.
the whole thing.
You are zoned
It
out,
happens.
son.
It
That is
happens.
embarrassing.
I have to do a bunch
That's
of shit
embarrassing.
over here. Believe it or not, it's a nightmare.
Was your dick that hard you didn't even listen?
Yes. It was so hard that the blood stopped.
Maybe it got hard, and that's why you didn't notice it.
That's true.
It's like, what's happening? I'm
This is all
confused.
true. This is all
Having a
true.
feel. Having a feel. That's all I'm saying. I don't know.
Works on me.
Okay. All right. Post, I'm blushing, dude. What are you doing, man?
So, you're in Austin, Texas now, which is more lenient towards gays than Salt Lake City, is what you're saying.
We'll find out. I don't know.
How are you gonna find out? I'm curious what your next move is. Are you on
Grindr,
apps
baby.
or something?
I'm getting on Grindr.
Right, Grindr, Hoagie, everything you're on. I love it.
My specialty is guys in the closet, so.
Hey, what's up? Someone's challenging Hans Kim next week. I love it. Okay, so.
Wait, does that magic underwear still work after you defile it that way?
I cut some strategic holes in it, so it's holy underwear now, you could say.
What kind of guys are you really into? Because you're what they would call what? A flamboyant bear?
Just fat is what they.
Fat, okay.
It's actually mean. Bears are like hairy dudes with like thick beards, and literally, if you're just a like normal fat guy, it's your chub.
Ah.
Which feels like bullying to me. It's
I have a
not very
chub right
cool.
now.
Yeah. You better quit, dude. You better fucking quit, man. You gotta.
Oh, shit.
Fuck.
I love it. But I didn't get an answer out of you. What kind of guys are you actually into? Do you have a preferred type, or you just like all different shapes
I
and
like
sizes?
nerdy guys.
Okay. All right.
I like to feel protective.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. This is true.
This guy right here.
Oh, yeah. That guy for sure.
Sorry, ma'am.
I love it. So, Scott, what else? Anything else we should know about you before we let you go? An amazing performance.
Thank you. I don't know, just here to do shows and have fun and take a swing at it. Also play music.
What kind of music do you play?
I grew up doing folk music. I play fiddle and mandolin.
Folk music?
If you know what he means.
You do. Okay. What the fuck, dude?
I don't know.
That was a long fuse.
Yeah. So fiddle.
Mandolin.
Okay. You sing? Really? Can you guys do like a folk beat? Is that a thing? The band? Do you know what you would call the rhythm that you want? Here he goes, ladies and gentlemen.
I was not the folk singer. I sang opera.
Okay, can you sing some opera for us, perhaps? How many of you want to hear Scott sing some opera right now, huh? Oh, shit. Crowd goes wild. John Gailey over here.
That's good, huh? That's good.
Ladies and gentlemen, Scott Fillmore making his Kill Tony debut. Moved here last night. He's wearing a Bucky shirt. Next to Post Malone, Joe Rogan, on Kill Tony, his first night as an Austin resident. Here he is.
I should have shut
It
up.
ain't over.
I should have shut the fuck up.
It ain't over till the fat lady sings, so here we go.
Okay. Yo, cut that music, bro. I go a cappella.
Let's go. Let's go.
Una ramorosa il nostro tesoro brunesca gli amore
Shit was wild.
What the fuck? Holy shit!
Yeah.
I mean, I'm dead ass serious. Call me.
Yeah.
Call me. Call me.
That is one of the coolest fucking musical things that have ever happened in the history of the show. Scott Fillmore, I have made when I just heard you sing, I made a decision. Instead of Casey Rocket, because I can always do that, I'm gonna have you battle Hans Kim next week. I just find it all to be too interesting. You got here last night, you're wearing a Bucky shirt, you had the balls to make fun of me back. Scott Fillmore, welcome to the Kill Tony universe.
Okay.
What?
Yo, you know that guy's a serial killer, right? I ain't buying it. I'm not buying it.
What do you mean?
These things that good? He just moved here last night.
You're saying he puts the
He bought
gay.
a shirt he knew you'd love.
You're saying he puts the gay in John Wayne Gacy?
I love Kurt. Kurt's probably the funniest one on the
All right.
stage.
He's going to be challenging for a regularship next week, an opportunity that could completely change his entire life. And that's what happens when you become a regular here, just like your next comedian's life changed only a month ago. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the most powerful forces in Kill Tony history. Somehow internationally famous after only 5 weeks of being on the show. This is the future, one of the strongest regulars, a new 60 seconds every week. He's yet to disappoint. One of the most likable, coolest guys. Make some noise for Kill Tony's own Cam Patterson.
I don't care how good that gay nigga can say, he can't say nigga, dog. You know what I'm saying? It's not allowed. Y'all ever been racially profiled by a crackhead? Just me? I was on 6th Street and the crackhead see me say, hey, nigga. I know you. I like, bro, you don't know me. He said, nah, nigga, I know you. You sell crack, don't you? Nah, bro, I do not sell crack. He said, nah, nigga, you sell crack. I said, bro, since you telling me that nigga over there is a liar. He was pointing at a brick wall. I was like, bro, I do not sell crack. He said, well, you could have fooled me, bitch, and just walked away. Let me tell y'all something. I'm a good person. So I sold him crack.
All right.
A force to be reckoned with. 1 minute, 2 seconds, brand new. Another one, the great Cam Patterson, one of the top young rising comedians in the world. How's it going, Cam?
Good, this shit crazy, dog. Look at this nigga, man. Fuck fucking below. What the fuck? Like crazy as shit, bro.
Yeah, Cam just moved here from Orlando, Florida a few months ago. He does a new minute on this show every single week, and he's a viral sound right now. He's a viral sound effect from saying that he likes rocks, that he's not retarded. Famously said, I'm not retarded, but I love rocks. He just gave Post Malone an actual seashell that he had in his pocket.
That's a rock.
What?
Oh, that's a real rock?
Yeah.
Wow.
Don't worry. What the fuck?
That's incredible.
Cam,
What's up, kid? How you doing?
can I just say thank you for selling me crack and for forgiving me?
It's all good, baby. You know what I'm saying? Business is booming.
It's very suspicious that the crackhead's instincts are so strong that they literally know you have some kind of rocks in your pocket. Like, it is so wild that they're so close to being correct.
Do your instincts have to be that strong?
Hey, when I was doing that show in Houston and I was selling them rocks outside, I gave a crackhead walked up, he was rapping. And so I signed a rock and I gave it to him. He was like, I can't smoke this, nigga.
Is hilarious. What else has been going on in your life, Cam? You're newly famous. You're in Austin. You have your dream job. Everything's happening. You're killing on the road. You sold out Houston, Texas. You're doing some of these massive theaters with me on the road. What else?
People, like, a lot of white people take pictures with me, dog, and it's crazy, because, like, bro, I still got, like, shit stains in my drawers. You know what I'm saying? So, like, to be like this person is insane. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, what? I missed that, too.
Yeah.
Some dude said he was gay earlier. I didn't hear it. I have no idea what you just said.
Cam, what kind of white people are you hanging out with?
No, I just, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes you get them bitches. You feel me?
Wait, They have shit stains
No,
on.
I said I do.
Why do you have shit stains?
Sometimes it happens, you know?
What happens?
Sometimes you just don't understand.
No, I don't. No, I don't know. What does that have to do with you taking pictures with white people?
I just feel like it's crazy. I'm still like a fucking kid, basically. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I see.
So it's kind of cool. I'm trying to compare it to. Maybe I went the wrong way. You get what I'm saying, Paul?
This episode is actually sponsored by Dude Wipes, so we're hooking you up with a lifetime supply of Dude Wipes.
You said lifetime?
Yeah.
You said lifetime.
The mint flavor.
Wait, that.
Do you mean you took a picture with the veteran who shit his pants earlier?
Yeah, that's my dog. That's my nigga, dog.
I love it. And you just told us last week or the week before that you just started getting into white women. How's that been going for you?
Pretty good. Pretty good. I enjoy it. I enjoy it. They dope. They dope. They suck dick real good. You know how they say, they dope, man.
You're a fucking machine, Cam. It is unbelievable. What else should we know before letting you go?
I just went to LA for the first time.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Yeah. It's actually interesting. You know, I follow the Comedy Store on Instagram, and I'm always shocked to see how little, what's the word, interaction they have. Very few comments on the posts nowadays. But I clicked on the one that you were on, and literally every comment was like, holy shit, Cam Patterson. It was like a celebrity arrived, which I find so interesting because you're literally the newest door guy here, but you're the biggest person that's popped into the Comedy Store in a while.
You woke them up.
Very interesting. I think it's very telling of where the Austin and LA comedy scenes are right now, but it's no disrespect to you. That's incredible that people...
Thanks to you, man.
Yeah.
I am.
Well, you're the man, Cam. You did it again this week. Another brand new minute. Absolutely incredible. Come on, make some noise for Cam Patterson, everybody. Not easy to kill every single week. He'll be on the road with me some of these dates coming up. Pulled another name out of the bucket. Another brand new 60 seconds. This looks like a new name for sure. Make some noise for Eric Kozender, everybody. Eric Kozender. One more time for Eric, everybody.
Well, first I want to start off by saying, am I right? Like, existence right now is so, like, I don't know if you know this, but I didn't ask to be here. Did you get asked to be here? No, none of us did. Like, existence to me is wild. There's a guy upstairs with all of the IQ points. Every single one of them. He is the smartest being in the universe. And this was the best that he could do? This is all he could do? We are flailing through the universe on a rock. Burning up, by the way. Remember, I did not ask to be here. It is so bad that we as a species had to create an imaginary place to go after. It is so bad that there is a guy somewhere on this earth.
I remember the first time I got high. It sounded a lot like that.
Nice, dude. How are you?
Eric. I don't know what the fuck just happened there, but
I'll tell you what happened at goddamn TEDx talk. Not even a TED.
you might be a little too good looking to do stand-up comedy, my friend. I don't know what's going
that.
on over here.
Oh, did you ask to be born really handsome? Isn't that weird?
Eric, how long you been doing stand-up comedy? What's
This is
going
my
on?
very first time.
Oh, wow, okay. All right, and...
You full head of hair motherfucker.
Okay, all right. What made you want to start here tonight? How old are you?
I'm 38.
Take a step that way. Get off of fucking Post Malone's lap, you creepazoid.
Me and
Jesus
Posty are cool,
Christ.
dude.
Just
Thank you. Look, hold on.
You son of a bitch.
Are you mad? Are you mad?
Okay, Eric, let's talk about
I
it.
said no to him before, so.
Yeah, second time's the charm.
So you're starting stand-up comedy. How old are you?
No, I'm not starting stand-up comedy. I am 38. I just thought this would be fun to do. I just don't know.
Was it fun to do?
Yeah, I liked it. Like, don't you? Isn't it fun to try shit that you've never done?
Don't you think it would have been fun for us to have somebody that prepared to be up here tonight? You selfish fuck.
Hey, to be fair, my best joke was the last one I got. But I'm sorry. No.
Okay, do it. No, finish it.
Listen to me. Don't do it.
No, let's hear his best joke. Come on, stand back up there. Here he is, everybody, finishing his joke. Eric Kosender.
You got a bony ass.
Yeah. Here he is, finishing. The best joke was the last one.
First of
take
all,
a fuck, Eric. Listen to me, Eric. Take two steps
he
fucking
told me
back.
To sit next to him.
I'm the host. Take fucking 2 steps that way and don't come back this way, you son of a bitch. You non-joke having motherfucker.
All right, look.
Come on, let's hear the best joke.
Fine. This is just. It's not going to be good because it's cut off now.
No, yeah, just pretend like there's a minute of
Just laugh
unfunny
anyways.
Jesus
Okay,
talk.
Okay, so here it is. Look.
Okay, Eric, hit us with
There's
it.
literally a guy out there on Earth somewhere. See? That is telling someone else, dude, I know it's bad now, but wait until you die. It gets better.
Oh, there it is. This is what you wanted.
You're 38 years old
Okay, Kurt.
with a full head of vanilla ice hair.
Okay. Eric, here you go. Here's a little joke book. We're getting you out of here, buddy. There he goes. There he goes. Eric Kosender, who will always be known as...
Nice to meet you.
Eric, get the fuck out of here, Eric. Eric, get out of here. Boo him! Get it, fucking boo him!
Eric tried to fuck Post Malone.
Ladies and gentlemen, royalty has arrived. The King of Austin, Ron White.
Oh my God.
You can help me settle something, okay?
Yeah.
A little while. That's my new dog. That's Maddie. I wanted to name her Smudge, but it got shot out of the sky. My girlfriend's dog is Sophie, and we were gonna breed her a couple years ago to a friend of ours that had the same dog, Shih Tzu, and we had some friends that wanted one, so that's what we were gonna do. And she was out of town the day before they were gonna bring that dog over. And she called me and said, oh, you got an appointment for Sophie at the groomer tomorrow. I want to get her all fixed up for a big day. And I'm like, I don't think you understand how this works. She's in heat. That dog's going to come over, smell her, and fuck her, and then go home. And the next day I forgot to do it, so I just shaved her pussy. Is that weird? Thanks. I just wanted to stop in and say hi on my way.
Ron White, everybody. The guy that started the Austin comedy fucking movement. Make some noise for Ron White and his sweet little dog, everybody.
Sweet little dog.
You guys want to do something crazy? How many of you have been fans of the show for a long time? Well, then you might know that at the 10-year anniversary show, one of the greatest regulars in the history of the show retired and was replaced by Cam Patterson. But good news is that he was given the option to do a new minute on the show anytime he wants. Ladies and gentlemen, future Kill Tony Hall of Famer, legend of the game, Rose Scott, David Lucas, everybody.
Yeah. I hate the generation we live in. This every kid gets a trophy generation, where parents want all their kids to be special. They be giving these niggas diseases like autism and Asperger's, and these motherfuckers be regular as shit, you know? Like, I feel offended because I grew up with a real retard, you know what I'm saying? Like, I grew up with a retarded uncle. Like, His name is Cash, and a lot of people are like, why do you feel comfortable calling your uncle retarded? And I'm like, spend 5 minutes with this motherfucker. And you gonna call him retarded and nigger. I probably... Like, get this retarded nigga away from me, man. What the fuck? And the crazy part about it is this motherfucker has the biggest dick I've ever seen on a human. This motherfucker got a 13-inch dick on soft, and he don't even know how to use it. He don't even know what a dick's supposed to get hard. His dick get hard from scrambling eggs. This nigga don't even know. That's how I know God got a sense of humor, because, you know, that's some bullshit, man. Like, God gotta be a female, because only a female would do some bitch ass shit like that. Why you get that motherfucker a 13-inch dick and he can't use it? I'm up here telling jokes. I could have been doing OnlyFans, bitch. What the? All right, that's my time, man. Take care.
The return of a legend. The great, the powerful David Lucas. Post Malone, meet Roast Malone.
What's up, boy? Your ass look like an unemployed crocodile hunter, nigga. Your ass... That motherfucker crazy. That motherfucker crazy as shit, nigga. All them diamonds in your mouth, nigga. You hunt pit bulls, nigga. I know you be in the hood like a motherfucker, boy. Look at this nigga, boy. Boy, it look like you let my daughter color your face, boy. You look like you asked my daughter to write her ABCs, nigga. You don't give a fuck no more, boy. You got too much money, dog. This motherfucker went to the tattoo shop and said, "Tattoo satisfactory under my eyes." Look at Tony, boy. You look like a gay Klansman, nigga. Put that hood on.
Well, I basically, anytime I'm around you, I feel like a gay Klansman.
Yeah, boy, you look like a gay gallon of milk, nigga. Your ass. That shit full of semen, nigga.
Oh my God. Coming on strong.
Look at Kurt Metzger, boy. You look like a useless X-Man, nigga. Your special power, his special power is that his toenails get real long, nigga.
Dude, that's for real. That's true, dude.
That motherfucker got 12-inch toenails, nigga. You gotta put a fireman boot on,
I'm not
nigga.
joking. That's a for real power.
Look at Kurt Metzger.
Oh my God. David Lucas coming in bigger and blacker than ever. I mean, just absolute weight has been gained for sure. You look like the climax.
I'm smaller, you fucking.
You look like the climax of Oppenheimer.
Nigga, why you?
Really? I mean, you got.
Why you put on white, bitch? You about to get baptized, nigga? Your ass. They dipped that nigga in the water, booty first, boy. Put this.
You were the only kid to get baptized with his T-shirt still on. It's good when I can get one out.
Hey, when they put your booty in the water, it looked like a hot tub turned on, nigga. Your ass. We got jets in here?
I love it.
Look at
How's
Tony.
the summer been treating you, David? You're sweating bullets at 73 degrees in here right now, for those of you just watching on YouTube.
You skinny, nigga.
It's truly 73.5 degrees. I'm looking directly at it. It is incredible.
You're a baby pigeon, nigga. You don't fucking feel nothing. What are you talking about? Fucking baby flamingo, nigga. Your ass perched up right now. What you?
Oh my
With a
goodness.
you got some athletic Klansman gear on, nigga. Your ass. Play basketball for the Klan. Boy, your ass. You scored 23 points against the Black Panthers, nigga.
It's incredible. You
I
played.
miss you, Joe. I'm sorry I've been gone for so long. I've been on the road. I miss you so much, Joe. That's my nigga, boy. I
miss you too.
All right, man. I love you, dog. That's my boy, man. Post Malone. What's up, buddy? I'm a big...
How's it going, David? Tell us more. You've been on the road. What's going on out there? What's
Shit,
happening?
man. Been on the road, you know, touring. I'm filming my special right here at the Mothership in the Little Boy, September 22nd and the 23rd. So thankful to Joe Rogan, man. He gave us comedians that are not safe and the ones that, you know, don't adhere to the regular rules. A safe haven here at the mothership, and the rest of the world is catching on with what we're doing, baby. You know what I'm saying?
Goddamn motherfucking right.
I noticed you didn't do Joe, though.
Huh?
I noticed you didn't do Joe.
That's my daddy, man. I can't roast my daddy, man.
Aww. Bald. David finally found his dad, everybody. Look at those fucking wheels turning.
Hey, Tony, your daddy is RuPaul, nigga. Get the fuck up out of here. Tony had to walk the catwalk at 4, nigga. He had heels over at 4, boy. Your ass was out here in fucking fishnet pantyhose at 4 years old, boy. You was a nasty motherfucker, boy. You ain't even had no training pants on, boy. You went straight.
Talking about?
You ain't even want pull-ups. You went
You
straight.
are bigger than ever. What have you been doing? How did you
I thought I
gain
was
weight?
doing something right, nigga.
Tell the people how they want to know. These are fans of yours. What have you been doing on the road? You on the Patrice O'Neal
Making
diet?
too much-
What's happening out here?
I was gonna ask that, dude.
Kurt, please shut up, nigga. Kurt, you can't say a fucking thing, boy. Your ass, you look like a struggling werewolf, nigga. Your ass. A werewolf that ain't killed in a long time, bitch. Your ass. That nigga can't wait till a full moon. He's he wait for a full moon. That bitch ain't ate in a long time. 7 months, nigga. Pollution is a motherfucker, ain't it, Kurt? Yo ass. That motherfucker go outside ready to howl and be like, oh shit, boy,
Holy shit. David Lucas still got it. King of the roast. What else is going on, David?
Man, you know, just these road dates. I'm in West Nyack, New York, August 27th. Nashville, Tennessee, August 30th. Zany, Chicago, August 31st. Rosemont, Illinois, September 1st. Make sure y'all pull up on me, man. Thank y'all. Thank y'all for everything.
There he is. He's on the In and Out tour right now. David Lucas. Brought to you by fucking Jack in the Box. Amazing. One more time for David Lucas, everybody. Come on. This is a real live fucking show.
That was fucking amazing. That was amazing.
Yeah, and I think it's about to stay amazing. We had a young lady pulled out of the bucket a couple months ago who actually broke the all-time Kill Tony record for longest length of an interview because she was so interesting, and we ended up finding out that she stormed the Capitol and she became a legend. This is only her second time ever on the show. She's inside. Make some noise for Karen Jones, everybody.
I call it this lady again.
This way, Karen. That way. To the people that are trying to take you away.
It's great to be back. Thank you. Thank you. This is so exciting. I can't believe the panel, but I'll get right to it. Here's to the bee that stung the bull. Started the bull to bucking. Same dang bee that stung you and me and started the world to fornicating. Birds do it and fly. Spiders do it and die. Dogs do it and stick to it. But I don't do it. You know why? Thank you. Because I think the thought of an old lady having sex is repulsive. That makes me sick. It's gross. Yes, you should. And probably the only thing that is even on par with old people having sex is kid sex. So we have pedophilia, and then we've got gerophilia. No, they're both gross to me. Old people having sex is not a disease or a crime, but it should be. Thank you.
Okay, Karen Jones, a lot of awkward poetic sets tonight people are having.
Where were you on the evening of the Tate LaBianca murders?
I was a child. I'm not quite that old. It was very exciting.
She was at her house on Haunted Hill. You are an interesting lady, Karen Jones. Welcome back. Have you been doing stand-up comedy?
Well, I've been doing a little bit. I've been out in the sticks, so I haven't had very many opportunities, but I've done a few 1-minute sets at Shakespeare's.
Okay.
And then I did probably a 5-minute set in Driftwood.
Okay, you're getting very specific. I guess you've been doing stand-up comedy
I'd like
a
to
bit.
be doing more. I wish that I was in the city, but I was out in Medina after I did the last set, and there's nothing going on out there in that part of Hill
Was it
Country.
a funky cold Medina? Okie dokie. So Karen, we know nothing about you really, other than that you've stormed the Capitol.
Allegedly.
Oh, it's up to allegedly now.
Well, no, storming is such a strong word.
Oh, okay. Sometimes I forget when you're talking to a stormer, they get a little defensive about the terminology that you call them.
I'm sorry, can I just say, Karen, I don't feel like old sex is the same as kid sex.
Well, I think that, okay, this obviously is not a hit with this audience, and you're a pretty youthful group.
I should hope not.
Okay, Kurt, put the fucking...
No, but old people having sex is gross and unnatural to me, but pedophilia is
Okay, let's
also,
not go
yeah,
back to that.
okay.
Jesus Christ, Kurt. I just got in on the Capitol, and you're going back to bits right
Somehow
now.
she made it worse.
I know, it's crazy. You talking about sex just isn't cool at all.
Well, exactly, that's my point. There's nothing cool about old people and sex.
Okie dokie. Let's go back to the not storming of the Capitol. Have you gotten any backlash from your appearance on the show where you talked about literally storming the Capitol?
Well, the newspaper that made the allegations in public said that I came on here and boasted about it.
Uh-huh.
And they called you an amateur comedy show.
Oh, okay.
They did not mention that it was a Joe Rogan's mothership. They said the January 6th person was boasting at an amateur comedy club. And then they listed all of my confessions. And it's just, they really want me to go to jail.
Was this newspaper a voice inside your head?
I wish, but something horrible happened because they're the free newspaper, and our 150-year-old actual daily newspaper in Santa Barbara went broke. They went tits up about 2 weeks ago.
Wow.
So now the
Tits up because of a lady that's tits down. Those things are fucking on SAG strike right now. Those are Screen Actors Guild tits. Those things did not storm the... You must have been tripping all over those trying to get in there.
That's what
Those
I
stopped
mean.
more people than the security
sexy.
there.
They're 38 longs.
Okay. Hell yeah. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. I think I just got bingo. 35 long, mixed with 75 lady. Holy shit. Karen, how do you make a living now? What exactly do you do? Whose bed do you hide under at night to scare their kids professionally into doing their homework or something like that? You guys know that for just $1,000 you can hire her to scare your kids to death.
I do scare my grandchildren a lot. It's something I enjoy.
Right.
It's fun. But my most recent work was working on a ranch for Gold Star families run by Kinky Friedman and his sister Marcy. It's called Echo Hill. And that's where I was staying down there in a trailer. And I can't go home right now because I've been signing up for this every week. And I'm on a no-fly list. They wouldn't even let me pick up the Gold Star.
Are you serious?
Dead serious. They tried to arrest me at the Austin airport last Christmas, and they read me there's a special TSA rights thing I wasn't even aware of, and they were trying to
Okay,
get
Kurt,
me to,
for the love of God, just
Okay. Are you telling me that Kinky Friedman outlived Don Imus?
Yes, he did.
Oh, that's what you wanted to say? Oh, my God.
46 years old.
Can we get Virgin John Daly's for Kurt from this point out?
Arnold
Holy
Palmer.
shit.
Kinky
Is that a
is-
Don Imus reference on Kill Tony? This
Well-
is an amateur comedy show. Holy shit. Nothing better than 2023 for a hot Don Imus drop, Kurt.
No, Kiki is
playing to the back of the room.
Kiki is up there in years, but we did a 5-city tour at the beginning of the summer.
I apologize. I apologize to everyone in this room.
No, I'm the tour granny. That's work that I do, and I would book the hotels and assist him. So anyway, Kinky's great.
Okay, please forgive me. For
But
the whole
anyway,
thing.
you want to hear about me almost getting arrested at the Austin airport, and then a kid missed his flight for the first session of the Gold Star camp. So I go by Granny at camp, and they said, well, Granny will come pick him up at the airport. And so anyway, I went to the airport to get this kid, and they wouldn't let me in. They ran me. They had to get supervisors, and they said she's not allowed in any secure area. They told me it was a routine.
Is there something that you did other than January 6th that could lead to you being on a no-fly list? Have you ever done, it should be a short answer.
I attend school board meetings, and the Department of Justice was like targeting people that speak at school board meetings, but I've never been angry or threatening.
Stop talking. You answer questions like you're at a congressional hearing, Karen. This is like a yes or no type of question that I'm asking you. Have you ever done anything that could possibly lead to you being on a no-fly list other than January 6th, that big fucking thing that happened that you were part of?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So that's interesting. I wonder if everybody, do you know, is there like a January 6th meetup group? Do you guys like communicate online? I find it weird that none of you guys would talk to each other after having such
Well, we're scared to. But I'm not as scared as some people because I've been naughtier than most, but nothing that would get me on a no-fly list. The DUI story, you didn't even ask me.
Ask you.
How, back when I was talking about my DUI job, I got that by being the only girl in my drunk driving class. And I was pregnant, and it was very...
Wait. Oh my God, was this recent?
No, this was 40 years ago.
Oh, thank God.
Yes. But so, I mean, most of the people at the Capitol were
40 years ago? You mean when Don Imus was a joke you could make on stage?
Imus was pretty big back then, yeah.
Karen Jones, I don't know what medicine you're on, but this is like watching Requiem for a Dream, just certain parts, like falling asleep and waking up. And I think your hair got grayer while you were up here, literally. She's been on this show before. There she goes, everybody. Karen Jones, everyone. There she goes. Yep. She always pretends like she doesn't know which direction to go. That's how you end up at the Capitol on January 6th. Just being like, which way do I go? I'll go that way. Oh, my God. All right.
You laugh, but she almost took over the country.
Pulled another name out of the bucket. Make some noise for Drew Santana, everybody. Drew Santana. Here we go. We're all meeting him together. The Kill Tony debut of Drew Santana, everybody. Make some noise for Drew, everyone. These guys wait all night for this.
Thank you. All right. I'm taking applications for.
Can't do it anymore.
Yeah. Fucking, did we blow out the lights? Is that what happened? Holy shit. You guys ready to do the best goddamn podcast the Dark has ever seen? Oh my goodness. Tonight we make history. Welcome to Kill Tony, brought to you by the Red Rose and the Yellow Rose. The two best strip clubs in the world are here in Austin, Texas. Proud supporters of the show. Also, Austin Legends Deep Eddy Vodka. We love them. They are the very best vodka in the world. Also, they happen to be from here in Austin, Texas. What are we looking at, Yoni? We have an analysis on what's going on with the lights. Is anybody communicating with anybody? Welcome to Vulcan Gas Company, our temporary shithole. This is entertainment purgatory, everybody. This is where you go when you make too many racial slurs in your career.
We shouldn't have gas-powered lights either. Why will...
Red Band's 0 for 1 so far here tonight. That's a big swing and a miss. Gas-powered lights, everybody. This is the thunder that he starts with. Who knows where we will go from here?
Like literally, like blow on it and
Red
or
Band,
something.
Thank you.
How is none of the
This is
lights-
actually exciting. I actually like it because it's different. How about a hand for Christy, our human lighting system? See people holding lights. Absolutely. These aren't the only blacked out things you're gonna see tonight. I promise you that. You'll see what I'm talking about in just a moment. Before we start tonight's show, wait, how could I forget? How about a hand for the band, everybody? Come on. The Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey Kill Tony Band, brought to you by Screwball Peanut Butter Motherfucking Whiskey. That's Paul Deemer on the horns right there. Michael Gonzalez on the drums. John Dees on the keys. Matt Muelling on the electric guitar. And that's D Madness on the bass, right down the middle there. His glass is not lit up for the first time ever somehow. The perfect, there it is. Hell yeah, literally 12% of the light being provided on the show brought to you by D Madness's Blind Man Sunglasses, everybody. Very, very excited. You have to love the technology here. I can almost hear the owner's excuses happening. It was just so electric in there that the power went out. It's a good thing. No, don't ruin it. Okay, one of the guests is Ari Shaffir, everybody. Show business guru, Ari Shaffir, coming in whenever he wants to. Because that's awesome. That's one of your guests, everybody. I think you can see where this is all going. Food in hand.
What? Is there house lights?
I mean,
we
are
don't
you
need
trying to do something? Is anybody working on anything back there?
You have no
I see the
lights?
lighting guy is actually lit up. He's one of the only people lit up. He's got his own lights. Christy's gone, so there goes me. Congratulations to the people that just listen to the podcast and don't watch on YouTube. You are in heaven right now. I mean, this is what it would be like if D Madness hosted the show instead of played bass. Anyway, before we start tonight's episode, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode available for you here right now. Hey y'all, you might not know this, but when I'm not being the host of the #1 live podcast in the world, what I've been doing for the last 16 years is being a professional stand-up comedian. I'm excited to say that I'm back out on tour again. September 29th through October 1st, Nashville, Tennessee. October 11th and 12th, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. October 14th and 15th, I am in Boston, Massachusetts. November 4th and 5th, New York, New York. December 9th and 10th, I'll be performing in Arlington, Texas. January 13th and 14th of 2023, I'm in Dallas, Texas. And February 9th and 10th of 2023, I'm in Houston, Texas. Tickets available at TonyHinchcliffe.com. All these shows sell out, so don't be a doofus. Go to the website now, get tickets while you still can. You know, we do everything on our phones nowadays. Some of you watch Kill Tony. Some of you listen to Kill Tony. Some of you buy things. You get groceries now. You can order a car. You send pics to your friends. The scary part is that your phone carrier collects data on whatever it is you're doing. Verizon has even admitted to it. They say it so that they can better understand your interests. But really, all they want is to sell your activity to advertisers. Stuff like the sites you visited and what you've been up to online. The more they can get on you, the larger their paycheck becomes, which is why we use ExpressVPN. Right, Ben?
ExpressVPN is an app that prevents your phone carrier from being able to see the sites you visit, and then they turn around and sell it to the third parties. All it takes is one tap of a button and all of your network data gets encrypted and rerouted through ExpressVPN's secure servers, and that's for ultimate privacy. Not only does it shield your web browsing, ExpressVPN protects all your network data so you can stay private even when you're using your favorite apps. Whether you're on an iPhone, Android, or even a tablet, ExpressVPN works on all your devices. The best part is one subscription can be used onto up to 5 devices at the same time. Me and my girlfriend have ExpressVPN, and my mom too.
Yes, she does. I know, because I went through her phone the other night when she fell asleep.
Hey, come on, come on.
Anyway, when your phone carrier tracks you, that's a gross invasion of privacy. You can either keep letting them cash in on you, or visit expressvpn.com/killtony to get the same VPN that we use. Take back your privacy online today and use our link to get 3 extra months for free. That's expressvpn.com/KILLTONY. Do it now. Go to expressvpn.com/killtony. Hey y'all, we have a very, very, very special announcement. Get your airline tickets now. We are warning you ahead of time. This will sell out. The Kill Tony 10-year anniversary is amongst us, and it is happening at a state-of-the-art theater in Austin, Texas. ACL Live, the Moody Theater, June 10th, 2023. And we want to give you, our diehard fans, a chance to get tickets first. And so, we are here right now, letting you, the people that actually listen to the ads, the true diehards, know that tickets will go on sale September 14th at 10 a.m. Below this video, there is a ticket link that you should click on and then use the promo code KILLTONY starting Wednesday, September 14th at 10 a.m. On Friday, September 16th at 10 a.m., tickets go on sale to the general public. Get your tickets now! You guys ready to start tonight's episode or what? Every single week, we have some of the funniest people in the world on the show. This week is no different. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your guests. Ari Shaffir, Mark Norman, and Shane Gillis. Here's Mark Norman. Alcoholism, everybody.
Shane might have barked.
All right, sit down. Yoni, go get my papers from the green room.
Yo.
All right.
Shane passed out like a fucking pussy.
How about a hand for Ari and Mark, everybody? They're here. We're gonna have fun tonight. These are some of the best comedians on planet Earth. And Shane Gillis, everybody. Look at this. He's really here. Absolutely incredible. Yes. Shane Gillis is back on the show, everybody. Welcome, gentlemen. A long day. They just finished 6.5 hours of the Protect Our Parks podcast, in which, I don't want to give anything away, but this doesn't come out for 2 weeks. Joe Rogan vomited today on the show. So this is...
Put Joe Rogan in a motherfucking body bag.
How did it happen? Why did he puke?
All the steroids kicked in.
Well, I can trace it all back to
Yes, indeed.
You
It's
drank
a-
too much.
It's a side effect of ivermectin. Welcome back to the show, guys. I'm so excited that you're here. You guys know how it works. We are blessed with the company of 3 of my favorite fucking New Yorkers. A bunch of people signed up for the chance to perform 60 seconds of uninterrupted stand-up comedy on this stage. You know their time is up when you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood Bear. You guys ready to start this show or what? Ladies and gentlemen, your first comedian doing an uninterrupted 60 seconds tonight is a regular on this show. Started in a van a year ago, and now he is an all-out superstar. Jetting around the country, opening up in arenas for the now deceased Joe Rogan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Hans Kim. This is Hans Kim.
The Hans Kim lie.
It's good to be here with a penis.
genitals of champions in men and women's sports. Biden recently forgave $10,000 in student loans, $20,000 if you have a Pell Grant, $30,000 if you let him sniff your hair. I think it's weird how in yoga studios they make you bring in your own yoga mat. Like, why don't you make your floor out of yoga mats? Why are you making me bring in the floor to your business? It's like you go to an ice skating rink and they make you bring in a piece of ice. But that's my time. Thank you very much.
Very good. 53 seconds of thunder and lightning from the great Hans Kim. Very tough position to write a new minute every week and do it on the internet like that. You do it somehow. I love the yoga joke.
Thank you, Tony. I recently did it today.
You did what? Yoga or the joke? Okay.
Both.
Okay. You did yoga today. What did you learn?
I learned that women are strong in different ways.
Wow, very good. Naturally misogynistic response by Hans Kim.
Enjoy making a stride.
Wow, what can they do that men can't do?
They can cross their legs over their legs like this.
Oh, seems like you can do that too. Oh, here comes yoga specialist Ari Shafir. Drunk as a skunk, everybody. Drunken yoga with Ari. I don't know why he's making that face. I don't think that's part of it. Downward facing pigeon or something like that. I love it. Ari, very, very flexible. So Hans, what else happened at yoga? What else is going on in life?
I've been hanging out with two beautiful ladies recently. Jenna and her mother.
Ooh. Hanging out with a lady and her mom? What are we talking about here, Hans?
They're two beautiful ladies from Rhode Island. They have very good weed.
Where did you meet them?
At a Kill Tony.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And so what have you been doing with them?
Just having a lot of platonic fun.
Are they here?
Yeah.
Oh, hey.
See ya.
Show yourself, horse.
Did you get them in the show tonight for free?
I did. Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
All right, I gotta see these two. I gotta see this mother and daughter. Bring them up here. What are their names, Hans? Bring them on stage right now.
It's Jenna and her mother.
Oh, okay. Here they come, everybody. Here we are.
Wow.
Jenna and her mother. Jenna seems a lot more excited to come on stage than the mom does. Let's see what's happening here exactly.
Hey, how are you?
Welcome to one of the last shows that openly judges women in public. All right, there's Jenna.
Oh, wow.
All right.
Oh, mom's talking with daughter.
Oh, yeah. Which one's the mom? I'm kidding.
Aww.
I'm kidding.
You rarely see the Asian guy winning the porn. So this is nice.
This is incredible. Did somebody order delivery?
Man, you guys are so hot. Why are you guys getting tricked by this? You guys don't have to be tricked. You guys are hot as shit.
Shane sounds
Rhode Island's a
annihilated.
small state. His
What the
dick
fuck
looks
happened,
huge there.
Incredible. What's the mom's name? I want to talk to the mom for a second. Hello, what's your name? You seem like a Sydney or something like that. Julie. Tricky little psychic type of name.
I like the first guy.
It's Jew. That's a Jew reference. Julie, what are you doing in Austin, Texas? Why are you visiting from Rhode Island?
To see Kill Tony.
Oh, I love that. That's a good answer. Rock solid. Yes, indeed. What do you do for a living in Rhode Island?
I work for the state of Rhode Island.
Oh, okay. I'm about to get you fired. That's great. Not anymore, you don't. The state of Rhode Island. My goodness. And the state of Rhode Island, remind me, what is the population of Rhode Island? I'm pretty sure there's more people in this room right now.
Just about
Okay, very good.
about the same as us.
Very good. Okay, and how about your daughter? What does she do for work?
I'm a secretary.
A psych nurse. Okay. Have you found anything wrong with? Oh yes. That is the Pornhub song, everybody. That's what Red Band thinks a psych nurse does. I love it. So what exactly does a psych nurse do? It's like someone comes in injured and you're like, I'm gonna help you, psych, and then you don't. Stupid, super cheesy. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Michael. I know that did work. It's a miracle.
Yeah. I liked it.
Miracle on 6th Street that one worked.
Wait, but you guys know who Hans Kim is, and you guys like traveled here, and you're like, hopefully Hans Kim takes a liking to us. What a sad fucking existence. Dude. That sucks. That sucks. You know you're better than him? You know that?
Yeah.
Don't get tricked.
You got better
Look at
than
his
this, bro.
shirt. You're better than that. Come on.
I can
You guys
introduce
dumb
you to
as
Bobby
shit?
Lee.
Are you guys dumb? Come on. Wake up, idiots. You getting tricked by this moron? Come on.
Come on.
I love it. I love it. Do either one of you have any special talents or anything like that? Like if this was like a pageant, what would you do? Would
She's like, yeah, my husband's dead. I mean, obviously.
Psych.
Right? Definitely? No?
Yeah, do the chicken.
Wait, you do a good chicken buck? How many of you want to see her chicken buck right now? I don't know what this means exactly, but... Oh, shit. Whoa! Wow. Welcome to the dumbest show on planet Earth, everybody.
Wow.
I love it.
All right.
Wow. You guys are good spirits. Hand the microphone back to Hans Kim. How about a hand for the amazing Julie and... What is it?
Jen?
Jenna.
Jen, do you ever like look into someone's tongue and go, come on, just fucking swallow it?
How about one more time for Jenna and Julie, everybody? There they go. Hans going in for an awkward side hug there on the mom. I'd imagine that's a lot of their friendship. I'd imagine like 80% of them hanging out is just like, hey, how are you? Oh, you. Hans,
what's with the second button today?
Oh, I just felt like more loose and free, you know, trying to be cool.
Yeah, try harder.
I love it. Okay, so who do you think you're going to end up hooking up with out of the two of them?
I mean, I think Jenna is very nice, and Julie is also very nice.
Oh, yeah. So you're still 50-50. You're just playing it right down the middle. Literally, whichever one will do anything. Your game.
Yeah, maybe both.
Whoa. 0% chance of that happening, folks. Hans Kim, you did it again. You got the show started. There he goes, Hans Kim. That guy does that job every goddamn week. It is not easy. You're about to find out how not easy it is right now as I reach into the bucket and pick out an absolute stranger. Someone who we don't know at all. And we're going to all meet them together after they do 60 seconds of uninterrupted stand-up comedy. You guys ready for this?
Yeah!
Make some noise for your first comedian out of the bucket tonight. Alex Baldamp, everybody. Alex Baldaw. Or Baldam. Here he comes.
Big Al! Yay!
His first time on the show. Make some noise for Alex, everybody.
All right. How we doing, guys?
Hey.
Oh, I just drove over here last month from Charleston, South Carolina. Yeah, I had to drive through the Southeast. You see some weird shit driving through the Southeast, you know? Saw a psychic's office in Alabama. I think that's what it was. It was spelled physic. How the hell are you gonna read my future when you can't fucking read regular, man? Come on. Oh, the last leg of the trip was my birthday. 37 now. It's weird. All my friends, they're settling down, having kids. I got a dog that's more my speed. Yeah. They always tell me I don't love my dog as much as their kid, which is a weird gamble. But they always say you're not gonna know real love until you look into that kid's eyes that very first time. I bet a lot of people told Casey Anthony that too. I know, guys, I shouldn't joke about postpartum depression. I get it. It could get any one of us in here. Got the big guy upstairs one time, remember? When he drowned all his kids in the bathtub except for Noah.
All right, Alex. Getting a laugh there, right? Just off of cadence alone at the end. It sounded like it deserved a laugh. I'm not sure if it was funny at all, though. Alex, I'm sensing a lot of nervous energies here.
Nervous for sure, bro.
How long you been doing this for?
3 years.
3 years?
Ah, you hate to hear that.
Ballsy
I'm
move.
sorry.
Ballsy
I'm
move.
sorry.
Started at 34?
Yeah, it's your fault, actually. You told me to do it for the first time. You.
Oh, wow. Ari.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Nice job, Ari.
Tony.
I wasn't going to bring it up. And
I
then
apologize. I apologize. I was wrong.
Wow.
I'm a man. I know when I'm wrong, and I'm sorry to the
My
fans,
bad,
to the
my bad.
public.
This is why Hitler had a good point.
Can't argue right now.
Look what you started,
A lot of
Ari.
annoying Jews.
This is incredible. One more thing that the Jews started, along with the banking system and...
Media, all innovation.
Alex, you are not good at this. Where you been doing this at? Where have you been
I
this
was
whole
in
time?
Charleston, South Carolina. We had like one mic a week.
Right, I hate Charleston,
Yeah,
South
it's terrible.
Carolina.
That's where I sold that
Alex,
on the phone.
Alex, you're gonna make it, dude.
I love it. I got. You're
You know
my
what I
people.
mean?
Drunk people fucking love me.
I don't know about you guys, but when I look at Alex, I think about him like on a Netflix special, being like, dude, I can't wait to watch 1 hour of this guy talking.
Yeah.
Oh man.
And I'm just fucking around, dude. Nobody would ever watch that.
Yeah,
shit.
nobody will ever see it. It's
Of
all right.
all time, dude. This shit stinks.
This is going to be a quiet ride back to South Carolina, huh?
Oh no, I moved out here.
Oh, you moved here?
Yeah, fucking mistakes were made.
Oh
You know what you should do? You should get a handgun, then people pay attention to you.
You're right. You're fucking right. I'm from South Carolina. I know how that works.
Then you come to a show and you say, do you think it was funny when you made fun of me about my dreams?
Yeah.
And then you shoot motherfuckers, dude.
Yeah.
Once you start
Yeah.
shooting people.
There you go. You could practice it.
There you go. Shoot a school. You'll get on the news.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good. You're
Oh, yeah.
okay. It's safe. That was a gift from Alec Baldwin. It's okay.
Nice.
Shut up. Shut up. I made that joke before. I can't help myself. Alex, let's talk about it. How long have you lived in Austin?
About a month and a half.
A month and a half. And what have you learned about this city so far? What do you think about it? What's the difference between here and Charleston?
Oh, it's like a lot bigger, which is nice. It's actually more similar to Columbia, South Carolina.
Those types
if they
of
had money
observations.
and class.
Those observations
Yeah.
is why you're such a good comedian.
No, I'm fucking horrible right now. I'm so sorry.
Alex,
smart.
what do you do for a living? How do you make money?
Oh, I'm just living the dream, man. I got T-boned by a cop in Charleston.
Whoa!
So, yeah.
Got what?
Wait a
I got
minute.
T-boned by a police officer.
So you
in
got a
Charleston.
settlement?
Yeah. It was sick.
Wow.
Dude, I've done more to defund the police than any march.
Hey, look at that.
See, I can do it.
Look at that. You got one. There he is. There's a 3-year comedy veteran right there. Once a week for 3 years. That's where it gets you.
Yeah. I know a mom in Rhode Island that'll fuck you.
Nice.
Yeah. For sure. So you got T-boned by a cop. Were his like lights and sirens on?
Not until the point of impact.
What?
Not until the point of impact. Like, the lights and sirens cut on as he hit me.
Really?
Yeah, he was blowing through a red doing like 55 down
Oh,
King Street. That's
shit.
like a 25.
And they have it on
Main
video.
thoroughfare.
They have it on the dash
Oh,
cam.
yeah.
Wow, incredible. Did you have a dash cam or they had
No, God, I'm
they
not
used
Russian.
their dash cam. So you would have been completely fucked if
Yeah.
it wasn't for his own video.
Yeah, well, it's weird. It cuts on like
FOIA
30
requests
seconds
are important.
before the lights and sirens are actually
Right, yeah.
full.
That's
So
because
it's like,
normally
yeah.
when cops are just driving around, they're just
They just-
repeating the
yeah.
N-word over and over
Yeah.
again. They don't want that. They don't want that out on videos.
Yeah, they started the video with grr.
Yeah, exactly. The video starts with a hard R and ends with a hard car.
Yeah,
You
it
know
starts
what
with
I'm
like grr. Hey, watch out for this guy.
Thank you. One I noticed the joke, but I missed very much. Alex, let's talk about it. What's your love life like? You seem like you'd be
dude.
like the Matthew McConaughey of Charleston, South
Oh,
Carolina.
no, dude. There's a lot of people doing better than me. I actually broke up with my girlfriend when I moved out here.
Fuck her.
But yeah, no, it was
Wow.
good. It was an amicable breakup.
I bet,
Because I got the fuck out of her life, you know?
Right. And so how long were you with her?
About a year and a half.
Did you like her?
Yeah.
You did?
She was great.
What didn't you like about her?
Good question, Tony.
Man, she was bad with money. No, I'm just kidding.
What?
She was better than me with it.
When you
I
say
said she was
when-
bad with money.
When you say amicable, she dumped you.
Yeah, right before I left.
Sorry.
Nah, we knew, like, I was planning to move out here for about a year. We got together and, like,
Did
I kinda
she
told her
encourage
what's up.
you? Was she like,
yeah,
you
she
can
was
do
very-
it, Alex.
Yeah.
You're funny.
I know, I'm super mad at her now. I don't think we're going to be friends after this.
Did you ask her to move out here with you, or
No.
no?
Good question, bro.
How much?
Why
how much,
not?
How much did you make from the cop hitting you? Just say the number.
It was like 6 figures, barely.
Damn. Barely. So like 170?
No, like just over one.
Okay.
Pretty
All right.
good.
It wasn't bad. There's like a cap on it.
You have to
from
pay
the government.
taxes on that, don't
No,
you?
you don't.
You don't. If it's from the government, you don't have to pay them.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
good. Look at that. Look at that.
Hey, all right.
We love that here in Texas.
Now you want to hear
We
one
like
more?
low
I
tax.
lost like 30 grand of it in crypto. So
Oh,
nothing. I'm burning government money. It was fun.
You're a fucking loser, bro.
Dude, I fucked up.
It's
I fucked up.
incredible.
It's all right.
Man, you got handed free money and you still blew it.
I made like a third of it back so far, so it's climbing back.
Your definitely a hot girlfriend that left you was right.
Yeah, she 100% was. Yeah.
Hey, Shane, who do you think's fucking that girlfriend right now?
The cop that T-boned him.
Yeah.
Now he's boning her.
Yeah. God. I love it. Alex, congratulations on getting pulled out of the bucket and on making your
man.
Kill Tony
Good
debut.
stuff,
Here's a
Alex.
little joke book. There goes Alex Baldoff, everybody, making his Kill Tony debut.
Hey, Tony.
Yeah.
I want to pick one out.
All right, Big Al.
I want to pick one out next.
You want to pick one out?
Yeah.
No, you don't get the whole bucket. Give me that back when you're done with it.
Say it.
Yeah, say it.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming to the stage, John Horner.
John Horner.
John Horner. Come on down.
All right, here he comes, everybody. Oh, wow, look at this. We've seen this guy before. He's back. It's definitely John Horner.
Oh my God! Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready to party? I'm ready to party. I'm rock hard. All right, guys. You guys like country music? You guys like good old-fashioned country music? Everybody clap your hands. Come on. Let's do a country song. All right, clap your hands, guys. Cowgirls, give me a yeehaw. Cowboys, give me a yeehaw. All right, guys. This song here is called Death to the Infidel. Hala, Shem, hala, hala, Allah, bala, Allah, hala, bala, 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 Sheba. Oh, I can't even fucking read. I'm fucking functionally illiterate. I'm so good at this. All right, I'm gonna do more jokes because I haven't heard the thing yet. All right, guys, I'm not opposed to a transgender president because I will never go to the bathroom in the White House. All right, some chuckles. All right, guys, my stage name is John Horner. My legal name is John Horner, registered sex offender. All right, that wasn't bad.
John Horner.
Oh,
We've
fuck.
seen him before,
Yeah.
folks. This is his second time on
Yeah.
the show. His second rock solid set. A man literally built for comedy.
Yeah. I knew that was coming.
Looks hilarious, walks hilarious.
You know what I was expecting?
Huh.
That was a minute minus the time it took you to get up on stage.
No, we start the
No.
clock once you get up here. For those of you just listening to the podcast, John has a condition. Remind us what your thing is again.
Big dick energy. What?
Wait,
Big, cerebral palsy.
Oh, cerebral palsy.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good.
You have cerebral palsy?
Jew palsy?
You have cerebral palsy?
Yeah.
You have the lightest case I've ever seen.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Appreciate it, yeah.
You seem almost like a normal human.
I'm like a cerebral palsy 12, you know what I'm saying?
Unlike you,
Yeah.
your jokes have legs.
Hey!
That's true. Fully operational.
I'm ready to leave.
They do drag a bit, you're right. Drag anybody? Okay.
Dude, you should grow a mustache.
I have. They say I look like a child molester, you know?
Oh, wow. I can't even imagine how much more of a child
Oh,
molester you have to
yeah.
look like.
I mean, you're funny, man. You're funny. You put the special in special needs. I mean, this is
Yeah.
really good set.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I fulfill your mom's special needs.
Oh!
Yeah! This mom's a fucking whore! She's a fucking
Damn!
whore! Yeah! Woo!
John Horner.
I don't like myself very much. I know.
Yeah, I get it.
God damn.
John, when did you lose your virginity?
Well, so, like, the first time it was at a hotel room. Did you have Motel 6s where you're from?
Oh,
Sure,
yeah.
yeah,
So,
America.
Motel
yeah.
motherfucking 6.
Who was
Yeah.
the chick?
I mean, I don't know what.
Okay.
It wasn't so much the name, Ari, as it was the price, you know?
And then you got cerebral palsy from that lady.
Yeah, it was a face-sitting thing.
That's how you get it.
It's not funny to
He
pretend
acts like
it
his
does-
mom wasn't there. Hey, two of your mom jokes. Okay, no. Fuck.
Aw, man, my joke was pretty funny, man.
Yeah, it was.
Don't ruin it.
John
I might.
Horner, remind us of what we know about you and what we don't know. How do you make a living?
I work at a phone store.
A phone store.
Yeah.
At a what?
A phone store. I sell cell phones.
Oh.
That's right.
Yes. For T-Mobile.
Oh
Okay,
shit!
fuck.
All right, their stock just
Ouch.
went down.
Yeah, what
Incredible.
the hell? You're not even mobile.
Yeah.
Boom.
No.
Mark
I said no.
Norman.
That was the joke. No, I said T-Mobile.
Oh,
like I'm not.
shit.
And then
All
nobody
right,
got
all
it.
right, John,
Okay.
relax.
I didn't
relax.
catch
No,
it.
none of
I
us-
didn't
That was
catch
the
it.
None of us
joke.
remembered it.
John, what did we not find out about you the last time you were on this show that you think would be interesting for strangers to know about you and your life, John? Horner?
I've been skydiving.
Get the fuck out of
Yeah,
here.
I've been skydiving. It was like
that
it was
what
with
happened?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the shoe didn't pull.
That's an
I'm an American hero, guys. It was Special Forces over Kandahar. It was brave. No, I went skydiving. I went skydiving. I lived in a foreign country for about 4 or 5 years when I was a kid.
Which one?
Hungary.
Oh.
Hungary. Yeah. Oh, are you Hungarian?
No, I have a question.
Oh.
I noticed you have an abnormal amount of head sweat. My question
Yeah.
is, have you ever thought of killing yourself?
Not until this very moment. Hey.
Jesus, Ari.
Yeah.
You're good, John.
Can we
You're
do
good.
it together?
I'm down.
Let's live stream that motherfucker. Get some hits.
I disagree with these two. I don't know why they're being mean to you about your fucking physical
sweat.
condition and then killing yourself.
Did
I
you-
think you're doing pretty good. I thought your set was good. I think you're funny.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you. I
There you
love
go.
you, man.
Dork.
A
What
moment
fucking
of clarity
dork
from the
I
great
love you,
Shane
yeah.
Gillis. That was incredible. Wow.
I
he
mean,
is-
I don't
he's
know
like
why
a
they're
fucking
doing that.
I don't think you
Pandering
should kill
fool.
yourself.
You think I'm a pandering fool? Or? I'll die right now. I'll leave the show right now. I don't care.
No, nobody's.
I don't think you should kill
Pandering for
yourself
what?
either, guys. You know?
Hey, thanks.
See, that has a happy ending. Nobody
Yeah.
should kill themselves.
All right, John.
Don't kill yourself.
John. What's your love life like? Do you get like hookers offline or something
No,
like that?
no, not. So I said that the last time, and I felt kind of bad about it because it's not really true. Like I have at certain points, but not in like a long time. Like not since I.
That's a
moved out.
long ass answer to get to a big fat yes.
Yeah,
Jesus
yes, no,
Christ,
yes,
John.
No.
Oh my God.
You were still looking at me, so I didn't stop talking.
All right, is that what I have to do? I have to look away for you to.
Yeah, yeah.
How old are you?
31.
Damn. God damn.
Fuck, that sucks.
Aw. This guy likes my ass, I can tell.
John, over here, John. Don't get distracted by the musicians. I know. The cerebral palsy turns into Down syndrome real quick on this one.
Oh, that's
Hey.
funny.
Have you ever had love on the spectrum?
Hey.
No, I'm too afraid to watch that show because I think it hits too close to home. You know,
Right.
that and Atypical. That's another one I can't watch.
Why?
Because like the guy, it's like an awkward like spectrum guy trying to get chicks. And it's like, why do I want to see that?
Right.
You know?
You don't like things that remind you of you.
Yeah, no,
Right.
not at all.
Yeah.
Like, I don't like disabled comedians very much.
Exactly.
And I am one, you know?
Right. And
You seem fine. What the fuck happened?
It's true.
Yeah, no, it's testosterone. It's power pose. This is a power pose, you know?
I can't
I'm
see you.
assuming a
Wait.
dominant stance.
You got a limp or something? Is that what the
Yeah.
problem is?
His legs are fucked
Show
up.
Shane your handicap.
I don't know
a
what
little
he's
bit.
talking. You got a little hitch in your
Walk
giddy up?
to the X.
He's like halfway
Walk
through the
back.
Thriller video.
Walking back.
Oh,
I can
shit.
do it.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
Thriller?
man, you got really.
Thriller?
You're doing the stanky leg. You're doing the
got
stanky
it.
leg.
You got it.
No,
You
it's,
got it.
it's
Doing
not
the
really
stanky
noticeable
leg.
until I go up and down the steps.
You're doing great.
I didn't know you were doing the stanky leg.
I didn't know you guys were like physical therapists.
You're the Captain America version of Michael Lehrer.
I'm the less evolved Pokemon of Michael Lehrer.
I love it. John Horner, you did it again.
You know what? I would love to have you on the Secret Show
Yeah,
Thursday.
fuck yeah.
Whoa, you just got booked on a show. John, did you even hear that? You already have one of these? You're booked on Thursday on the Secret Show. Congratulations. You just got a big gig out of this. I don't think people heard Red Band.
I don't think you heard it.
All right, somebody help the man, will you? Help the guy down.
He's all right.
There we go. He's faking it.
Look at those chicks
He's
helping you,
alright.
dude. Nice.
Yeah, look
Smart.
at that. He already got more action than Hans Kim will tonight. Oh, wow. I just pulled another name out of the bucket. This young lady is already a Kill Tony legend. You've seen her many times on the show. Very exciting that we get to see a new minute from the great Molly Vivant, everybody. Molly Vivant. The very, very funny Molly Vivant. Here she comes, everybody. Yeah.
Some of you guys might know I'm a porn star. Well, I fucking hate when my friends ask me to come to like a work hang, you know, with all their colleagues. They have a million questions about my life and my job. So I come up with a little something. It goes like this. You do spreadsheets, I do spread cheeks. You get workman's comp and I get workman's cum. You get PTO and I have PTSD. You have HR and we have HR too. It's herpes response. You take conference calls and I choke on big old balls. You get 401ks and I will fornicate for 1K.
Molly Vivant. Sticking it out one joke the whole time, stretching it out like she does her bras. Molly, welcome back to the show.
Hi, Tony.
How are you?
I'm great.
How do
It's
you
good
feel?
To be back.
Good.
Good. It's been a while. A lot has happened.
What's happened? What's up?
My tits have gotten bigger, probably.
Whoa.
I think they weigh more.
What happened?
How'd that get bigger?
Um.
Gamma rays?
Yeah. No, basically I like disabled guys and I fuck guys like the last guy.
Oh, wow.
And I think it gives me like retard strength in my tits.
Whoa. Wow. Whoa. What a nasty thing to say. All right, now that we're all allowed to say nasty things, when you say things like sluts have PTSD, would you compare that to like World War I veterans?
Much worse, probably.
Worse, right? It's definitely worse than shell shock.
Yeah.
You're just a millennial slut. That's comparable to like World War veterans, right?
No, yeah, I should have given money.
All right. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Yeah.
When it comes to using the term PTSD, if we're just throwing that around, yes, certainly. Webcam girls are on the same page as guys who survived Gallipoli. Yes, we're all on the same page.
Yeah, it's true.
All right, I just want to make
This
sure.
set to the troops.
I love it. Molly, welcome back.
Thank you.
So have you shot any porn since the last time you were on the show?
Yeah, I was in Miami like probably less than a month ago.
Okay, and what type of video did you make in Miami?
I did some interracial.
Whoa! Maybe it was gamma ray after all.
No, yeah, it
Okay.
might have been.
So what
No,
happened? Tell us about this interracial porn.
It was fine. It was just like white porn, but it
Wow.
was a little more.
Did the Pearson kiss you?
I don't know.
So wait, some Chinaman slammed you?
Some half
Is that what you're
Irish.
saying happened?
Some half Irish got in
Yeah.
there.
Where's the interracial part? Are you a
Yeah,
dirty
what do you
Jew?
mean it was a white
When you
porn?
say interracial,
No,
you
no,
mean
no. It's like when I do it with a white guy, but it hurts a little bit more.
Oh.
All right, thank you, Red Band. Okay. Was there anything else different other than it hurting more? Do you guys like talk beforehand? Like, hey, take it easy on me today.
Yeah, I actually do that.
Really?
Yeah, I have like ovarian cysts. I gotta.
Ew. Ew.
All right.
You don't want to.
Smart board away.
What
Red
the fuck, dude? That's disgusting.
Ovarian cyst has been called on the field. This is a very controversial subject. We might need
Show
to
will never be
review
the
the
same.
play.
What the fuck,
This is
dude? We're
very-
having fun, dude. This is Kill Tony. We're goofing around.
Yeah.
This is a goof.
This is
This is a
an
goof
upscale
off
podcast.
show, dude.
Was that the black guy's name, Ovarian?
Yeah. Mark Norman.
Mark Norman.
Yeah. No, it was fun. I don't really like the fans who like interracial porn. Those are like the worst people possible.
Explain to us what's different between an interracial porn fan and a regular porn fan.
Wait, you
great
make
question.
interracial porn and then despise the people that like it?
You don't like Southern people?
Aren't you the one objectifying racially, and then
I've
you're
done it
all right?
plenty of-
Whatever.
I've done it plenty of times, but the fans who really like it are really picky, and they'll be like, "You're racist because you haven't been with a dark enough man," and then someone will be like, "She's worked with this person." He's like, "That's not black enough," and
Oh, I didn't. I thought it was gonna be honkies complaining. I didn't know.
no, just
Whoa,
like
I like that. All right, I take back everything I said.
no, they'll like harass me about
I was drunk when I wrote that. But, you know.
So you're reading the comments on your own porns?
it. No, they'll like slide in my DM.
They call you racist or fucking black dude?
No, they call me racist. Yes, yeah, they do.
Wow.
They say they're not black enough, but I don't choose who I work with. You know what I'm
Oh.
saying? It's like I just show up to set, and whoever's
Right.
the male talent is.
So like when you go and let's say you fly to Florida for a shoot, you just have sex one time and that's it?
No
No, I did a few scenes.
Okay, a few
Ooh.
scenes. And how often do your ovarian cysts burst on the set? How often do they have a little spill? I see it probably looks like an Anne Heche car accident down there every once in a while. It's just burning corpses falling out of her pussy, you know what I mean?
Like s'mores.
Yeah, it's like s'mores, Red Band.
Some whores.
No, but sometimes on my period I have to work.
Ew! Shut
Oh,
the fuck up.
shit.
Unladylike.
All your
Unladylike.
favorite porn stars do it. They fucking put a makeup sponge in their pussy and can't smell it.
Are you
Really?
fucking serious?
Oh.
Wow, they have like little fucking Hollywood tricks for that?
Yeah, and I have little hands, so sometimes after I'm like, "Will you help me get it out?"
And does your father hate you or just dislike you?
100%. 100%.
Why'd you do that to him? He probably was a nice guy.
No, he
Yeah.
wasn't.
Right.
That's why I do it.
He was bad.
He's probably into it. He's probably the guy that's like, not black enough. This fucking guy. I mean, what's
That would mean he was somewhat paying attention to me.
Ah, good point. Good point.
indeed. Absolutely.
Damn. Worst case scenario.
Now, is this on is this on Brazzers or Braziers?
I'm on Brazzers.
Oh, okay.
Love it. Okay.
I'm gonna Google that.
How's the rest of your life going, Molly? Comedy's been good. People like you in this town. I know
Comedy's
that.
been cool. I've opened up for Big J. Okerson, Jeff Ross since I
Obviously.
was last on here.
Obviously.
Oh, who? Those two? You don't say. Those two?
Funny guys.
She's like, I opened up for Lexington Steel. Oh my.
No, those two covet talent above all else.
Wow.
No, yeah, it's been good. I like living in Austin, but the homeless women fucking hate me here. They like shout out like Tourette's like shit.
You look too much like us.
Oh yeah. I'm Jewish. I could never.
Now you are Jewish, Ari. This is a rare Jewish girl that has
Yeah.
full features. Ari, what do you think about this? I mean,
I'm disgusted by it, if that's what you mean. If we're getting into overall emotions.
Now do you get why we hate you guys?
Yeah, I see it. I see it, Dolfo.
No, I had a homeless woman take a cigarette from me and then shove it in her pussy right in front of this.
oh my
Why?
God.
What is it? Why is this your life that all this stuff's happening? It's gross stuff, dude. It's gross stuff. Dude.
Was the cigarette lit?
No, that's why I was pissed. It was like a waste of a cig.
She smoked it.
She might have kept it for later. I mean, you can dry it out.
Oh my
But I
goodness.
saw her whole ass pussy right here in line for
Ew.
Kill Tony. It was disgusting.
Dry it out.
Wow.
Go. Stop talking about pussies and sex and shit. Go home. Take a nap.
Shane's trying to step in where your father left out.
Knock it off, dude.
God damn it, Molly, go home, take a nap.
Shane, will you be my daddy?
Ooh,
For real.
look at this. Shane, I've seen you drink a lot of Bud Lights. Have you drank enough to fuck that yet?
Yo. I'm sorry this gay guy was disrespectful to you. But also
Stop
Yeah.
squeezing my leg, Shane.
I'm gonna grab the shit.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's Molly Vivant, everybody. There she goes. Follow her on social media. How did I get so sexy?
All right.
I'm telling you, people like that, they're the future. Very important. These young, up-and-coming Austin comics are out there fucking writing. Speaking of Austin comics, this man that I'm about to bring on stage has been a regular on this show for years, and he's the newest resident of Austin, Texas. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for David Lucas.
Yeah. Just moved to Austin. Can't believe I let all these richer people convince me to move to this hot ass city, man. I don't know how y'all had slaves in Texas. It's too fucking hot, nigga. They must have been picking cotton at night. What the fuck is? I'll be like, hey, boss, let me get the 11 to 6 shift. I'll be, fuck that, it's too hot, man. I had to get out of LA, man. I was tired of getting robbed by gay niggas. I was like, motherfucker, you got on Lululemon, man. What the? I can see your dick print, bitch. What? You trying to rob me or you trying to fuck me, goddammit? I'd rather you fuck me so I can keep my shit, man. My favorite thing to do in West Hollywood, that's where I was living, very gay area, was go to the gym and flirt with gay guys. They'd be like, are you finished with those weights? I'm like, don't be scared to ask. I don't bite. And then they see me in the parking lot like, hey, I'm like, hey, bitch, get away from me with that gay shit, nigga. I was just playing, motherfucker. All right, man, thank you.
Fuck yeah, David Lucas, another brand new minute. He's done it again. Absolutely incredible. Very, very strong new minute. You guys have seen David before.
I have. David, you opened for me at the Creek in the Cave last time I was here. Would you say the crowd was super impressed or mega impressed?
They fuck with me,
Yeah, they were great.
That is true. I did see Ari's new hour at the
He
Creek in
looked
the
like
Cave,
a
and it
fucking
is lovely.
Iraqi drill sergeant. Get your dumb ass. Motherfucker, retired Greyhound looking ass. That motherfucker got sick of the racetrack. You got tired of chasing that little rabbit, huh, brother?
Yeah, you look like his parole officer.
Report by 11.
Look at Mark Norman. Mark Norman, you look like a far left vampire. Nigga. Get you.
Hey, I'll take it. I'll take it. All right. You look like Chris 8 Cross.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Here we go. I got all four of y'all
That's an
niggas
old,
today.
old reference. Old
That's all
reference.
I got all four of y'all niggas today. What's up with?
Wow.
All right.
Are you going to make fun of Shane? It would be interesting to watch him get roasted by his own liver.
I've roasted Shane enough. That's my dog, man. That's my dog.
You don't have to do it, dude. Don't let them pit us against each other, dude.
That's my dog,
That's
man.
exactly what the left does, dude. You and I. It pits us against each other, dude.
You guys could make a movie together. It could be like White Men Can't Stop Eating.
Tony, what the fuck you got on
Tony.
your chest? Man? What the fuck?
Shut up, Tony.
This is a new Lululemon.
Yeah, motherfucker. That's.
Yeah, Tony, you're the one who's fucking gay.
Yeah.
Tony, you look like an animal balloon with that blue shit on.
Oh,
bro.
shit. I do.
Yeah.
I do. I was wondering what this looked like earlier, and now I realize that I look like an animal balloon.
Yeah.
I look like an animal balloon.
Hell
What the
yeah.
fuck does that make you?
You like a blueberry condom, nigga.
All right. Thank you.
Comedy.
Finish him, dude.
Yeah.
Finish him.
I
Hey,
love
Mark,
that. I love that you're wearing a Jordan hoodie, even though you can't get up in the air.
No, that wasn't funny.
The only thing you put in the air is your ass.
Stop tickling me. Shane keeps tickling me.
This guy, he wishes. I haven't touched him once. This goddamn fruitcake. No, I had a couple drinks. I get a little handsy. I touched some guys. Sometimes. It's a fun joke.
I love it.
man.
David, you're an absolute murderer. What
Yes,
else
sir.
is going on in this world?
Shit, bro. Got some tour dates coming up. September the 14th, I'm at Magoobies in Baltimore. I did that shit with Shane like a month ago.
Timonium, Maryland, dude. It's the place to be.
Yeah.
Are you into sucking and fucking guys? You're going to want to go to Timonium, Maryland. It's a truck stop. You're going to want to suck a guy.
I'm booking a residency there, if that's
Yeah.
true.
Oh, yeah, you're going to get excited, bro.
I love it.
Let them
David, you've been in Austin a week or two
Like
now?
two, I
Yep.
think, yeah.
So, what have you fallen in love with? What do you love about this place?
Food.
Yeah.
Ari, shut the fuck up with that mustache, nigga. Your ass got a starfish leg around your mouth.
The old
Fuck you get that shit for? To tickle a bitch pussy while you eat it, motherfucker?
I like to smell it later.
Wow.
Yeah,
All
and
right.
Austin cool, bro. You know a lot of shit. I get to fish anytime I want to.
Right.
Yeah, that's the best thing, bro.
Yeah, you love fishing.
Hell yeah.
You're a killer whale.
I can only defend you so much. If this guy's hitting gay home runs like this, you're going to have to fight back.
What kind of fish would you be, Tony?
I'd be a gay fish.
Yeah, brother.
That's still funny, dude.
Yeah.
I can't even think of a gay fish right now for Tony. God damn.
A blowfish.
A blowfish. Yeah,
That's true. That's
It
true.
was right there. It was right
Rainbow
there.
fish.
So you go out on boats and you go fishing.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Do people get on the boat with you? They look nervous?
Nah, hell no. I don't bring girls on the boat though, Tony. I can't take you though.
Right. The boat does something you don't do at restaurants. Tips.
I do tip, motherfucker.
Yeah.
You try to get
Yeah, the scales.
Tony, after dinner blowjobs don't count as a tip,
Oh,
motherfucker.
come on. Some of that sweet, sweet vanilla custard. Come on. All right. David, you're absolutely
Yeah.
unbelievable.
Yeah,
I mean,
man.
you did it again. You come in, you light the whole fucking place on
Yeah.
fire. It's incredible.
Yeah,
David
yeah,
Lucas,
sorry,
everybody. See him on tour. David Lucas. Back to the bucket we go. Shit's wild. You guys ready to meet somebody all together?
Yep.
All right, let's see what happens here. Make some noise for back, everybody. B-A-K, back.
B-A-K.
Back.
He seems like he's from Thailand. I'm guessing Thailand.
Uh-oh.
My guess is still
All right,
Thailand.
here he comes, everybody. It's Bach. Make some noise for Bach,
I was
everyone.
wrong.
Bonsoir, je suis là pour les conneries. Ça gaze bien, bien? Français? Ok, bonsoir, charcuterie, fromage, rin. Niggas? Ah, now you with me, now you with me. Yeah, that high school French kids kicking it, huh? But yeah, I'm black. No, I'm not black. Fuck that. I'm black. Black. The click is silent. Yeah, I took a plane to get here. Like a human being. I'm glad I missed that boat, man. But you know who didn't miss the boat? Black people. That shit was amazing, man. I didn't have to work. You know? White people working for me. Nobody died. Fucking love it, man. Thank you.
All right, Bach just spoke a different language and then closed his set.
Oui.
Bach. Am I saying that right? Bach or Bach?
Back, like Quebec.
Bach. Very good. You are the exact shade of black that people want Molly to fuck.
Where's she at?
The only thing blacker than you is if the lights completely go out. If you shoot a porn,
I was out here.
If you shoot a porn inside a Vulcan gas company.
Beck,
that's the way to
your
go.
name's Beck.
Yes.
Were you did you happen to be named after what guy?
Go ahead. After
guys who didn't like you, where they told you to go.
Go back.
Go back.
That's a
Go
funny
back.
joke.
Go back.
I didn't have the heart to tell it.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It was funny. You guys, fuck you guys. Fuck you guys. I'll be honest though, I bailed on that. It was funny. It was smart. It was intelligent. It was what I do, dude.
It's all
smart
right. It's
stuff.
all right.
Bach, how long you been doing stand-up comedy?
About 3-some years.
3-something
Water.
years.
Did you start in France or start here?
Yeah, no, here.
Oh, shit. You were great in Captain Phillips.
Thank you. I'm a star too. I was great in that.
Absolutely.
Old reference.
Absolutely incredible.
My back joke was better than Captain Phillips.
You didn't deliver it.
I know,
You
but
didn't- I didn't hear a back joke.
All right, here we go.
Go back to France.
Well, I haven't heard yet.
Okay, so back, let's talk about it. How do you make money?
I work for a software company.
A software company. Are you having an allergic reaction to something right now?
No, why?
No? Okay, forget it. Wait,
Yes.
what do you do
Puffy
for fun,
face.
back?
I don't know. I go out, dance. I play video games.
All right.
Watch cartoons.
You dance? What kind
You
of
dance,
dancing do you
play
do?
video
Hip
games.
hop. I used to do hip hop dancing.
You do hip hop dancing?
I used
Can
to.
you give this guy
Oh,
a hip hop
really?
beat? I mean, my goodness, I have to see what's going on. That's not hip hop, Red Band. All right, here comes a hip hop beat from the band. Here we go. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh my god.
This is how non-racist Austin is. We were surprised the black guy could dance.
You're welcome.
Absolutely incredible back. That is.
Thank you.
D Madness is wild. D Madden
It's
is
up from the
picking his
crowd.
moments.
It was pretty good.
tonight.
Oh, I forgot Blind Willie Hopkins is here every week.
Yeah. I love it. So, back, what else about you? What else would we find interesting about your life before
Outside
I let
of
go?
you being a subpar dancer.
Subpar dancer, you want to come out here?
Oh,
You gotta get served.
shit. Come on.
You gotta get served.
Come
You
on.
gotta serve. Come on.
Maybe.
Come on.
Shane, you gotta do something.
Served. Served.
You just got called the fuck out.
You got served.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Come
got
on,
served.
lady.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Served.
Yeah, there's fucking zero chance.
That would be
Zero,
incredible. That would be incredible if you had a cardboard box that you brought with you and you just started spinning on the fucking ground. Back. Very, very interesting set. Welcome to the Kiltony Nation. You got pulled out of the bucket. Here's a tiny joke book. It was
Thank
nice
you.
to meet you. There goes back, everybody.
There you go, back.
That's it?
All right. Yeah, back.
You guys think we should, it's a lot of chaos tonight. We have more than a full panel. Do you guys think we should add one more person to the panel? Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Austin's own Joe Rogan. All right, thank you. All right.
And now coming to the stage,
Thank you,
Richard Pryor.
Got you.
No. Were you lying?
Tricked all of you.
I believed you. Were you lying?
I just did all that so that Shane would stick his finger up my butt for a second.
Tony, why did you say Joe Rogan when there was none?
He's here.
He's here
You think he's
somewhere.
here?
I bet.
Why'd you say he was
I
here?
can feel it. I can feel it. I can sense it.
You can feel it?
He's
Yeah.
in the room.
St. Rogies.
There's an evil, dark force in the neighborhood.
St. Rogies. Where are you?
St. Rogies, where are you?
St. Rogies, come out. Come on.
Speak if you're here.
I smell elk.
There's a defenseless deer on stage. You have a knife. Kill it.
Where's St. Rogies?
Somebody talk about aliens.
What do you mean? What is that? What does that mean? Go find out what the fuck's going on, Yoni. Jeez.
Why would they introduce him if he wasn't here? That's what I'm saying.
Super fucking weird. I know.
Yeah.
I'm
What a
pretty sure he's
tease.
here.
Maybe he's
Total
fucking that
tease.
porn star.
Also, can I get another Bud Light?
Yeah. Oh, no, wait. We have him.
Oh, we got a bunch? All right, never mind.
Can I get a whiskey and water just for the record?
Little bit of miscommunication from the absolute mentally ill staff that I work with. I mean, it's literally incredible.
Yo, Rogan was dead, dude.
Yeah.
He was gonzo.
There's no way he's here. He was
No way.
deceased.
It was Carlos Mencia the whole
They
time.
killed him. There you go, Red Band. All right, I pulled a name out of the bucket. Make some noise for Will Williams, everybody. Will Williams.
Will.
I mean,
Willie.
it's not Joe Rogan, but whatever.
Oh boy, William. Look at that. That's the beat. Hey, Will. You got it, Will. You got it, Will.
Make some
All right.
noise one more time for Will Williams,
Hey,
everybody.
Willie.
Come on.
I hate how well Siri says nigga. Like, seriously though, I was in my car the other day and asked to play some music, right? Say, hey, play some NWA, right? It's like, all right. Ask for Spotify to play niggas with attitude. It's like, you can say nigga, but you can't say Guadalupe. Where are your priorities, Siri? Seriously. Honestly, I don't really trust AI because the last time I tried to use that, I tried to ask it for some geographical information. They gave me some bullshit. It was like, hey, can I get some information about Niger? It was like, all right, what do you want to know about nigger? Not good for you. Not good use for essays. That's it, y'all.
All right.
There you go. Turns
Dude,
out
this is the
David-
only show in the world where black comics go short.
Yeah, it's true.
there
It's
he
true.
is.
It's good to see that David Lucas and Back made a baby together. This is incredible. The looks of David Lucas with the sense of humor of Back. Absolutely incredible, Will. How long you been doing stand-up?
About 2.5 years.
2.5 years. You are sweating bullets right now.
Yeah.
How
this
long
is how
do
all
you?
black pastors look?
How long do you think you have to live?
For a couple years.
Okay. What do you do for work?
I do reality capture.
Reality capture. So
What's
that's
that
like
mean?
the
What's that
stuff
mean?
with the buttons and everything or whatever.
No, I use a laser to take details of a building.
What?
Oh.
I use a laser to make a digital model of a building.
All right.
Like Tower 7.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for new panelist Joe Rogan, everybody. Come on. Give me another chair up here. He's back.
He's back. He's back. He's back. He's back. He's back. He made it.
We got about as fucked up as I've ever been on a podcast.
You've never, yo.
But
He
lu-
puked.
luckily, I have a solid liver.
How the hell did you sober up like this?
It's like a blast furnace. It just burns through that
Cocaine,
shit.
dude.
I'm 100%.
Cocaine.
I'm back, baby.
This is cocaine.
He's on roids.
It's not cocaine.
He's on stem
That
cells.
is incredible.
It's Neanderthal genes.
Ah.
I powered through that shit. We're good. We're back, baby.
You got
Woo!
Holy
yeah.
Dude, how are you sober?
I'm
He's
impressed.
100% sober. I talked
I
Shane
killed
Gillis
you.
into going to a competition
I
with me and
buried
see
you.
who could pee first. And I won. By hours.
That is incredible. These guys literally said that you were dead and there's no way you're going to make it
This
here.
is
I'm
pet. This is
back,
pet.
baby. I'll do a fucking IQ test right now, motherfucker.
Holy
I'll
shit.
recite Nietzsche.
This is scary,
Yeah.
dude.
I'm ready to go. You don't understand what the fuck you're dealing with, Shane Gillis. I'm a different beat, bitch. Let's go.
To the death.
Yeah, I was drunk 20 minutes ago, but right now I can drive.
Yo, Pet
Let's
Cemetery. Pet
fucking
Cemetery.
go.
You were
Let's
buried,
fucking
dude.
go.
You were dead.
But I
You
wasn't.
were dead.
You misunderestimated me like Kamaru Usman misunderestimated Leon Edwards, motherfucker.
I did not believe
Let's,
this.
In the last minute.
let's fucking go.
I would have thought we'd see Norm Macdonald before Joe Rogan tonight. This is crazy.
Let's do a fucking puzzle, okay? Let's play poker, motherfucker.
All right. I don't know if you noticed we got.
Let's go.
We got a cop. We got Lizzo Met
All right,
Predator
buddy.
here. Hold on. Let's get back to the show.
Shane Gillis telling us that Joe Rogan threw up on his arm earlier. He is
No,
dumbfounded.
I threw up in a cooler.
You hit all of it.
But that was 45 minutes ago. I'm good.
We all got
Wow.
puked on. It was pretty
God.
hot.
All right, now, in the meantime, how are you doing?
Doing all right.
What a crazy night, huh?
It's all about recovery, baby.
Will Williams, you were saved by a sober Joe Rogan here today.
They didn't anticipate this.
David Lucas looks terrible, but
Joe Rogan was wasted when he got here. He watched Will Williams set and sobered up completely. That's what it took. You're out here doing the Lord's work. People need to play a video of you doing stand-up when a cop pulls them over for a DUI, like when they're approaching the car. Like, come on, come on, come on,
That's how I do it.
what'd you
download.
take, an IV, a hit?
I didn't do anything.
Come on, Joe.
That's how I sober up.
An IV drip, hydroxychloroquine, the kitchen
100%.
sink. This guy just fucking sobered up on the kitchen sink.
I took ivermectin and liquid IV.
Yeah.
Good to go. Baby.
Hunter Biden.
This is unbelievable.
All right. Sorry, sir. You were saying?
The guy with the cornrows is thinking about corn
Good you're
chips.
alive.
What's up, brother? How you
Will
doing?
Williams, congratulations. Here's a small joke book for you. We're going to get another comedian up here.
Hand it over.
Holy shit.
Great job, Will.
He's sweating a lot.
The first ever 4-person panel in the history of Austin Kill Tony. You guys are here. We're going balls deep. You ready to watch some stand-up? Your next comedian goes by the name of Winston Shaw. 60 seconds uninterrupted.
I don't believe it.
By Winston
I don't believe it.
Shaw. Here we go. Here he is. One more time for Winston, everybody.
What's up? How we doing?
Yeah.
I like to watch interviews with rappers just because they talk about themselves like they're Jesus, you know? So I just kind of like watch to emulate the mindset. Like I was watching an interview with the rapper the other day. I can't remember what the question he was asked was because his answer was just so captivating, right? Interviewer asked the rapper a question. Rapper looks the interviewer dead in the eyes, and I swear to God, his answer, he goes, "I don't give a shit. Bitch missing out on blessings." Right? That's what I was there for. You know what I'm saying? I emulate the mindset, just like bitch missing out on blessings. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the whole thing. I thought about it though. I was like, I wish Jesus had spoken like a rapper in the Bible instead. You know what I'm saying? Like I think that would have been way fucking cooler. It's like some dude's like, Jesus, those ladies over there, they don't believe in you. And Jesus is like, I could give a shit. Bitch missing out on blessings, you know? And he starts like crip walking on the water a little bit. He starts turning water into lean. He's turning eighths into ounces. He's wearing a chain of himself. Dude, it's a whole fucking thing. All right, that's been my time. Thank you.
Hey, kill.
Winston Shaw.
What up, buddy?
Welcome. You've been on this show before, correct?
Yeah.
And this went better than the other times, I'm guessing.
Indeed, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at you, one of the top young rising lesbian comedians in the world. This is incredible.
Thank you,
I don't
Tony.
know much about you, but I know that fucking if she were alive, Anne Heche would eat your pussy right now. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you, Tony.
Did you hurt your finger? What happened there
I was
exactly?
playing basketball with Hans. There was a whole bunch of us, and I broke my fucking finger.
Wow, so
Yeah.
you play basketball? You listen to rap music?
You hear what he
This is
said with Hans?
Wait, yeah, Hans plays basketball?
He does. He's a nightmare to be out there with, but yeah.
Do you guys pretend he's good at that too?
Ruthless Shane Gillis. Oh my goodness.
And we're back, baby. Let's fucking go.
Yo, you should be dead, dude.
But I'm not.
This is
amazing how that works. Amazing how that
You
works.
did something. You
I'm
did
100%
drugs,
I
dude.
didn't do a goddamn
You
thing.
had to do
I played
drugs.
pool.
Come on, Joe.
You
I
were
played
dead,
pool by
dude.
myself in my studio.
What did you shoot?
No, I did.
You did drugs, Joe
No,
Rogan.
I didn't do any drugs. I am drugs.
Yes.
I didn't do a fucking thing.
All right, sorry,
We
lesbian.
gotta
Go back
focus
to your
on
bullshit.
Thank you. What happened to your finger, bro?
Back to the twink.
You tried to finger Hans Kim. That's what I remember.
Winston, how long you been doing stand-up?
Like 2.5 years.
2.5 years. What do you do for work?
I Uber.
You do Uber. Ah, all right.
Fun
Okay,
time.
what kind of car do you have?
I have a Volkswagen Passat.
Ooh, a Passat.
It's efficient. Yeah.
Wow.
That's a comfortable Uber car. You get picked up by a Passat. You're like, all right, this guy's got a future.
Yeah.
Do you have a booster seat to see over the steering wheel?
Yeah. Phone book.
I love it. Do
But
you
the joke you did was, what if Jesus was a rapper?
Yeah, pretty much.
That's
yeah.
a fun
That's
way
the
to be
gist.
like, what if Jesus was black, and then you could just be racist and say it was rapper stereotypes. Is that what you did?
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, cool.
Very good. Winston, what do you do for fun? What are you into? It seems like you have a wide array of hobbies. Basketball.
Basketball was the move. That was like my distraction for a while. Other than like I did basketball to stop drinking and like stop gambling, like all the degenerate shit. Basketball was like the escape. So
Okay.
yeah,
What happened to your lips?
my lips. What happened to them?
I can't
Are they
find
fucked
them.
up?
Yeah.
You don't have any.
Are they small?
You're lipless.
Extremely small. Are you just finding out right now?
I had no idea. Yeah, this
Oh,
is,
they're
now I wanna
extremely
hide my
small.
lips. I don't know what to do.
Have you ever gone jogging and it started to whistle?
Yeah.
No, you're fine, dude. Having no lips is fine.
Thank you.
Yeah. What else don't you have? Do you
If
not
you
have
d-
nipples as well?
Apparently a dick, since everyone's calling me a lesbian.
There you go. Absolutely.
If you did duck face, you would look like a glory hole.
Damn, all right.
Do it.
No. 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 No.
Oh, there it is.
Yo, don't listen to anybody. Don't let them ever. Don't
yeah,
let
thank
them
you,
ever do
thank
that, dude.
I love it. What's your love life like? I'm getting real virgin energies from you here. The old broken
It's not going
finger.
great. It's slow. Business has been slow.
Right.
Slower than usual, yeah.
Wow, what does that mean exactly? Where do you normally find girls at, or boys, or whatever you're into? What are you into?
Bars, typically. Like, that
Bars.
was like the move back in school and shit. So.
What'd you say?
So like the yeah, bars.
Oh, I thought you said the forest.
Yeah.
I was like,
I'm
man.
nervous about my lips now, so
That's
I feel like
wild.
I can't enunciate. Like,
Your lips are fine. Hans came.
Yeah.
Did you go to college or anything?
I went for a little bit, yeah.
A little bit. But you didn't finish.
No.
You're a real Kurt No Brains.
Wait,
All right.
what?
Oh,
Fair enough.
The fuck was that?
Yo, Kurt, instead of Kurt Cobain, he said Kurt No Brain.
Oh, wow.
That would have
That's
been
pretty
better
good.
if Tony said it.
Yeah, if a gay guy said it, you guys would be jacking off. also, I think Kurt Cobain ended up being Kurt No Brains.
Yeah,
That's
that is
true.
true.
So in the end,
he was Kurt No Brains. So let's talk about it, Winston. I'm still interested in your love life for some reason. When the last hookup that you had, what was that like? Was it a one-night stand?
yeah, it was a one-night stand.
Okay, so where'd you meet this girl?
It was at a bar.
Okay, so what happened? You go up to her and you're like, "Hey, what's up? I don't have any lips."
Yeah.
And then what happened? How do you start a conversation?
He's like, can I follow you back to your car? And then...
Did he really ask?
Yeah. How do you open it up?
What's up?
Oh, wow.
That's legit, yeah. I just,
that's what you say. You go up to girls and go, "What's up?"
Yeah. What's up?
Solid opening move.
Yeah, with that finger, you could do some
like a
damage.
Maxis.
What's up? You like basketball players? So you say what's up, and then what happens? Give us a little progression throughout the evening. You go back to your fucking race car bed, and then what happens?
She asked if I like Molly, and I was like, I never partook, and then we took it, and apparently it makes you horny, so I...
Wow.
All right.
Look at you.
Yeah, it usually doesn't.
It doesn't?
Not most times.
Well, it makes you horny, but incapable.
Yeah.
That's what happens. Like, I
mean,
want to fuck you, but I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, I love you. Yo, so who gave you that fucking finger cast?
No, I went to the doctor.
You went to a fucking urgent care or something?
Yeah.
That sucks. Dude.
Hans, wrap it up for you.
Yeah. How'd it feel to get like a fucking cast on your finger?
Well, I didn't do the cast. I don't know if foregone. I just didn't do the cast because I like to swim and shit. So I was like, we don't need a cast. So I just stopped taping it.
Hardcore, bro.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Absolutely
Appreciate it.
incredible.
Respect.
Absolutely incredible, Winston. My goodness. So that night, you did Molly. You end up having sexual intercourse with her? You went all the way?
No.
No. What? How does it end?
The Molly was keeping me out. I was just like smoking cigarettes, like smoking weed, just kind of like trying to keep a conversation. I like talking, so that was like the move.
Who
It
doesn't?
seemed At the time, I don't know.
So when I said, let's talk about the last time you hooked up with a girl, you thought I meant a night that ends in talking?
You know, normal.
Not
the
only
usual.
did he start with what's up, he also ended with what's up. That is incredible.
No ejaculation, a lot of crying. Let's keep rolling.
I gotta Google whether I can get a.
All right, Winston, you've been on this show
pyramid
before.
here.
Did you end up with a little book or a big book?
Big book.
You got a big book last time?
Hey, I would love to have you on the Secret Show Thursday.
There you go. He just got booked on a real show.
Oh,
there he goes. Winston _
Hey,
Sean.
all right, comedy. All right, cute kid.
All right. You guys want to go a little bit longer than usual? That sounds fair. Joe just got here. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your next comedian, Mike Stagg, everybody.
Hey,
Here
Mike.
we go. Mike Stagg.
Staggy.
Mike Stagg
come.
getting the big opportunity in front of Shane Gillis, Ari Shaffir, Mark Norman, and Joe Rogan, everybody. Here he is.
Oh, shit.
Making his Kill Tony debut. This is Mike Stagg.
How's it going, Austin?
Ew.
Y'all out there hustling and grinding, doing the thing every day? Yeah. And, you know, I wake up early sometimes and you kind of feel the weight of the world, and I kind of just, you know, think about inspirational quotes from the founding fathers. And I think it's crazy how we, like, idealize them, but, you know, early to bed, early to rise, makes you healthy, wealthy, and wise. And then, what, you get to fuck the slaves or whatever?
That's not bad.
And this is what we all like take to heart, you know. Thomas Jefferson, whatever you do, you know, act like the whole world's watching you fuck the slaves. Okay. And George Washington even, you know.
I see where you're going with this, bro. But you might want to run this by wiser people before you present it publicly. It's not a bad premise. It's just flawed. Your execution is cumbersome.
But
There's a lot going on there.
Are you telling me, Joe, if you had slaves, you wouldn't fuck them?
I wouldn't fuck them. I wouldn't fuck them, but I'm rich. I'd let them go. I would let them go. I'd be like, if you want to work, let's work out a deal, but you need to like find your place in this world.
It's one of the perks of having slaves, I assumed.
Yeah, but you don't want those perks, bro.
All right.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. If I found a flaw in the set, it was that you have cargo shorts.
That is true.
That was something that I saw you walk on stage wearing those, and I was like, there's no way this guy's funny.
That's not true. I wear cargo shorts. Fuck you, Shane Gillis.
Wow.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro.
Welcome to the show, Mike Stagg. This is your first time here, correct?
This is my first time.
Okay, how long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
Not very long at all. This is my first time doing it in front of like.
First time ever. Wow. Congratulations. Hopefully the last time, too. This is great. Very, very exciting.
He's on to something.
Yeah. I love it. It takes balls to get up here, especially when you look like the bloated corpse of Jason Momoa.
He looks like Jason Momoa.
He looks like Aqua man found unidentified on the beach. You're fat.
It does feel like a lot of chicks would be into that, you know, versus a lot of other things.
No.
Aqua manatee.
Do you do? Do you do good with the ladies, Mike? You're an odd-looking duck.
Oh, well, thank you. You know, I get like hookups here and there.
What is your ethnicity?
I'm actually just like Eastern German or Eastern European and German and Irish.
It doesn't really look like that at all. You know
Yeah,
that?
I get that a
You think
lot.
we're like TSA agents or something like that? No, I'm just Irish.
Sometimes they grab my hair and they're like, "What's in here, sir?"
Right. Okay, what do you do for work?
I work for a tech company.
Oh shit, Matt Mueling is furious. He never talks. He's mad that you're holding the mic like that.
Sorry, Matt.
Change it. Put it lower. Put it lower. There you go.
Sorry, but
Matt
He's
Mueling.
very aggressive.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Very aggressive.
Matt Mueling only speaks once every 8 episodes, so whatever he says.
It's weird that that's what he chose to like combat.
Yeah.
Honored though. Thank you.
Enough is enough.
Yeah. He takes a stand.
Yeah, you're really worried about losing those sunglasses, huh?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, you know.
You got the rope up there. I think you're gonna be all right.
You know, you got activities and stuff.
Oh, yeah?
Activities.
I ask you what you do for work?
Yeah, I work for a tech company.
Oh, what do you do for a tech company?
Like software.
What do you do for fun, Mike?
Um,
You have any special skills or talents?
Besides trailing off?
Pretty good at trailing I play a little bit of guitar and then just stuff like that.
Normally, I would ask Matt if he would let you play his guitar, but he hates
Pretty
your
sure
guts.
we've already burned that bridge tonight.
There you
Tony.
go. There you go, Mike. All right. It was nice to meet you. I'm gonna squeeze someone else up here real quick. There goes
sounds
Mike
good.
Stagg, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Make some noise for your next comedian, Chep Roam. Chep Roam. That's a funny sounding name.
Funny name. It's an
I
interesting
think
name.
this will be good.
Spell that.
I have a
Chep.
good feeling about Chep Roam.
All right, Chip.
Oh yeah. Chep Roam. Here he is, everybody. Chep Roam.
All right. All right, I just want to make something clear real quick. So, my name is Cheap, but spelled Chep. So, when I was born, my doctor asked my parents, you want to buy a valve? My parents were like, nah, it's good. They can figure it out. Trust me, no one figured it out yet. So, I normally don't like to hang out with haters or be around them, but I'm kind of obligated to be with her and around her because it's my 8-year-old daughter. You have no idea. Anytime I try to talk to a girl or anything goes well, she's like, hey, Dad, what's up, Callie? So, Dad, is that your other girlfriend?
Why are you in the
fuck?
middle of the fucking...
I don't even have one yet. So, anyway, thank you. That's my time.
There you go, Cheap Roam. Am I saying that right? Your name is actually Cheap? All right, very good. That's funny. That's Ari's middle name.
Racist. Racist bullshit. You invite me to be a guest on this thing and you treat me like that. It's not cool.
Is it bright in here?
Oh, shit.
What do you mean, Joe?
Joe making fun of the other people for being drunk now
So
on
weird.
the show. For those of you missing it, it is incredible. Literally, the rumor on the street is that you were on your deathbed just moments
Put
ago.
Joe
don't
in a
understand
casket.
what I'm made of.
Put Joe in a casket,
It was
dude.
insane.
I'm back, bitches.
Joe was for real in a casket. This
You were
is
gone, man. You were gone.
Cheap, I love it. You look like Mr. Miyagi's bodyguard.
Yeah, you practice jiu-jitsu.
You look like if a person was San Diego.
That is true. That is what he looks like.
I actually get a lot since I've been here 8 months. Everyone mistakes me for some reason. Steve Aoki.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Steve No Jokey.
Yeah, first.
No. But the thing is,
Cheap, how long
What do
have
you
you
mean
known?
for some reason?
he
Are you
has-
sure it's not because
he
you
has a
look
short
exactly
beard
like fucking
hair.
Steve
So
Aoki?
unless they're
More like Steve Iogli.
Oh boy.
That would have been better if you had that moment, if the moment was right. That wasn't a bad line.
All right, Cheap, let's talk about
This
it.
is the
How long
moment
you been
was
doing
wrong.
stand-up comedy, Cheap?
This is my second time.
Second time ever. Wow. And how old are you?
39.
39. And this is something you've always wanted to do?
I always wanted to do it, but I never had the opportunity.
Well, that's bullshit.
No, California, Northern California, Bay Area, wine country. There
Right.
wasn't a lot of comedy stuff.
There was. There was. You're wrong. And
So
you're going to
much.
live
The
a
most
life
in the
of
world.
regret.
Literally the most in the world. Is in
The
California.
most in the world,
In the world, yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Shane, the most in the world?
No.
Thank you, Shane.
What's
It's
the most
Central
in the world?
Pennsylvania. That's where
What's,
comedy.
what's number one? Because that's number two.
Mechanicsburg.
Yeah. Hey, Aoki. Go, dude. Keep going.
Cheap, what do you do for work?
Actually, I work for your favorite store.
No, that's
You
not
work for
real.
my-
Are you making that up?
You work for
Your
my
second-
favorite store?
Actually, let me rephrase that. Your second favorite.
Are you talking to me?
Sarcastically. Yes,
Okay, okay, very good. My second favorite store. So, what exactly is?
I do have a list.
How long have you been suffering succotash?
Are you talking about TJ Maxx?
What's his favorite store?
The AIDS clinic.
Trader Joe's.
What?
Trader Joe's.
Trader Joe's.
Okay. That's my second favorite store. Why is that? Why would that be my second
Because
favorite?
you always talk about HEB.
Oh,
and
right.
you always make fun of
Right, no.
Trader Joe's.
That's true. I do make fun of Trader Joe's, but it's not my second favorite store. It's a, deep,
solid
deep
place
down
to
the line.
shop.
Yeah, it's okay. But
It was your first until you moved here.
No, Whole Foods had a beat in California, but I mean, I see why you would have so much pride. So you wear like the wacky Hawaiian shirt and everything like that?
Yeah.
At Trader Joe's. What do you do there exactly? Everything, right?
Yeah.
You sort of roam around.
He's in the probiotic section. He's pushing acidophilus.
If you're here, who's watching your longboard?
Do you do some longboarding? You do have longboard energies.
No.
No, what do you do? What are some of your hobbies?
Waxing on, waxing off.
Only on my alone time. I just take my dogs out.
What?
Take my dogs out.
You take your dogs
I don't
out.
know many people out.
That's as good as it gets.
Pretty much.
How long did it take you to make a Hattori Hanzo sword?
You ever get that beard caught in a vacuum?
No.
You've had that for a while, the goatee? Is that a thing that you do?
I grew it out. I'm going through a divorce.
Oh, shit.
My
Jones.
ex-wife hates it.
Shit.
But,
So do we.
yeah. It's okay. But I like it.
All right.
So your ex-wife and you hate your ex-wife?
No.
You love her?
Yeah, we get along great. We go.
Okay, very good.
Do you wish that she wasn't doing this whole rigmarole divorce?
No, it was kind of mutual.
It was
She's
mutual.
kind of fucking us, right? You and me are, I like you. You and me are guys that like to love. You're in love. I'm a lover myself.
No. I love her, but
No, you and me
That's
are
how.
love-making guys. I'm sorry that your wife abandoned you.
Thank you.
I think you and me should contact her tonight.
Red Band, play the Hulk soundtrack when he's walking away.
You and I need to get a hold of your fucking bitch ex-wife.
Oh, he's putting that Lone Star down. Easy there.
All right. It's a ninja
Thank
star. All right. Over here, cheap. Up here.
Hey.
The most.
Yes. He built up that hand-eye at the hibachi grill.
Yes.
You've been catching shrimp in your hat for weeks.
Yeah, I don't like that type of joke. I think that type of joke's bullshit. If I were you, I would take my car and drive it into a crowd of pedestrians. And then I would kill
Wait,
myself.
Are you saying that because I'm Asian?
Yeah, that's the type of nasty jokes he makes.
Oh, I didn't notice your eyes. But,
It's pretty almond.
Chief, tell us one crazy fun fact about your life. You once maybe almost died or saved somebody's life, or you have a record for something. You have something. You did something in your entire life.
I used to be a club promoter.
Oh,
back
okay.
in Northern California.
Okay, so what happened there? Something interesting about your entire life. You have every day and night to reference here that you've ever lived, every minute, every hour, anything about your family, something that you accomplished, something that you did, something that you didn't do, perhaps.
Well, since I've been here for 8 months, it seems like I attract a lot of women that are in their mid-40s.
Okay.
Ooh.
All right. Okay.
Tell us more.
Yeah. Yeah, tell us more.
It's a pretty good skill.
What happens with these suicidal ladies at the end of their rope?
You're a lot of people's bottom.
Ari. What the fuck, Ari?
Why are you saying
Maybe
that?
not, Ari.
You're not a lot of ladies. You're doing good.
You get girls real wet, Market.
Have you been with a woman?
I never had complaints.
Cheap, over here. Have you been with a woman?
You never have complaints, but you don't have an inbox.
Have you been with a woman since you divorced your wife? You have. Where did you find her at? 2 weeks ago. Okay, very good. Where was this at?
2 weeks.
Did you eat her pussy? Hell yeah.
Smell that beer. Smell that beer.
All right, so let's talk about it. 2 weeks ago, what happens? What's your opening? All right, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know why I did that. I don't know why I did that. Oh, my people are telling me no. My people are saying I have to stop.
Oh my God.
Oh no.
Wait.
This is so unfortunate.
We'll edit that part out. There'll be a beep there. Don't tell anybody.
Yeah, what kind of Asian are you?
Filipino.
Oh, wait. You said you're good at Asian guessing.
No.
Welcome to another episode of Asian Guessing, everybody.
Filipino? Not at all? Why'd you high five me, bro?
I know the answer to
I was
this.
gonna say Mark Norman.
I know the answer to this.
Japanese then.
Half Japanese, half
Hawaiian.
Hawaiian. Really? Yeah. What are
I
you?
did a 3andMe.
Okay, what are you?
Cambodian.
Chinese.
Cambodian. I got it. World traveler Ari Shafir. New podcast, You've Been Tripping, all about travel, coming out in September.
Wow. Absolutely.
80% Cambodian, 12% Korean.
Interesting.
Okay.
It's a real Phnom Penh day.
Whatever.
He's Chinese.
Very
Okay.
inside.
He's 100% Chinese, it turned out. Ladies and gentlemen, here's a joke book, Cheap. Let's see if you can catch this. Ready? There he goes. Cheap Rome, everybody. It's the longest
Last
episode
one.
we've
Last
done.
one.
Should we do
Last
one more?
one. Last one.
Keep
Let Shane pick one
going,
out.
baby.
Let Shane pick one out. Let Shane pick one out. Shane never gets to pick one out. Let Shane pick one out.
Yeah, pick
How
one
come
out,
we never let
Shane.
Shane pick one out?
Shane Gillis putting his
Let's find out if Shane can read.
his ridiculously white hand went into the bucket. He dropped a name. We'll never know who almost had their chance.
Guys, a lot of guys think I dropped the first one. I didn't drop that. This is Ben Albert.
Ben Albert.
Make some noise for Ben Albert.
Here he is, everybody. One more time for your final bucket pull of the night, Ben Albert.
Ah, shit, I should have got the first one.
Hold on, everybody. Let's restart the clock. Come on, give him a chance. He may have waited years for this. This is the Kill Tony debut of Ben Albert, everybody. 60 seconds uninterrupted for Ben. Clap your hands one more time for him.
I'm from a small town just north of here, Canada. Small town comes with small town problems. You know, like in my hometown, we didn't have to worry about COVID. We had bigger problems. You know, the other C word, chlamydia. I'm serious. Chlamydia in a small town is kind of like the flu. You know, it comes around once a year. Everybody gets it. Some people get it twice. I'm some people. I'm serious. I've had chlamydia so many times I know how to spell it. No, seriously, I was at the doctor the other day. He's like, yeah, man, 2 more of these appointments and you get a free coffee. I was like, fucking... Serious. I hate being around cokeheads because every time I'm around them, there's always that one guy that asks me if I want to climb. And when I say no, he's like, thank God. With that nose, there would be none left. I'm Ben Albert, guys. Thank you.
Ben Albert. The crowd laughed at times. I thought you were god-awful, but I mean, they like you. You're visiting from Canada. You're a sweet boy. You have Ari Shafir's nose. Ben, How long have you been doing stand-up?
2 years.
2 years. Awesome. Where at in Canada exactly?
Like 7 hours north.
7 hours north of Toronto.
That's Russia, bitch.
Yeah.
He's a fucking spy. Not on my watch, bitch.
7 hours north of Toronto. What the fuck are you doing?
Are you walking or are you flying? I need to know.
Holy shit.
What the fuck does that mean, 7 hours? How?
Yeah, what
Are you on a fucking moose? What are you doing? How you getting up there?
Do you live in Spain?
7 fucking hours? Snowmobile? What are you doing?
It's incredible. Who are you
Skiing?
performing for? Santa
7 people. I would have to do like 3 hours.
3 hours to get to
I like that chlamydia joke. One, it was good, and two, it exposed a lot of sluts in the audience. Too loud.
I am looking for that free coffee if there's any whores.
How do you get chlamydia 7 hours north
You
of
get it by
Toronto?
fucking Tony.
How do you not get chlamydia? What are you gonna fucking be choosy?
I'm gonna finish
You
the
take your
question.
fucking chances. You're next to polar bears.
He lives in southern Australia, I think.
So
Hey,
let's
Red
talk
Band.
about it.
I forgot Red Band was here.
Picks a spot.
Now, where are you at on the Trudeau blackface? That's your guy.
Wow. Looks like he's in.
Did you vote for him?
I don't vote.
They don't. What's
I
gonna
better not,
participate?
motherfucker.
With the free healthcare, that'll cure up that dick of yours.
I know. Condoms are $6.
My
Pretty
goodness.
good.
Those are 6 Canadian dollars, though. All right. So let's talk about it. What do you do for work 7 hours north of Toronto?
I was a steel worker in real estate.
Okay. Yeah, everybody's got 2 jobs 7 hours north of Toronto, right?
This igloo's got 2 rooms.
This motherfucker's selling teepees.
7 hours north of Toronto. So that's obviously where you were born. No one moves there. And how old are you?
How'd you get down here? Yeah. Are you staying?
Was your big dream to move to Saskatoon?
No, Toronto's a big deal.
Yeah, Toronto is a big deal to you. Did you get vaccinated?
Yeah, I'm double vaxxed.
You're what?
I'm double vaxxed.
Double vaxxed. Did you have any side effects? How did it make you feel?
No.
Really?
His
You're
nose
a
I
shit
feel like I'm
cum.
an anti-vaxxer, but
You're a shit cum out of your butt.
That's a callback. Check out the Joe Rogan podcast tomorrow night.
An hour and a half ago, that would have made sense.
Hey, you're a shit cum out of your own ass, dude. Is that a funny thing to say? Anyway, keep it up, you dumb gay Canadian.
Episode 1186.
When this comes out, a month and a half after the Rogan episode comes out, you guys are all love it.
You guys think we should bring up the guy that we dropped the name?
Yeah.
All right, there goes Ben. Ben.
Let's fucking go!
Get out of here.
There he
Beat
goes,
it.
Ben Albert,
Beat
everybody.
it.
Make some noise for your next comedian, Jeff Chapman.
All right,
Jeff
Chapman. Big Chat. Hey, Jeff.
J Chat, here he comes. Going the wrong way.
Jeff Chapman.
Going the wrong
Some
way,
people may
Jeff
have left.
Chapman.
He
Going the
left,
long
he
way
left.
around. Jeff Chapman going the long way around.
How about
He's
Matt
out there.
Alvarez? Matt Alvarez.
Matt Alvarez.
Matt
Let's go
here?
Latino.
Alvarez.
Alvarez.
Big Alvarez. Oh, boy.
How about Monica P?
Monica.
Monica P.
Who?
Is that Monica?
What's the name?
Monica P. She's coming. Nope. Here she comes, everybody. Monica P. Here we go. A minute from Monica P.
Thank you. I'm gonna use my joke. Hold on.
Oh.
In Austin, there's 3 types of girls: dairy, almond, and oat. And none of them are 100% straight.
ever since the last time I've been on Kill Tony, my DMs have been on two spectrums: retarded and very gay. Y'all can choose which one you're on. Sorry, it's a small one. I recently moved to Austin. No one told me how autistic this city is. Definitely gay. Yeah, all right.
That's it?
All right, 55 seconds from Monica P. Welcome to the show, Monica.
Hey.
Obviously, you've been on this show before.
Yes, yes.
Right, and now you are back.
I am back and better.
I
I'm
don't-
moved to Austin now.
You moved to Austin.
Yeah.
When did you move to Austin?
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
Yes.
From where?
Where'd you move from?
Dallas.
Okay.
Yep. And you know,
And you're joining your co-host Wayne from Wayne's World to be here. All right.
It's Garth, everybody. He's saying she's Garth.
dating's been fun out here.
Yeah, tell us about it.
Have you run
No
into
way.
anybody that was autistic or gay?
Yeah.
What's love like on the spectrum?
On the spectrum. I guess I've had my what is it, Jenny or Forrest Gump era. But that was back.
You
in
got
Dallas.
AIDS and fucked a retarded guy?
That is what happened.
Tell us you fucked Hans without telling us you fucked Hans.
No. Not my time. I'm more of a. I like the short kings.
Short
And Joe Rogan, everybody.
Oh, shit.
No. It's better because then you don't like. I don't like bald guys.
Oh, shit.
Come on.
Sorry, boys.
We're all
Damn.
gonna be okay. How long you been
Yeah.
doing stand-up?
9 months now.
9 months.
Yeah,
Got to
yeah.
abort it.
Yeah. The only thing.
What do you do for work, Monica?
I'm still a restaurant. I'm a host now.
Where?
I'm a daytime door guy.
Okay.
Daytime door guy. Just
Where?
letting people- It's okay. On Congress.
Okay, it's just a restaurant. Local
She's not
restaurant.
totally on the spectrum.
Right.
She won't reveal her sources.
No, I did that last time.
It's true.
I
Okay.
moved away. I moved all the way down here.
All right. Very good. So, Monica, how long have you lived in Austin again?
2 weeks.
2 weeks. And what have you? What do
You got a
you
job?
like about Austin so far? 2 weeks here. What have you learned about the city?
Well, I tried a lot of these open mics, and I ended up in a driveway,
What does that mean?
like a man's driveway.
You've
Got it.
tried a lot of these open mics, and you've ended up in a driveway.
Yes, because that's where they are.
At that point, is it your fault or is it his fault?
I don't know.
I mean, are we? Look, now I know. Look, hold on. All jokes aside, as society, we're gonna sit around and be like, this freak was luring dumb girls into his driveway. And you would think, yeah, that's fucked up. But then you meet the dumb girls that were lured into the driveway. And then all of a sudden you're like, man, this guy was, fishing with dynamite. There was
Open mics, and you've ended up in a driveway.
Yes, because that's where they
at,
are.
at that point, is it your fault or is it his fault?
I don't know.
I mean, are we? Look, now I know. Look, hold on. All jokes aside, as society, we're gonna sit around and be like, this freak was luring dumb girls into his driveway. And you would think, yeah, that's fucked up. But then you meet the dumb girls that were lured into the driveway. And then all of a sudden you're like, man, this guy was, fishing with dynamite. There was
Yeah.
All right.
See, you're saying that the open mics are actually in a driveway.
Yes.
Okay, and did
Which
you?
doesn't. Wait, well, I haven't paid my phone bill in like past 3 months, so I don't have data. So I'm kind of like just taking it where it goes, like where the Wi-Fi takes me is where I go.
Wow.
But I didn't have Wi-Fi there, so it was a little scary.
Wow. Data issues and daddy issues. Very interesting. Very hard to have both. But you pull it off.
Yeah.
Monica, what do you do for fun?
For fun, well, I Actually, I kind of gave up on karaoke lately.
These are the most boring people tonight, by the way. It is incredible. I'm like, what do you do for fun?
I don't know. I work. I don't get like free time.
Wait, you gave up on karaoke?
Well, you weren't here last time.
Man, you know how much of a loser you have to be to give up on
Last time she was here, she said she was really good at karaoke, and it was just super mediocre. I feel like we need to hear it again, kind of.
What do you want to sing? If Red Band wants it, that means we have to do it.
What's your favorite song?
Tennessee Whiskey?
If you had to sing one song in front of all of us, what would it be?
All of y'all?
Yeah.
Taylor Swift stuff. You look like Taylor Swift a little bit.
Yeah.
You look like Taylor Slow.
What do you want to sing?
Let's do.
Stop pretending like you don't know what song you
No,
know how to sing.
no, I don't know. No. Who wants?
Give
Is
it a
anyone gonna
break.
join me?
No.
Joe Rogan.
The fuck are you talking about?
We'll join
Oh,
you.
John
Joe
Bees
Rogan
is
will
tapping.
sing.
You got it, Joe.
We'll all
Get
join
in
you.
there, Joe.
You just gotta commit.
Short king, short king,
Find
short
the thing that
king.
you really believe in.
What do I really believe in?
Yeah,
How
go ahead.
about, this is fitting. Crazy. Patsy Cline. How about that?
Yes!
Wow. Okay.
We're in
That's
Texas,
absolutely
bitch.
perfect.
Let it air out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this
What song?
is
They
Monica
can do
P.
it. Say the song. They can do it.
Crazy. That's
I said it.
Crazy.
Do you need the words?
Yeah, I need the word. Thank
Okay.
you. That actually helps. Do I have to wait till?
Here we go. Monica P. This didn't work last time, and we're trying it again.
Crazy. I'm crazy for feeling so lonely. I'm crazy. Crazy for feeling so blue.
All right.
I knew you'd love me.
All right, that's enough. That's enough. Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
Good fucking job.
Joe liked it.
I can't believe you cut off
I'll
Patsy
take that.
Cline.
Last time was a.
You made us all give up on karaoke.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yep.
Some of those notes fell flatter than your chest. That was incredible.
Jesus fucking Christ!
Ah! There she goes, Monica P, everybody. There she goes.
Be you.
Monica, take one of these. Since you used your joke book. Oh, wow. She's bad at everything, folks. Monica P. Ladies and gentlemen, I was lying the whole time. Of course, there's one more comedian
One
here
more.
with a brand new minute, the longest standing regular in the history of the show. A guy that's going to show you how it's done with energy and written material. It's the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery.
I'm about to be an uncle for the first time, and I'm pretty excited because my brother says I can be in the delivery room when he bangs his wife in front of the nurses. I'm literally about to be an uncle, though. It's just fun. An Italian man just tested positive for monkeypox, COVID, and HIV all at the same time. And I thought my trip to San Francisco was rough. There's a new program where prisoners are writing poetry to express their feelings. I wonder what these poems look like. Give me your money and give it to me now. If you don't shut the fuck up, my gun's gonna go pow. Open up the trunk and get your fat ass inside. I'm gonna be driving off a bridge, so hang on for the ride. I'm not too big into urban lore, but rumor has it Red Band once fell out of a treehouse and didn't get hurt. Hey, Red Band, is that because you have a deal with the fucking devil? We all know you worship Satan, dude. Why are you doing that right now? Okay, didn't answer.
It was so predictable, that's why.
There you go. I guess that's the end of his minute because he doesn't.
Yeah, that's it.
There
That's
you
the end
go.
of-
All right, very good. William Montgomery with a minute. He doesn't really ever close out, so you never know exactly when he's done.
Everybody, make sure to go watch 4th of July streaming on louisck.com right now.
Yeah, it was a very big opportunity for me. I took full advantage of it. Go watch my show. It's on.
There you go, William. William Montgomery is here. It's been a long night, William.
It has.
Everybody loves you. How's life been?
It's good. I'm the proud new timeshare owner at Grand Casino Tunica in Mississippi.
Wait, what?
Signed the papers yesterday. I'm the proud new owner of a timeshare down at Grand Casino Tunica.
I see you're wearing the shirt that says Grand Casino Tunica, Mississippi. How much did you pay for that?
Yeah, it was. Well, I paid I think $30,000, and Red Band's mom paid like $170,000.
She's got herpes, dude. Your mom has herpes.
Did you know your fucking mom spent $170,000 fucking dollars to have a timeshare
that was
with
supposed
me?
to be your inheritance.
Yeah, no. It's not the inheritance. I
Dude.
know all about it.
Yeah, we're gonna be living together.
Yeah, I heard
dumbass.
all about it.
You guys are
Heard
going to be
all
living
about
together
it.
in Tunica, Mississippi.
We love each other, Red Band. Do you know that part?
Yeah, I know all about it, man.
Hey, dude, William, I went to Red Band's house in Columbus, Ohio, and I went to their bathroom. Mrs. Red Band, giant case of herpes medication.
Herpes.
Yeah, well, I already know that one. I've had herpes for 2 years now. It's
Yeah,
been 2
thanks
years.
to my mom.
Yeah, Red Band.
Why would you bring that up?
Because he makes a good point. You have herpes.
Yeah, I didn't want to fucking bring it up on the show. Yeah, I've had herpes for 2 years. I've actually a really bad flare-up right now. I don't know how many.
What is it?
Make some noise if you have herpes.
Oh, wow.
Yikes.
Pretty much this side of the room.
Yeah,
it seems.
all
That's
these
incredible.
people have herpes.
It's the herpes section over here. My goodness.
Wait, what the heck's going on, guys?
So what does the flare-up look like to you? What's it look like down there? If you had to describe it to us normies, how would you say that?
Looks like chicken pox. I don't know if y'all have ever had chicken pox. It looks just like that.
Wow.
Yeah, I wish that wasn't brought up. I mean, it's super embarrassing. I've literally had herpes for 2 years now. I was never wanting that to get out, but
Does having a herpes outbreak ever stop you and Red Band's mother from making love to one another?
no, we actually like it. When she has a flare-up and I have a flare-up, there is nothing. Literally, the fucking fireworks are flying.
She says it feels like it's on fire when you fuck her.
It literally does. It's the hottest thing I've ever fucking done.
Yeah.
Having sex with your mom when she has a flare-up, I have a flare-up. It's the fucking hottest shit I've ever done.
Yeah, like Fireball.
We talk about you sometimes. It's very
Oh
sweet.
shit! You talk about Red Band. What do you say? Like, is it during sex or immediately afterwards?
It's during sex. I'm
Wow.
like, what is this
Wow.
fucking
The
Red
vagina?
Band's fucking bed he grew up in?
Wow.
Very,
Anyone
very
else hard?
Yeah.
He's insulting by Red Band's mom.
No, she threw the pen away a long time ago.
Oh,
There you
good
go.
one.
Red Band sneaking one more in there, everybody. So
All right.
we know that you regularly have sex with Red Band's mom. We also found out recently that you've been murdering people. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, I actually got 3 people down in San Antonio this past weekend, this past Saturday.
And how did you kill these innocent 3 people in San Antonio?
Bagged 3 motherfuckers in San Antonio. I had this belt that I have on right now. I just wrap it around their necks, put a fucking plastic bag over their head. Yeah, oh my God.
What the fuck is going on? I'm confused.
The guests are confused.
You really killed somebody?
Mark, I've literally, when it started in San Diego, I got 2 Venezuelans in San Diego, and it was just like the biggest rush I've
You
had.
need a Louis C. Kelp.
Yeah. Why do you look like you have a homemade petting zoo?
This was actually $500 on fucking eBay. No, it wasn't. I'm kidding.
It is true. William does seem like he has some of the, like, you look like you should live 7 hours north of Toronto. It is a very Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer type of vibe that you have.
You look like a camp counselor that was let go.
God, you gotta stop! Please!
It's not a joke.
Yeah, it's not a
It's not a fucking joke. All right?
See how easy it is?
It's not funny.
Yeah, it's not. Can you please fucking stop? I'm about to fucking cry up here.
I'm about to go fucking crazy right
Oh,
now.
William, are you really about to
I'm
cry?
literally about to cry up here. Shane, I have looked
William,
up for you
when was
for-
the last time you cried?
Oh, God, I watched...
Joe Rogan just asked you a question.
I watched...
You won't cry, pussy. Pussy
I watched
loser, you
the
won't cry.
second Herbie the Love Bug movie, I think on Thursday. It was that. When Herbie starts fucking communicating with his fucking headlights and the windshield wipers, it's the sweetest thing. It's a fucking car. That car loves that woman.
It's a
I
fucking
swear
car.
to God. Yeah, it's a fucking car that loves the woman. And nothing's getting in the way.
Nothing's gonna stop that car from loving that woman.
Yeah, seriously, the car loves the woman. It's Herbie the Love Bug too. Herbie fully loaded.
That's what you call Red Band's mom, Herpy, the love bug.
Hey!
Trying to save this.
William, anything else we should know about you before we let you go?
I'm literally, I think, gonna be an uncle today. My brother Vance and his wife Christy are having a child. So we'll see how that goes.
All right. William Montgomery, everybody. There he goes. Did you guys have fun tonight, huh? How about a hand for my guests? Ari Shafir of Skeptic Tank, Yoga, Travel, Shane Gillis of Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast, Mark Normand of Tuesdays with Stories, and our friend Joe Rogan of the Joe Rogan Experience. How about one more time for the band, everybody? Michael Gonzalez, John Dees, Paul Deemer, D Madness, and Matt Mueling. The official Kill Tony after party starts right now. You're already set.
What up, Whiskey Ginger fans? Welcome back to the show. It's your first time joining the show. Welcome to the show. We got a good one for you today. Like my man Steve Harvey done say,
It's Mark Norman, comedy.
this guy's so funny, man. A good buddy of mine in comedy. I love him so much. He has a new Netflix special out right now. Go watch it, baby. Or you support Kevin Hart. It's either him or Kevin Hart. You got to choose. Mark's out there on the road. Go check him out. I'm out there in the fall with Bobby Lee. Robert E. Lee, a direct descendant, and I are back out in the fall. We're doing Pittsburgh, Rochester, Cleveland, D.C., Boston, Denver, Chicago, Milwaukee, Madison. We're all over, and we're adding more dates as we go. Go to badfriendspod.com, badfriendspod.com for those tickets. I'm also coming to Chicago. How did I leave out Chicago? Come on, dude, my home shite town. Go to badfriendspod.com and get those tickets, badfriendspod.com. Enough rambling. Let's go to the episode.
In here, we pour whiskey, 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 whiskey.
You're that creature in the ginger beard.
Sturdy and ginger.
Like vampires, the ginger gene is a curse.
Gingers are beautiful. You owe me $5 for the whiskey and $75 for the horse.
Gingers? Oh, hell no.
This whiskey is excellent.
Ginger. I like gingers.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Whiskey Ginger. My guest today is one of my favorite people on earth. I say that for all my guests, but I mean it once again today. It's Mark Norman!
LA, baby. Tonight's going to be great. We're at the store.
We're
We
on the
got
same
me,
shows.
you, Bert. I think Schultz is in town.
Oh, he is?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I think he's
man.
hiding a little bit. 'cause
Oh, he is?
Yeah, he's like, everybody keeps hitting me up. I'm staying home. I want to,
Not you, baby. You're out and about.
I'm out. I got a special to promote.
He's got a
goddammit.
special to promote right now. Go watch his special right now on Netflix. Although you don't need much promotion. It was in the top 10 for a couple of weeks straight, and it pushed Tommy Segura's Sledgehammer right out of the top 10.
Moving to
Cheers
losing,
to that,
Dickless.
dude. That's
Hey,
right.
He's had enough. He's got race cars and a kid with autism. That's what you know you made it. You got an autism kid, you're doing well.
Does only one of them have autism or both?
I assume one's a tard. I don't know.
You
I
gotta
can't
have
keep
one or
up.
two. Yeah, that's true. Are you gonna have kids, by the way?
I think in a year I'd like to have a couple of Rugrats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You hoping autism?
Well, one, I want to go full downs just because I want to put a leash on it.
That's right.
Feed it glue and let it run. Just want
Now,
to
would
let
you
it run.
would you keep it attached to something? Your kids, like
Yeah.
to the radiator or something at the house, like the old days?
Yeah, something like a radiator, or I'd put those big yellow barrels like in Jaws.
Oh,
So
yeah.
even if he got away, I could find him. Like there he goes. You get up on the roof, you see the yellow going through the streets.
There he is.
Yeah.
That's your you know, when the parents have the kids share their location. That's your share your location. You're like, throw a light in that barrel, let him run around. We'll know where
Right.
he is.
I'll be on the roof. Smile, you son of a bitch. I hit him with a blowgun. He faints.
I read a whole thing about him that he was blacked out every day on that shoot, by the way.
Roy?
Yeah, that he was annihilated on that shoot. Oh, whoa,
Jesus
whoa.
Christ. Where's
What
the
happened to
blue
the
chew?
mic? It's the bottom one. Hold on. Norman's mic just fell.
That thing dropped like Biden.
I read a thing that he was blacked out on like every single shoot. Yeah, that he really took the character, especially during the scenes when he was really drunk at night. You know, when he was getting in an argument, that he would get. By the way, for those that don't know, we're referencing Jaws, and in the very iconic scene, there he's drunk as shit at night, and apparently he was so fucked up when they first tried to do the take. They had to stop, right? They had to stop rolling because he was too fucked. He couldn't even say anything.
Wow.
But talk about getting into character, huh?
I know, right? Boy, men were men back
Yeah,
then.
baby.
You know?
Smoking and drinking and snorting.
Yeah, like a doll's eyes.
Yeah. Yeah, Spielberg said go ahead and drink, and then it got real, real bad.
Wow.
But if Spielberg said go ahead and get lit, you're going to get fucking lit,
Of course,
dude.
although it was his first movie, so he was some weird Jew kid film guy, so they
Yeah.
didn't know.
That was also that's what his title is, Weird Jew Kid Film Guy.
That's his business card.
But you got a new special out.
Yeah.
Mark is one of the most, I would say, prolific comedians of our generation, who's so funny, puts out so much good stuff, and it's out right now on Netflix. It's a banger. It looks sparkly and pretty and beautiful.
Thank
the
you.
kid looks cute, by the way. Man, oh man, the
Oh,
kid looks
hey,
cute.
dang, I got a little hair did, you know.
You got a little hair did?
They hired a lady, she put a little goo in there, a little jizz, and it was fun, it was nice.
A little spit shine on the old skull.
Yeah.
Where did you do that again? You did it where?
The Vic in Chi-Town.
Oh, that's right. We talked about that.
Love
That's
the
right.
Vic.
What a great city. What a great fucking special.
Although I'm the only dumbass who filmed during St. Patty's.
Ah.
So people are falling off the rafters, getting drunk, somebody got a divorce, sleeping, heckling, it was crazy.
We had, what city were we in when two people threw up before the show even started? Where were we?
Whoa.
Baltimore, yeah, Baltimore.
Really?
Talk about fucking nutbags.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, the show didn't even start. We had to stop. Bob and I had to stop the first show because the stagehands came back and somebody was like, dude, we got to delay at least 10, 15 minutes. And I was like, we were getting annoyed because I was like, dude, we're already behind.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man, we got to go because people are going to get ornery. People are sitting there. You know, the people that show up on time are there like an hour early and they're like, dude, come on,
exactly.
let's go.
The Asians, you know, who show up to the Bobby side.
I said,
Ornery Adams.
I said, when we start, just who cares if people are filing in?
Yeah.
And she was like, no, we can't. Look, and I peeked the side curtain. Like it looks like it looked like if you had like hammered out a chunk of the crowd, it had just been ripped. And I was like, what is that? They all stood up and ran away because some dude yacked over the seats.
Whoa.
Threw up on people. Yeah,
Wow.
everywhere. I know. Commendable. Whoever that dude is, congratulations, man.
It's like Stand By Me with the pie eating
Yeah,
contest, the
dude.
castor oil. Holy shit.
So then he threw up, and then in the middle of the show, I guess, or right at the beginning of the show, someone threw up in a balcony, and they just threw up straight down into their seat, which was very polite.
That's nice.
If you're gonna throw up, do it in your little vicinity. We should all have a little circle to puke in your own little world.
Like Kate Moss.
That's right.
There you go.
Well, she brings a bucket.
Oh, good for her.
They gotta go get a bucket. Used to be 5 gallon, it's a 10 gallon now.
Oh.
As time goes on, she needs more. There's more mass.
Right.
You know.
She's getting older.
Did you ever date a model? Have you ever dated a model?
Plus size.
Plus, yeah, right.
No, but no, I never. No, I'm not a model guy.
Yes, you
I like
are.
a weird face. I like a Sarah Jessica Parker. I like a banged up, wacky grill.
Right.
You know, like a girl who's been hit with a shovel kind of mug.
When you were a kid, who was your girl?
Oh, I liked Salma Hayek.
Ooh.
I did like Angelina. I know that's hacky, but I was real into her.
Why is
but-
that hacky?
Well, everybody says her. Oh, Jennifer Grey, I loved.
Oh, yeah, Jennifer Grey.
With that honker.
That's unusual.
Yeah, and
little
she got
toucan.
a nose job and blew it.
You were pissed about that.
She lost her whole career. The nose was the thing.
Mine was Kathy Ireland. Do you remember her?
Oh, yeah.
A swimsuit model?
Big square head.
Big square head, a big dumb Irish head.
Yes.
I loved
yes,
it, dude.
Jarhead with your blue beauties.
Big blue eyes. That's what I always looked at, her eyes.
No cans on her, really.
Yeah, not at all.
Yeah,
No.
I did. That made me.
No boobs, no butt.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
Her
I like
legs
a little...
touched her throat. She went. It was all legs.
Yeah.
My dad bought a poster of her one time for me, and then like a jag-off, like such a guy. You forget that your dad is just a guy.
Right.
Like he gave it to me, and he's like, "Don't let me find it stuck to the wall without glue." You know what I mean? I was like, "All right, get the fuck
That's a
out of here."
cool dad.
Yeah, he was. Well, dude, he saved my life multiple times. Like we would have girls over in the basement because in Chicago, basement's where you go to hook up. Like in
Yeah.
the Midwest, it's so funny when I moved out west. There is no basements because the ground is made from sin out here. You know what I mean? So they can't get below the earth.
Their wives are in there.
That's right. But so I was like, God, where do young people go to hook up when they're in high school? Because basement was our respite to like get away from everybody.
Yes.
And one time I had brought a girl home, and I guess I didn't know my parents had come home because they were out for the night. And the next day, my dad like pulled me aside and was like, you know how fucking lucky you are? And I was like, why are you so mad at me? And he's like, you know your mom was gonna come downstairs. We got home at so-and-so.
Oh.
And he goes, and I stopped her and made her come do something with me around the house. And he goes, I had to make up work for her to do just to get you out of it. And I was like, you're one of the greatest men alive.
What a dude! You got your mom in the kitchen, cook, bitch. Yeah. And she's like, Jesus Christ, and he's just all for you.
But you know what it really was? He knew that it's more. It's not that he didn't want her to catch me. It's more he didn't want to have to deal with it. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yes.
The embarrassment is one thing, but then it's like now my dad has to deal with my mom being emotional and angry about this and that.
Then discipline you.
Right. He's like, I can just nip this in the bud, be annoyed for another hour, pretending that I'm going to cover up for the kid.
I love this guy.
He's a good man.
The Irish go to the basement, Jew's attic. I read the diary.
How does it end?
I haven't gotten there yet. But you know, I always thought if she was a little older, wouldn't that diary just be full of hand jobs? Like we're lucky they got her when they did. Or that book would be just finger popping.
Right.
You know? It's a fun thought.
Every single day I got fingered again.
Yeah.
That's all it says.
Even the dad's like, when are the Nazis showing up? Jesus Christ, this is so uncomfortable.
Yeah, the basement hookup with my dad saved my life. My dad
What
did
a
that
guy.
many times. He did that thing. Also, embarrassing. I think I've told that on the show, but my mom caught me with my high school girlfriend getting head.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's fucking is less intimate than head.
Looking for purpose, meaning.
I'm Whitney's unborn son. This is what Whitney's child will look like. This is who it'll be. I'm right now. Wow, I have a big head. You better hope your baby doesn't have a big head.
You know what I just watched though? Okay, because the big thing is vaginal or cesarean.
Mm-hmm.
What kind? Do you want to have one giant butthole / vagina?
Right.
Or do you want a happy face belly?
I mean, listen, my Jazz went through 2 vaggies, but I mean, she like blew her pussy off. Detached.
She went through 2 vaggies as if she had to get a new one, went through that one.
Like I felt something hit my foot when my second daughter was born. I was like, what is that? The doctor was like, that's her vagina. It's on your shoelace.
Well, but I watched a video that when they come out, their heads are like Pangea plates. Do you
Yes.
know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so it's not that the vagina gets as big as their head, it's that their head does shrink.
Right.
And they have a little cone head for the first couple days?
Cone head first couple of days, and that's why it's extremely important. The fontanelles, they're called. Your baby's head, the skull will not be fully formed for weeks after the baby's born, so you cannot, like if you press down on its head, they'll tell you all that. You cannot, can push it in its brain. Because its head isn't, because it can't have a fully formed skull, because how is it going to get through a vagina? I mean, the woman has to have a really big pussy.
Okay. But I'm more worried about the shoulders than the head.
Got it, the shoulders. Okay.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, I think.
Does that feel fair?
Yes, I think.
I have questions for you.
Yes, I think. It all depends too how the baby, is it breached, which ways it's coming out. Like, who knows? I mean, sometimes Jazz was this close to like having to get a C-section anyway, because my second daughter was like upside down.
Yeah.
So like you'll just see
Maybe
like
she should stop soul cycling.
Yeah.
20 minutes before giving birth.
Yeah, she's fucking on the spin bike all day.
Maybe that's what happened to her vagina.
Yeah, my kid's head looks like a bike seat. Got a triangle head.
It is amazing how much she exercised through and after.
She put off the baby weight. She for her, like it was gone like very quickly. I mean, she's
You're an enemy to women.
Yes, yes.
Enemy to all women.
Yes, she and then I got like really heavy when she didn't. I gained like
That's
40 pounds. It was literally I couldn't even stop it. I wasn't even like I was eating more, I'm sure, but it was like nature was putting weight
dad bod
on me, because I think that there is something, I don't know if it's scientifically proven or not, there is something where it's like we're in this together, even though I'm going through literally nothing.
Yeah.
You're going through all the pain and everything, but I think nature's like, well, at least let's make him fat again so he's not as kind of presentable to other women, so he'll stay and raise this baby like that. That's
right, sure.
And they'll say like, you'll notice your baby, like my daughters, both of them, for the first week looked exactly like my dad. Like just
so you don't kill them.
Yeah, like my beautiful daughters look like a man who's known as Tampa Tony. So it wasn't great when they were born. But
Did you give birth in LA? Because that's when they transitioned. 2
yeah,
days in.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm happy to finally know that you're pregnant, because I was like, this whole time I thought Whitney was trans.
Well, men can get pregnant.
True.
Yeah.
And,
wow.
But I think that's also from nature, is the baby a lot of times looks like the father, because nature has all these built-in things that are like, do not leave. Don't leave the baby, especially in these first couple of weeks. So it's like, because a man will think, is that even my kid? And they'll make it, nature has these things where it's like most times it looks like the dad, and you're like right away.
And then it changes once it can, like around a year, right?
Like my daughter, like I have my toe next to my big toe is crossed over like this, like just a disgusting like witched web foot. And so the toes, when my daughter was born, her toes were crossed over, as if to say nature was like, that is your baby. Like, because they're not crossed over anymore.
Imagine how dumb we used to be that you'd be confused, or how many partners a woman used to have.
Oh yeah. Where you didn't know, or like it used to be like back in the day, like if some of the pregnancy symptoms you were going through, they were like, I'm gonna burn you at the stake because your hair started to fall out because you're pregnant, because it's a hormonal imbalance. They're like, your hair's falling out. You must have cheated on your husband. Burn you.
Yeah, but also, who was it? Maybe Dr. Drew is saying that, because I was like, what's up with being horny when you're pregnant? Wouldn't you not want to have sex or infection? It doesn't make any sense. And he's like, oh, it's so that you bond with the father and have someone around and start.
Well, you got to understand too, like, again, I'm only knowing this as a father, like Jasmine went through it all, but like one thing I learned from going through this twice is like, your entire body right now for the next 9 months, it is solely 1000% only trying to keep the baby alive. It only cares about you because you're keeping that baby alive. So you'll lose hair, you'll get your fingers, and you don't need your fingers and your toes. So that's why you'll get coldness in the extremities, or your arms or legs will get cold, because it's like blood flow to the baby. If something happened to you right now, like your heart rate started to go low, they would pump everything to that fucking baby.
We're supposed to die in childbirth. Nature prefers it.
Yes.
Like the baby wants to take it. I mean, they strip cells from your brain, and if you don't, and this is the thing, because a lot of people are getting surrogates now, and I'm like, but what if they don't eat healthy, or what if? And doctors are like, it doesn't matter, because if they eat McDonald's every day, the baby will just take the nutrients from the bones, and then the mom will get osteoporosis.
Dude, like, look at you. You can have AIDS, and your baby won't get AIDS. You know, because your body's just like, I'm not gonna give this baby AIDS. If this bitch wants to get AIDS, give her
Think
AIDS.
about it. Our life expectancy used to be 25,
Right.
30. So it's like if you're a woman getting pregnant, you're disposable.
Yeah, you're disposable, and it's one of those things where, you know, you're
What?
It's true.
And you guys can have kids till you're 85.
Yeah,
I mean, this is
seriously.
a nightmare.
Well, I mean, our reproductive system is designed to spread, and your reproductive system is designed to catch. So the way the vagina is curved is to gravity kicks the sperm in, and the way mine, well, I have a curved
yours,
cock
I
too.
thought yours is to scoop out the semen of the competitor.
Right. That well.
The ridge.
I guess it is. I guess it could be, yeah, but
Tired
but
but
on the
victorious,
streets,
the
you know,
party
a seed
made for
spreader,
Lady
and you're the
Vengeance.
seed catcher.
I love
The
my
horrors
favorite
of Fort
verses.
Joy
I'm always
behind
surprised at how smart you
They
are.
arrived
and
as
then you're
sorcerers.
undermined by like
They
one
left
word
as
every
God
time.
work.
Yeah.
The fate of this godforsaken world now rested on their shoulders.
Like, dude's brother.
Yeah. Or like I was like almost like giving like a borderline dissertation to like my friends and family about like the ancient Greeks, and I had all the right facts and I was saying all the right things, but I was calling Plato Pluto. For like I was like, you know, Pluto said in the democracy, and then they were just listening to me, and then Jasmine was like, you know, it's Plato. You keep saying Pluto, you imbecile.
That's the one thing everybody else knows, but the one thing you don't know.
Yeah. I could do everything else, but not.
Because I hate it when you're like, no, I'm smarter than you. I know this shit. I'm not preoccupied in the weeds with how it's pronounced.
I'm doing the other shit, but yeah. Look at your nipples hard now. That's the baby.
Is that what it is?
Probably.
One's usually hard and one's not hard.
Your
and
body
they're
is
also
just
pitch black.
Yeah. Oh, you have black
is nice.
nipples?
Black is nice. Well, they get really dark really fast.
Okay.
And they
You didn't paint them black.
No.
I'm going black face breasts.
It's amazing to just see like all the stuff that starts happening.
Right.
Like that's so that the baby can find the nipple.
Yeah. Also, one thing you'll notice too, when the baby is born, I couldn't believe both my daughters did this. You know, when they're born, it's like they can't even see. Like they were like amphibious when they're first born. It's like this thing was living underwater, and now it's breathed oxygen for the first time. Can't see, doesn't know anything that's going on, and they immediately put the baby on the mother, on the chest of the mother, and both my daughters instinctively just went down, found the nipple, and started knowing that's exactly where the milk is.
Wild.
So what happens is, I think what I've noticed, I believe in like a more like oneness and higher power, whatever that is. I'm not saying it's God, it's whatever you want it to be, but something.
L. Ron Hubbard.
Yes, L. Ron Hubbard, because I think that, you know, this child, when I saw like what nature did instinctively, I'm like, this can't have been created in a lab. Like, I'm not a simulation. Like, I mean, or if it is, it's so far advanced that like we never know anyway, no matter what Elon Musk said. I'm like, how? This is like a spiritual thing where I'm like, how does this child know how to do everything? And then the body, like you said, the hair falling out, you know, the different hormonal imbalances you have. Like, you have no control of your body right now.
It's also really wild. Like, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt that, but also your body will tell you what you need in this crazy way. Like you'll wake up and be like, I need to eat 36 strawberries.
Yeah.
I don't know what needs I'm making toenails, I'm making eyelashes.
Exactly.
The next day, strawberries nauseating, need just a giant steak.
That's what it is.
It's so wild when you're like, I'm just a zombie.
Yeah.
And I can't even articulate it. And I'm like, I don't even know what sense that is.
Right.
It's hunger, but it's also like, it's so advanced.
Right. And you did it right. Like you know, you had a successful career. You know, you didn't get canceled yet, but hopefully that's happening.
Have I not?
Actually, I guess you have. I guess in a way we all have, in some small, in some bigger than others.
I got canceled like the OG way. Like my sitcom got canceled
immediately.
publicly. Like everyone was happy. And when I had the show come out, people were so mean to me about it. I got like the old school shit. It was not about a word I said. It was about like, we're mad at you.
Yes, it was like, fuck
you
that
didn't
lady.
say the N-word, you weren't in blackface, like you didn't say anything. Trans wasn't even a thing. I had an episode where Natasha Leggero came on the show and she played a trans person. No one cared.
No one gives a shit.
Yeah, they were just like, we don't like that you're successful.
But now you have your success, and now you're kind of going into this phase of life where like being a mom or being a parent, it's like you're going to find, I feel like, that your life before this was amazing and beautiful, but now you have like a true purpose because everything that you did now matters so much more. I'm not saying people that don't have kids, like they don't have purpose, but I know the ones of us who do have kids, like we for sure know, like I know what my purpose is. It's like, I'm a father first, and like, it's about my children, and then everything else is secondary. And it takes the sting off of our business with how much regret we go through and how much failure and rejection. It's like, it doesn't
Any
mean,
rejection, it's like, oh, I'm not going to get that gig where I go to New York for 3 months. Cool, I get to spend more time with my
exactly.
kids.
It's like, it doesn't matter. Like, I'm not competing with anybody because I'm like, I just care about my children. So it's like, it saves you where I'm like, I'm not looking at what other people are doing. I'm only nothing but happy for them because I'm like, I just care about my kids and my kids are happy and healthy. So it's a beautiful thing for the people who say like, I can't have a kid right now, or my career comes first. They're not understanding that the kid is going to save you.
That's huge. Like, it's interesting. I remember Donald Glover, was very successful. I mean, this was maybe like 5 years ago. He's super successful. He's on Community. He's doing stand-up. He's a rapper. He's Childish Gambino. And then all of a sudden, someone sends me a video of him on Fallon singing Redbone shirtless. Like, I thought it was, I thought it was Marvin Gaye. I just heard it, and then I was like, that's Donald Glover. And I texted him. I was like, yo, like, no offense, but like, what happened?
Right.
And he went, I had a kid.
Yeah. There you go.
Like, it just, you hit a new gear creatively.
Yeah.
You see the world differently. You all of a sudden aren't. And I mean, for me, I have to be honest, like, this was not like, I always wanted to get pregnant at 40. I was like, let me have kids at 40 and 42. Let me break all the ancestral cycles. Let me make sure I've healed all my invisible wounds. My nightmare would be to project or recreate what was done to me to a child.
Yeah, you're
whatever.
like, I want to give my kid a high chance of being legally retarded. So I'm going to, the older I get, I want to increase the Down syndrome odds. So you're like,
okay. However, old sperm is the thing that is the most linked to autism
That's what
at
they
the
say.
moment.
Yeah. My sperm young, boo.
Well, I mean, they call a female at 35 a geriatric pregnancy.
Right. Did you have to get that amniocentesis thing where they stick that long ass needle through, and they're gonna have to do that and test your baby's DNA?
I think that's like a Brooklyn thing.
Right.
They stopped doing that out here like 25 years ago. They don't have someone come in after fixing the carburetor and jam the giant fucking steak knife into your stomach anymore. No, they don't do that anymore.
Yeah, they're like, hey, look, we just gotta test. Like a doctor in Brooklyn right now is like, I gotta test to see if your kid's retarded. So, you want to have it or no?
They don't take a car antenna anymore and just stab your girlfriend. That's just like, no, can you give me an abortion that's legal, please?
Yeah.
No, that was the test to see if a baby was retarded in utero, but they kind of don't do it anymore.
They don't do it anymore.
Yeah.
I guess because they would, that's how crazy, like, literally, like, within the last 15 years, they would do that. And then if your child had some type of disability, they'd be like, do you want to get rid of this? How
and they're
wild
like, they
of a
didn't have it, and we just gave it one by poking it in the fucking brain that doesn't have a skull. And this is something, by the way, that's kind of funny that moms do. I mean, it's horrifying, but like, I know someone that lost one of two twins that way because it can burst the amniotic sac.
Sure.
Like, it comes with a lot of risks. And when you're pregnant, women will come up to you and tell you all the horrible ways your child can die.
Yeah, but I know. I mean, Jasmine will tell you too. Like, Jasmine, we went through a lot. And, you know, but
like stuff in utero?
Stuff in utero, lost a couple of kids. Yeah, like it's just like part of life, you know, but it's all, it is true. Like, all that shit just makes you stronger, and you control what you can control. You got good prenatal care, and you're doing what you got to do.
But I gotta say, like, yes, I was waiting, and I had frozen eggs, and I always knew I was gonna do it. I think I was always, I rescue dogs. I did always think like, oh, I should adopt.
Yeah, sure.
Like having your own kids, like buying a dog from a breeder. I was like, but also, as soon as I lost, my mom died, my dad died, this kind of biological urge comes up.
I killed them.
You've done it sooner?
Yeah. Sniper rifle.
And so that's how you check if your baby's retarded in the South. I guess I just like the relief of the sort of extricating from the narcissism of just yourself. Like, it's like, I mean, I don't think it's just what we do for a living, but just getting like, don't you guys get sick of yourselves? Like,
sure.
I just was like so sick of myself. I just want to love something so badly, and I think I was doing it with like, rescuing comics and men and dogs and horses, and you're just like, no, that's so obvious, you
The
idiot.
selflessness that comes with parenting is something that I think only parents can understand, and I think that because it's like one of those things where it's the only person in your life now that you didn't choose. This is chosen for you. This soul is chosen for you. So you don't know why, but this baby is like now every other person in your life you chose, whether you think it or not, you chose them. Not this one. This is the only one in the world chosen for you. So it becomes this thing where I'm like, well, that must mean something higher and deeper than I can understand. So this has to be my life now because this was given to me by the universe. I can't explain it. I can't articulate it.
Is that what Jazzy makes you call her now?
Well, the universe. Yeah, I know. Yeah, no, she's at times like when I she's like you're at times she's like, like when I try to like focus on the kids and talk like this, she's like, I'm happy that you're so into this, but like, are you gay? He's like, aren't you like just a gay man? Because that's okay too.
I love her. She's like, you gave me 2 children, fag.
Fag, yeah. I know, it was funny when you texted me about your baby shower. You were like, hey Jazz, like you were texting me and you were like, Jazz, don't worry, like this is Whitney. I'm like a few months pregnant, and I told that to Jazz, and Jazz was like that will stop you. You know that you would still go after a pregnant bitch. You nasty.
That's even better because you know she can't get pregnant.
Yeah, and then she I didn't even say that. Like she said that, and then she like yelled at me and like wouldn't talk to me for an hour, and then came back and she's like, "Baby, you want eggs? What you want?"
What? Okay, so really quick, we joke, but I like asking men about the vagina thing instead, because usually when I ask guys, they're like, the vagina's, it's the same. She thinks it's super different, but like,
It is the same.
It goes back.
It goes back. It totally went back. I mean, because literally, I mean, she has 3 kids, and I mean,
she does the Kegel. I bet she knows all the stuff to do because she's exercised.
Exercise. I mean, and my kids have huge heads. Like, I mean, I'm telling you, they ripped through that thing, and it was all back.
Were you in the room?
Oh yeah, in the room.
What's the #1 thing that you wish someone had told you?
Okay, the one thing that I think they did tell me, but I forgot, is do not look down. As the man, this is just from the man's point of view, do not look down.
As the baby
As the baby's coming out, because it's one of those things where you have to understand, you're pushing. So it's like everything is there. Blood, fluid. So do not look down, because it's not even like, oh, then she's going to be unattractive to you. For me, that didn't happen. It's like you get more, it's the mother of my child. So it's like a deeper connection where it's like the most attractive she could be, for me, is like right then and there.
Died for you,
But it's like, for me, it's like, I look at that stuff and I'm like, there's shit and piss all over my baby's head, And I'm like,
what? She on her knees?
Yeah, well, no,
I guess it. Yeah.
I guess. Well, like, no, it's just as it's coming out, it's just a fountain of fluid, and it was all over my shoes. Don't wear
the Air Force
As
Ones.
a father, don't wear your new shit. Don't wear your new joints. Wear your taking out the trash shoes,
Wear those
or
Keds.
go full barefoot, and have a hose ready. But I think
it's all over the floor.
Yes, with one. So it's interesting because listen, the thing is too. Anything like you're everything's going to be fine, but there's a lot of, I wouldn't have a lot of people.
I'm nope,
good.
Don't you worry.
Because some people.
I don't have any friends. We know this.
I know.
No family, no friends.
Tim Dillon's going to be in the corner.
I think my agent might be coming.
Yeah.
Tim will be live streaming for Patreon.
Yeah. So not good. This is not good. So I think because like with the youngest one, Violet, everything it was like my second baby. That it was all fun before the OBGYN great lady. She's like, Chris, you'll cut the cord. It'll be amazing. And Jazz got an epidural for that one. So she's actually like, it was an easier push. She's chilling. Everything's good. And then the baby, and then she's like, you could see like the doctor's face start to change a little bit when they're going through it. And then she said, Jazz, honey, you need to push right now. You have to give it all you got. Because she's like, she was just honest. She was like so concerned. She's like, the cord is wrapped around the baby's neck, so you have to push. And then it became like so tense where Jazz had to like go and like
Your baby realized Chris is its dad and it's hanging itself.
Yeah. Exactly. When my first kid came out, Delilah just came out. She's like, "Oh, look, I got a white daddy." She was like, "A lottery, yay!" Where
my daddy's on Netflix.
Yeah, where Violet didn't know because I had a mask on. It was the pandemic. She's like, "Is that motherfucker white?" Oh no! I can't tell.
Based on his hair, he's Persian.
Yes. Yeah. He looked like a big lesbian. No.
Do you think that had something to do with the no epidural and epidural? Because you think she couldn't feel it?
I don't think so. I think that it's just fate. It's just
Okay.
like nature. And then, the baby, it turned into, it's going to be this happy moment, cut the cord or whatever to like get that baby out. Wasn't, it was like purple. Violet was like purple. That's why we named her Violet.
Is it?
We had that name. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, honey, where did my name come from? You were asphyxiated as a baby, so we just thought it makes sense. But just immediately grabbed her. The nurse grabbed the baby grabbed my daughter by the foot and like rushed her over to a thing. And like then we heard cries and everything was fine. And she had like a big bruise on her face for a while. And
I've seen. Okay.
it was still to this happened 2.5 years ago. My daughter's fine. But like Jazz is so protective of the little one because of that moment, like this maternal instinct that she's told me. She's like, I'm never gonna be able to let that go from her. Like I locked
Birth
into
trauma.
her, like birth trauma. She had it with her. She was like birth trauma
Big
for
one.
life. I cannot. Like she's much more kind of lax with the other ones, like attentive to them, but like not on top of every move. Where this one, she's like, oh my god. So. I think like advice is like just have it be you and your partner. Like it's like your moment. Like my first baby, I didn't realize that, and like we have Jasmine like spread eagle. Like my mom was there, so it's obviously making her a little bit uncomfortable. Not even her own mom was there. My mom was there, and then my dad, my fucking dad. Literally, the baby is like crowning. My dad, I swear to Christ, my dad, Tampa Tony, walks in the studio. He goes, "We having a baby? Is it a boy or a girl?" And I was like, "We had a gender reveal. It's a girl." He goes, "I didn't know if things could change." And then Jasmine goes, she goes, because she was just like she was like, "Tony, please, like you have to get out, please." I'm like screaming back. He goes, "Oh, I'm sorry. He goes, "Chris," he goes, "let me know when the baby's born." He goes, "By the way, Yankees got fucking rocked last night." He goes, "Samantha, you gave up 2 homers. Why don't we give this guy $100 million? All right, I'll be in the waiting room." And I was like, "What the fuck?" and then
why do I feel like he was punching a vending machine, trying to get out a Butterfinger?
I know. And then I go out there, whatever. 20 minutes later, he's like, "What? How do we do?" I'm like, "It's a baby girl." He's like,
"She got rocked last night."
I know. He goes, "So it ain't a boy, huh?" I was like, "How many times do we have to tell you it's a girl?" And he goes, "That's all right. She could still play sports." I was like, "Yeah." ShipStation, baby. Make ship happen. Whether you're shipping from your house or a warehouse, ShipStation can increase your profitability. If you're running a business and you don't have ShipStation, I'm telling you, your business is harder than it needs to be because ShipStation makes everything so easy. We use it here at the show. They got the free trial, quick setup. ShipStation, it's designed for you, okay? It's the calm before the holiday storm, but you can prepare your e-commerce business for the holiday rush. Right now, all you gotta do is use ShipStation. You can quickly and easily update crucial order information and reduce errors. Effortless integration everywhere you sell online, including Amazon, Etsy, eBay, Shopify, and more. Scroll down a little bit. Look at this. Over 130,000 companies have grown their e-commerce business with ShipStation. 98% of companies that stick with ShipStation for a year become customers for life. So set your business up for holiday season success with ShipStation. Go to ShipStation.com. Use the code CHAOS today. Sign up for your free 60-day trial. That's ShipStation.com. Promo code CHAOS. ShipStation. Make ship happen.
Well, isn't there? Maybe I'm generalizing too much. I feel like all my most masculine guy friends have daughters.
Well,
is there something?
Even more than that, I feel like I was shocked when you told me that you were having a boy because I was like, everybody I know is having girls, and everybody I've known for the past few years, I'm like, everybody's having girls. Like,
really?
Girls, so many girls.
Yeah. But I think like Rogan, Jocko Willink, like the big. I feel like I feel like men get girls. Is there something primordial about like, oh, you can protect her? I don't know.
I think, well, the 3 guys you just met, we're all firmly in the closet. So I think all the pushing down of our homosexuality, which is raging, that it just turned our sperm gay.
You just want so badly to shop in that Target tutu section.
Yeah.
It's why I just always wonder if there's some connection between a lot of testosterone.
It could. Listen, I think it could be. I'm sure like cutting edge science can tell you like this type of guy, because obviously we know now, you know, that the male determines the sex. I'm sure that there is something, but all I know is like every time Jazz got pregnant, I was like, I know that that's a girl. I know that.
That's so weird. And then it's so interesting that you were, because every time I told someone I had a boy, they were like, I knew it. You're such a girl, a boy mom, mom.
Yeah. Yeah, see, the thing, you know, I have 2 daughters, but they're still circumcised. I circumcised the both of them just because my father really wanted a boy.
How soon can you have sex after?
Jasmine and I had sex, I want to say 6 weeks.
Okay.
Because, you know, stitches and all that, you know, you just can't. I want to say it was roughly about 6. I mean, blowjobs galore, but, you know. No, I would say 6 weeks. I think the doctors tell you 6 weeks. You know what's crazy?
What?
My first daughter, I love that, like, if she hears this, like, you know, 15 years
from now,
she's
think
like,
about
this is
that? Do you think
disgusting.
about that stuff?
I do, but
I'll take it all down.
I only
YouTube will be gone.
Truly.
It will be like a library, like this will be like a Encyclopedia Britannica.
Yeah. What are me and my kids gonna hear this in the Chinese prison camps?
Yeah.
It's like no, and so I do sometimes I'm like, you know, talk, but we're open with our kids about, like, especially like what I do, like the older ones, like we're like, I talk about you guys for a living, protect the innocent. I'm not gonna ever talk about like intricate moments in their life, but like things with Jazz and I will talk about, like being a parent. So when she was pregnant, my older one, she was like 4 days late, right? And the doula, we had a doula for that one, you know, like Jewish fucking midwife, like extraordinaire, like this lady just like cultivates, like can just get the babies out. She was like, one trick is, and this has been around for centuries, she goes, if you want to have this baby, she goes, what you're going to have to do, she said to Jazz, she goes, you're going to have to swallow semen. When you swallow semen, there's
how much did you pay the doula to?
That's what I said. I was like, Sarah, my girl.
And you know, blowjobs prevent birth defects.
Yes. Yeah. And so she was like, I can't believe that. Like, no way, I'm not doing it. Like, I'm sick to my, you know, like I'm feel nauseous all the time and whatever. And then she's like walking around, pacing, and I'm just sitting there. And then I'm just sitting there on the couch, you know, and she's just like pacing, like, you know, like doing those breathing. And then I just slowly start unzipping it.
And then you just come in her face.
Yeah. And then finally she was like, give it to me. And then she just did it, and it was fucking quick, and I swear to God, it happened. She will admit to this. Unfortunately, she would admit. About an hour later, fucking water burst. My daughter was born like within 3 hours. Born just a full load. Just swallowed it and then bang. So if you find yourself in that position, you know, we're available.
It's gonna be me. It's gonna be me and Tim Dillon in the waiting room, like, buddy. I'll just hold up like a picture of his podcast.
Yeah. So yeah, it's interesting.
Whew, because that must be the body's way of going, like, we're ready for another one.
Something in the properties
Round
of
two,
it.
it's time.
Yeah, and it's like, it's crazy how, like, you know, like when the baby comes, like, I can't explain it. Like, you're gonna obviously have, like, even if you have a nanny and all that, and you know, you'll have like these sleepless nights at times, but then yes, the next morning you're tired and exhausted. But like, if you told me, hey, your baby's not going to sleep, or they're going to sleep, you know, they're going to wake up every 2 hours, there's no way you'll be able to function the next day. And like, somehow you're able to function. Like, somehow nature gives you like these surges of energy to be like, get like, even all the hormones in your body, after you give birth, you have like diuretics in your body. You have like natural fat burning chemicals in your body, because your body is like, let's let this you're been having periods every month for your whole life since you were 7. I don't know. You know, knowing you.
I don't even know what that means.
You've been, you know, I feel like you hit puberty early. You were like 6, 8, you know, like just walking around 3rd grade. Yeah.
So big. I have Oscar Schlotters in my knees, like all my fucking.
Yeah. So like your body every month has been like preparing for it, and it's not happening, and now it happens. So it's like your body's like, oh shit, this is what we're designed to do, so it wants it again.
But that whole like sleeping 8 hours thing, or like, that's when I had nothing to live for.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like the idea of like getting up. Like, I'm already sleeping in these like intermittent Like your
Right.
body already starts preparing. It looks like you have to get up and pee so much. You're like
Right.
getting up every 3 hours, and I'm not like, oh, and I'm like, okay, this is good. This
Right.
is like I'm learning to sleep in 3-hour increments.
Right. You'll also notice too, like at least something with me, like I realize I only have a finite amount of energy
Yeah.
each day, so I'm not gonna spend it on like my boys group chat will be like, my boys who don't have kids, like they'll be talking about like, did you see what this guy did or that? And it's like I don't look at any of that shit.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
like I'll comment on stuff here and there, but it's like I gotta spend, and it's all like like right now my kids are on the other side of the country, but I'm still like I gotta keep energy and keep it up because like when we need to FaceTime later or they need to ask me anything, it's like it's all subconscious. I'm like my energy's for them. Like my whole purpose is for them. So it's like you start to really say no to a lot of things.
Yeah,
Like
already.
Ti-
It's the
and
best.
time becomes more valuable than money. Like
Interesting, because it also things I'm so grateful for the clarity that has come. Like I used to have such bad decision fatigue.
Right.
People be like, oh, do you want to do, I don't know, Family Feud
Yeah,
for
whatever,
this
yeah.
charity, fake charity, and with this, and you're just like, I guess I should do that because what if and then all the shit, the machinations of like, I might get a TikTok clip out of it, and it's not a lot, and I'll move, and then you're just like, no, it feels so good.
Yeah,
to
now I'm just
know.
like, okay, like you want me to go away for X amount of time, and I'm like, the opportunity, the cost of that to me is too much. If it's like more than like a month away and like you want me to go, it's like all I'm gonna do is miss time with my kids. It's not, there's no money that's worth it. So I'd rather make less money and have more time with them. Like money is not a distinguishing factor.
Jazzy's like,
Yeah.
This is why she thinks you're gay.
I know. She's like, what the fuck? Yeah. Well, no, I had to just pay like, a good amount of money for her to get her tits out. She wanted her breast implants removed. I was like, I'm not paying for that.
Did she breast? Bitch, you can use your calisthenics money for that.
Yeah. Fuck that. No, she was saying like, having daughters, she wanted to get them removed because she was like, I feel like I literally have a foreign object in my body, which I do. It makes me crazy. She was saying it makes me feel unsettled. She was like, and I don't want our daughter, she was like, no disrespect to any woman who wants to get plastic surgery. She said, but me, being their role model, I don't want them to think they have to alter their body to feel
serve
beautiful.
their purpose.
Exactly.
I got Krista stuff.
She was like, yeah, dude, I got the guy from Guy Code. I was going for Andrew Schultz, but I fucking aimed on this piece of shit.
Guy.
Yeah.
But wait, so was she able to breastfeed with implants?
So that was a big thing for her, is because she got implants, they didn't, whatever, do it properly, whatever. And
sometimes they'll cut through.
Exactly. She couldn't.
They just assume when you get breast implants, you're like, you should never be a mother. Let's just cut these out.
Fuck this. Yeah. So she couldn't, and that was a big, like it upset her. Even though obviously, of course, our babies were fed formula and all that, because she couldn't do it.
Yeah.
It destroyed her. So she was like, I'm getting these out. And I'm moving on. And I was like, all right, well, like, let's keep him in a freezer or something. I mean, I'm not, you want to get him all the way? At least let's just take one out. See how you feel?
It feels like a lot of hormones happening.
Yeah, I need them titties.
Well, yeah, because I have, but we'll see. I mean, we'll see.
You have fakes.
The formula's so good now.
Yeah, it's good now. And I think that not everybody, there's women, who she knew who got implants who there was no problems.
Interesting.
So it's just, but I think like, again, being a mom, like you just start to like reevaluate, everything and your priorities, and you're like, what can I control? What can't I control? Like, yes, we're all connected and I want the world to be a better place and all that, but my job is these kids and my immediate family. So I can't let something that's like really, I can't change at all. Like sometimes I feel like people that are like getting involved in every cause, it is a bit of narcissism where it's like you just don't have a purpose. Like we still get involved because I think something happening on the other side of the world can affect me and my family because we're all one. But it's like sometimes when I see people going crazy, I'm like, you think you're like being selfless, but it's actually selfish. This is all about you.
Yeah, you have to find some reason to exist or some reason.
You have no purpose.
Yeah, and it's tricky because there are those people who are like, having kids is irresponsible right now. There's going to be no water. And you're like, well, good, now I can't drown my kid.
You know what? Look, my tits will make the water.
Yeah,
it's
just,
fine.
But it's also like, I see you. And look, if kids aren't for you, that's totally fine. I was that person. I think if you don't think you want them, please don't have them.
Don't have them. I agree.
But just don't be so arrogant that you don't think your mind is going to change as you get older and you lose family members and you start being less high on your supply of whatever success bullshit. What is the biggest difference between boy and girl?
So I have a 13-year-old stepson, and then I have my two daughters. I mean, the big difference is, the big difference is obviously, I don't love my stepson. No.
Good. That's what makes them hard.
No.
Let me ask you: if you had a
I love
boy,
my stepson.
if you had a boy, would you circumcise?
Yeah, I believe I would. Yeah.
Okay.
I actually, my stepson wasn't circumcised, and I went ahead and got
You
it for
just
him.
did it?
Yeah, I didn't consult his father. No, I do love my stepson. My stepson, it's great to have boy because what I see, like what a protector he is, like especially my little one, like he's a protector, like natural protection. Him and my 8-year-old argue a lot, 'cause they're a little closer in age, but I know he protects her too. But I think that it is true, like the and I don't know what it is, but like my stepson is so close with his mom, like Jasmine, like boy, like mommy's little boy kind of thing. Like it's so close, and I'm so close with my daughters, and she is too. But it's like
But
daddy's
her and the
little-
daughters are also gonna have I'm so glad I had a boy first because I don't think I'd be able to take the. First of all, the girl's clothes kind of stresses me out.
Right.
It's just like I saw my girlfriend is having a girl, and the registry just looked like John Benet Ramsey's evidence list. It was just like mini skirts and tutus and little girl boots and shit. Like I was like I definitely wanted a boy first just to not project my shit onto them.
Right.
But there is girls, no girls, games, no game. You know, you have to manipulate, you have to cajole, you have to see what you can get away with.
Always already, like already Jasmine will tell me how much my daughters manipulate me already, and she's like, and you don't understand at all. She's like, you're such an idiot, like how you don't understand that they're constantly manipulating you. Like my daughter, like a couple of months ago, she wanted to, she must have asked Jazz to like go on the iPad. Jazz said no. I didn't know. I was downstairs, and then she comes down, doesn't even have the iPad. She doesn't even have the iPad at all. It's like in another room. And she just comes and she sits on my lap. Like what she does, she just sits on my lap and she's like laying on my chest, and she hears like my heart beating. She's like, oh wow, Daddy. She's like, your heart's beating so fast. I'm like, well, because I love you so much. Every time, I get happy. She's like, you make me so happy, Daddy. And I'm like, oh, you do too. And then I was like, you changed my whole life. And she's like, I love you. She's like, you really are like the best dad.
You know what I'd love to do? Google you.
Yeah, I know.
I want to see more photos of you.
Yeah. And then she goes, and she was like, like you're like strong and everything. And I was like, oh, thanks. And then she says to me, and then she says to me,
oh, thanks.
And then it was like a misdirect. She's like, you want to go outside? She's like, let's go outside and like play in the playground. She was like, and I was like, love it, like off the device, let's play in the playground. And then we're like playing on the playground for like 15 minutes, like loving it, having great time. And then I said to her, I was like, you know what, babe? Because it started to like drizzle a little bit. I was like, we go inside, and she was like, what do you want to do now? And I was like, you want to like watch something? She's like, I don't know. She's like, why don't you watch? She was like, we already played or whatever. She's like, why don't you watch like a show, and I'll watch what I want to watch on the iPad. I was like, great. We had some outside time, whatever. And then next thing you know, she's on the iPad, and Jasmine comes down, a few minutes later. She's like, why is Delilah on the iPad? I was like, well, we played outside, and I'm watching my own thing. And she was like, I just told her she can't go on the iPad, an hour ago, and now she's on the iPad. And then I was explaining to Jazz what happened. She was like,
but she said I was strong.
Exactly. She was like, she came downstairs. You have to understand, Chris, she came downstairs with the full intent of said, I'm going to manipulate this dumb motherfucker. I'm going to rope him in with bullshit after bullshit, and then I'm going to get that iPad. And then I was like, wow. And it's true, where my stepson doesn't do that at all. My stepson would come in and be like, can I watch the iPad? Mom said no. And then I'm going to be like, well, if Mom said no, then I can't override it. He's like, this fucking family sucks. And then just leave. Hello Fresh, Hola Fresca, America's #1 meal kit. I love it. Do you ever wish that you could just spend less time planning, shopping, cooking for the family, and more time with them, hanging out with the family? From easy time-saving breakfast and family dinners to kid-approved lunches and snacks, HelloFresh has what it takes to keep everyone, including you, happy and satisfied. This fall, skip that extra trip to the grocery store and have dinner ready in no time with America's #1 meal kit. HelloFresh is more than just dinners, baby. It is more than just dinners. You can stock your fridge with easy breakfast, quick lunches, and fresh snacks. Just shop HelloFresh Market and add any of these tasty, time-saving solutions to your weekly box. When you get HelloFresh, you know you're getting top-notch produce since it travels from the farm to your door in less than 7 days, okay? I like HelloFresh, and right now, because you're listening to this podcast, you are going to get a sweet discount. As we say on this podcast all the time, we don't know how they make money because they give so much of their food away for free. Go to HelloFresh.com/50Chrissy and use the code 50Chrissy. That's 50CHRISSY for 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months. That's HelloFresh.com/50Chrissy. Use the code 50Chrissy, 50CHRISSY for 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months. HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. So I think there is, you know what's another wild fact about girls? When my daughter was, both my daughters, when they were in utero, like I think it's like 8 weeks, when they were like 8 weeks in gestation in Jasmine's belly, they already had all the eggs that they would have for their entire life. So it's like nature is just like, right away is like, give them the seeds.
That's why I'm kind of like, ugh, like when babies have baby dolls, I'm always like, ugh, why are we training them to do this off the bat?
Okay, that I will say
but
though.
I think that's me projecting.
Right, well,
they love it.
Well, yeah, because that's the thing is like, I never really told, and Jasmine, we never were like putting dolls in their faces. They grab it, they like the dolls. They already
do, yeah.
They like the dolls, and my stepson likes trucks. Like he just.
I think it's just sort of awkward how innate that is.
Right.
How within them it is.
Well, I also live on Staten Island, so like it's a different place. Like I should do like homework. My daughter's homework goes to a Catholic school. They came home with like a coloring sheet. Like this is a year ago. This is in the middle of like everything. They come home. She comes home with a coloring sheet, all girl school, and it was what men do and what women do, and the woman.
Says my last 4 specials.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. and the woman, you had to do this coloring activity. The woman was in the kitchen putting muffins in an oven, and the man had a hammer with a nail against the wall. And I was like,
hammer to her head.
Yeah. And I was like, wow, what a world we like. They kind of are like
Men are horrible at making muffins.
Yes, we are. I'm good at eating them.
Let's not pretend.
Dude, I make them every night.
I don't know. That's like, it's all gotten so extreme. Like,
I'm gonna
why
make
can't a
2
woman
different
make
kinds
a fucking muffin?
Yeah, well, I asked.
And it'd be very nice if a guy would just hang a fucking thing.
Yeah, listen.
It's not that I can't. I'm just.
I live in a role reversal relationship. Like, I don't know how to fix or do anything. I know to do nothing that a man knows how to do. The other day, Jasmine was putting up sheetrock, like just putting up sheetrock in the guest room, just putting it up. And I walked in, saw that I could do nothing and assist with nothing. So I went in and I made fresh lemonade. And I brought in lemonades like a 50s housewife. And my girls know, like, they're like, if anything needs to be fixed, or like when deliveries come, like when they get them up. Like the delivery guys will be like, where's your father? And she'll be like, I don't know where my father is, fucking doing a podcast. Well, you need my mom. She's the one that assembles all this stuff. So we live in, but my point is, even with that, even with role reversal, my daughters are seeing, especially my 8-year-old, is seeing a woman who is kind of like in the traditional male role. My daughter still gravitates towards dolls, gravitates towards being girly, is boy crazy. So some of this stuff I think is like
hardwired.
You get like in a society now, like we want to change all these things. It's like we're not the human. Some things society projects, I agree, but some things is nature. It's like nature. The fact that a woman is like the one giving birth to the baby and making the baby, and then the baby gravitates because you came out of the woman's body. It's like, that's not a patriarchal thing. I didn't choose that. The universe chose that. So it's like, it's not a man's fault if like the woman is the one that the baby's crying out for, and the woman's is like, unfortunately, where the career has to stop a little bit. It's like nature's I didn't decide that. Nature decided that. So it's like, what the fuck do you want me to do?
It's also tricky because like I see so many of my friends that don't want to just surrender to being like moms. Like they still want to like be the CEO and they still want to run all this and it's just like, I'm just glad that I'm doing it late at a time where I'm like, I'm gonna take a year off.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna like be a mom. I don't want to look back. If the kid's fucked, I want to know it was my fault at least. Right. You know what I mean? I want at least, I like doing things really well, and I'm like, I just want to do this well, like the old-fashioned way.
I was talking to a guy who's having his first kid, and he's like, I'm terrified, and I'm like, there's nothing. This is freeing you. Like you're actually, there's nothing to be, because now you know exactly what you have to do on this earth. Is like your only job now is to make sure this kid has a good, easy life. Yes, I need to be happy, so that gets transferred onto my children. So I have to still do what I want to do and go to work, of course. But it's like this idea of like, as long as my children's basic needs are met, because it doesn't take a lot to have a happy life. People think you need this and that. No, like you can have a very, very happy life.
I think people stop wanting a happy life. People now want a life other people are jealous of.
Sure. Yeah.
I feel like people stopped wanting to be happy,
Right.
and they started wanting other people to
Well,
envy them or something.
Right.
I'm like, what are you going for?
Right. And a lot of times, you'll get things, for people you don't know to impress people you'll never meet. And it's like comparison is the thief of joy. Getting off social media was the most radical thing I could have done.
Whoa, so someone posts your stuff for you?
Yep, I don't have any access to it anymore, and that was all by design because I was like, how much time am I spending here scrolling, doing this when it's like, those are all moments that I could spend with the children or comparing. Even sometimes I would even compare me to me. I would look at me from 6 months ago and be like, oh, I like that guy better. But it's like, that guy had a perfectly crafted photo. That was like the 9th pick that I chose to post, and your brain makes you forget that.
Yeah.
And then you just start to, in the present, start to get like, oh, I don't like who I am right now, when it's like, I don't do that at all anymore. I don't know what I looked like 8 months ago. I have no idea.
When was there like a rock bottom for this, or like a moment you were like, I'm done?
I'm done. Yeah, I was like,
When Jasmine told me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You're awesome.
Yeah. I was like, last year on my birthday, I was like, you just turned 38. I felt like it was one of those years where I was like, every year on my birthday, I'd be like, I'm gonna be 40 pounds lighter. I'm gonna get myself back in shape. I'm gonna do, and every birthday was like, I'm not. Every birthday was like, I hated myself on my birthday. And then I was like, last year, I was like, you know what I'm gonna fucking do? I kind of like, it just was like, I was like, I'm gonna start fasting. I'm gonna start intermittent fasting. And I was like, I eat, like, I can't be the guy that's like, I'm keto, I only eat salads. It would never work for me. So I'm like, if I can just change my eating window, this will change my life. And I downloaded this app called the Zero Fasting app. I saw Elon Musk had tweeted about it, my guy. and so I saw he had tweeted about it, and I looked into it, and I said, just try this for 3 months. But I said, and then I wasn't thinking about getting off social media yet. All I was thinking about was only eat in an 8-hour window, only eat, fast for 16 hours and eat an 8. That's all I was doing. And then I would do that every day, keep doing it. Jasmine was like, very supportive of me. She was like, if it was a minute after if I was a minute outside my fasting window, she would take the food away. In the beginning, she was like, if we're going to do this, you got to do this and be strict. And so at that point, it was like unbalanced because I was like, I just need to get this habit down. And then without me even really having a wholehearted thought about it, I was like, you know what keeps me sick too mentally? Social media. I was like, start fasting with social media. And I said to my friend, I was like, can you run this? I'll pay you to run it. And he was like, sure. And took it away from me. And then, because what would always happen, like clockwork, is I would always get to a certain point, get to a certain level of health and exercise, in the past, and then I would be subconsciously scrolling on social media and see someone who's jacked, ripped, or start to compare myself to them and be like, I've been working so hard and I don't even have a tenth of what they have. And then it's not like it's a decision. Give me a cheeseburger. It's all subconscious, and it slowly then starts to become
What's
worthless.
the point? Why bother?
So and then that hasn't happened to me now because there is no comparison. I'm just like
like you think you're the most in shape person.
Oh yeah. I think I'm like I'll beat the shit out of Brendan Schaub. I'm like that. Because or even like with our careers, like I would go do a show in a city and be happy that I sold out or whatever, and then but like with the algorithms, they would show you like one of our other peers is going to be there next week and they have 3 shows sold out, so immediately my sellout would feel insignificant to me, where now it doesn't, because now I'm like, now my whole mindset has changed, where it's like money and ticket sales and all that is just one aspect of my life.
You can't even celebrate your wins because you're gonna find someone that's winning harder.
And I realize now it's like everybody is better or worse. Like there's so many moving variables to what being a human being is.
And someone's looking at you going, he sold out and I came to, you know what I mean? It's like people are doing that to you also.
Right.
But we're not thinking, that doesn't matter.
So that's why now I just I control what I can control. What I can control is exercising, eating in my fasting window, Do
you still do that?
I still do that. Yeah, that's how I live. Getting my writing. I control my output, not my outcome. Which was reverse. I used to always be about like, if the outcome wasn't what I wanted it to be, it was a failure. Where now I don't care about the outcome. What am I controlling? What is my output? It's all about my output, not about my outcome. It's like I can post something, a funny clip from this episode or a funny stand-up bit that I believe is funny, and if it wouldn't get the views or the comments, I'd be like, oh, it's a failure. Now I don't care. Now I'm like, I thought it was funny, so I'm putting it out.
Right.
And then if the ticket sales come, they come. If they don't, I have no
And then
control over it.
and I think I'm kind of also at a place where I'm like, I'm down to attract the fans that I'd want to hang out with.
Yes.
Also, do you know,
Yeah.
I don't want to trick anybody.
No.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I'm like, if this didn't hit for everybody, that's totally cool.
Yeah.
But the people it did hit with,
Yeah.
they're gonna come to shows,
Right.
and they're my people.
Exactly, and
You
it's
know what I
like,
mean?
but I think that's what having kids is about too, where it's like that kind of got me into that mindset where, okay, so and so might have more ticket sales than you or make more money than you, but it's like, but they're not a father, or even if they are a father, they're not a father to your kids, or like maybe they're in balance in this part of their life, as I'm in balance in that part of my life. So I like. LeBron James is a billionaire and a better basketball player than us, but we may be better at something than he is. It's like I feel like sometimes us as human beings, I don't know why our minds do this, but like we will take one aspect of a person's existence and make it so big, and then make that person a god and say
And
that
weaponize it against ourselves.
yeah, and say that this person is fundamentally, categorically better than me in every way. And it's like, that's not true. There's a homeless person on the street right now that's better than you at something.
Well, 100%.
You know?
But also, it even gets harder when you're like, okay, I sold out 2 shows, they sold out 3 shows, and they're not as funny as me.
Yeah.
That also gets tougher.
But
you know.
but even that's all like with our career specifically. It's like it's all subjective, right? It's
all
like
ego,
It's like the fans who we may not think somebody is funny and they're selling out all the. It's like, but their fans don't
But
see
it's
it.
like I don't like where my brain goes to have to justify it, so
Right.
that I don't have to deal with, oh, I guess they're winning harder, and then you have to go, well, they did and
Yeah.
and I'm like, oh, I just had to do something judgy and gross.
And that's the thing I think with me with parenting, and what you'll find is like, okay, you want to go trade places with X, this comic, this actor, this athlete. Well, then that will include then is giving up your children, giving up your way of life, because if you want to trade places with them, you got to go all in. It's not possible, but if you wanted to, it's so I think about that. It's like we all have different things that are good or better or worse that in our lives, and I don't compare at all anymore. But even if I was, it wouldn't be like an overall thing, all-encompassing thing, because I'm happy with what my life is and what my children and my family have, and we're happy doing it my way. So it's like I don't want what anybody else has, because if I had what somebody else had, then it would change the dynamics of my family, and I don't want that. I'm happy with my existence. I'd rather be like, I have what we have, like, leave me and my little family alone. Where you don't have that, you want to be like, it's all about me, get the attention on me, and that's always bad. Like you always see that crash and burn, where now kind of like there's these mechanisms like naturally with my family where it's like I don't want it to be all about me. I don't want to be anybody's bulls. I don't want to be a target. I want to have the life that I have and make it easy, and kind of even like with adding shows, like I could add shows.
Dude,
I
same.
don't, because I'm like, you know what? I love being on stage, but it's like I want to come out, do my shows, give it that audience 100%, and then go have like a nice dinner with the guys who I work with, and like be present with them, like get time back. Like, yes, I'm sacrificing money not adding a show, but I'm getting time back, which is more important. And then I'll be more present and have more energy for my children when I get home to them. So I think about things where in our business, because it's entertainment, I get it. Our agents and managers always need like money, and I get it. They're not bad people
But you're
for that.
also going to be a better performer, a better podcaster, a better everything else if you have a well-rounded, balanced life.
Yeah.
Because it's like, I mean, it took me a long time to realize when I was doing like, 80 shows a year or whatever, and like working myself, and I was like writing, and I would just sit down and be like, what are people's lives like? I didn't know. And
Right.
in order for art to imitate life, you have to have a life.
Sure,
I couldn't write jokes about going to a baby shower. I couldn't write jokes about
Right.
like, hanging out with friends and something. I just didn't, because all I did was work.
And now you'll connect to like, so many of the people who are going to be coming to your shows. It's like just being a mom talking about that stuff. It's like, it's a whole new lane. It's like, like when writers will like take a drug, ayahuasca or something like that. Like this whole new lane in their brain opens. That's what happens with parenting. Where this whole new life exists. Like there's my life, like, first of all, like being able to, the one shock, the hard thing about parenting, as beautiful as it is to be selfless and just have that natural, it's very difficult. Like the kids were with my mom this past weekend for the first time in like 3 years. And Jazz and I were able to wake up on a Saturday morning and just do exactly what we wanted to do. And it was weird. Like you almost feel like selfish for it. And we were like thinking about the kids, but we were like, wow, this is what like our friends who don't have children, like they have so much energy. They have so
No,
much.
they're not. I find that the people that don't have, they're not taking advantage of it.
Right.
They're like they're waking up and scrolling and hurting themselves
Right.
with social media, and
Right.
they're like just complaining.
Right.
And you guys aren't even enjoying this time.
Right.
Anyway.
Right. Because
I kind of wasn't.
Because like what I'll say, what I'll do is like, you know, and Jazz and I have spoken about this, where it's like, it's almost like, not that I'm not impressed, because it's like people who, you know, who don't have children do amazing things, but it's almost like if you have kids and are like crushing it at life, that impresses me more, because I know how exhausting.
Yeah.
I know that when the person that doesn't have kids is at 100% by, you know, 10 o'clock in the morning, firing all cylinders, you're already at like 20% because you have gotten your energy taken by the kids immediately.
But you know you have to get shit done because you got to get out of there by 5.
I'm here now in LA, and I was in San Diego like 4 days ago. So I flew to San Diego, did a show for the U.S. Navy, and then flew back to New York. And you know, he doesn't have kids. He's like, why wouldn't you just stay in Southern California? I'm like, because I have to fly home for my kids, you fucking idiot.
Sorry, it's Dan Levy's.
Birth control.
FaceTiming me.
Should have thought of that 6 months
Dan,
ago.
I can't. Oh.
Hey, hey, Dan. What's up, bro?
We're podcasting. Oh, thank you.
Is today your birthday?
Yeah.
Oh, shit, I didn't realize. I'm just sitting here talking about myself. Happy birthday, Whitney. I'm so sorry. Happy birthday.
I love you. No, it's okay. I love you. Can I FaceTime you back? We're talking about parenting.
Oh, 100%.
I love you.
Love you.
Do you see? I just get FaceTime by babies now. See,
I love it.
kids love me.
I'm so I didn't know it was your birthday.
Oh, God,
I'm so
please.
sorry. Here, you
Okay.
want to go into labor
so
early?
embarrassing. That would be the best gift, frankly. But speed round so we can get you
Yes,
out of here.
yeah.
Are we telling our kids about Santa?
Morgan and Morgan, baby. America's law.
gain popularity, push back against the establishment. We've seen these attacks before. Julian Assange, and then they dropped him right away. Amanda Heard, we were talking about this with Johnny Depp.
Amanda Heard.
Yeah. Well,
No, Amber Heard.
Amber Heard. Amanda.
Yeah,
Amber.
listen,
I'm glad
listen.
you're here to correct me because I always get the names wrong.
Amber
Amber Heard.
Okay, if it's being said on Channel 4 in English media, in British media, one, it's probably a lie.
Yeah.
Just first and foremost. Secondly, as soon as you do the trick where you go, he said it in the thing, in his thing, where there's one or two very, very serious crimes, and then a whole bunch of nonsense puffed around it.
Yeah.
I'm out. I've seen them do this over and over. In fact, I went through the ringer with them. I already know what they do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go ahead and say it's bullshit.
Yeah, it is. But listen, the one thing that we have to consider though is he talked about his drug usage for a while. Remember that quote in the movie Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas? He says you might be able to turn your back on somebody, but never turn your back on a drug, right? So we understand how drug usage can get way out of whack.
You know
and
what
a lot
kind of people do
like-
drugs? The kind of people that would do a concerted, like some medium, like the Midas Touch, the ones that did Rogan.
Yeah.
They got that old clip that Alex Jones made. Alex Jones made that because he was mad at Rogan. They dug it up. It was like an audition to be used for other political ops.
Yeah.
Politics Girl, I think, is one of their stupid channels. As these three brothers look like the Jonas Brothers.
Yeah.
I mean, they are real scumbags.
He hasn't been arrested, has he? Or
no.
no.
What,
So
there's
this
nothing,
is
no, this is
nothing criminal.
nonsense.
Yeah.
Amber Heard killed. Listen, do it all you want if you want in the media, but Amber Heard killed that. It's not even Amber Heard's fault. The media had an option to go, like they did with Biden, when they really looked into those accusations and decided there was nothing to it.
Yeah.
Surely they could look at the Amber Heard case and see, wow, even in a court of law, it was obvious what the truth was. No, stuck with it. Now is the time to believe Amber Heard more than ever. That's a British headline I read not long after the Amber Heard settlement.
Yeah.
So it's not a matter of believing women. You ain't going to talk to any of these women. Do you believe the media who talk to them for you and they're passing along what they said? No, I don't.
Yeah. Like I said, it smells awfully suspicious, but we have to just wait until things, I guess, play out or
Well,
really
I'll
find out
put
what's
money
going
on
on.
bullshit. You can put my bet down on bullshit right now.
But here, there are reasons and why they want to smear this guy. And the thing that's really upsetting to me, Kurt, more than anything, is seeing some of those lefty, progressive shit libs, whatever you want to call them nowadays, going after Russell Brand but still supporting Joe Biden, right? And Joe Biden, they wrote, his daughter wrote in his diary that she used to take showers with him when she was 14 years old. There doesn't day that doesn't go by that we don't see him sniffing some girl's neck.
They don't.
So the
even
hypocrisy.
Know. They don't even know about any of that.
Yeah.
They don't even know. Every time I ask my friend, they go, "Oh, that laptop wasn't fake." That's the vague answer you get back.
Yeah.
Nobody's paying attention to anything. They also didn't pay attention to each charge. One of the charges, by the way, does it sound familiar? Was he didn't wear a condom?
Yeah.
The Julian Assange.
Julian Assange condom.
Yeah.
It's the yes. It stinks, but we'll just see. We'll play itself
and
out.
the
We'll get
text
more information.
messages the text message has been altered.
Yeah, we saw that
Oh.
too as well. Like I said, it stinks, and all of a sudden, out of the blue, out of nowhere, it comes. It might have been coming because of reasons like this. Listen to this here.
John, I've not known you long, but I love you already. But I have to say that it's disingenuous to claim that the biases that are exhibited on Fox News are any different from the biases exhibited on MSNBC. It's difficult to suggest
And that is, once again, the establishment that cracking their narrative more than anything is the fact that, it's one team, it's a uniparty, they're all playing together. This is the rhetoric that's got him in some hot soup.
It just takes one or two really wealthy, influential people to not like you.
Yeah.
And you could be their pet thing, and they'll fund a thing to fund a thing.
To get
do a
rid of
thing.
you,
Yeah.
to smear you.
That's at the high level. At
Yeah.
the low level, let's say the lowest levels of comedy, he was a stand-up, right? So the
Yeah.
lowest levels of comedy, you should see how backbiting some of these open micers are to
No,
each other.
I can understand.
They have
You-
full-on political assaults on each other online to fight over whatever the spots they're trying to get. It's unbelievable what they get into. It's like real, but the high levels do the same thing. It's just you do a more sophisticated game because you own a newspaper.
Yes. Well, the thing about it is right now, no matter what, it's not going to be as effective. If they're just trying to smear him and trying to frame him, it's not going to be as effective because so many times
you overplayed.
they overplayed the card for, they made Me Too mean nothing because they've just constantly hit that drum. But these are the reasons why. In I got 2 clips. Take a listen. Let's finish it on up.
That these corporations operate as anything other than mouthpieces for their affiliate owners in BlackRock and Vanguard, and unless we start to embrace, and also, mate, like just spiritually, if I may use that word in your great country, we have to take responsibility for our own perspectives. I've been on that MSNBC, mate. It was propagandist nutcrackery on there. I went on a show called Morning Joe. It was absurd the way they carried on.
Good Morning Joe.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. It wasn't morning. There was no one called Joe there. No one could concentrate. They didn't understand the basic tenets of journalism. No one was willing to stick up for genuine American heroes.
Did you see that interview, by the way, with Misha there? Joe Scarborough wasn't there that day. Misha act like an idiot. It was embarrassing right now. Mika. Mike, is it Micah? See, I am terrible with names. As soon as the camera rolls, vowels and letters go out the window.
Like Edward Snowden, no one was willing to talk about Julian Assange and what he's suffered trying to bring real journalism to the American people. And I think to sit within the castle of MSNBC throwing rocks at Fox News is ludicrous.
My friend.
Make MSNBC better. Make MSNBC great again.
My friend, I would. The moment
win on Joe.
Russell, darling, the moment that you give me a specific example, an actual example.
Okay, I'll give you one.
Just wait.
Just we need a specific example.
How about let me tell you what the specific I'd like to hear. I'd like to hear a specific example, a provable specific example of an MSNBC correspondent or anchor being on television saying something they knew was false, and we're saying behind the scenes to people, I'm about to go out, and we know that the election wasn't stolen or something equivalent. But I will go out on television and say the opposite. I will lie.
When's my answer?
Just give me the specific example.
I understand the basic point.
Give me a specific example.
All right.
I'm with you. I think it's a false equivalency, Russell.
Of course he thinks it's a false equivalency. But this right here, this narrative that he's smashing right here, this is dangerous to the establishment.
You know why?
They don't want this.
Do you know why? Because
I know
the
why.
audience, Bill Maher's audience, Bill Maher, and people famously is the worst audience, right?
I went once.
No, but of what they do. And,
Yeah,
whatever.
they're very shit-libby.
Okay, you heard them applauding him. So they all know Julian Assange should be out. It's just not on their mind because they're loaded with other crap all day. So he was very charmingly taking the crowd. That's very dangerous.
Yeah.
His show they tried to get off multiple times. Same thing as Rogan's show.
Yeah. And he also fingered BlackRock and Vanguard, something that's really like they hate. Right, those are the top of the head. Right, that's the head of the Hydra.
I think saying fingers is okay.
Let's finish off because he throws the example of how Fox News and MSNBC are the same shit. I mean, I think Fox News is better than MSNBC nowadays because it's so nauseating in MSNBC what they're talking about nowadays. The oh my God factor they throw in
Well,
there.
I never thought I would have to go to Fox to hear about any reporting other than Trump.
Yeah.
Or go Ukraine. That's all you get from
That's it. I'm going to go see Titus in a couple weeks, too, by the way. Titus, he's the wrestler who does the Greg Gutfeld show all the time.
Oh, I just did that show. When
You
he was
did?
There. Yeah.
All right, cool.
He's
I'm gonna
very
go
large in person.
Yeah, I heard he is. I'm gonna go see his comedy, whatnot. Try to reach out to
He
him.
said
See
he
if
was black. I was like, dude, I thought you were Dominican this whole time. No, he's a black guy. He said.
Is he black and white? Half?
I don't know. But he's from.
He's a big
somewhere.
dude.
That dude, because he always has a belt on his shoulder.
Yeah.
And I would see on TV, and I would be like, "This guy always brings his belt on." When I saw him in person, I was like, "Oh yeah, bring your belt, dude."
I ain't got no problems with that.
He looks like a guy that can pull off always bringing his wrestling belt.
Yeah. Let's play the rest of this, and then I have another clip too as well, because then Russell goes after the whole COVID narrative as well.
That's your own biases.
It's not about bias. It's false equivalency because you don't actually know anything about any of these organizations you're talking about. Even on MSNBC, like big fucking deal.
My darling, it was more than enough.
You can't come out with such a
By the way, I forgot that dude's name. He's such an asshole.
Do you want an example?
Forgot his name.
Do you want an example? The ludicrous, outrageous criticisms of Joe Rogan around ivermectin, deliberately referring to it as a horse medicine when they know it's an effective medicine. What Rachel Maddow turning up on the TV saying if you take this vaccine, you're not going to get it when it hadn't been clinically trialed for transmission. You have to listen. Do you think you can improve America by determinedly and avowedly condemning Fox News without acknowledging that you're participating in the same game? Did you not just listen to Bernie Sanders, someone who plainly, legitimately believes in this country and believes it's possible to change, but is bound by corruption, is bound by the lobbying system. Surely it's clear to you, Bill, as one of the great pundits and experts and comic voices, that systemic change is required. Money has to be taken out of politics. We need new political systems that genuinely represent ordinary Americans so that we can overcome cultural differences. And bickering about which propagandist network is the worst is not going to save a single American life, not improve the life of a single American child, not going to improve America's standing in the world, and the world needs a strong America. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that. So you have an obligation, a duty, not to condemn these people.
Yeah, he's got to go.
What?
He's got to go.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it gets. I play another clip over here where he brings some facts. I mean, it's just because that whole system is designed to keep you in that quagmire, hating your neighbor. That's what Fox News and MSNBC is all about. They're all sponsored by the same guy. Biden's got a lot of money in there. Somebody, you know, some businesses from BlackRock and Vanguard, they're at the top of the food chain over there, and he mentioned that.
Whenever we go to bring freedom around the world, sectarian violence always seems to break out. So of course, they're going to do it here.
Yeah. Listen to this clip over here. Here's another reason why they might want him gone. Just listen.
Yes. Out of respect for you and your show, I've brought some facts. Would you?
He's so great.
If you like, they're actually.
You just get the fuck out of here. This is not the place.
I thought you like facts.
We love facts. I love facts.
I wouldn't have mentioned it. I'm English, and you know that politeness is our fundamental religion. But they do pertain to this issue. So may I say some of them? If they inconvenience you, I'll stop saying them. The pandemic created at least 40 new big pharma billionaires. Pharmaceutical corporations like Moderna and Pfizer made $1,000 of profit every second from the COVID-19 vaccine. More than two-thirds of Congress received campaign funding from pharmaceutical companies in the 2020 election. Pfizer chairman Albert Bourla told Time magazine in July 2020 that his company was developing a COVID vaccine for the good of humanity, not for money. And of course, Pfizer made $100 billion in profit in 2022. And may I just mention, finally, and this is also a fact, that you, the American public, funded the development of that. The German public funded the BioNTech vaccine. When it came to the profits, they took the profits. When it came to the funding, you paid for the funding. All I'm querying is this.
Yes.
Is if you have an economic system in which pharmaceutical companies benefit hugely from medical emergencies, where a military-industrial complex benefits from war, where energy companies benefit from energy crises, you are going to generate states of perpetual crisis, where the interests of ordinary people separate from the interests of the elite.
I wish they didn't cut it off, because I want to know. I'm trying to guess with Bill Maher. Yes, I agree with that, but isn't Trump?
Yeah, you know, he goes back to that false equivalency, saying they're worse than them. That he's still going to sell the Democrats are the lesser of two evils. But listen, look at who he mentioned in on this one show in these two clips. He mentioned BlackRock, Vanguard. He mentioned the military-industrial complex. He mentioned the big pharma. He mentioned big energy. I can see a bunch of people sitting in a room like, okay, this asshole, he's getting too big. He's got to go. And I'm not saying that makes him innocent, but it does provide, you know, some type of...
Do you think they're going to ever let, a guy grab in the audience like that, a shitlib crowd that's jumping on his side?
Yeah.
And the official people are not making a good showing of it? You think they ever want to see another kind of Trump figure arise out of anything? God forbid he got in politics, everybody likes him.
Yeah. He's giving them motive to go and get rid of him. That's what he's giving them right here. You know, he just, you know, he went off the deep end. When he did I Got That Facts and he started rambling that out, you can just see execs like, what are they doing? You know what I'm saying? This is HBO. Stop him, shut him up. Don't ever have him on the show again. I mean,
who's them? Every single major media company.
Yeah.
What do you mean them? You're run by all these companies. It's not like secret devil worshippers in a basement. They're right in front of you.
Yeah. They do their devil worshipping out in the front too as well. Misha, you want to say anything about that? I'm kind of curious to hear your opinions about the whole situation. I know you like to unplug for the weekends, but this came up on Friday.
I saw that, I did catch it before I went unplugged.
Yeah. And don't get me wrong, I was going to start bringing some of the text messages, all that stuff. I said I don't want to get too deep into it. I just want to see. Let me provide some motive. It seems kind of fugazi, but we don't know until we know, right? I mean, obviously,
well, you could read the article. Here's what the thing about all these articles that come out. If you actually read them, you'll see they're always bullshit.
Yeah.
I mean, they're always like real, like I have real questions at the end, like, what in the hell is this? but nobody reads the articles.
Yeah.
They hear the gossip about it, or maybe some, like we do on here, is have news things that you're basically reading to people. So people get third, fourth hand. So that the whole media works on that. We just got to get the headline out there. We just got to say 57 women. It's like being overcharged in a case where they charge you with some the cop knocks you over and then you're charged with assaulting a police officer.
And you're so right about the headline. All you need is the headline. You don't need the small print detail. Most people aren't looking at the detail. They're just like, oh, I heard that Russell Brand got charged with sexual assault.
Like real worms they'll use the language like, well, he's been accused of. They'll throw in been accused of.
Yeah. And
not put in accusing him of the crime.
Yeah.
Like it's really like a scumbag society we got.
It is, and the people who threw this out there, all the newspapers who printed it, didn't give a shit. You know what I'm saying? They don't give a damn about smearing somebody that it has no ties to them. If they get promoted at their job, they're gonna write about it. They're told to do it and stuff. Misha, he was not on Epstein's flight logs. I just want to let you know. So he's not like one of these guys whose name has shown up before here and there. This is the first time I've seen an accusation about him ever. But your thoughts on it?
I have people. I have someone in my life who I love dearly, who believes that Assange is guilty, but also because he raped somebody. You know, that's what she believes. Yeah. And so yeah, it doesn't take much to implant that information in someone's memory bank, and then that's what they're gonna they're gonna go along with smearing Russell Brand. I call BS as well. I don't for a second think that they're attacking him for any other reason but to shut him up.
This is British press. They're way worse. I mean, ours is bad.
The Daily Mail.
But UK press is, notorious.
Yeah. This stuff is like I said, it seems to have lost a lot of its energy when it comes to the Me Too stuff because it's been watered down so much. Yeah, it's been watered down.
When Biden got off on that, because it was a moronic thing on the face of it. Believe women. What does that even mean?
I know.
You can ask, it means stop automatically not believing women. What in the hell are you talking about? And then they automatically didn't believe the woman that said something about Biden.
Yeah, they all of a sudden, we're not believe a woman, but that woman. And what do they do? They keep calling her a Russian spy to this day. They keep messing with Tara
She got told not to come back to the States
because I know.
It's campaign times. They don't want this. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. It's we'll see as this plays itself out. We'll hear more information.
It's going nowhere, dude. That stuff's done. Amber Heard is the face of the death of it.
Yeah.
But it's really the press who just squandered, and every single activist group.
Yeah.
And I like to think a lot of women having cocks now helped adjust society to not being stupid.
Well, the thing that can turn it is if people kind of say, no, he's innocent, and something comes out, and all of a sudden he's not innocent, you know what I'm saying?
Based on the thing that they presented to me as
so
evidence,
far, but that's all we have so far, right?
Yeah, based on what I have so far, I think it's an absolute lie. But based on what not people debunking it, what they put out there.
Yeah.
Look at the whatever. We don't have to get all into it, but I'll just put on the record. Yeah, I think it's bullshit.
They've only got a few things, right? It's like you're a rapist, you're a racist.
Women, racism, Russia. The three W's.
Right.
When they come for you, it's going to be one
forgot
of the
about
three
the W's.
What are they again?
Right.
Women, racism, and Russia. So he just got one of the first W.
We'll be right back. We're going to go to a card. Craig Pastor-Jardula here with Kurt Metzger, Misha Michelada, filling in for Jimmy Dore on the road. If you want to go see a show, go to jimmydore.com. We'll see you back after this card. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the Jimmy Dore Show. Craig Pasta Jardula here, filling in for Jimmy Dore while he's on the road. Kurt Metzger in the house. Misha Lotta here. This is the story of the week. This is what we should be talking about. I don't know if you know this, and if anybody's in D.C. this Thursday, Zelensky to visit Washington next week, and this came out last week on Friday, as Congress debates new Ukrainian spending bill, $24 billion. Kurt, what do you think about that?
I'm just happy we still had another 24 billion. Or is this going to be hot off the presses with fresh batch of billion that we just printed?
Well, they found more money they lost in the cushions at the Pentagon, so they're taking that out and they're going to send it over to Zelensky.
Hey, did you find that 2 trillion you said you lost?
It was right here underneath my cushion. Let's read this real quick. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Green Screen Zelensky is expected to visit Washington next week as Congress debates the $24 billion in additional spending on the proxy war in Ukraine that the White House has requested. The visit hasn't been officially announced, but has been reported by several media outlets, including the Associated Press. Zelensky will stop in the American capital as part of his trip to the U.S. during the UN General Assembly. You know who else is going to be in town is Lavrov is coming to town as well, so they might be in the room at the same time. Sergei Lavrov, who's the defense minister for Russia. So he's the one negotiating, wants to get into a ceasefire. He's like their Anthony Blinken for Russia. Okay. So he's going to be here in the States, in New York. They're going to probably be in the room at the same time. And I have some facts here because I've been going over this, taking a look right now, because what this is just a war machine.
What are their relative heights? That's the first fact.
I mean, I think he's 5'4" or whatnot. Lavrov is almost 6 foot.
Measure their height in Oscars, please.
Gotcha. Well, Sean Penn, we have a story with Sean Penn today because Sean Penn listen, the war machine is rolling
Sean
it out.
Penn.
They're going with their theatrics, Kurt.
The American hero.
Sean Penn was on over the weekend, coming out with
Just
his
kidding.
story, the movie he made from the beginning, from the first day they invaded. They have all the people starting to talk. Oh, Zelensky's coming. They had this talk that the Ukrainians actually hit a Russian sub in Crimea. It was a dry dock sub. They've been repeating that they've taken these small towns, whatnot, to make it look like the counteroffensive is really working. Because this is what it's about. If they can come over here and continue this money laundering scheme and fool the people and saying, oh, this countermeasure is working. We got to support Ukraine. Here they just got a sub.
Do you know what
They're
it sounds
taking
like?
these towns.
Sounds like a Nigerian prince. And they go, oh, the rightful prince of Nigeria just took back one of the towns. We got to keep it emptied our bank account.
Just keep it
It's a
bullshitting.
Nigerian email scam.
Sources told the AP that Zelensky will meet with President Biden at the White House next Thursday and will also visit Capitol Hill. When he last made the trip December 2022, Zelensky thanked Congress for all the support, but said it wasn't enough. Some facts I just wrote down right now.
Echoing the words of Lahaina.
Yes. Please. I mean, he's gotten so much. So now the one thing that we hear reporting from independent media outlets, especially in that part of the world, is that the death toll is so lopsided right now that it's almost 500,000 Ukrainians to about 70,000, anywhere between 50 to 70,000 Russians. So it keeps going up and up for the Ukrainians as they're trying this counteroffensive.
But wait, that's only about 3% of our military budget. I think that's what you're
3.5% of our military budget. And there's other countries that have given more, is what Kurt is saying. He's being sarcastic. There's been no significant gains, and that's something that's going on right now. They haven't broke through the line. They really haven't hit any major targets. That's why they're kind of bragging
My
about
good
the
friend
submarine.
Stitch and Adams still believe in full force.
Well,
are you saying they're not keeping up with what's going on?
They're not. And here's something else that's so interesting is that he's not going to be able to speak at Congress this time because the populist right, the Matt Gaetz and the crew, the Marjorie Taylor Greens, this Anna Paulina, they're fed up. And a lot of them are saying, we're not going to fund the government unless you 86 and take out this money that's going to Ukraine. We're not doing it anymore. Now, I wish what we need from them is actual facts to talk about the fact that they're not winning this war, that this has been a scam. They're not making any significant gains. They are losing hundreds of thousands of people compared to the Russians. Somebody needs to lay that out. We need like a Rand Paul or a Thomas Massey, someone to lay that out, because we have to let the people know that this is a scam, and I think a lot of more people are catching on to it. So if you happen to be by the White House and you're in D.C. this Thursday, grab a jester hat, grab a sign, and go out there and protest this joke of an idiot Zelensky, because that's all he is. He's a joke. This whole camouflage and the green suit and whatnot, it's kabuki theater to scam us for our money. And while
he's just
Lahaina's
down
on
to earth.
fire, you got we've talked about it. Elizabeth Warren, Dick Blumenthal, and Lindsey Graham in freaking Kiev while people in Lahaina aren't getting shit. Go ahead.
Do you think that he'll meet John Fetterman after his big win of wearing a hoodie and board shorts on the floor of Congress?
Maybe. Well, another thing they need to do is they need to go to immediate negotiations for peace. Lavrov wants to do this, but Zelensky's been saying no, no, no at the behest of the Western counterparts who've told him don't negotiate. It goes all the way back to Boris Johnson. Remember the old president for Israel? He talked about before Netanyahu, I think. This guy was in between Netanyahu's 2 terms. I forgot his name. Oh my God, Navalny, right? No, not Navalny. What's his name? I forgot. He was the prime minister for a little while. He did a show when he talked about it. He had it set up where Putin was going to take concessions and let Zelensky live, and they were going to have a peace deal. But Boris Bojo said no.
We've covered that.
No, we have covered it. Yes.
People don't believe it.
They need to get to immediate. It's ridiculous. This is the whole scam right now. They're dragging this thing out.
You know what these people sound like? It sounds like crypto bro channels where either they're in on the pump and dump or they weren't in on it, and they, those guys.
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
Futter.
The IPOs back in the days, the initial public offers, people were in those scams. They knew what was going on.
Leo DiCaprio movie ones.
Yes.
That's what these people are. They're all like, it's like these addicts. Because I mean, you just stop gambling on this stuff because it's really taking a lot of money. Like, they're all like, no, it's gonna work. We just put a few more coins in the slot.
Yeah, that's it. Like we're getting gains over here. Anthony Blinken's been going around saying they're making significant gains. They've been mentioning the same town, like they recaptured that same town. Remember when Donald Trump said he killed the number 2 in charge, and then a couple years later, Biden said he killed the number 2 in charge for ISIS. They kept on saying, we've killed the number 2 in charge. It's like you guys keep killing the number 2 in charge, or you just keep repeating the same bullshit line to try to convince the people. And that's what they're doing by saying they're making these significant gains when they're not doing
no one's paying attention. That's the big innovation of this proxy war, which people don't even know how much they brag about that. Oh yeah, it's our war that they're the crash test dummies for. People are like will openly say, yeah, it's really like to say how important it is.
Yes,
because it's our proxy war, and because nobody's got their kids in it really.
That's the problem though, Kurt. Yes. They haven't humanized this shit because there's all these lives being lost, and they keep on saying we haven't lost 1 American lives. What, 500,000 Ukrainian lives is not good enough for you?
I don't even think about those, Craig. I just think about the money we're saving and the fact that Putin's a madman.
Yes,
not like it's crazy to sacrifice 500,000 people for one guy
that
you don't like. Because what did he do again? What did he do?
Who?
Putin.
Putin. He hates gays. He doesn't like the LGBT community. He wants to recreate the whole Soviet Union, so we have to stop him doing that. He's just a madman, is what Jamal Bowman says.
And he takes things out of Hitler's
Jamal
playbook.
Bowman.
Oh, he uses the Hitler playbook.
Yeah, he's a Hitler.
Big time.
Then why isn't he fighting with Ukraine?
The funny thing is that really, to tell you the truth, a lot of people don't even understand where Zelensky's at. Zelensky's is in just a hard situation. He's controlled by oligarchs, but he made a deal with the devil. He made a deal with the Azov Battalion, and they won't let him go negotiate either. So he's in a situation where the only way out of this, I think, is if Putin grants him some, like what he did to Snowden. Come over here and I'll protect you. Come live in Russia, because that's the only place you're going to be safe.
He pesters us for money as if his wife is buried in a box and they got to get the money to use a little cell phone.
Yeah.
That's like, no, it's not enough. You guys got to
But that's his Western counterparts who are freaking pushing him. Didn't we know enough from the FTX scandal? I mean, that should have been game over right there. We're like, okay, not playing games anymore. You guys are funneling the money back into your own pockets.
No, I just move on to the next thing, and I hate people that think differently than me.
White House spokesperson here for you.
We are always preparing a new military package for Ukraine.
What?
Why is the guy saying that?
We are always preparing a new military package for Ukraine.
Always. Here, Kurt, we found out where the money's going. Remember this one here?
Yeah.
Here's where the cash is going.
Who made that?
I don't know.
Is it a joke?
No, somebody made a real thing. This is like a year and change old, about a year old.
Hold on, wait. Explain to me what this is. This is not a real Ukraine charity.
No, but I don't know who made this, but somebody put it out in the streets. You see this? They had this up for a while. I don't think this is CGI. Somebody told me about this.
How do you get it going? You got to have like a ringer start putting money in.
I don't know. You get like a vacuum hose and stuff. Let's do one more time.
I wonder how much money they made.
Looks like it's in Russia somewhere, right?
I don't. Does he do a lot of coke or something?
Yes, he was a coke head. Yeah.
Now he does coke?
I'm sure he does. He's looked coked out several times. In fact, Wednesday, I'd like to bring a video of all the times that Zelensky was coked out. And one time he was all coked out. He was looking like in the camera, and he grabbed it and he licked it, and he was just wooed up.
Hold on, as the
when he was an
president?
actor.
No,
when he was an actor. I mean,
Well, as
the president,
yeah.
there's been a couple times when they were accusing him of being coked out, like you can see like his face and
You don't
whatnot.
think they give him better drugs now he's the president, like our presidents
I
get?
think they give him better coke. I think a
Oh.
lot of that coke they seized over in Central America when it's like, oh, the DEA's got it, it's gonna get rid of it. They were sending it over to
Because
him.
people running scams always are. The guy from The Wolf of Wall Street was on every goddamn drug, right?
Yeah.
Coke and Quaaludes.
Oh, they were all on drugs.
Because how do you live with? First of all, how do you live in that situation where you're like held hostage from two ends?
Yeah.
Like, this got to be crazy.
I worked with some of those guys too at Biltmore Securities. The Wolf of Wall Street guys, that some of them split off and went down to Florida. That's why when I was watching Wolf of Wall Streets, I would hear those same lines that we would use inside the house, and they were all messed up. The paddy wagon showed up a couple times arresting people for legally selling
They could have
drugs and
toned it
whatnot.
down a little, but Zelensky needs like a Scarface amount if he's doing stuff,
Yeah.
It's a tough position.
Check this out. The Financial Times writes that Zelensky will not be allowed to speak in the U.S. Congress during his current trip to the United States. He will meet with Biden, visit the Capitol, and meet only with a small group of congressmen. Zelensky will not make a speech before the Congress as he did the last time during his visit. This is an important signal of significance, of significant decline in the level of Zelensky in the eyes of the United States establishment, because there's people in the populist right who are done now. They said no more. Now listen, they keep on hitting the fact that we're spending all this money over there. We don't have money over here. I wish they would be a little bit more compassionate and talk about the lives and really, speak about that. But it just
This
seems
is
like
America. We don't
they
think
don't
about
care.
our lives. We move on. We're 9 out of 10 innocent people we killed with our humane Obama dronings.
Yes.
Nobody cares. Like,
They don't give a damn. They're so removed and so
9
distant
out
from
of
it.
10 were just civilians.
Yes.
That's terrorism. Way worse than anything that they did.
Yeah. Well, I have another clip here real quick because they're still using the same type of recruiting tools in Ukraine to get soldiers to the front line. He's screaming for help.
Oh my god.
Still just grabbing people off the streets and scooping them up.
Yes, they're not perfect, but they're trying. But
Hmm.
Ukraine's trying to be a good democracy.
So, breaking, Representative Matt Gaetz, Anna Paulina Luna, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, Paul Gosar, Dan Bishop, Tim Burchett, Eli Crane, Chip Roy, Ralph Norman, and Matt Rosendale are all opposed to funding the government unless funding to Ukraine ends. Bunch of Republicans over here. Not one friggin' progressive Democrat to step up. Not Ilhan Omar.
Well,
not
then she'd be doing
Ayanna
something,
Presley. Nothing,
With
Kurt.
the gross people, you want her to work with gross people.
This is
That's
sad.
what it's based on.
This is sad. We have to depend on these people to try to stop a freaking war. Everything's turned upside down
I'm
over here
sorry,
now. It's
but
ridiculous.
AOC feels we need better sunscreen standards, at least up to those of Europe. It's why she ran. It's what she meant by knocking down the house, and she's out there doing it.
I'm
She's
so
a little
glad that
busy.
I'm so glad you always bring that up because it is so true. Because it is, it's not just funny, but it's sad, and that's where the fuck.
Dude, I
we're
looked
at.
it up after because I didn't know where the clip came from. I wanted the clip for something else to make fun, and you can't even find all the reporting's like really positive. What little there is,
Yeah.
is like she's finally tackling our.
She's all
sunscreen.
proud of it. These people are talking about ending and stop the funding to the war, and she's talking about sunscreen. Talking about practice. Misha, you got anything to say about this real quick? Or should we just do some super chats real quick?
Oh, we could do. I'm very sad anytime I see those videos. Those.
When they're picking up people
yeah.
and just bringing them to the front line?
that's
And
so
they're
awful.
throwing them into the meat grinder
It's
at this
weird
point.
you don't see those videos anywhere. Nobody puts them up on any of the shows or Well, my good friend Sajana, they've never seen it. I feel comfortable even mentioning them because they're not going to see that.
I mean, that kid's getting pulled off to get taken off and probably never be seen ever again. And you can see his friends standing over there, and they're like, "What do you want?" Like they're just intimidating. They were babushkas who were yelling at a lot of Ukrainian
Did you say
soldiers.
babush?
Babushkas, old ladies. They were yelling at
for the
one part of
headscarf.
Odessa. Yeah, the babushka. They were yelling at the Ukrainian men for for taking these young kids off to die. For
Men,
what?
What is the ages they're taking? Up to 60?
Oh, yeah, I think so. I think it's like 60 years old. So they're just putting old men out there right now.
So
at this
that's
point.
just human absorbed bullet fire, because what in the hell are you going to do on
Yeah.
the front lines of 60-year-old men other than how Iran had monkeys detonate landmines?
Yeah.
And
And
that's what
then
they're doing with their own people.
And then it's just like, it's a meat grinder. They're going after a superpower in Russia. It's like Tucker Carlson said, they can sit there, they can outlast you. They got much more military might, and they can sit there and just let you, go at it until eventually they wind you down and grind you down.
Then our war pyramid scheme will be, by then we'll be onto a totally different war and let bygones
Taiwan.
be gone. Yeah, by then
Misha-
it'll be Taiwan. Yep.
Misha, let's do some super chats, guys. Remember, so that's it. I don't know what you think you should do, ladies and gentlemen, but this scam, this Kabuki theater is going to go on. They're going to make you believe that Ukraine still has a chance to fight this war. And there's still a lot of people out there who believe that Putin's hiding in his basement and that Ukraine is actually this David versus Goliath situation and they can win. And you got idiots like Blinken coming over there saying they're making significant gains. They're going to talk about the Russian sub they bombed. And that Russian sub was dried up.
Okay, it's not David and Goliath, if you want to make the analogy. It's David being spit roasted by Goliath and his much bigger brother.
Makes sense. Super chats.
Super chats. Andrew Novak, he's all over in Panama Papers. Is that Zelensky? Thank you, Andrew. He's all over in Panama Papers. Is that
Zelensky got his. Yeah, listen, I'm not that worried about Zelensky. He did get his money safely into those island banks where you do your FTX.
Oh, good.
Where all the corrupt people leave their money.
Well, good. He deserves it. Julio, Putin has held a grudge since Hollywood used his image as that evil goblin on Harry Potter.
What?
Evil
That's
goblin.
how you took that? J.K. Rowling should have went with that because they accused her of anti-Semitism. if I
That's
recall
true.
correctly.
That would have brought her back.
People
She'd
took
have
that
been
way different than
back
that
in
dude
good
took it.
graces. I'm trying to think of it's not a goblin. It's
a goblin.
Is it
There's a
elf,
bank
a house
goblin.
elf, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Dobby the house elf?
Are they talking about Dobby?
I don't think Dobby could do judo that well. I don't think I've ever seen Kurt Russell and his wife popping while he sings Blueberry Hill.
Gosh.
You ready?
Yep.
Let's
back
go.
to pasta.
Thank you so much. Well, welcome back to the Jimmy Dore Show, everybody. Craig Pasta Jardula filling in for Jimmy Dore. Kurt Metzger in the house. Misha Michelada. We are hanging out on a Monday with a big loaded show. I called this next section "No More Lurching from the Bleachers" because one of the nicknames that we used to like for John Fetterman was Lurch.
Yeah, I don't appreciate that. I was called that many times.
Well, he's an
I don't
actual
think there's a
lurch.
reason to body shame him.
Well, you're the one who was shaming him the other day,
Installation was
saying
not
that this
common
donkey
among
can't even put on a
pirates.
suit and tie. He's not allowed on the
Or
Senate
even
floor.
French.
That he has to yell from the bleachers his votes.
Yeah. Can I clarify because there's nuance to it?
Please.
Okay. It's not that he has stroke or that he has a sweatshirt and board shorts and all the Congress things. It's just you can't do both. Okay? If you had a stroke, you got to dress up extra nice to kind of balance out what's going to come out of your mouth.
Yes.
If you dress like that and you had a stroke, it looks like they brought you from a home. You can't do both.
And a lot of people are thinking that it's not even John Fetterman. They're saying it's not Fetterman, the new guy. We'll show you a picture. Here's Fetterman for sure. You can see the ears, the big ears. He's got the sweatpants, the shorts, and this is his handler. It seems like
And he's the senator from Monster Island. I don't know where.
he's from Massachusetts, I believe. Right? Majority Leader Chuck Schumer loosens the Senate's informal dress code. Right? So the Senate Sergeant-at-Arms and relevant congressional staff members have been notified about changes to the informal dress code, which will go in effect Monday, today.
What do you mean informal dress code? Oh, you can't wear informal dress there. Right?
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Democrat from New York, has quietly changed the Senate's informal dress code to allow senators to wear whatever they want on the floor, a person with direct knowledge said. A notice went out to the Senate Sergeant-at-Arms and relevant staff members late Friday, and the change will go into effect starting Monday, the source said.
Dude, do you know what this means? We're going to get the idiocracy Congress from that movie, like where you're dressed like a wrestling leotard.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
That's what we're gonna get.
Well, I mean, if you can wear whatever you want, I mean, it's just crazy. This is our
people
Congress.
Are gonna go out of their way to start doing. It's gonna be like, is it Price is Right? Where they
Oh
dress
wait,
up?
so you said the squad members are gonna start doing some funny, stupid stuff, wearing like she wore the eat the rich dress, so now she can just dress up whatever she wants to make a statement.
Dude, this opens the door to a lot of great stuff.
Yeah, Pennsylvania, my bad. I said Massachusetts.
I said Monster Island.
Ah, it was Pennsylvania, definitely. Thank you for correcting me there. I know a lot of people will probably go, it was Pennsylvania. The change would let Senator John Fetterman, Democrat from Pennsylvania, who is often seen wearing a hoodie and baseball shorts, wear his casual attire on the Senate floor whenever he wants. Fetterman, who was elected last year's midterm elections, wore a suit and a tie at his swearing in January. So why can't he wear a suit and tie all the time?
What do you think his strategy is? Is clearly like Zelensky always wearing his fucking his green
The
t-shirts.
greens, to pretend like he's a military
Yeah,
man.
he's always wearing like
Trying
a
to
t-shirt.
pretend.
Look at him. The guy's so busy he doesn't have time to put on a t-shirt.
Does that look like John Fetterman to you? It looks a little bit different there, though.
But somebody, this is their casting, because I thought he, whatever, I don't know what the hell he came from, but I assumed it was blue collar because he looks like such a lunk, but he's not. So clearly this is like a Dickies and all this is a get up. And
I thought he was a blue collar guy. Like he talks about unions being in his town and all that other stuff.
Yeah, but
I don't say he was in a union, but he talks about being.
He's some rich kid. I thought that too.
Yeah.
But I was told otherwise. Like I was an idiot not to know. Anyway,
freaking Lurch.
That's why they're dressing him up like, right?
Well, I just think you hit it on the nose. There's Lurch, right? He's lurching from the bleachers, but I think you hit it on the nose, Kurt. They're going to use it as a way for other people to wear other protest gear now on the floor.
I don't know if that's the intention, but
I think so now.
It is going to happen. I thought the intention here was to make another fake working class hero guy.
Well, I just think they were using him as an excuse, and you just put that light bulb in my head went ding. Like, you're right. The fraud squad's going to wear other bullshit out there to make statements and whatnot. They're going to take advantage of this whole new dress code thing. So let's listen to when I said we had the worst people in our alarm makers. Watch this as he was questioned about the fact that they're going to try and impeach Joe Biden.
News that Speaker McCarthy has formally launched an impeachment or has said he's going to.
Oh my God,
direct-
really? Oh my gosh, it's devastating. Ooh, don't do it. Please don't do it. Oh no, oh no.
We gotta run back to the office, but
Oh, hey lady, I almost deuced my business shorts.
That's a senator. That's a United States senator, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the worst. Like, I don't know if you know about the CERN Hadron Collider, the one thing that was spinning around for atoms. The first time they did it,
Hadron Collider.
the Hadron. Hadron?
The
Whatever.
Large
It was,
Hadron
they
Collider
were
at
splitting atoms, trying to get in other dimensions. Well, a marmot got into the thing and shut it all down. I think that marmot just spun us off into the dumbest, stupidest fucking time zone of all time.
A marmot?
Yeah, the first time they did it, the marmot got in there, it was killed. He was.
This sounds like the pangolin story.
The
out of
marmot got
Wuhan.
into the Hadron Collider, or the Hadron Collider, whatever it is. Hadron, whatever the collider is that CERN, these evil, satanic idiots are doing. The marmot got into it, and we ended up with this dude as part of. That dude is our senator now.
Oh, that's a
I mean,
Glennie
honestly,
scholar.
as wacky as it sounds, I feel like that probably had something to do with this. A
It might
marmot
have
got
been.
into the Large Hadron Collider about
And
10,
knocked
10
us
years
off.
back.
Yeah.
And it's just like that J.J. Abrams Netflix movie nobody liked.
There
Yeah.
you go. And that's why we're at a really crazy, serious, whacked out time where John Fetterman's going, ooh. We'll be right back. We're going to go to a quick card. Pasta Jardula, Kurt Metzger here. Jimmy Dore Show, Misha Michelada. We'll see you in just 2 seconds. Thank you for watching. right, everybody. Welcome back to the Jimmy Dore Show, everybody. Craig Pasta Dardula filling in for Jimmy Dore while he's on the road. Kurt Metzger at the house. Misha Michelada hanging on out. Kurt, we talked about this before. War is always a racket, but it's always been a racket, right? And it's always these people up top controlling things for quite some time. I don't know if you heard the story before. I got this video right here, this little small section real
we
quick.
got to say mafia instead of...
I say cartel.
Yeah, that's good.
I like cartel because it is a cartel and they run
you're very
shit.
cosmopolitan.
Did you know that the John D. Rockefeller founded modern medicine and took away natural cures? They took away
John.
yeah, this is back in the days. Any mention of the healing powers of herbs, plants, and diet was erased from most medical textbooks. Doctors and professors who objected to the Rockefellers' plan were crucified by the media. This sounds kind of familiar, right? Like they work in conjunction with the media. They control the media, so they control the narrative, so they control you. They removed from the American Medical Association and stripped of their licenses to teach and practice medicine. So if you were a doctor who said, wait a second, I want to talk about some herbal remedies here. I want to talk about the way a person's diet works, can help them out. They're like, no, get out of here. If it's not one thing where you take a pill from us.
I'm sure what they did was an ignorant like sweep up of, because you got to figure like back then the amount of immigrant, all the stuff. This is like the ages of snake oil had just gone by, where people were just making their own stuff.
Yeah.
So because we're gonna sweep up all this counter stuff, we could sweep up every other possible, and definitely anything that might, it's kind of like the way all the original drugs were made illegal.
Yeah. I mean, it's always a scam. There's always somebody behind there making money. It goes all the way to the top, and it says, sound familiar? This was a major opportunity for the Rockefellers, okay, who saw the ability to monopolize the oil, chemical, and medical industries at the same time. So they knew they had all the oil. They got the energy sewed up. They can use that oil, make medicine out of it, get rid of the other medicines, and now they got both of them, control the media, and they got one superpower controlling what you can take, how your healthcare is controlled, how your media is controlled. The best thing about pharmaceuticals was that everything could be patented and sold for high profits. So that was another thing. They could patent things, and therefore they controlled the money. Share this clip and spread some awareness. I have a real quick clip to check it out. You got anything to say before I play it?
If you showed me that like 10 years ago, I would have been like, whatever.
I know.
I know the money people are bad.
But now you hear it now?
They screwed this thing up so bad. Everybody who's in power, and I gotta see John Fetterman and senile people, and then there's weird war that shouldn't be there.
Yeah.
They messed it up so bad that now dude, I told you, I'm starting to think that Saddam Hussein had nothing to do with Al Qaeda.
He didn't have anything to do with Al Qaeda. He didn't.
I'm joking.
Well, that was the thing.
I was trying to be dry.
You know what? You got me. That's how good your comedy is and stuff like that. But let me tell you something, Kurt. A lot of people did believe that Saddam Hussein worked closely with Al Qaeda because they both hated America. It's not the truth.
David Frum wrote a great
They
book about
hated
it.
each other. Yeah, David Frum was stupid, and a lot of people that went on Bill
too
Maher's
much
show was
hate
like,
in the
"You got to
world.
be stupid to think that Saddam Hussein hasn't
I
worked
can
with Al
say
Qaeda." It's
something
like you
so
know nothing.
controversial.
Al Qaeda hated freaking Saddam Hussein. He was a secular leader. They didn't like him at all.
I know.
He wasn't a theocrat.
We all knew. Everybody knew that too, and nobody cared. They're like, go get him.
Well, take a look. This is the Rockefellers. This is what they did years and years and years ago, and they're still controlling shit to this day.
Around the same time that John D. Rockefeller seized U.S. media, he also hijacked U.S. medicine. When it was discovered that drugs could be produced from petroleum, America's top oil mogul ordered his army of propagandists to invert reality accordingly. Medicines used for thousands of years were suddenly classified as alternative, while the new, petroleum-based, highly addictive, and patentable drugs were declared the gold standard. After buying a German pharmaceutical company that manufactured chemicals of war for Adolf Hitler, Rockefeller leveraged his political influence by pressing Congress to declare natural healing modalities unscientific quackery. Rockefeller then took control of the American Medical Association and began offering massive grants to top medical schools under the mandate that only his approved curriculum be taught. Any mention of the healing powers of herbs, plants, and diet was erased from most medical textbooks. Doctors and professors who objected to Rockefeller's plan were crucified by the media, removed from the AMA, and stripped of their license to teach and practice medicine.
Get out of here.
Those who dared to speak out were arrested and jailed. When evidence began to emerge that petroleum-based medicines were causing cancer, Mr. Rockefeller founded the American Cancer Society, through which he suppressed that information. John D. Rockefeller is duly credited as the founder of the pharmaceutical industry, and the reason that medical error is currently the third leading cause of death in America. This is not an indictment against doctors. More than anyone, they are under the stranglehold of the single largest lobbying power in Washington. Every year, the pharmaceutical industry spends at least twice the amount as big oil to influence laws, policies, and public perception. Thanks to Mr. Rockefeller, the architect of American monopolies, no industry has more power over our lives than Big Pharma.
And Russell Brand mentioned, Big Pharma, big military-industrial complex, big oil. They're all right there. The Rockefellers. You ever heard of the Lockstep document?
Yeah.
Okay, that was written about, talking about pretty much if you read the Lockstep document, it talks about how in China bird flu broke out and how everything.
right.
I mean, that was written by the Rockefellers. And these guys control everything. So when we talk about there's oligarchs and the rest of us, this is what we're talking about, Kurt.
Yeah, like I said, you don't have to convince me. But if I explain it to dopey friends of mine,
Yeah.
you could feed them all this information, it don't matter. I remember how it felt when how many documentaries did they make about all your food is filled with excrement?
A lot.
And I'm not going to watch that. What am I going to go have a hassle of this whole new lifestyle?
Yeah.
Because I guess I like how it tastes. That's the thought process that I would definitely have 10 years ago about any of this stuff. People are overwhelmed with problems. That's also by design.
Yeah.
So they don't have time to think about this.
Yeah.
And when you say to them, they go, I'm just going to get stressed out if I accept that logic into my head.
Yeah.
You watch it with the Russell Brand with Bill Maher.
Consumerism is not just about purchasing and buying things. It's consumed with problems, consumed with trying to put a roof over your head, consumed with trying to put food on the table, consume.
Well,
so you don't worry or think deeply about these problems over here and whatnot.
The
You don't
good
even know who
part-
they are.
Here's a good part. Because it's fallen apart under its own weight, much like the Soviet Union. The pyramid scheme is collapsing because they can't keep going to a new place over and over again. People are starting to notice who don't even want to notice. You know what I mean? So
because it's affecting them directly. We're getting to that point now.
I've never questioned a vaccine my whole life. I had a whole joke about how Jenny McCarthy is like dumb for saying her son got autism.
Yeah.
And I was like, they just didn't know how to diagnose autism back then. Like, I dismissed it like, there's no way that could be possible that they would put a thing out. And I was right. I mean, we do have a safe, effective vaccine.
I was going to say,
I'm just saying,
Thank you.
I'm just saying, I would hear
COVID-19
her
vaccine
out.
is safe and effective.
I would hear her out
FDA. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Let's go to a quick card. We'll be right back. Kurt Metzger in the house. Pasta Jardula filling in with Jimmy Dore, Misha Michelada. After the next section, we'll read some of those super chats, guys. Thank you for helping on out and contributing to the show. If you want to see Jimmy Dore on the road, go to jimmydore.com and find out where there's a show near you. All right, everybody, welcome to the Jimmy Dore Show. Craig Pasta Jardula filling on in for Jimmy Dore. Kurt Metzger in the house. Why are you yelling, brother? Misha Michelada here as well, too. We're hanging on out, having a good time. Got a great show for you today. We're already halfway through it. We got some more stuff to talk about, including this one over here. The controversial law punishing doctors who spread COVID misinformation on track to be undone. We talked about this the other day when Jimmy Dore did the show and stuff like that. There are several... When people go, oh, it's over. No, it's not. There's stuff like this going on behind the scenes, and some laws have not been removed. There are certain, when it comes to like New York, when it comes to their public health situations, they still have like mandatory lockdowns and quarantine stuff on the books. So there's a lot of stuff that's going on behind the scenes that needs to be talked about and needs to be undone for good, including this one. I call this California's Julian Assange law because they're going to lock you up, take away your license if you're not spreading the narrative that they put forth, and the FDA, the CDC, and all that whatsoever. Tucked into the Senate bill revising aspects of the Medical Board of California is a brief but ambiguous clause undoing a controversial law, unambiguous, thank you, clause undoing a controversial law that was intended to curb dissemination of misinformation or disinformation related to the COVID-19. AB 2098 applied to conversations between patients and their doctors about their patients' care. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be right on back. Welcome back to the Jimmy Dore Show, everybody. Craig Pasta Jardula, Kurt Metzger in the house, Misha Michelada. I don't know if I talked about this before, guys, but did you know there's a controversial law pushing doctors who spread COVID misinformation on track to be undone?
Punishing. Yeah, I do know.
You do know, right? Right. Tucked into a Senate bill revising aspects of the Medical Board of California, and it is a brief but unambiguous cause undoing a controversial law that was intended to curb a dissemination of misinformation or disinformation related to the COVID-19. AB 2098 applied to conversations between patients and their doctors about the patient's care. California law already bars doctors from lying to their patients or dispensing shoddy medical advice that fails to meet the standard of care for all diseases, including COVID-19, they noted. When someone blatantly provides misinformation, total inaccurate information, especially with the intention that harms patients, then Senator Richard Pan, can I call him Dick Pan, of Sacramento, a pediatrician and co-author of the measure, said in October, that takes away the patient's ability to make appropriate decisions. Now, this guy, Richard Pan, has sponsored so many of these bills out here, so many of these crap bills, some of the bills that even say, I believe that a 14-year-old kid can consent to the jab. A 14-year-old kid can consent to the vaccine without permission from his parents.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
What?
They were trying to sponsor laws
like
this.
Thing. We're like, why would
they were trying to do the same thing with this bill too as well. And this was Del Bigtree tried to corner Senator Richard Pan, which we'll talk about in a second.
Wait, hold on. Is this because that Gavin Newsom story that we covered where he blew it by saying we would have done everything differently, and now maybe he's going to have to jump in the race if Biden drops dead, and this is to like, because why would that guy Richard Pan be?
Dr. Pan. He was
to help Gavin Newsom, isn't it? Or am I wrong?
Well, I would think that now that a lot of these bills that they try to push forward were very unpopular, and
with the sun on their backs and the wind in their sails, the God-woken watched Fort Joy shrink behind them.
By both sides of the state legislation, so he wasn't like sponsoring these bills. But when he won his
capture of the Lady Vengeance had not gone unnoticed.
They're saying more than just Gavin Newsom becoming the governor again. They're saying yes to protecting our kids, yes to safety. He was kind of implying a lot of these things that they were pushing forward. He was all about. So this one they're striking down because, like I said, this was the Julian Assange one. I called it. You're not allowed to put misinformation out there. If you're spreading the narrative that is not in the favor
I
of
thought
the FDA,
this was.
they're going to come after you.
Well,
and that's what's going on.
I thought this was
at the time. I said, if it's a law that you spread
on a different act.
when it can be proved that you did do that, the people that were following the narrative would be screwed by the same law, wouldn't they?
No, Kurt, because the FDA and the CDC says the COVID-19 vaccine is proof, safe, and effective. That's why.
Well,
so,
if you recall, their wording on things is a lot different. See, here's what happened. Because their wording is not as extreme as, like, a place you work that has mandates and you got to do this or that.
Yeah.
Their wording is very hedging and safe.
Yes.
So people that are getting screwed at work, I could see very easily it becoming a problem for them that way.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that both the Congress, the government, our elected officials, especially on the left, the Democrats were saying, well, it's up to the individual businesses to do what they want to do, but they were nudging them the whole time.
If Ukraine asked them to do something, they better do it.
The bill was written with extreme examples of irresponsible rhetoric in mind, Pan said at the time. such as that of Dr. Simone Gold, the Beverly Hills physician who founded the anti-vaccine group America's Frontline Doctors and promoted debunked COVID-19 treatments.
Let me guess.
Look at this sentence right here that's written by the Los Angeles Times.
Is it not an anti-vaccine group and they just don't know?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, she was
that
wrong.
promoted debunked COVID-19 treatments?
Such as what?
You say it, not me.
What? The safe, effective
The horse manure.
I hope everybody's getting their boosters. You're not supposed to stop. Did you guys stop?
Oh, I haven't stopped.
I ask everyone that I know. Oh, you got your new booster,
Are you talking
right?
about Dr. Cohen? What she said? Get up to date, please.
Yes.
Yes. Well, we got a little story about that too as well.
No, I'm talking about everybody I know that now is very Gavin Newsom about the pandemic. They're like, oh, we just got to stop being divided and blah blah. They're all mask Nazis.
Yeah. Now what are they saying?
Well, except for a couple. A couple went hardcore radical Islamic mask wearing. They went Wahhabi masking.
So check this out. But the final text did not apply to any fringe claims aired in the public forums, such as a social media or capital steps. Such provisions would probably not survive a First Amendment challenge in court, a legislative analysis of the bill found. It was endorsed by the California Medical Association, which represents nearly 50,000 physicians throughout the state. Governor Gavin Newsom expressed some of his unease about the bill's wording in his September 22 signing statement, writing that he was concerned about the chilling effect of legislating doctor-patient conversations, which he was right off the bat. He kept himself 1 foot in the door, 1 foot out. But
is that because
he signed it,
he
right?
disappeared that week, and it started.
He was over by the
that after his jab he disappeared, and we found out later. Of course, it wasn't the safe, effective booster he got. It was he didn't want his kids to not have. He didn't want to miss Halloween with his kids.
Yes. And he didn't want to miss that beautiful dinner at that wine place, where they're coursing out a nice meal with different wine pairings. He didn't want to miss that. Literally after he left that announcement, he was there with a bunch of people with no mask hanging on out. However, he was satisfied that the law was narrowly help me out.
Tailored?
No, the first word.
Narrowly?
Thank you. Tailored to apply only those egregious instances in which a licensee is acting with malicious intent or clearly deviating from the required standard of care. The final text defined misinformation as false information that is contradicted by contemporary scientific consensus, contrary to the standard of care.
I have to say, Pase, this doesn't sound very narrowly tailored.
I know.
It sounds pretty gaping.
It
is
does.
the word I would use.
Very vague. So
this is the loose butthole law he passed.
So
Okay.
Senator Richard Pan, who was one of the sponsors of all these bills, my good friend over here, Del Bigtree, went to kind of question him about this one day, and he tried to meet him in Congress, and Richard Pan took off like he was Carl Lewis running away.
Okay,
check this out.
I'd like Senator Pan to sit down with me at any time on television and talk about why, when he knew we had a whistleblower at the CDC saying that this vaccine was destroying children's lives, why would he pass a law making us have to use that defective vaccine?
Which one was that?
That was one of there was so many measures that they were trying to. He like
That's
put forth
2016.
accompanied by 3 Senator Pan's constituents, Del Bigtree, Andrew Wakefield, and Polly Tomey, visited Pan's office. So they're in his office hanging out.
His staff said no, he wasn't there. He was out of the office, and we looked up and we saw him in one of the rooms, and he looked right at us, and he booked it. He just took a run for the door, and he
Let's see if I can
ran
survive this.
out the door. No, wait.
We were in his office. He saw us in his office, and then he ran literally out of the back door. I ran out the hallway. fast, actually. I have to give Senator Panda, I don't know if he did track and field when he was younger, but he zipped down the hall, ran down some stairs. I think he did 2 flights of stairs in about 7 seconds. Very, very impressive. And then ran down the hall, but I mean, obviously all we want to do is have a conversation. This is the United States of America. This is a conversation about health. We have a senior scientist at the CDC that's come forward and saying that the MMR autism vaccine studies abroad. I think Senator Pan should talk about that since he wants to pass bills mandating his vaccine. So I guess he doesn't want to have that conversation. He's extremely fast.
Oh, yeah, had the practice for many years.
Yeah.
Well, this
Hashtag
is when,
PanRan.
It wasn't 2016.
This was last year.
Well, the first one you showed said 2016.
Which one?
The very first clip with it said 2016 at the bottom corner of the screen. Not this one, the one you showed that didn't on the phone show. Big tree in the
Oh, yeah. Was it 2016?
Yeah, what was that?
No, I don't think that was 2016. I think you got
play from the beginning. Tell me now I feel like I'm losing it.
I think you are.
May 1st, 2016.
Yeah, that was wrong.
And to sit down at any time on television and talk about why when he knew we had a whistleblower at the CDC saying that this vaccine was destroying children's lives, why would he pass a law making us have to use that defective vaccine?
That was just a wrong.
These are different vaccine times.
I know him chasing that was like last year. So yeah. So I think that 2016 is wrong.
I'm very confused now. But I like seeing the fan parkouring away from the
parkour.
They're gonna like jump across the buildings like like Blade in the first Blade movie.
Let's take a break. We're gonna go real quick to a card. Craig Pasta Jardula hanging in for Jimmy Dore. Kurt Metzger in the house. Misha Michelada. We'll see you in a second. Hey everybody, how you doing? Craig Pasta Jardula. Filling in for Jimmy Dore. Craig Pasta. Oh, excuse me. Kurt Metzger in the house. I almost announced myself twice. Misha Michelada here, hanging on out, having a good time. So listen, in the honor of this, I don't know if you saw this over the weekend, but the Empire State Building is blue. Yeah, in partnership with Heart Media, in honor of the new vaccine.
Wait, which vaccine?
Oh.
The new vaccine. This was over the weekend. So the new.
Oh, it looks like a big needle.
The Empire State Building shines Pfizer blue for the updated COVID-19 shot. Seems like COVID's everywhere again, but here's good news from Pfizer. This season's updated COVID-19 shots are now available for even 6 months, Kurt, and up, and they are designed to help protect against recent variants. That is why today at 8 p.m. the Empire State Building turned its iconic building blue to announce that the CDC recommends everyone 6 months in age and older to get this season's updated COVID-19 shot. The blue light symbolizes our gratitude and appreciation for the updated vaccine and all those who made it possible. COVID-19 isn't gone, and vaccination remains one of our best tools to help protect against the virus that causes the disease. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about this season's updated COVID-19 shots. Learn more and schedule at the CDC's website, vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer. That's Q104.3.
Go back one. Okay, the blue light symbolizes our death.
God damn.
So they're thanking themselves?
Yes. They're drawing a little tribute to themselves. They're making for everything made it possible.
The taxpayer.
It was sponsored by Pfizer.
Yeah. Is that like an office party that you give it for all of our great scientists? Is that what it is?
Pfizer accused of obscene COVID profits after posting record revenues. Pharmaceutical giant Pfizer has been accused of making an obscene profit from the coronavirus pandemic after it posted record revenue of more than $100 billion for 2022, a rise of 23% on the previous year.
How much do you think that Empire State Building?
I have no idea.
Would it be cheaper than? Wait, what do you think? Is it cheaper than an actual? Or is it more expensive because the Empire State Building?
I mean, you never know, right?
Well, clearly they made obscene profit. They can afford to do that.
Yes, a crazy obscene profit.
Like a stupid, like a bat signal of.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. They're throwing out a bat signal of a blue Empire State Building over here to thank themselves for everybody who made it possible.
Well, it's so safe and effective. I mean,
it is safe and effective.
If I had the money to, I sell my money in Ukraine. But if I had the money to do it, I would
I think one time didn't they have the Empire State Building like blue and yellow in honor of the Ukraine flag? I think they might have done that one.
I bet some marketing person is looking at the Empire State Building. They look like a big needle.
Obscene profits, Kurt, and they're still sending out the bat signal of the blue Empire State
Oh,
Building.
that takes probably a fool.
Well, they want to thank people. You see, they're not embraced.
They want to thank themselves, these assholes. Misha, give us some super chats. We'll be right on back.
Okay. I wasn't on the right page, everybody. Sorry. Golden Silence. Pasta, the ghouls in Capitol Hill demand the lives of 1.5 million TPLF fighters. Next will be the Ukrainians matching the loss of TPL fighters.
What is that?
I don't know. I don't fancy myself a acronym expert.
We'll figure that out. We'll look it up. I'm gonna write it down so we get it. We'll take a look.
We'll look it up. Thank you, Golden Silence. TPLF. We're gonna look it up. Thank you, Golden Silence. And back to Pasta.
All right, welcome back to the Jimmy Dore Show. And Frank Pasta, filling in for Jimmy Dore. Kurt Metzger in the house. Misha Michelotto over here. So I just want to give a real quick update on what's going on in Lahaina. I did get a call from several people over the weekend that first off, this guy over here from Roundtable Pizza, right? We sent out his information with Venmo. He sent a little thank you to us, and take a quick listen.
Pasta, my brother, how you doing? I want to thank you and Jimmy and your gang down there for putting our story on the show because I knew you were going to Friday in the early morning, about 1:30 our time here. I started getting all these notifications on the then the next day, about 3 o'clock in the morning, I got another 25 to 30. And this morning, I got another 25 to 30. So overall, I got like over 100 people Venmo me money to donate to people in the U.S. For you, I don't have any of that. So it's been around $6,000 so far.
I'm amazing.
Thank you, viewers, for doing that. It's much appreciated. Thank you, Jimmy, and Dave down there for doing that too. When I show my appreciation, I want to get you one of these shirts. So send me your address and I'll send you a bunch of shirts. Just let me know what size. God bless you. Aloha. We'll see you again soon.
Close to $6,000 he's got in the last couple of days. For us, Jimmy Dore folks and whatnot. And the other one we talked about the other day, I got a call from these guys. Kurt, this GoFundMe had less than $6,000 in it. It had about $5,000 when I did it on my show. It got close to $6,000 since the Jimmy Dore show and all the comments were there. 49,927. It's probably over 50,000. I got a call from Scott today, Scott Kirby, thanking me, and he's like, can we send you a little video? I said, send me a little video and I'll throw it up on Wednesday, thanking us. The power and what you were able to do. This is amazing, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to Jimmy and Steph for giving me this microphone. Thank you to all of you guys with the comments where we saw Pasta on Jimmy Dore, saw Craig on Jimy Dore, and you guys really chipped in and made this special over here. These guys are ecstatic. They're as happy as can be, and I just want to say thank you again. Freaking awesome. Also, by the way, 2016, Kurt, somebody's made send me some information. Give me some clarification. Thank you, Amber, my friend. She said Pan Ran in 2016 featured in Vax the movie. The bill mandating the MMR is mandatory also. And it was filmed by Joshua Coleman. Dick Pan is the highest paid farmer shill in history. And that's what it was in 2016. So that's just so we have some clarification. Thank you, Amber. Everybody else at More Media. We love it. Let's go to a quick card. We'll come right on back. We got a few more stories. Thanks for hanging on in here. Craig Potter. Here with Kurt Metzger, Misha Michelotto.
I didn't even encourage Charizard or Bane. over.
My man, thank you so much. Craig Pasta Jardula here. Jimmy Dore Show, filling on in. Kurt Metzger in the house. Misha Michelada. We are hanging out, having a good time. You loved that Sean Penn story so much last week, right? That I figured we'd bring it some more back to today's show. So
can't go around.
All right, let me show this one first. So he was on Face the Nation this weekend. Like I said, the war machine, right, is in full theatric mode. Right now, they got to prove to the American public that Ukraine is actually winning the war and Putin is on its heels. Therefore, they can spend more money in their pump and dump scheme and eventually fill their own pockets, because that's what it is. It's just a bribery freaking scheme where they're just laundering money left and right. We know this from the FTX scandal, and that's what's going on. I think that our boy Mitch McConnell said, oh, well, it's not the money that's going to Ukraine. It's going to the defense contractors, so that's okay. 500,000 almost dead in Ukrainians. That's really sad. Russians, too, as well. But here's Sean Penn sitting down with Volodymyr green screen Zelensky the day of the invasion.
Actor and director Sean Penn is a co-director of a new documentary called Superpower. It's about President Zelensky and the war in Ukraine. Zelensky agreed to meet with Penn in person for the first time on camera on the same day Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine.
Great, anyway. It's very important now, all this. I think you always advise, I think, Americans has to hear. So I think you see that we are just ordinary people who wants to live in our country. Yeah, and how are you here? It's so dangerous
to be here at this time in this country with you, with your country. I mean, there's so much inspiration to be had.
We spoke with Penn on Friday about his new film.
In one of the clips, Andrei Yermak, one of the top advisors to President Zelensky, says to you, the U.S. position should be stronger if the United States and Joe Biden doesn't do something now. Essentially, he says America's over.
America's
that
over.
followed with a pretty robust financial investment by the United States, more than $50 billion, pledges of weapons.
I just have to stop it for 2 seconds right now, because I know a lot of people are focused on what Sean Penn's about to say in green screen to Zelensky, Volodymyr. I really get disgusted by with the mainstream media, the way they're so pro-war themselves. They just casually say this stuff, like, oh, that was followed by this finances that were coming here while they were under attack. Not the mainstream media is such an accessory. Is that the word right there? An accomplice?
Well, an infomercial for this thing.
Yes.
I can't wait to see it. I haven't done it. The parts where they were the clipping just shows
yeah.
This is going to be dull. But there's going to be what I want to do with all the nonsense she said, because she was quoting, I think, God, she goes, America's over.
Yes. It's like,
right? I think we were
Ukrainian freedom is tied to American freedom, because if we don't stop Ukraine now, then they'll go to the Baltic states next, because Putin wants to recreate the old Soviet Union, and they'll come marching all the way through Europe.
I'm like, so us losing 2 in a row, that wasn't a threat of America being over. But this other people's thing.
Yes.
Okay, I guess we've had
and it's such a lie, Kurt, because the Russian Federation, especially Putin, they didn't even want the Donbass. They didn't even want that area, which is predominantly filled with Russian-speaking people. Because you know why? Because then you got to manage that territory, and they don't want to do that. They got bankrupt during the Soviet Union. They understand this. They wanted the Donbass, and we know this from Minsk 1 and Minsk 2, that Putin tried to really push for everybody to agree to. They didn't want it. They didn't want to have to manage it.
Donbass didn't want to be part of it either. They want to be autonomous.
At one point, but then when it got too far, then they were like, no, we need your protection, obviously, because these Azov Nazi battalions are going to continue to bomb us and terrorize us. So then at one point, I'm pretty sure most of them were like, all right, we need Russia's help here, because they knew what was going on. But listen, this is going to get good over here, buddy. The best parts haven't even been played yet. Watch this.
But from what I've heard you say, you think the United States isn't doing enough.
It is my absolute feeling that the caution with which the United States has pledged, which seemed, in my reading of February 2022, was like a lean on in the fear of nuclear conflict.
something I think all of us should look very carefully at and understand it, of course, is possible, and that's to be concerning. The likelihood is extremely low.
Why?
It's possible, but the likelihood is extremely low. And that was after he said that caution turns to cowardice.
Hey, I have to take my goddamn shoes off at the airport still, just in case there's another shoe bomb that they could have stopped by just looking at the guy's shoes.
Yeah.
And I'm supposed to not give a shit about a nuclear holocaust. Okay.
But he has to say that because otherwise it's not. Well, it's not. It's going to. He'll be hypocritical then. It will go against him. It's counterproductive of what his story is, that we need to not be cowardice and continue to fund them to the freaking not.
Whoever puppets it, what I want to know is why why they're not afraid. I'll tell you what I suspect the most is we probably got some kind of weapon that's way better than me. The only way I can see.
You know what I think it is, Kurt? No, I think they think that they're going to live underground. That they'll be safe. I think the oligarch thinks that they have their bunkers and they'll go underground or they'll be fine and the Wall Street and they'll come up when it's done.
But okay, yeah, but for Ukraine they would do that? I just like that don't add up to me. They must have something where they're like Russia can't use those moves. So don't forget.
I also think they're cocky enough to think that they're the crazy ones.
I'm not like Sean Penn. Who knows what the hell?
With the help of a half-demon malady, the God-woken escapes through the veil that separates life from death.
Says, are we going to let a gangster with nuclear weapons dictate the way we live?
Are you? Are you kidding me?
Are we going to let this crazy guy with nuclear weapons dictate the way we
he said a
live?
gangster
We're
with-
talking about freedom.
Wait.
Democracy.
I currently let a gangster with nuclear weapons tell me how to live. What are you talking about?
It's good, though. It's got more. We got more.
So I think that the Ukrainians won't let him do that.
They won't.
In the documentary, you spoke with a Ukrainian fighter pilot named Juice.
Remember the Moonfish and Juice story?
No.
These two guys came during the release of Top Gun in the beginning of the war, right? I think it was after Top Gun, shortly after, to ask for, they wanted to push this F-16 program. Watch how Sean Penn gets emotional about it.
Was that their genders or their call signs?
No, they were call signs. Moonfish and Juice, Hollywood, Slider.
In
I require
the documentary,
ISO
you spoke with a Ukrainian fighter
and
pilot named
Q-tips.
Juice, who I understand was killed later in a training incident. Was your personal connection to him
Training
and
exercise.
the case he made to you part of why you are pushing this point on F-16 so strongly?
I was pushing it when I was with Juice and he was alive. He dreamt of flying F-16s. I think that he was a man who was born into a time where he had to do this extreme thing, and he did it with poise
Oh my God!
and skill and focus.
Hold on.
So,
When he made this movie,
yeah,
Moonfish and Juice came to the United States to push for this F-16 program, right? Because they wanted to get F-16s, which
Yeah.
made no sense because these guys are Ukrainian.
They fly
They're much.
MiGs. You
they
can't
fly
just
MiGs.
switch to an F-16.
Yes. Well,
did he die?
I don't know.
Did he get his
I asked
Make-A-Wish
the
and then
same-
died?
I asked the
Because you
same
can't do that?
I think he died before the F-16 program came to light.
Because, dude,
Kurt, I asked the same-
immediately that's what I think.
I said the same thing. Like they pushed for an F-16 program, put him in an F-16, and he crashed the thing because they're used to flying MiGs.
Oh my God! Why is his hair white? Because he saw the ghost of Kiev.
Just check it out. It's all. They try to get the emotional, personal connection.
And skill and focus and compassion. And so he had come to Washington to lobby for the F-16s and also was buying helmets for his helicopter pilot friends on eBay here to bring back. So it was like that.
Wait. Why don't they have helmets if we send them $130 billion? Like, why don't they have helmets?
Why would they? It's only 130
For the
billion.
helmets for the helicopter.
We got him. Everything.
And that's just some bullshit story, so he can just make an emotional, kind of like point about things. The way they're trying. I mean, think about this. How did they even think to bring this into this whole discussion? It's like a script.
Dude, I thought I didn't until I saw a picture of Juice. I thought he was just being catfish.
No.
And he's just like,
There's-
oh, Juice. He wants to meet Juice, and oh, Juice passed away.
I want to know what's up with Moonfish, if Moonfish is still alive.
What's Juice's real name? They don't say.
I have no. They all just said Moonfish and Juice, and they
Oh,
showed these.
you can't look 'em up and see
they
what
sho-
they,
and you could probably find them out their names, but they showed just the two of them. That's their call sign. It makes it more. We're a
Makes it
GI
more
Joe
Top
nation.
Gun.
Yeah, it makes it more Top Gun.
So it was like that. And then I suppose now, was it July that it was announced that there would now be an F-16 program? Those resources were coming.
Eventually, yeah.
Yeah, over a long period of time.
Sad story.
His friends Milf and Juice.
Moonfish and
Oh,
Juice.
Moonfish, sorry.
Juice did not live to see the F-16s that are coming our way. It's a beautiful story. They're sending over weapons of war, and it's just so beautiful.
And a couple of weeks later, I got the message that he'd been killed. I think not only would Juice be alive today, if we had been as bold as we like to claim to be historically as a country, with our principles, with our Republicans and our Democrats, with our leadership.
You hear his voice?
The
He's
citizenry
crying
too,
for-
while we were putting all...
He's trying to say that the lack of us sending them as much weaponry as possible is what caused.
I was
the
looking
death
for
of
my
Juice.
wireless
And we can't
keyboard
make that mistake again,
I
Kurt.
think he was
dongle.
assuming,
We can't make that mistake again.
Yeah, I think he's just assuming I care a lot more about his friend Juice than I do.
It's a good story.
The citizenry too, while we were putting all those Ukrainian flags out, we should have demand decisiveness in this case, because at some point, caution becomes cowardice.
There it is again.
There's
You know what
still
that
an
sounds like?
opportunity.
That sounds like when Matt Damon was it FTX that he did who did the ad for where he goes, fortune favors the bold to get you into crypto just for FTX? I think it was FTX.
It was. I think it was for FTX.
He sounds like he's saying crypto
It was
stuff.
Matt Dane. It was FTX. Yeah.
Yeah, fortune favors, it becomes coward. This is like an investment in a goddamn scam.
Yeah. And that's what he's trying to tell you to do. Because here, Zelensky's coming this week. This came out this weekend. The weekend before, Zelensky's coming to lobby to Congress and lobby to the American people that they need more money for weapons of war because their freedom, your freedom depends upon their freedom.
Is he, now did you show me before him talking about the vac?
We're gonna go right after that because we want to show this
freedom
parrot.
lover, yeah.
This parrot's the same bullshit of like put your seatbelt on, and you know what I'm talking about. Check it out. But just look at him, dude. This guy needs to be smacked right across
becomes
the head.
cowardice, but there's still an opportunity for us to do the right thing.
58% of Americans polled by CBS disapprove of the way Joe Biden is handling the situation with Russia and Ukraine. And I'm getting the sense from you, you're disappointed too.
I respect President
What is
Biden
Ja
very
Rule
much.
thing?
There have been a couple of things that I think have been disasters up to this point. There's should be an implicit understanding between private citizens and leaders in government that there are things that I don't know about, things that need to remain.
Does that not sound like manufacturing consent for the government to not tell us what we need to know?
Okay, wait.
Because he was like saying there's
What
some
is he
things.
getting at?
I'm going to play the rest of the thing, but right off the bat, when he started saying this, he's like manufacturing consent for them to not be transparent with the public.
No, that's what I'm taking it.
Yes.
So this is about both this war and vaccine. Is that where this is going?
And I was thinking he was talking. No, I think he was just talking about war in this clip. But rewind it a little bit, for the audience. Out there.
That is the thing. Government governments standing between private citizens and leaders in government. That there are things that I don't know about, things that need to remain classified.
Right.
So every day, even when I was with Juice, I was privately thinking, yes, it's our job to fight this fight, but privately I was thinking, but maybe they're doing it behind closed doors, and tomorrow we're going to wake up to that squadron.
What squadron? United States? Boots on the ground? What is he talking about?
Oh, he was hoping that they're doing
Maybe.
like
I don't know. More. He was saying some form of more. Wake up to that.
Now I remember. Okay, so 58% of Americans disapprove of how Biden is handling this. Did she just suggest that 58% wants him to send more money to Ukraine, and he's with
Kurt,
them?
Bingo! The same way they did it with, once again, when people like, oh, Trump didn't handle the coronavirus situation bad. In other words, they wanted more lockdowns and more mandates. They twisted and flipped it on its head. That's what they just did right here, ladies and gentlemen.
Vancouver? All right.
That's what they just did to you, ladies and gentlemen, and Kirk caught him in live time.
Enough time has passed. I think it's been, to date, a tragic mistake, and I hope and encourage this president that he deserves the legacy of doing this properly.
Polling also shows
Really?
big majorities of Americans continue to support economic sanctions on Russia. 61% of Republicans, though, say.
Did you hear that too as well? Most people are cool with sanctions on
Most
Russia.
people are. Most people do not think
Because they
twice.
say they only think it's cool if there's a choice, war
Back
or
in-
sanctions. Then of
back
course
in
they take
Godville.
sanctions. But if you stand alone on their heads, most people say we shouldn't be doing anything.
Well, maybe now, but when we
That's a
when we sanctioned all
fugazi
those-
statement.
When we sanctioned all those Iraqi kids to death, back in the day.
When they said it was an either or,
I remember
I'd
very-
rather sanction them than go to war with
No,
them.
I'm telling you, straight up, the people in that studio and New York, all these people, they're like, that's like I swear to God, they think of it as a gentler thing and not terrorism, which is what it is. That's why they love cancel culture, which is sanctions.
Yes.
That's why they love it.
It
doesn't
is
exist.
sanctions, yeah.
It doesn't exist, but we need more of it.
Yeah.
It's sanctions. They love, all shit libs love sanctions.
Because
love
they
it.
think it's a way of nudging people.
The U.S. should not send weapons to Ukraine. 50% say the U.S. should not send aid and supplies to Ukraine. That is a big shift from where the Republican Party was in terms of, in the past, being very strong on Russia.
What happened?
But some of it, in terms of the rhetoric, reflects this sense that America needs to fix itself at home. How do you respond to that thinking?
I think there's more than a compelling argument that would change those minds.
Is there?
And I understand why they're confused.
Yeah.
I mean,
we can convince people for more war.
Wait, what is the argument?
Well, here we go. Here we.
I understand would change those minds.
Okay.
And I understand why they're confused.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm
They're
hoping
confused.
in its little way that this film can help context. I would be confused if I hadn't had the opportunity to do this.
Better communication of the why and the justification
Yeah, I think
for
if
the
our-
billions of dollars of
Yeah, if the
Americans.
current leadership would just do one thing now, it would be the president saying to his cabinet, we are not spinning the story on Ukraine anymore. So if it's about what are they capable of, we're going to let our commanders in Fresno at the Cal National Guard that's been doing joint military exercises with them for 30 years tell us what their capability is. And we're going to say it unfiltered to the American people.
Wait. I get what he said. Okay, so Ukraine is losing real bad.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever, all the money we wasted on it, it was never enough. So this dum-dum is seeing the very real devastation that this proxy war has caused. And in his moronic head, his idea is to go all in on it.
Yes, because Ukraine's freedom is also tied to our freedom and democracy. Just like that one dude said in the very beginning of the interview, who was in the room with him and Zelensky, saying that you guys need to do this because if you don't, America's going to end.
Will
They
I have
keep
to wear a
tying
mask
us.
if they don't win?
Well, that's the next
Will I be
video we'll
locked
watch.
down if Ukraine doesn't win?
Let's finish this up real quick.
You end the documentary talking about this feeling of unity you had when you were in Ukraine, and you compare it to what you see here at home. And you
But also
actually
30s
end on the
Berlin.
images of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the congresswoman, and Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia. And you say, we're going backwards. Why do you think they symbolize that?
I think that we've come to a point where we as the voters, we as the citizens have to look at our politicians and say, look, you're very smart. We agreed with your policy.
What?
Why would you want to call it socialist? Why would you want to put up a middle finger to people who have a reaction to that? You're a leader.
Think hard, Sean.
Just get the policy across. I'm not interested in these people
Pause it.
self-celebrating.
He's so close to the answer and he can't form it in his dumb blonde head. Why do you think it is? Because they're on purpose, Sean, to not pass those things.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a genius. So he's probably seen some. So this is actually some insight into how Hitchens got on board with the Iraq War. because they go travel around, make friends with some people,
Yeah.
and they see people they care about die.
Yeah.
And then they're like, no, it is a good kid coming because
Yeah,
my
yeah,
friend Juice.
Yeah.
And all that, that's what they do.
They get you emotionally involved. And
without all the information, which he just got done saying.
dude, I got some friends who went in from the Ukrainian side, whatnot, and they were just kind of cursing left and right that Russia's awful and stuff because they saw the bombing and whatnot, and they only see one side.
Did they see the van jamming the Ukrainians in?
They didn't see that.
To grind them
that's
up?
what I'm saying. They don't take them to those areas. They let them see what they want them to see.
I'm Sean Penn. I'll bet Sean Penn. Oh, you know what? I would thought Sean Penn never saw that. I bet he did, and I bet he's like, they wouldn't have to do this if America would step up.
You think so?
That's what I tell. Well, you heard what he said.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you think Sean Penn witnessed any of those soldiers getting thrown in the vans? I don't think they were doing that.
No, a
then.
video or like.
Did you think Sean Penn saw a video or anything, or he just ignores it to this day of them forcing young kids to the front line? You answer that question.
He's there. If he's emotionally attached, right, and he came back, that means he's looking probably, it was emotional, to see how it's being covered.
Yes.
Because he cares about it. So that means most people don't care, so they don't even know about all the Nazi flags and all that stuff. So if you care about it and you're looking at it, he's probably seeing, oh, they're not winning. All the news that we get.
Yeah.
He's getting all that, and then his brain
Watching
turns
pillar
into, we
assist
should spend more
removals.
money on this.
I
we should
need
not
one.
only spend more money, it seems like he's okay with committing American and NATO troops there too as well.
Yeah, we're going to not lose democracy. We might lose NATO, which I'm really into. Really into that
Oh, I
idea.
got a NATO t-shirt, and I don't want to get rid of it. Craig Pasta-Jardula here, ladies and gentlemen. Jimmy Dore Show, guys. If you like Sean Penn's rhetoric when it comes to the Ukraine war, let us not forget his rhetoric at one point when it came to the COVID-19.
Well, let me guess. Do they coincide as the ultimate?
Kind of, in a way. But Kurt, wear your seatbelts.
What is that?
You can't go around pointing a gun in somebody's face, which is what it is when people are unvaccinated.
I have personally very little tolerance with those who don't exercise that common sense courtesy. They have to look at their lifestyle.
Oh my God, what is that? Oh my God, what is that?
I would like to see if we could just come up with an American mask to wear for the next 6 to 12 months.
At this point, it seems criminal to me, actually. Someone chooses not to be vaccinated, that they should choose to stay home, not go to work, not have a job.
Sean Penn is refusing to return to work on Starz' Gaslit. The actor is demanding all cast and crew of the Watergate series to receive the COVID-19 vaccine before returning to work on
If
set.
you believe that everyone should get vaccinated, I believe it should be mandatory, like turning your headlights on in a car at night. So I'll go back to Gaslit when I can be assured that 100% of the crew has gotten vaccinated. I would request that only vaccinated audiences have an opportunity to see this. Eventually it will stream. And that's a better time for the unvaccinated to see it.
Immediately no. Immediately no.
You know, I hope that audiences are drawn to it. Specifically, I hope that vaccinated audiences are drawn to it.
I'm telling you right now, I've seen what I needed to see.
What is that?
Isn't it Justin Bieber, right?
But why?
Because I think he was injured and was kind of like I don't know why they put that in there in this particular video, but I think it was something to do with the fact that he had changed his whole stance on it after.
Yeah, well, he had John Fetterman face.
Yeah. And by the way, I said it wrong. I said put your seatbelts on
does that
because he
mean?
said Sean Penn made the thing as like you have to do it's like putting your car lights on in the night. I thought at one point he said like putting your seatbelts on before you drive a car. I think he said that in another interview.
Oh,
so I
he
caught it
has
wrong.
been saying. Oh,
he's
so
been
that's
saying
the thing
stuff like
he
that all the
said.
time. I think it's about as much common sense as putting your
Has
seatbelts
he
on.
gotten
if
his
you go to a car.
boosters since his thing?
I have no clue,
There's
man.
new boosters out, and I think it's okay. I don't
He needs to
agree-
get it caught up to date if he wants a new one.
I
Anyways,
don't agree with Sean Penn on everything, but I'm sure he's up to date on his boosters for the upcoming triple-demic. I'm sure he saw the call of the Empire State Building lit up Pfizer blue.
Yep.
I would like to see some
And
yellow.
Kurt, if you're not
with
up to
that blue.
date, you can't go to work with him either, because that's how
And
much
you
power
will not
that
have
guy's
the
got.
pleasure of working with the Sean Penn.
Yeah, the Sean Penn.
You
Ladies and
think he did
gentlemen,
blow his Linsky? I bet he did.
thank you so much,
Yeah.
Craig Pasta-Jardula. Filling in with Jimmy Dore, Kurt Metzger here, Misha Michelotto. Let's go to a quick break. We'll be right on back to a card. We'll see you in a second. you ready? All right. Welcome back to the Jimmy Dore Show. Craig Pasta Jardula filling in today for Jimmy Dore while he is on the road. If you want to go see him, go to jimmydore.com. Look up and find out where there's a show near you. They're going to Tampa, Boca Raton, Orlando, Dallas, Houston, San Diego, Bloomington, Illinois, Indianapolis, Indiana, and Levittown, New York, just to name a few. Kurt Metzger is also in the house. Misha Michelada hanging on out. I don't know if you saw this story here. We should have done this last week, so let's get caught up. Because right now we're going through the whole origin story when it comes to hearings in the halls of our Congress with our lawmakers, the State Department. The CIA whistleblower claims the agency bribed their own analysis to say COVID did not come from Wuhan. Bombshell Republican report exposes alleged virus origins cover-up. Now,
to prevent racism.
No, but you know that whole time, that movie, My Cousin Vinny? Remember when he had his opening statement? Shouldn't we have that moment in time when we prove this? Everything that this guy says over here is bullstein. From this moment on, doesn't that make everything else that followed this whole situation right here, like, full of you know what, Kurt? Like, should we believe anything else after we know this to be
why
true?
I didn't even. We were like, hey, which story should we do?
Yeah.
Like, as soon as I see a new bombshell thing where somebody whistle blew that it was a lab leak, I'm like, I knew this when it happened.
Yeah.
Everybody knew that wasn't an idiot. So all this is now is if you're that dense that you still think it was a pangolin, maybe now, but of course it won't. You won't.
Well, I heard it was, what was it, rabbit dogs or wolf dogs or whatever they call them too.
Raccoon
dogs.
dog.
They kind of switched over things. But in the very beginning, Kurt, for the first 6 months, they were fighting back against this, even when Donald Trump said something. I believe it was Time Magazine or somebody else made another article pretty much belittling Donald Trump.
Women, racism, Russia. This was racism.
In Russia, a CIA whistleblower has told Congress the agency bribed its own analysis to say COVID-19 did not originate in a Wuhan lab. According to a veteran senior-level serving agency officer, the CIA assigned 7 officers to a COVID discovery team. At the end of the air investigation, 6 of the 7 believed the intelligence pointed to a low-confidence assessment that COVID-19 originated in a lab in Wuhan, China.
Oh, what was their confidence in it? If it's low confidence, why are you even telling me? Why bring it up if you?
Well, they have to have a level of confidence: moderate confidence, high confidence, low confidence, and stuff. So they say this is what we believe, but we all believe, and they rated it low confidence. The 7th member, the most senior on the team, believed it evolved naturally. The other 6 were then given a significant monetary incentive to change their position, according to the whistleblower. The CIA ultimately refused to make an assessment, even with low confidence. Both hypotheses rely on a significant assumptions of or face challenges with
I'm on Jonah Hill's side, by the way. I mean, I think
that's a good way to start. That's how we're starting the episode.
Well, I think he's a queef. He's like, I have boundaries. I would never hang out with a guy like that, but...
You would hang out with him. Shut up. You wouldn't hang out with Jonah Hill?
Wow, I don't know.
You hang out with Matt Ruby.
I wouldn't date him.
Come on.
All right, Ruby's got some bad hats. I wouldn't hang out with him. I mean, I'd hang out with him, but I wouldn't be in a relationship with him. I mean, look at this. He's dressing like his girlfriend. Got long hair. I don't know. The whole thing sucks.
Yeah, but I bet he's, you know.
I'm sure he's fine.
I bet he's on drugs or something to be that thin now.
All right, well, the drugs I like. Now we're getting somewhere.
Great comic actor. Is there a better,
great comic
is there
actor.
like in the last like 10 years a better comic actor?
Yes.
In like big screen movies?
Well, what about Will Ferrell?
In the last 10 years. Will Ferrell's run, he's great, but his run is like the early aughts.
I see.
I mean, that run of like Talladega, Elf,
Old School.
Anchorman, Old School, Step Brothers. That was like the other guys. I feel like that was all the early aughts to like around 2010 or something.
Yeah. What do we have? We have Wolf of Wall Street. He's funny in that.
Oh, he kills that.
21 and 22 Jump Street, cured anti-Semitism.
Yes, that's right. Kanye loves him. So I'm all for the acting. I'm all for the funny. But the texts were just like cringy to me.
It's all look. No one should.
But you don't want to see my text with my lady too. That's weird as well.
Exactly. No one's text should see the light of day. I feel like unless you know. I mean, I don't know. Once you're in a relationship, I feel like that's a weird out of context text. Like what he wrote isn't great, obviously, but also
context. We got something.
Ooh,
right?
Context.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, Comic-Con. Huh?
But it's
con artist. All right.
Thanks for that. That was helpful. Trying to get somewhere. It's like wordplay. Let me see what I can do here.
Chili con queso. All right.
No, it's whatever.
That's his favorite
This
meal.
is a dated story anyway we're talking about, but I think
But you don't leak text. That's a violation of trust. You put it public. I mean, that she should be in trouble for that as well.
This wasn't a Mel Gibson voicemail.
Yes, exactly.
This was I don't like. Well, it's like guess what? If you don't like that, you don't have to date the person, and she doesn't have to date you. It's just weird, I guess, to date a surfer and not want her to post swimsuit photos, right?
Well, that was crazy. I think he's just like, hey, don't show your ass. And people are like, but she's in a swimsuit all day long. He's like, I know, but if she's at the club showing her ass, it's a little different. I don't know. I would never text my lady that. It's all weird, but I just hate how we can't have two bad people. Everything is so absolute. He's the bad guy. She's the bad guy. No, they both suck. Two things can be true.
Yeah, I think also the timing was a little questionable. Like it did come off like she's maybe not over him.
Yeah, a little bitter.
Like he moved on, has a family. Didn't they just have a baby?
She didn't like that.
So I think sometimes maybe that you're like, well, he's not good. It's tough when it's a famous person you date because the public perception is so positive. So that's probably hard to process a breakup when you have all these negative feelings.
Of course.
know?
But it doesn't excuse the...
Not at all. I'm saying I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, it's good to understand. But he sucks. She sucks. They all suck. They deserve each other.
I like him. I like Jonah Hill.
I like him too. I'm trying to make it look like I'm less attacking the ladies because they're allowed to attack men without any repercussion. But if you attack a lady, you have to have all these consolations.
Social media went back. There are two sides. There are Jonah Hill defenders. I don't think. But you know. That's what happens when you bring the flames on someone. Some of the flames are going to come back on you.
You got that right.
There's something really annoying about Twitter now. Where, like I feel like when it started, it was
funny,
it was just jokes and
light
wordplay and like dead baby jokes and rape jokes. And now it's literally people. The minute people realized outrage was currency on Twitter, and outrage performs like I don't know how many % better, but way more. It's like, well, that's what it all became. It went from like everyone being like, boom, boom, to like,
yeah.
I'm like, well, that's a shitty place to be. You wouldn't want to hang out with that person, but then all day you're just like,
right.
crying, wah, okay.
Yeah, I completely agree. But we do it with everything. You know, you go, did you hear what Trump said? It was so funny. Oh, you're alt-right now. I'm like, it was a funny line. I don't know. I still think he's a psycho. It's a funny. Why can't we have nuance? You know, and that's what this does. Like, he's a piece of shit. He's a woman hater. He's a misogynist. Like, he's texting his girlfriend. I don't know.
Yeah, no one knows.
Come on.
That's why you usually solve it with each other. But that's when someone's famous.
True.
People become obsessive with this shit.
They become
So are you
obsessed.
careful with your text now? Like anything you write? Like
No.
anytime I write something, I'm like, no?
All N-word. No. I mean,
that was just to me.
I mean, if you look, it's just my wife showing me her clam. It's a tit shot. It's me. Is this joke funny? She's like, this is appalling. You know, it's wild. Our text chain is wild. And if she ever leaked it, I'd be crushed just because it's like it's a violation of what we have.
That's going to be one hell of a divorce.
Oh, the fucking when that comes out in the courtroom.
Cut to Mark ripping up the prenup. All right, take it.
Yeah.
Take everything.
Please.
Just don't release those. No, I've definitely, look, we've all written shit we're not proud of in a relationship. Come on.
That's what text
Both
are for.
sides. Come on. It's, there's bad people on both sides.
Here. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, so I forgot our original point, but...
Yeah, when it's tough when it's a situation like this that probably did have nuance.
Yes.
As opposed to like a Chris Brown situation where she's just covered in bruises and you're like, okay, pretty much open and shut case right here, right?
I don't know. What'd she say?
That's true.
No, I'm just
That
kidding.
is true. We didn't get to the bottom of that, but...
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm with you on that. Yeah, she couldn't even open one eye.
Yeah.
And people still going to his shows. So let's be a little easier on old Hill Dog. There you go.
Yeah.
All right. And then Was that? Oh, Lizzo is how we got started on this.
Oh, yeah.
We were talking off camera about Lizzo, yeah.
Yeah, I was telling my wife, I was like, why am I delighting in this cancellation so much? Because I hate cancellation. But I was like, what is it that I like? And she was like, well, you don't like fat people. And I was like, it can't just be that. It's got to be more than that. And I think I figured it out last night. And I think it's that, she's up on Mount Pius and people put her up there.
It's the only mountain she's hiked.
I thought she was the mountain. All right.
And she's up there with like inclusion and like diversity and body positivity and everything. And then like if you don't go along with that sermon, then you're the bigot.
Right.
And you're the asshole.
Right.
And you're the bully. Meanwhile, the whole time she was the asshole. She was the bully and making me feel bad about it.
Yeah, of course. But this is how it goes. This shit can't last because humans are human and we're all flawed. No one's perfect. We think because you point a finger at one guy, now you're off the hook. But you're still a piece of shit too. It's like when I do a dark joke, people go, you're an asshole. I'm like, you've never had a dark thought? I just said mine out loud.
Yeah.
Am I really the only psycho in America? No.
And also, yeah, I mean, it's madness. But also with Lizzo, I mean, I remember talking to a comic once who had this big New York Times write-up saying what a genius he was. And I called him. I was like, man, that's so cool. And he was like, I fucking hate it. Because he's like, that's when they come for you. That's when they'll start calling me a hack, was what he was saying. He's like, when they lift me up like this.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
I mean, people love to lift people up. And not Lizzo. But but no, they do love to lift her up and talk about, it also is the same people that lift her up that are the ones bringing her down right now.
That's how it goes.
It's going to come for you.
Yeah.
This shit comes for you.
So stop coming for others, you cunts.
Well, she is an interesting one because you're right, she's like a body positivity thing. And there's this weird thing now where like the liberals are obsessed with body positivity. And sure, it's good to accept yourself. That's good. But at the same time, now you see articles, I forgot which publication it was, but they were like, why is the far right so obsessed with fitness? I'm like, health is a partisan issue now.
Exactly.
Why are you? There's a lot to go after the far right for. You're going after exercise.
I know. Again, with the absolutes, it's all or nothing. If you're healthy, you're all right. If you're fat, you're liberal. It's so stupid. There's nuance. Some people are chubby, like you. You're a centrist. Okay, but you're not even that chubby. Sorry. I couldn't go to Matt, but it's just,
I'll wear it.
It's these absolutes. You got to go all the way here. This is alt right, so this must be. And white is bad, black is good. It's so stupid, and it's childish, and it's ignorant. And we got to have this actor because he's Chinese. You're like, what? That's a little offensive. None of it makes sense. It's all gonna come crumbling down, and I can't wait for it. And I'm not gonna forget who pointed fingers.
Yeah, man. Well, it's also just like, it's funny how quickly you see the fatigue of the mob.
Oh, the fatigue.
Where they go from Jonah Hill and then it's like, give it a news cycle.
Right.
And then they find the next one. And by the time this podcast comes out, it'll be a new person. It won't be Lizzo anymore. And people will forgive her and she'll, she won't make her new dancers walk to Brooklyn to get a slice of cheesecake. I think that was the accusation.
Well, somebody needs to be walking. But also, then this is where I get in trouble. Sorry, everybody. Get ready to hit the edit button. But everybody preaches compassion, and hey, you call somebody trans or whatever, and they go, hey, that's insensitive, blah, blah, blah. Well, you know what else is insensitive? Trying to ruin someone's life and take their livelihood away and smear their name and ruin their reputation. That's insanely. I'd rather be called a hack or a homo or whatever. Come at me with the insults. It's fine. That's fine. But if you try to ruin someone's life because they're a sexist or racist or whatever, and you don't even know the facts, that's shitty too.
Well, what's interesting is what Mark is saying is...
Please translate.
Well, yeah. First off, no one's offended by being called trans. That was the first
I didn't want to say the real word.
Yeah. But like, I know what you mean. Like
transmission fluid.
That's offensive.
Yeah.
A man's mission fluid. No, but I know what you mean. Where it's like, as kids, we were taught to use our words, right? And
good point.
And now words have taken on like another level with social media and like how much you settle things with your words. That was like, you're like, Mom, I didn't fight. I settled things with my words. And she's like, good job. Okay. You grow up. How do you settle things? I smeared someone and ruined their life.
Right.
Well, those were words.
Right.
You know what I mean? I think about this too. I was trying to do a bit about this last night about how Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg want to fight, and how it's so childish that these two billionaires just want to like fight each other, but then they're like, it's for charity, and everyone's like, all right, it is for the veterans, I guess, And I was thinking, like, how long before kids catch on to this? They're just wailing on a kid outside the classroom, and the teachers try to break it up. They're like, this is for St. Jude's Children's Hospital. We're trying to raise money here.
Yeah.
Right.
But it's like, it is interesting to me that, like, words, that's what we were taught. But there wasn't like guidance. It's kind of like being told you can be whatever you want. There weren't like guidelines. They're like, use your words. But words, sticks and stones.
Sticks and stones. Everybody knew that
right?
limerick. Yeah, it's not good. And then the worst part is they use under the guise of hey, let's call this guy a racist, and then we can fuck him over, and we won't be in trouble. Even though we're lying about what he did, we won't be in trouble because we're stopping racism. So now you're using an important movement for your own personal gain, which is doubly shitty. It's you get mad at a guy making a black guy joke, but now you're using this cause to get rid of a guy.
It is all about them.
That is way worse than the black joke originally, and they know it. Ah!
But it began when outrage became currency. It began when we started rewarding, people going, look at this. When that started getting 200 retweets each time or more, going viral, that's when it was.
Exactly. What I don't get is like when Amber Heard says Johnny Depp beat her up, and then it proves in court that she hired a makeup artist, she hired a bunch of people to lie for her, he never did it. He had to go through hell and pay millions of dollars in legal fees and be publicly shamed and all this shit. And then it comes out that she lied. Why aren't the women coming after her? Hey, look at this twat lying. That hurts the movement too. So get mad at her.
Yeah, then I went to see his band, and it felt like an assault on my ears. So it's,
Woo! But no, you see my point.
Would you still hit it though, Amber Heard?
Of course,
yeah,
of course. I'd hit her. Joking, but yeah, I don't know. It's all a bummer, and I think the fatigue is real, and I think we're gonna look back on these times and go, "Whoo, that was wild." Because you ever see Game of Thrones?
I never watched it actually.
It's not my cup either, but I watched it during the pandemic.
I heard it's good.
It's good. It's well done. It's got something for everybody.
Yeah.
But I hate dragons and all that. So there's one scene where the big queen, she's like a hot blonde lady, rich, powerful queen of the whole land. She basically gets canceled. They find out she did something wrong, and she has to walk through the town naked. And everybody's throwing tomatoes at her. It's kind of like the stocks. Remember the stocks?
Yeah.
And people are throwing shit on her and jizz on her and all this stuff. And true, they really did. You saw it. Yeah. And it's basically her getting canceled, and you're like, you guys think you're high and mighty because she fucked up, but you're throwing jizz on a lady, and that's the same shit. You're just getting off on throwing shit on a person, and it's not because of justice. You're just excited about, we get to fuck over the queen. I'm a peasant, and now I'm fucking over the queen, and it's
misplaced rage.
Yes!
You're not working on stuff.
Translate. I need you here, because otherwise I just sound like a fucking weirdo on a lawn.
No, I mean, we see it all the time. It's, you see it in the street in New York. You just see misplaced, like someone just snaps at someone on the subway, and you're like, that wasn't about her.
Yes.
You know what I mean? But that's everywhere. But people do it way more.
Yeah,
behind a keyboard
with
obviously.
Jonah Hill. Like those releasing the tweets wasn't about the tweets. It was like, let's fuck this guy.
It's cowardly to do that to somebody when there's going to be no repercussions for you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's like a scenario where that happens. The tweeting where they never go back at that person. Well, let's look into this person's life.
Right.
Because so often those people have skeletons.
Of course.
We talked about this shit before, whatever.
Yeah.
But I got to tell you, did I send you? Oh, you got the clip? We can't show this, oh, can we?
HBO.
No, yeah, don't show it.
People know what I'm talking about. That's the queen. They shaved her head like that. That's literally poo throwing at her. She's crying. So I would rather go through this than get shit online. It ends, the shit online lives
What
forever.
happens to her afterwards? Does she just go back to being queen, or is it
canceled?
I think she does, actually. Now she has to face Parliament or whatever the hell. But it's a hell of a scene, and it's worth a watch.
I heard I should watch it.
It's well done. J.R.R. Hard R. Tolkien.
I think that's it. Yeah. Why do you say that?
Lord of the Rings.
Martin.
Martin. I think there's a couple R's.
George R. Martin.
There's an R. All right. R. What are we, pirates? All right. But check it out. It's pretty good.
I should watch it.
All right. We got that out.
I had a day, man. I got here like 30 minutes early because the damn construction in my building.
Man.
I shit you not. I think I sent you a clip of what this looks like. This has been 10 months. It is taking all the strength I have not to write very bad words to building manager. Look at this. This is outside my window. Play it.
Oh, geez.
Play it.
You got the blue tarp going like Katrina. Oh, my Lord.
That's my window.
Wild.
It's been almost a year.
This is comical. I didn't know it was this bad.
It's insane.
I mean, this is like the Malaysian miners trying to get out of the mountain here. This is crazy. Oh my God! You can feel the vibration,
dude. My apartment is vibrating, and here's the best part: they're doing it on all sides of my apartment, so there's no room I can go in to get away. So I just can't be. So this is the best part. I go outside today to just get. I'm like, all right, let me just get out. The plumber stood me up today. I had a great thing. The plumber's supposed to come by, and it's such a New York story already.
Yeah.
The plumber stands me up.
You got ghosted by a plumber?
Well, here's the best part. My building's like, this is who we use, so you should use them because they know the building. I was like, all right, fine. So I swear to God, I looked them up. We can look up the reviews. It's like 30 straight 1-star reviews. Literally everyone is like, they did a bad job on my plumbing. The next one's like, they raped my mother. I'm like, this is a bad plumber, apparently, but that's my choice, I guess. So they stand me up. I call. I was like, you're supposed to be here. They're like, nope. And I was like, nope.
Wow, nope.
And she goes, you never confirmed. And I was like, the guy said, yeah, we'll be here Monday at 9.
Yeah.
And she goes, you have to confirm. I'm like, he didn't say anything about confirming. He said I'm in the books. And they were like, sorry.
Oh, wow.
I was like, all right, whatever. So I go out, I take a walk to get out of this noise. And
this is bananas.
Oh, and they keep telling me it's gonna. I know. They keep telling me it's gonna end. No. The people are listening to this, Matt. Jesus Christ. I'm telling you how insufferable it is. And he's like, let me play it for a 4th time here.
This is like Oppenheimer at IMAX. That was not as loud as this.
Oh my God, it's awful.
It's like robotic.
So then we're gonna get comments like, shut the fuck up. So I go outside to get a coffee. I'm like, I'll just chill for a minute, and immediately a crazy guy walks up to a woman, and he's just like, I swear to God, he clearly tweaked out. I've seen him in the neighborhood before. He has not improved since I've seen him last. Goes up to a woman with a little dog. He goes, fuck you, fuck your shitty dog. It's like, and she's like a pretty cool New York girl where she's kind of just like rolling her eyes, but he's in her face. So I like walk up next to her just to make sure, like he doesn't swing on her or something.
Sure.
So we just kind of walk up, and I'm like, this is crazy. Then he walks up to some other guy and he goes, fuck you, fuck your mother. And I'm like, this dude is a lot. All right.
Wow.
So I'm like, all right, whatever. He kind of walks away. Same spot. Something about the spot I'm in, I guess. Another guy walks up to me. He does a thing where he's like, goes to someone and goes, buy my book.
What?
There's no pitch for it. We don't know what the book's about. I don't know
Wait,
what
the
fuck
same guy?
No, a different guy.
Oh, that's,
no.
I'd rather the fuck you guy than buy my book.
No, this guy, I don't think the other guy is published.
Okay.
But he just goes up, buy my book, and everyone's just like, no, I'm sorry. And he's like, buy my book, and I could tell he's coming to me. So I turn my chair, I put my hat down, and I have my noise-canceling headphones on, clearly inviting a conversation.
Sure.
He comes over to me, goes, buy my book, and I'm just like, I'm good. And he goes, fuck her.
Damn.
I don't know the path to be an author. I don't think this is it.
That wasn't our Tolkien? Jesus. Wow.
So that's why I'm here early today. I was like, you know what? Let me just get out of the neighborhood and I'm in a good neighborhood. It's like a great neighborhood for a crazy person.
That's a bit. That book guy's a bit.
Maybe.
Buy my book, yeah.
It's like the Jay Sherman thing. Buy my book. Remember that?
Yeah. Wow, you got to go on Amazon and leave a review about that guy. But
oh my God, no,
Jesus.
dude, it was a morning, but I'm like, also it's like, New York, you're used to that, but you're just, it's like that comical. Yeah, you got it. The best show, the most underrated. If you think of one show that got prematurely canceled, it's All Day.
Oh, the best. And a smart show. The references, they go back to like Orson Welles and, fucking Citizen Kane and all that shit. But wow, buy my book.
Oh,
That's
it's brutal,
tough.
brutal. But I'm so happy to be here. I was like, I can't wait for this pod today because holy shit.
Man, well, yeah, get it all out. This is New York. It's so funny. I had the opposite night. I had a tough flight, connection, barely made it from Des Moines. It was a whole thing. Finally made it home. You hit wall-to-wall traffic. There's a tanker truck flipped over on the I-9 or whatever, so you got to take the back roads from Newark. Brutal. Took me like an hour and a half to get home from the airport. Finally get there, and I made a cocktail and put it in a Starbucks cup just so I wouldn't look like a weirdo. And I just, the ladies out of town, I said, let me walk around the city. I walked around the village.
This last night?
Last night, beautiful night. The cool,
nice.
crisp air. Every restaurant was full. I'm walking down Perry, Charles, Bleecker, just glasses clinking, people laughing, good-looking people everywhere. Went down to the water, had a great time. Cut to, buy my book.
That is a nice thing. That's a good rec, is to put a little drink in a different container, take a stroll.
Oh, yeah. I had music going. It was great.
Can you tell us about that night where you had something to think about and you just went out for a walk? And you sat on a bench in Manhattan somewhere?
Oh, yeah, sure. So I was having some problems with the lady, marital strife. And we had
tough, right?
It's tough. We had a blowout for all blowouts. Like, blowout, plates throwing. I'm sure the neighbors called the cops, and everything came out. Everything. This is what I hate about you.
I'd kill to live in your building with that noise. That's nothing compared to this. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God. That is wild. It's like Darth Vader coming. I don't know what that is. It's too much. So we just had it out, and it was like too much was said. Too much honesty.
Oof.
And so I think it's a men and women thing where she's like, all right, let's talk. And I said, I'm leaving. I gotta take a walk. And here's a weird thing. I walked outside. I'm on 6th Avenue. It's like 4 a.m. We've been fighting for hours.
Ugh.
One of those where it's like you change rooms fighting, like we're in the bed and we're in the couch and we're in the kitchen. And
3 rooms. That's it.
Okay, well that's New York.
No.
It's like Clue. I called her a cunt in the kitchen with the fucking butter knife. So then I'm sitting on a park bench, just like headphones in, looking at the phone. You still got that fucking energy going. Your adrenaline's running from all the fighting. And I'm sitting on a park bench. Now all the bars are coming out. It's 4:10, 4:05 in the morning, and all these drunk gals. And the village is like full of beautiful women. It's like smoke shows.
Amazing.
And I'm sitting on a bench. I'm doing AC Slater style. I'm up on the top bench with the feet on the butt part. And all these women are like going up to me. They're all drunk and they're going home. And they're probably mad they didn't get laid. And they're going like, what's up with you? Why are you all alone? Now they're sitting next to me. And I'm like, God, my whole 20s, I was like trying to get laid, going to the gym, pick up lines, swiping on Tinder. I had to just sit on a park bench. I felt like a worm on a hook. And I think
did they recognize you?
No recognize, and they're all like, hey, big boy, and I was the meat. I was the victim. Like, they would be like a pack of 5 of them, and they'd be like, what's your story? Why are you sitting here? I wish I knew this 10 years ago. I would have been cleaning up.
You're about to inspire a ton of creepy listeners right now.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
Just hang in Central Park, dude.
The good thing is marriage is almost over.
No.
You found the cheat code.
Well, it kind of like lightened my spirits. I was like, wow, this is very flattering. As a guy, I was like, this is awesome. Like, so many women are paying attention to me and talking to me, and these are like really pretty ladies. And I think the fact that I was not hitting on them, I'm just minding my own business, sitting on a bench, not bothering anybody.
Yeah, what is wrong with these women that they walk up to a dude sitting on a park bench alone at 4 a.m.? Like, this dude has his shit together. That's amazing.
Well, I was up on the top part. I look cool. And I don't know what it was. And I think it's the village. I don't know, a white privilege. Who knows what it is? But like a couple of bachelorette parties walk by, and they're all hopped up on estrogen. They're like, hey, dickless or whatever. And it was the easiest pickup of my life. And I had to be like, I'm fighting with my wife. And they were all like, oh, why are you guys fighting? They were stroking my leg and shit. I'm like, oh, my God. So I went back, and we worked it all out. We've never been better in the relationship.
Damn, it's like a reset.
It's a reset, yeah. And I think that's where the TWA thing came in, because she was like, I got to do more things for him, all that shit, which is like, don't really know me that well. But, it was a very nice gesture. But
next time in the city.
So then she was out of town. I went and got flowers. I put them in a vase, and then she came home to that. I put a little note with all this shit. So we're back, baby. But it sometimes it takes a real clean slate to start fresh.
Yeah, I guess sometimes when you're just holding shit in, relationships are so tough, man.
Yeah, I told him it was like The Godfather when they're like, every 10 years or so we have to have a bloodbath just to clear the air.
Exactly.
It's like, even though we don't need the family war, we do it.
Yeah, the makeup sex was wild and raunchy and long and nasty. I counted, I was like, wow, we did 6 positions. That's pretty good for a married couple, yeah.
And only 3 rooms.
2 a room.
Damn.
Yeah. So, very good, but also just tip for the men out there, ditch your friends, Get a cocktail in a Starbucks cup, sit on a bench on the top. You're home free.
It's your spot.
That's pretty good.
That's the weird thing where you have to like catch up just so you're not a creep.
What do you mean?
With alcohol, like they're drunker than you. You're like, fuck bartender, 5 shots. You just down them all. You're like, all right, perfect.
Right.
Let's get out of here.
Now it's legal, right?
I thought saying fighting with my wife would, brush them off a little, but they were like, oh, about what? Now they're like, no more about me. That actually helped.
You're non-threatening now. A woman has already chosen you.
I guess so. I told one girl I was gay, and she was like, oh, I could flip you or whatever. And I was like, damn, this is fish in a barrel here.
Well, we had a friend. We knew a guy who was like very gay, but he fucked women. And he was like clearly gay, but he was like the biggest cock block you've ever met.
Yeah.
Like on a level where you're like, dude, what are you are you even enjoying ruining my night?
You're more cock breath, cock block. But it was mud.
Oh, dude, he would swoop in and like hug them, and they'd be like, "Aw," and then he'd like kiss their cheek. Before you know it, he's making out with them, and you're like, I was talking to her.
I know. And you think, well, I'm not threatened. He's super gay. I'm fine. But then he would slip in.
Speaking of, I got a peeve.
It
was not Andy Dick, no.
Okay. Andy Dick's funny. All right.
I had a guy say to me the other night, he goes, so I saw you the other night on the street. I didn't say hi because you were on a date, but you were, licking an ice cream cone, looking like a homo. That's quite. For number one, I was on a date with a woman. Number two, how homophobic are you that you have deprived yourself ice cream because it's gay? And number three, it was sorbet, so he would think I was even gayer if he knew that. But it's so funny to me that you're that homophobic that you're like, you can't have dessert. Yeah. Like the dude who's just out to dinner and they're like, we have a lovely tiramisu, and he's like, nice try, buddy. I'm not biting.
Yeah. Wow, man, he had to zing you somehow because like you're obviously doing well. You got a hot lady here with you. He had to get in somewhere with the ice cream cone, I guess was it.
It's just it's like a 60s insult or something. Where you're like, ice cream. I can't have ice cream.
My buddy, he's a black guy, and black guys are very macho. And my friend was eating a banana, and he was like, I had to throw away the banana because I was walking down the street and I couldn't have another black guy see me eat a banana. And I was like, man,
that's hilarious.
That sucks. I eat bananas all the time, but I've never worried like, I'm a big gay out here.
I think they're the number one purchase thing at Walmart is bananas.
Really? Oh,
yeah,
really?
People fucking love bananas.
People love bananas. They're a quarter on the what do you call it, fruit stands.
Yeah,
I get them every day.
The number one mover of orange juice is the Waffle House. They sell more orange juice than anyone else in the country.
That makes sense.
Like more than Walmart.
And by the way, orange juice horrible for you. It's it's same amount as a Coca-Cola.
But as a kid, that we thought it was healthy.
You thought it was healthy.
They pitched it as healthy.
Fruit drink.
All you have to do is pitch something. I mean, like think about it. Like Kind bars, it's like drizzled in chocolate.
Yes.
Like, oh yeah, I'll be healthy today. I'll have a Kind bar.
They got sued, by the way. Somebody sued them. They were like, "This is not healthy at all." I did all the numbers, and he won.
Yeah, it's pretty. It is funny to me that like eating an ice cream cone is like I feel like sweets. You're like called gay,
and you're licking it too, which is tough.
But that's what you do with a pussy. You don't really lick it. I guess you could lick the tip of a dick, but you lick a pussy. You don't lick a.
You got a point. They should make pussy flavored ice cream. Now you're not gay.
Now you're going out of business.
Well, they got breast milk. They got a couple other weird. How about pussy?
I feel like it'd be like a gourmet place.
Yeah.
Gwyneth Paltrow's got a vagina candle.
That's true. Oh yeah, good point.
Pinkberry, get on it.
Yeah.
They call it Stinkberry.
Stinkberry, and then put a cherry on top. Now you're popping cherries. All right, we're having too much fun.
That's I don't know if it's a good flavor for ice cream, but I'd be curious.
Yeah,
I've tried weird. They made the mac and cheese.
That's true. They got all kinds of weird flavors. But if it's pussy flavored, you find a hair in it. That makes sense. Now we got something. We got a pube.
Yeah.
I always say Brazilian restaurants should have no pubes in it. Okay. Like a Brazilian steakhouse. All right. Tweet it.
Yeah, no, I love those steakhouses.
Oh, you flip the thing over for more meat?
It's just the most savage. That's what I picture this guy eating who called me that.
Yeah.
I feel like that's all he eats is steak.
Right.
Never has any treats ever. But yeah, no, those Brazilian steakhouses were like, fuck, dude. When they pull over, it's like garlic steak.
Oh.
ribeye and like the chicken hearts. That's the one where I'm like, that's a little. We're eating little hearts.
Yeah, now it's like the hands of a dwarf. You're like, what is it in? But yeah, that plate, you flip the thing over. Gay bar should have that. Like, hey, I flipped this over. I'm ready for another sausage. You know, bring it on. I'm ready. I'm not full yet, but yeah. That's crazy. That's a good peeve.
You feel like shit though after those steakhouses.
Every time.
I did it before a show in Pittsburgh. It was me, JP McDade, and James Webb, and that was the only thing open. It was like right after, downtowns were kind of hit hard after COVID.
Oh yeah.
We were playing Pittsburgh Improv, and I was like, "Fuck it, let's go to a steakhouse." And dude, when I tell you we had like the meat sweats on stage, it's like you feel like shit. You feel dumber.
You feel dumber, yeah. You feel heavy, slow, but you can't stop eating it. If somebody has a sword at your table and he's like got a fucking pitchfork, you just got to say, "I'll take it. I'll take it." When's the next time I see a chicken heart?
I know. You got to. Yeah.
You got to do it. Yeah, good peeve. Here's a peeve for you. And this is a nice guy. I hope he never hears this because it's a little annoying thing he does.
This is the hardest one, is doing the peeves for the people who might listen.
Sweet guy. We're all hanging out. He's not a comic, so it's already a little weird because he's there. No offense, but he's in a group of comics. We're all busting balls, telling jokes, laughing, telling crazy stories. And he was chiming in. He would go, "Oh, it's funny you say that." Like if you go, I went to a Brazilian steakhouse. Oh, funny you say that. My buddy's Brazilian, and he would tell this long story about his buddy, and you're like, it's not the greatest story, but he has that perfect way in because he goes, "Oh, it's funny you say that," and you're like, no. Like now, every time he said it's funny you say that, I go, don't do it. We don't want the story. My mom was eating a Pop-Tart. Funny you say that. Pop-Tarts are made in Ohio. I knew a guy from Ohio once, and you're like, God, it's almost impressive the way he could hopscotch over to a thing that he knows about. Funny you say that.
The guy with the perfect in.
Yes,
but never has an out.
No out.
I
bad
hate those
story.
guys. No, I've had a guy like that once where like they'll just hit you with like they'll interrupt a conversation you're having with like small talk.
Yes.
We're having like a meaningful conversation. They jump in. They're like, "Hey, it's hot today."
Right.
I was having like a serious conversation here.
But I think in his mind, he's like, I don't want to be rude and sit here quietly. I'll join in. These guys want me to join in. We're like, we don't want you to join in. You could laugh and sit there quietly. We would have no problems with that. But
or just be more selective. Yeah, it's tough. That's a tough one.
And a nice guy, but the stories, they just went nowhere.
Never-ending stories are tough.
It's funny you say that. There's a movie called Never-Ending Stories that I saw in the theater in 1981, and you're like, Gah!
It is an annoying.
It's a great in, though. Funny you say that. And because you're going to go, oh, what? What's funny about it? And then here we are.
Nothing's funny about it.
Nothing. And he got us every time. And it's a little rude to say it's funny you say that because it's not funny. It's not funny I say that. We're not laughing. No funny.
You lose the edit button as you get older too.
Yeah,
with the stories. Oh damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can get tough.
Yeah, it was tough. And he's also one of these guys, and he makes where he's from his whole personality. He's from Boston, so he's like, I'm from Boston, so and he's got the thick accent, and he's like, I'm from Boston, so we would really drink hard. I'm like, we all drank hard. We all had I drink hard every night. I got a podcast about drinking. Like, you can't just bring it all back to Boston, or like, I'm from San Francisco, so I know about seafood. You're like, I know about seafood too. You can't just, nobody cares where you're from, and we care where you're from, but you can't just make it your whole world.
Yeah, fuck.
Like, you're a New York guy, but you're not like, so let me just tell you about the subway.
Yeah, let me explain pizza to you.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
We've had pizza.
You're Brooklyn. You know how many people make Brooklyn their whole thing?
Yeah.
I'm from Brooklyn. Brooklyn, what? All this shit. You're like, all right, just talk to me.
Yeah.
You've never brought up Brooklyn.
No, I don't bring it up.
I love that.
Funny thing. Do you actually hate it more when people are like, that's funny? I hate that.
Oh,
when you say something's actually funny, and they're like,
it's literally like if you were fucking someone, they were like, "I'm coming." It's the same energy. It's the worst. It's like you laugh, you do the one where you're like, they're like,
yeah,
yeah.
You're like, what are you doing?
Send me a text, ha, instead. That's just insulting.
Ha is for like kind of like in a text. It's for like, oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
It's not for a joke.
Yeah. And I think with comics, it's a little different. Like, you'll be like, is this anything? I'm like, ooh, that's funny.
Yeah,
that's
no, I'm talking about in person.
Yeah.
Because you want the laugh from the person.
Right.
And you're getting. That's
no.
funny.
Comics do that. I also am thinking about the guy you're telling this story to. Comedians are the worst listeners on the planet.
That
It's
is
funny that we
also
all
true.
podcast now because we were the worst. I used to say like the only time comedians ask about another person is doing crowd work because we don't do that. I mean, we don't ask about people. There we go, both of you. But no, we're just terrible fucking listeners. So if you don't edit your story properly and have an out, we're sitting there like, dude, come on,
I know, and especially if you're going to take the floor. All right, we're giving you the floor here. You better deliver.
Right,
you know,
right.
and I had to tell him after the 12th story, I was like, no more stories. I just said, too many stories, not another story. And he was like, I know, I tell a lot of them. What's funny about that is, like, oh, come on. He would literally be like, oh, we got so drunk, this guy puked everywhere. And that was like the big button. You're like, but we don't know those people. I don't care that he puked. I've seen puke. Everybody pukes. I don't know.
You had to be there. Long stories.
Yeah.
So terrible.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I had other peeves. Let me see what I wrote down.
But let me just say this: I've started my theater tour. We did my first 2 theaters, and it's a dream.
Tell us.
Well, I did Milwaukee. You know, it's this beautiful theater, ornate, sold out.
Which one do you do?
Paps.
That's legendary.
Legendary.
Yeah, yeah.
Fonzie's outside, a big gold Fonzie. It's right on the river.
Great
And
city too.
Great
Underrated.
city. Never saw it in the summer either.
Yeah.
It's like seeing a woman with makeup. You're like, damn, you clean up nice. I've only seen you, in the pajamas and the bags. But great theater, and we had a great time. They gave me a tour manager because it's with Outback, so I've never had a tour manager, so that's weird. So he's like, hey, it's funny. They think you're like a special needs person. I'm at the hotel at 3. I'm like, I'm going to get a nap in, do a little writing, maybe take a shit. And he's like, show's at 8. We'll get a runner over there at 6:45. We'll drop you off. You'll be here at 7. And I said, hold on. Google it. Theater's an 11-minute walk. I said, I'll walk it. I'll see you there at 6:50.
I always walk it.
Yeah, and he's like, whoa, 6, you going to walk it? You sure? What if you get mugged or kidnapped? I'm like, so what do you think I did before you existed? Like, what are we doing here? So I walked over there. I got there like 6:53. He was like, Jesus Christ, what the hell? And you're like, don't worry, man.
They're used to high maintenance people,
Yes.
and we're pretty easy. Also, they forget how many years we did in the clubs.
Right.
Where it was just sheer incompetence. Like some of the clubs are great, but then you play a bad club.
Oh.
I mean, they'll just forget you at the airport.
Yes.
They're just like, you didn't send anyone?
How many times you showed up at the club and you're like, hey, I'm the headliner? They're like, well, we don't know you. And you're like, I'm the guy on the marquee. And they're
Don't you
like,
have a bit
I don't know
about-
that.
You went to a club and they're like, can you do the bathroom?
Oh, yeah. That was actually in a bit. Yeah, well, true story. I was in a club in Myrtle Beach, and the woman was like, can you do the urinal cakes in the bathroom? And I was like, I'm the comedian. She goes, so no? Not even I'm sorry.
That's gold.
She was like, so no. I'm like, yeah, no, it's a no. Yeah, no, true story. I was like, my face is on the poster. You know?
That's great.
She was, they didn't really respect comedians there.
No, sometimes they never do. I remember trying to get paid. They were like, oh, just wait right here. We'll come get you. And it was like 2 in the morning. I had to knock on the door, and they're like crunching numbers in there with a bunch of receipts, and waitresses are all waiting to get paid. I had to wait to get paid till like 3 in the morning, and then I had a flight at like 7. Brutal.
Happened to me at Fort Myers. Same thing. Yeah,
There you go.
You just like, let me get like 3 hours of sleep.
I know.
And they just have you waiting, and you're like, is anyone coming?
Yeah, you're like, I'm the show. I was the show.
And you're scared to leave
Yes.
because I've been stiff before.
Exactly.
So you're like, let me just get a check. 'Cause even if it bounces, at least I have some paper.
Right. I'm like,
So fucking stupid.
the waiter is going to be here tomorrow. I'm never coming back, so pay me first. How about that? But yeah, so it was just so weird. And he's like, you want food? I'm like, oh, we get food? He's like, we'll get whatever you want. We'll send a runner out. I'm like, a runner?
I
I've never had a runner.
still don't think the New York clubs pay properly to comedians.
What do you mean?
I just don't think the New York clubs pay properly.
Like if you headline or if you...
No, just like spot pay. I think it has been raised, and it's been raised like $10 in 30 years.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's a little weird.
When you played Rogan's, and it was decent, right?
That's crazy pay.
Well,
Crazy
Rogan's a
pay?
comedian. He's
a comedian. He gets in. He's a zillionaire.
And he's
But still,
basically
he's
opened
making the same amount that the seller's making in a night, right?
Right, but Rogan essentially opened a non-profit because he just wants to make a good club.
Exactly.
Okay.
Which is unheard of. So yeah, great.
But these
great
clubs
time.
are all making good money, and like it doesn't affect guys like Mark or myself at this point as much. But if you're a younger comic, that's
you
living
need
a lot of the
fucking
time.
day job.
Yeah,
Yeah.
or you're on the road hard, but a lot of those guys aren't on the road yet. The clubs should all be paying more.
Yeah, I never thought about that. That's a
They
good
really
point.
should in New York, all of them.
I got the best compliment I ever got. This guy's like, I'm also the tour manager for this group, that group, and he's like, I just want to go with you because it's so easy with a comedian. I show up, I go, boop, sounds good, okay. I just talk on the mic for 2 seconds, and then I go, how about we get Thai food? I feed everybody, and then we go home.
It's the best.
It's the best.
Also, I'll do you one better. I don't even do a sound check.
I don't either. I made that up.
Well, he knows what I like. He does it, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
You know how I talk. That's how I talk on stage.
Yeah.
But
can you hear me? Great. We got it.
Did you do, and also Vitor's on before me usually, and Gary's so low energy that I'm like, if the mic's fucked up for him, I'll be fine. We'll figure it out.
Right.
What, you did Milwaukee and Iowa?
Milwaukee and Des Moines. Milwaukee Friday, one show. Des Moines, one show on Saturday, and went home on Sunday. It was amazing.
That's nice. That's a nice weekend. How was Iowa?
Oh, dude, Iowa's underrated. It's just, Des Moines is a badass city. It's clean. Everybody's so friendly. It's some of the best looking fat people in America, and everything's fried, and it's like county fair and corn and fun and just beer, a lot of beer there. It's just a great time. And I walked to the gig, and people are honking their horn, hey, I'm going to see you. And it just feels like lighter there. It feels like there's no Jonah Hill drama. No one's worried about Lizzo. They're just having fun, living life, and doing fentanyl.
No one's worried about Lizzo. They're just eating till they look like her.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of white Lizzos out there.
Yeah, I actually haven't been on the road in a minute because it's
Sam Morril can just suck the energy out of anything.
Who would have thought that the venue wouldn't have working air conditioning?
Well, I think it worked. I think it was just one of those bad venues that just couldn't get going.
Helium.
Welcome to the Huberman Lab podcast, where we discuss science and science-based tools for everyday life. I'm Andrew Huberman, and I'm a professor of neurobiology and ophthalmology at Stanford School of Medicine. Today marks the first Journal Club episode between myself and Dr. Peter Attia. For any of you that are not familiar with Dr. Peter Attia, he is a medical doctor, an MD, who is an expert in all aspects of health and lifespan. He's the author of a best-selling book entitled Outlive, which is a phenomenal resource on all things health span and lifespan. And he is the host of the very popular podcast, The Drive, where he interviews various experts in all domains of medicine and scientists as well. Today, Peter and I hold our first online collaborative journal club. For those of you that aren't familiar with what a journal club is a common practice in graduate school and or medical school, whereby students get together to discuss one or two papers, to critique those papers, and to really compare their own conclusions of those papers with the conclusions of the authors and to highlight any key takeaways. Peter and I have been wanting to do a journal club together for a very long time, and we decided to do that journal club and to record it for you. So today you will be sitting in on the first Huberman-Attia Journal Club. By the way, it could just have easily been called the Attia-Huberman Journal Club. And we will discuss two papers. First, Peter is going to discuss a paper on metformin, which is a drug that many people are interested in for its potential role in longevity. I want to highlight potential there. He's going to compare that paper to previous findings on metformin. And by the end of that discussion, he will advise as to whether or not he himself would take metformin and whether or not other people might be well-advised or ill-advised to take metformin based on the data in that paper and at this time. Then I present a paper which is about the placebo effect. I have to imagine that most of you have heard of the placebo effect, but what's interesting about the paper that we discussed today is that it shows that the placebo effect can actually follow a dose response. So it's not just all or none. It actually is the case that you can scale the degree of placebo effect depending on whether or not you're thinking you're taking low doses, moderate doses, or high doses of a particular drug. And the particular drug that's discussed in the paper that I cover is nicotine. So for those of you that are interested in cognitive enhancement by way of pharmacology, or frankly for people who are simply interested in how our beliefs can shape our physiology, I think you'll find that discussion to be very interesting. So by the end of today's episode, you will not only have learned about two novel sets of findings, one in the realm of longevity as it relates to metformin, and another in the realm of neurobiology and placebos or placebo effects, but you will also learn how a journal club is conducted. I think you'll see in observing how we parse these papers and discuss them, even arguing in them at times, that what scientists and clinicians do is they take a look at the existing peer-reviewed research, and they look at that peer-reviewed research with a fresh eye, asking, does this paper really show what it claims to show or not? And in some cases, the answer is yes, and in other cases, the answer is no. What I know is for certain is that by the end of today's episode, you will learn a lot of science, you'll learn a lot about health practices, some of which you may want to apply or avoid, and you'll learn a lot about how science and medicine is carried out. Before we begin, I'd like to emphasize that this podcast is separate from my teaching and research roles at Stanford. It is, however, part of my desire and effort to bring zero cost to consumer information about science and science-related tools to the general public. In keeping with that theme, I'd like to thank the sponsors of today's podcast. Our first sponsor is Helix Sleep. Helix Sleep makes customized mattresses to give you the best possible night's sleep. Now, sleep is the foundation of mental health, physical health, and performance. When you're sleeping well and enough, mental health, physical health, and performance all stand to be at their best. One of the key things to getting a great night's sleep is to make sure that your mattress is tailored to your unique sleep needs. Helix Sleep has a brief 2-minute quiz that if you go to their website, you take that quiz and answer questions such as, do you tend to sleep on your back, your side, or your stomach? Do you tend to run hot or cold in the middle of the night? Maybe you don't know the answers to those questions, and that's fine. At the end of that 2-minute quiz, they will match you to a mattress that's ideal for your sleep needs. I sleep on the Dusk, a DUSK mattress, and when I started sleeping on a Dusk mattress about 2 years ago, my sleep immediately improved. So if you're interested in upgrading your mattress, go to helixsleep.com/Huberman, take their 2-minute sleep quiz, and they'll match you to a customized mattress for you, and you'll get up to $350 off any mattress order and 2 free pillows. Again, if interested, go to helixsleep.com/Huberman.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. Jeremy Jones, what's happening, baby?
Not much.
Finally did this.
Yeah, trying to run out.
Yeah, man, playing you is a very humbling experience. I should tell everybody, Jeremy Jones, professional pool player, the team captain of the Moscone Cup, which is the most prestigious international team tournament in all the world of pool. But what I really enjoyed about talking with you for the last couple of days is you're a very smart guy, very interesting guy. There's a lot of interest in all kinds of different things. You're a very fascinating guy. That's why you're so good at commentary.
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe just growing up watching all that stuff, and I think my parents, they had pretty vast interest, even though maybe didn't afford it all the time to be able to, kind of go with it. But yeah, number 5 or 6 kids, you learn a lot of stuff.
Well, it's just always been fascinating to me. The people that are really good at pool are some of the fucking smartest people I've ever met in my life. They just got that bug. They got that bug to chase this one thing, geometry and pockets and balls and collisions, and they got that bug to chase it. But some of the best players that I've talked to, they're some of the smartest people I've ever met.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that just tells you about the game, right? How much there is to it, and yeah, I mean, it's just it grabs you, and if you're paying attention to what goes on, it's like hardly ever the same thing.
Yeah.
You don't realize how much control you have. I thought pool was kind of like a game you played waiting on a bowling alley, prior to playing it.
Right.
I didn't know you could play it well. I didn't know you could play it for a living. There's movies out there and stuff, but I mean, it just didn't seem real.
How old were you when you first started playing?
Really playing 17. I was 17 years old. Yeah, I started late.
I started really late. I was 25, I think. Somewhere around 24, 25. Yeah.
I worked 2 jobs, and one of them, we'd have a few beers on the weekends at a pizza restaurant, play poker with our money, our tip money. One of the guys would go to the game room and play pool, and he took me down there one day and kind of hustled me a little bit. We kind of knew each other like that, and the only thing I wanted to do was be able to beat him, Joe. That's what I wanted to do. Yeah, and so I quit one of the jobs. I quit the pizza restaurant, went and got a job at the game room so I could play for free, and kind of the rest is history from there.
Wow, it's a game that just sucks you in. I remember I used to go and play with my friend John, and we would go to this place, Executive Billiards in White Plains. And when we got there, it was an interesting time because there was a lot of gambling going on in that place. And the owner was a wild man. The owner of the pool hall was this really eccentric musician. Yeah, his name was Guy Azariti, but he would use the name Guy Hamilton when he performed. He was this musician, like a piano player, like really good musician. And he had some money from, his career as a piano player, and he was really into pool. He loved the culture of it. And so he was the owner of this joint. And we were all just hanging out with him, having fun, and I would go there, and it'd be filled with people gambling. And I was like, this place is wild. And then I was watching like really good players play when I was, just starting out, didn't know what I was doing. And I was like, that looks so different than anybody else I've ever seen play pool. Like the way they hit the ball is so soft, and they're in such control, and you're watching the ball.
So we saw that with Dave, and that was only the visible stuff. I'm telling you, things behind the scenes that have been done to Dave and his family, it's disgusting. Like, not even just like pull your clearance kind of shit. Like, there are people that don't want him, that he's an embarrassment, to the Department of Defense. If what he's saying, he's coming out of school and he's saying, I saw some BS. Like, they don't want that.
So we are in a pushback phase. They not only the intelligence community and military folks tipped off a reporter and said, go look for this. And they found some police records of where he was drinking too much and was suicidal. And that was adjudicated. It was looked at. The Department of Defense, his employers looked into it. He'd gone through treatment. He got past it. He was a better person, a stronger person for it. But they leaked that information to besmirch his character. And now we see additional pushback in Congress. So this committee that held this hearing into UAP matters was a subcommittee on national security of the Oversight Committee, the larger committee. Since that hearing happened, the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee got together with the chairman of the Oversight Committee and decided no more UFO hearings in the House. Enough of that bullshit. We're not doing that anymore because, in their words, it could be an embarrassment to the Department of Defense. You're damn right it would be an embarrassment for what's going to come out.
I mean, it was a big success, to have this publicly done. It's the first time in history that we have direct witnesses, like 2 pilots and then a whistleblower. It was the first time in history. We fought for every millimeter of that territory to get that to happen. It was not received well by the intelligence community. They did not like that happened. And that's pretty telling to me that we should do it again.
Now, when Grush first found out about this stuff, he was tasked with trying to uncover it?
Like, his job.
It was his job. And why did they, what was the suspicion? What was the initial impetus to get him to look into this stuff?
It's the suspicion we've had for a long time, that there is a crash retrieval program, that we have recovered technology that is not made here, that we're trying to reverse engineer it and figure out how it works so that we can duplicate it.
Right, but who sent it?
So there's a
UAP task force. So the UAP task force was formally created by Congress to look into the bigger picture.
Dude.
And
Jay
they
Stratton,
better than
suspected
pool
that something was
players.
wrong.
Yeah. Jay Stratton was the head of it. He'd been at the Defense Intelligence Agency. He was with Naval Intelligence. He kept getting pulled back into the UFO arena from different jobs. Very credible guy. He was in charge of the UAP task force. He put together this amazing briefing document that included film and video and photos of UFOs that have been gathered by the U.S. military over the past 30 years. He'd give those presentations to Congress, to the Joint Chiefs, to defense contractors, because he wanted people to know about it. And as part of that job, he assigned Dave to look into special access programs. Can you find evidence of crash retrievals, reverse engineering, any of that stuff we've been hearing rumored for 30, 40 years?
And this is really about oversight, okay? So the way I understand it from people involved is that, look, we have to have oversight over these types of programs and technologies. Like, it's good we're doing them. It's good we keep it secret. Like, that's their standpoint. But they're like, we have to have a process of oversight. Do you remember the church committee back in the 60s? Was it 60s or 70s?
70s.
So the church committee. Everybody in the intelligence agency that I know will say there's BC and AC, before the church committee, after the church committee. It basically was a way to level the playing field so there's not this type of shenanigans that are going on, the fucked up shit they learned from the church committee. So what they're saying now is, look, some stuff needs to be kept secret for national security. If we can turn some of this shit into weapon systems, right? Like, we don't give out blueprints to make an atom bomb. We admit atom bombs are real, but we don't give out blueprints. So some of it needs to be kept secret. But they're all about oversight. If you don't have communication between these subcontractors that are working on this exotic stuff, if it exists, we need to be aware of that at some level. We meaning Senate and Senate Intelligence Committee, all this stuff, oversight. So without that oversight, you're just letting people run amok and go crazy with this stuff. And I'll tell you firsthand, right? There are people that have come to me and George that are currently employed in agencies, and they feel like they are being held hostage in these programs. Like, there's ways to keep people in programs and to not let them out by dangling this, like, well, what are you going to do if you lose your clearances? You're going to go work at Home Depot?
You know, that's the way that I've heard some people describe to me and George of why they're so terrified right now, is because their whole lives, their wives, their dogs, their children are all dependent upon these little faction groups kind of keeping them in a program. If that's true, that's fucking horrible.
And what just happened to Dave Grush, the sliming of Dave Grush by this really pretty poorly researched article, is an example to all them. Anybody out there who's a whistleblower, you're thinking of coming forward and spilling the beans, this could happen to you. Did you ever have an affair? Did you ever have an out-of-wedlock kid? Did you have a drug problem? Because whatever it is, we'll find it and it'll come out.
It's interesting that they would use PTSD to discredit him for a war veteran. That seems insane. You're shaming someone for seeking help from something that most soldiers come back and have to deal with. That's really insane.
It's low. That's what it is.
Well, it doesn't make sense either. It just doesn't make sense. Like, how can you do that? It doesn't make sense in terms of the reader's perception. Because I think most readers are going to look at that and go, well,
chill
the
of
guy
the
came
Hall
back
of
from
Echoes
war
clung to
and
the
he sought
Lady
help.
Vengeance
How many
as
guys
it
come back
returned
from
to the
war and they're
shores of
fine?
Reaper's Coast.
Isn't it? It's probably less. Probably quite a bit less.
And a lot of people never get over
Yes.
PTSD and they take their lives.
The number of
The
veterans that take their
Godwoken were
lives in this country
alive.
is astonishing.
It's
But
4
what
times
of
as
the
many that die in
gods?
combat.
It's astonishing. It's
Th-
terrifying.
Thank you for vocalizing that, because to me, I'm like, what the fuck? But
Well, that's just some fucking egghead writer who has an agenda. But it's also, there's this natural inclination that I think we all have to poke holes in something that seems fantastic. It's like, this guy, what is he doing? He's coming out, he's a whistleblower. Has he seen these things? Oh, he just he works for the UAP task force and he's uncovering this? Like, what do we know about this guy? Oh, he's nuts. Oh, he has PTSD. He was suicidal. He's making things up. He's unstable. Instantly, you can sort of dismiss.
And I understand, if I was watching this in 2D reality and I'm just watching the TV and I'm seeing these weird guys behind here and I'm thinking, this is a setup. Like, I do see that, and I do see that, why would you take this seriously? But if you're in our shoes, mine and George's, and you see this kind of go through and you talk with people on a daily basis, people come to you over years, you vet them. Man, look, from where I'm standing in the 3D version of this, I wish it was more organized. I feel like we're fighting, like pushing that. What's that dude that pushes the boulder up the hill and keeps rolling down on you?
Sisyphus.
Yeah, some Greek. Yeah, that's what it feels like, right? Like, you know, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. I think we made a lot of progress, but I see how it looks so bizarre on the outside. But I will say for sure, Dave is who he says he is. He had the job that he says he did have, and he absolutely fundamentally believes that what he uncovered is non-human technologies, and he said that. And I believe that we have the right and the need to try to do discovery on that. And the only way we're going to do that is if people say, we want to know. And the hearings help with that kind of thing.
Now, this stuff, I would imagine, is very compartmentalized. So I would also imagine there's probably some people in government that, whether it's because of their ego or whether it's because of whatever position they have, that they need to have access to this information, or they want to have access to information. Do we know who does and who doesn't?
You want to go with me?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Short answer is kinda. Like, we kind of know, who has control of some of these programs now. George and I have never found somebody that knows the totality of it, but we have been, as he likes to say, pretty high up the food chain. So we get to a point where we get to people that have actively worked in what they call the legacy UFO programs. So these are like the actual UFO programs that are not public. And when we get to people in that position, the brick wall for us is always this. They're like, I'm not for disclosure. And I'm like, okay, well, tell me to stop then. What do you mean? The public, you shouldn't kick a sleeping dog is one of the things we were told. And I'm like, well, what? Like, what is so freaking scary that the public would know something that even though we're friends now and you have direct knowledge that you, first of all, won't testify to Congress, we got no's. No way am I doing that. And I'm like, why? There's something. We keep getting up to that point where there's something and we don't know what it is. And maybe it's just they want to keep Gollum's ring. They don't want anybody else to have control of the shit. Or there's something they're not telling us that is so gnarly that they don't think people can handle it.
There are, different scenarios you could explore. For example, you ask, what could be so terrible that they can't tell us about it? Let's say these aliens, wherever they're from, made us, that we're a genetic experiment, that they created our religions, our religious figures, that we are an agricultural product, that somehow they harvest us, that our time is limited, that once the experiment's over, poof, we go away. I remember when there was a push to have a design or universe, intelligent design universe in the schools, And I wrote a column about it, just said, hey, be careful what you wish for, because you might find out that the intelligent designer isn't God that you're thinking of. It might be some alien science project or something like that. You can imagine a lot of different things that would be really disturbing to people to come out. I don't know if that's the reason for the secrecy. I suspect it has a lot more to do with national security, us not wanting Russians and Chinese to know how far down the road we are.
We know that to be true.
We've been told that. You can't tell your friends without telling your enemies.
It's probably a multi-layered reason.
Yeah. I just don't know the top layer. It's killing me.
Well, it's interesting because how would they know the top layer? I mean, what kind of confirmation would you have to have that we were genetically engineered? Like how much data would you have to have before you accepted that?
So you got compartmentalization, you said, right? So I know a guy in the 70s that was working at Lawrence Livermore Laboratory. He's not ready to break from the fold yet, right? He's not ready to do it. But he was working on supercapacitors in the 70s or something. And he said something like, I know the 3 companies that make these. He was given a device with no markings on it, no nothing, and he was to reverse engineer it. He's convinced this was not made by us. It was so efficient, almost 100% efficient. So you get people like that.
What was it?
Like a supercapacitor, is that the word for it? Superconductor. So it was just some device that he was, as an electro kind of specialist, was working on. But this is just a one-off story to give you an example.
What exactly is a superconductor?
I don't know, dude. That's what Google's for.
Yeah.
I wish I was smart.
Superconductivity would allow the transfer of energy, and like they're trying to get it at low temperature.
Right.
This means an electric current can flow, but the electrons are jostled around a bit as they move, so they lose energy as they travel. This jostling is called electrical resistance. In a superconductor, there is zero resistance, and an electrical current can flow perfectly smoothly without losing any energy.
That sounds right.
And so this is something that apparently... So this was something that was just discussed like recently about a superconductor at room temperature, which was kind of debunked.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I believe it was
saw
debunked.
that in the news. Yeah.
Was it debunked?
It's been debunked a couple of times. They keep taking another stab at it.
It's like Chinese propaganda or something?
No, I think they couldn't replicate it or find out what it is.
That's as far. I think that's exactly it.
Yeah, they couldn't
replicate it.
Right. So check it out, though. What I can say is, so I have 2 pieces of graphene, and they're like these little squares, and one is, they're metamaterials, meaning it doesn't occur in nature. We made them. I have 2 kinds, 2 pieces. One piece is a 3-degree variation from perfect atomic layering. The other one is like a 7-degree variation from perfect atomic layering. So like graphite from a pencil, I think, and they layer the atoms perfect. The one that's 7-degree and the one that's 3-degree, if you have an ice cube, and I take the 7-degree of orientation off from perfect, and I push it into an ice cube, it's like a hot knife through butter. It instantly gets cold, and your finger gets cold, and it stops in the ice, right? Because it's transferring the heat. I guess this is a superconductor, I think. It pushes the heat from my fingers right in. So that material has unique principles and properties because of the way they atomically layered it. Mm-hmm. The 3-degree one, it goes much deeper and faster because it's like a faster transaction of that heat. So we've learned that metamaterials, when we orient them, we make them in a certain way, they have special or unique properties. So back to this guy. A lot of what it seems like we're doing is trying to get derivative technologies from something that's more advanced than what we have. And they could be little things. So all he saw was a superconductor, okay? I believe that's the right word. That's all he saw. He only has suspicion. It's never been put to market since the 70s. What the fuck? He worked on one. So that's one type of whistleblower or witness that we got. But there are other types. There are other people that are physically working on the machines. Then there's people that are just in a bureaucratic role. Then you've got people like David Grush who do discovery on finances and programs and interview people. This whole tapestry or mosaic of individuals leads me to feel that where there's smoke, there's fire. All of this, there's something to it. It's just, where is it from?
I think we're in kind of a pushback mode now, though. Since that hearing, that might have been the high water mark. Jeremy and I have been talking about it publicly for a while. The closer we get to the goodies, the closer the public gets or Congress gets to actually seeing the saucers or finding out where the programs are, the harder these guys are going to push back. The true keepers of the secrets have dug their feet in. I mentioned about this House chairman, Intelligence Committee chairman. He represents Wright-Patterson Air Base. He gets a lot of campaign donations from big aerospace companies. Wright-Patterson, of course, home of Hangar 18 and all the rumors about Roswell wreckage and other things being stored there. That's his district. He's the guy that said no more hearings.
Is that UFOs. Representative Turner?
Turner, Mike Turner.
So he kind of put the kibosh on it.
He claims China is a bigger threat to U.S. than aliens. Okay.
Well, that's probably true. I mean, I don't know.
They're probably doing a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I would say that's probably...
Do you guys remember the American Computer Company? Do you know that story? No. The American Computer Company, I'm pretty sure that's the name of the company. American Computer Company had a whole section on their website about the back engineering of technology that came about from the Roswell crash, and about how Bell Laboratories in New Jersey had an Air Force base right outside of it that was supposedly to protect New York City. They're like, but the problem is New York City's, you gotta fly over to New York City. Like, it seems like it's protecting Bell Laboratories. And Bell Laboratories is where he said that they back engineered all this shit, including fiber optics, including like the discovery of a bunch of different things that came out supposedly of back engineering that wreckage. See if we can find that.
I mean, I hope that's true, dude. I hope that if we have...
Is this it?
This is the accuracy of what
Colonel Phil Corso is the guy.
The truth is out there, and so are the cranks.
2000.
Yeah, it was. Is the company exist
I don't
anymore?
think so, but this is...
Okay. Don't believe everything you read online. American Computer Company and Secret Alien Research have been around for 4 years. Jack Schulman, owner of American Computer Company, now operating as compamerica.com, posted a story to his website. He claimed that Bell Telephone Laboratories had stolen the idea for the silicone chip from the alien spacecraft that supposedly crashed in Roswell, New Mexico in 1947. Prior to Bell's announcement that year that John Bardeen, Walter Brattain, and William Shockley had invented the transistor, computing had depended on vacuum tubes. So why is it that 50 years on, we can't use the aliens' technology to violate the theory of relativity to travel beyond light speed? Well, that's a big jump. It seems that a cartel of technology companies and oil producers have colluded to prevent the development of high-speed chips. Mr. Schulman posts his theories at roswellinternet.com, where he also claims to have invented PCs and Windows, and to be working on a chip.
Windows.
Working on a chip that will run at 12 terahertz, 1,000 times the speeds of today's fastest CPUs. One way you can guess the veracity of web rumor is the writer's typing style. If an author randomly switches to uppercase for effect, then he's probably a crank.
That's the only thing I could really find just right now.
That's a fucking half-hearted attempt to dispute what he said.
There's a guy named Phil Corso who was an Army colonel. He worked in this technology office in the Pentagon, and he's the guy who came out with a book on the 50th anniversary of Roswell. He said, I saw that stuff. We had it in a couple of file cabinets, and he personally took it to Bell Labs, claims to have given them the chips that inspired the later work. You know, a lot of people don't find him credible, that he takes too much credit for doing all kinds of other things in history, but I met him before his book came out years ago, and Bigelow and Hal Puthoff and those guys went back to see him, and Jacques Vallée, and they thought he was credible. They didn't necessarily believe everything he said, but it goes right along the lines of what you're saying there.
And so what did he describe that he saw in those file cabinets?
He said fiber optics, computer chips, among other things. I think he said night vision was inspired by something they got out of those chips. Out of those ships.
I have no idea. It's like, it would be so cool it would be so cool if we had success in derivative technologies and they were in our hands. I think I would like to believe we were more responsible with that shit. I know for a fact that, and George can attest to this, that the UFO topic is taken at the level of above weapons of mass destruction within our government, within government agencies. Like, they take it that seriously. So that is not a throwaway statement. I'm telling you, I know that. And George can attest to it, right? So here's the deal, man. If that's true, then I do understand the perspective. Whoever gets the technology first wins. But my understanding is that we have not been able to duplicate the core technologies. And if that's true, because it's so far ahead of what we've got, what we can do is kind of like get derivative technologies. All you have to know is what the legislation was put into the National Defense Authorization Act. I know that's not a word that normal people are going to understand or hear about often, but I've become educated on it. So the National Defense Authorization Act of 2024. It ends up being signed, hopefully, by Biden. Any president has to sign it. And also the Intelligence Authorization Act. So the language that they put into these is all people need to know, because they wouldn't fabricate this out of thin air, and they wouldn't spend resources on creating this language if they didn't have more than a good suspicion that we have this kind of tech and that we're trying to reverse engineer it. It's online. Anybody can look at. Schumer, I think, put out a big bill, and then there was an amendment to it. And if you read this language, they're like, any of these non-terrestrial craft, I mean, they are so thorough. They're like, if they're being hidden in private technology, we're cutting off your funding. So they've got a carrot and a stick approach. I've talked to some of the people that formed this language, right? So what they're saying is, the carrot is, if you come forward within, I think, 90 days, once it's signed, and you tell us that you have technologies that are not from here, then there'll be no penalty to you. If you don't tell us, your funding is cut. We're going to find out your funding is cut. So it's like a carrot and a stick kind of thing. If you read this language, it's almost insane to read. because they know that there are these programs. Now, where the craft or things that they're working on are from, how do we even get there to know that? I don't know. But they do know that we have this shit, these craft of unknown origin.
They use the term non-human intelligence in that legislation 26 times. I mean, it's astonishing. There's the Senate Majority Leaders, Chuck Schumer, standing up there in a nod to his late mentor, Harry Reid, saying we're going to get to the bottom of this stuff, and it's real. And he acknowledges that that legislation was crafted with the White House's cooperation. So it's the Biden administration, somebody in that administration, signed off on this. It's astonishing.
People don't like it though. Like if you're in the IC and you've got these like secret programs, or if you're like, let's say with Lockheed, let's say you're Lockheed and you got some really cool thing, they might be looking to move it now, because I don't think they're really worried about funding being cut off. I think a lot of these black programs can be funded asymmetrically, like in different ways than getting money right from Congress. But I'll tell you, that language tells you everything, because it shows you that they are taking it so seriously that they have some sort of pre-knowledge that these programs exist. In fact, they probably know where these objects are being stored. Now, you said some number, you and I might talk to similar people, but definitely that number's, floated around. I have no idea if that's the correct number. I just know that they have been told where these holding facilities are. They have been told. All they got to do is get the authority to go knock on that door and go inside.
What is the explanation of how we acquired these crafts? There's crash retrieval, but then there's also ones that are intact.
Remember,
this episode
Lazar
is brought to you by
said that,
AG1.
Nearly all of the ones
Everyone's
that he saw,
body
except
is
for one that
different,
had a big hole in the middle
but
of it,
we are all
looked
humans, and
intact. It was
humans
as
all
if
need this.
They were dug up at
Rogan, check it out.
archaeological sites, or they
Say
were
goodbye
gifts,
to your credit
like
card rewards. Big
throwing
Box
a cell phone
retailers,
into
led
a
by
chimpanzee
Walmart.
cage. Here you go, crazy humans, knock your... Remember, Lazar said that nearly all of the ones that he saw, except for one that had a big hole in the middle of it, all looked intact. It was as if they were dug up at archaeological sites, or there were gifts, like throwing a cell phone into a chimpanzee cage. Here you go, crazy humans, knock yourself out. Let's see how you do with this. That they're just left there for us to find, and as a challenge to us, I guess.
Yeah, I have the same problem as you. Like, I'm like, these motherfuckers not crashing. If they're coming from somewhere else, they're not crashing.
Right.
But people will say to me, look, man, we have airplane problems, and sometimes even planes crash, and maybe there's other circumstances where these things could have crashed because they were hit with some technology. Maybe two of them were dog fighting.
Electrical storms.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That was the Virginia, Brazil story, right?
Yeah.
Right.
It was an electrical storm.
And
also, radar. Some people suspect that really powerful radar can interfere
right,
with them.
because some of the radars are also weaponry. That's the thing. Like, you can have energy reception, but also output on some things. So there's some cool devices that actually shoot like high laser weaponry. But my thing is, I don't know if they really crashed. George is kind of edging towards maybe archaeological digs, maybe gifts.
Lazar said that one of them supposedly was from an archaeological dig, right?
Yeah.
Do they know where?
Not that I know of.
He
Does he know?
No, he was just literally, that's one of the many things that they tried to impose upon him. But remember, they tried to impose a lot of shit on Lazar. He is so succinct with, this is what I know to be real. I had hands on this. Now, they told him a whole bunch of crazy shit. You know
what?
Dude, just like, I should put that shit out. I'm just crazy. Like,
We are viewed by the aliens as containers of souls.
I mean, you're not going to tell a guy working on propulsion that. So he was able to sit down for a brief time and go through a document, like a huge briefing document. In there, he saw what they said was a biological biopsy of an alien. Like, he didn't care. He was going to the propulsion part.
Mm-hmm.
But they told him so much wild stuff. He's like, this has to be a joke. But then when he said, he differentiates. He goes, but you can't fake, he said, what I saw. You can't fake your hands trying to get close to the reactor and not being able to touch it. You can't fake something that big lifting like that. So he says, I know for sure what I worked on was not from here. But he goes, everything else they told me, it was words on paper. And I respect that about him. And maybe they wanted him to leak it to John Lear. Remember, he's like friends with this guy, John Lear, who's like already on their radar. The best photo of Area 51 from lake level ever was 1977, the year I was born. John Lear's kicking it out there, stirring up shit at Area 51, taking photos. So he does a whole panoramic of photos of Area 51, sees a truck coming from a distance. Being John Lear, takes the roll, puts it under his ashtray, puts in new film, snaps it again. They confiscate his film. But he had some underneath his cigarette lighter or whatever. And he actually gave those to me. So I got the best shot of Area 51 you'll ever see from lake level was by John Lear. Now, Bob knew John. That's where all the conspiracies come in, because John's like this UFO nut, the godfather of conspiracy. But when
How did Bob meet John?
Well, this is your turf. Yeah.
Through a guy named Gene Huff, who was
This is post-exposure, post...
He met him before he worked out there.
Really?
There was a guy named Gene Huff who did a real estate appraisal for John Lear's house. And Gene was friends with Bob. And Gene and Lear struck up a conversation, brought Bob to meet him. And it was only after that Lazar got hired out there. He would have arguments with Lear about this crazy UFO stuff, because I'd already done a couple of interviews with him in the late 80s. With Lear, before I met Lazar. Lazar was not a believer. He said, I don't believe it. Poor John, he's crazy with this UFO stuff.
So this is fact, and it's so funny, like knowing all these guys, because I wasn't there like he was, but I get to talk with everybody and grill him. I think it was Jim Goodall that was in the car with him. He remembers Bob saying, oh, poor John Lear. And Jim Goodall is like, why? And he's like, because he believes this UFO nonsense. So that was where Lazar was at prior to getting the job out of the test site, because he didn't believe any of this nonsense. In fact, so much so that, remember, I think he told you when he first went in, they had a little decal of an American flag on the saucer, and he thought, oh, those idiots, everybody thought UFOs were from outer space and they're ours, you know?
Right.
And then he quickly realized, wait a second, that, you know, this can't be ours.
It's fascinating to see now that Dave Grush has come forward and give some credence to, we have reverse engineering programs, we have a crash retrieval program, aerospace companies are stashing this stuff in some hangar somewhere. All the stuff that Lazar said as being true, they now say, oh gosh, I guess it is true, but that Lazar, he's still a liar. We don't believe him, you know.
Yeah.
You have to kind of do some mental gymnastics.
It's just fascinating when you see these crafts move exactly the way that he described them in 1989.
Yeah.
Straight up.
It's pretty wild, because you're seeing footage from, like, what is it, 2014 or something like
the
that?
gimbal. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like it moved exactly like he described. Turns on its side, shoots off.
So that's a common thing, is Bob Lazar must be the luckiest con man on planet Earth to get so much shit right over all these years.
It's the Controlled Disclosure Campaign Plan.
What is this from?
This is listed at the bottom of that document. They're talking about the NDAA for 2024, and this is the UAP section I'm reading through.
Controlled Disclosure Campaign with respect to unidentified anomalous phenomena recorded records originated prior to review board termination.
This review board, I'm not sure. It talks about all the, like, they get all of this information, and you better give it to them. That's sort of what it
They want to set up a review board that would basically declassify stuff that they come across.
Yeah, but I'm being told by people involved that that's not good enough. Like, this is one step, which is to get this presidential review board, and you get a bunch of sociologists and scientists and some Nobel Prize winners, and you look at what can be declassified for the American public in a controlled way. And that's really nice they're doing it, but everybody on the inside that I know is like, we need a church-style committee. It's not okay to just have a disclosure panel. You need oversight, and to get that oversight, you need access. The only way that we're going to get that is by forcing where are all the senators in all this? We did this hearing with all these Congress people. Where are all the senators listening to the public being like, okay, I'm going to get after that? They're the only ones with the power to create a church-style committee. Where are the senators right now? And so that's really, this language is so important. I hope people go look it up and they read it, because it's just astonishing when you hear what they're actually doing. And I think it's a good step.
I find this one a little weird too. The exercise of eminent domain. They can go and take anything from anyone who's got anything.
Yeah, look at this. The federal government shall exercise eminent domain over any and all recovered technologies of unknown origin and biological evidence of non-human intelligence that may be controlled by private persons or entities in the interests of the public good. Wow.
Yeah, dude.
The fact that that is in that paper is crazy.
So it's not passed yet. So so they're going to debate this when they get back from what they call recess now. So it's really good that everybody hears this. This is going to be debated by your representatives. This needs to pass, or we're screwed. This has to pass, and then the president has to sign it.
It's important, too. You got to figure that if, say, Lockheed or one of these big aerospace companies really does have this stuff, it's incredibly valuable. I mean, it would be worth untold millions of dollars. The technology that could change the world forever. So they don't want to give it up. If not just for national security reasons, then because of the value of it, monetary value. So this would change that and take it. I mean, I guess it could apply to Element 115 if there's a piece of that laying around somewhere.
I don't know. I mean, actually, they did say private or corporate, kind of. So it's like basically. So I am of two emotions about this. One is like, so the government gets to come in and take everything. Like that feels a little weird. But I do believe that the spirit of this is to get to the core of the question. Have we been reverse engineering technology not from here? And if we have been, there needs to be oversight. So I am for this, but this is not going to help the American and global public learn more. And that's the thing we have to remember. That's why Grush can't talk unless he's in a skiff with people with access. These people are not for what George and I are for, which is that we need to know the truth about this. I want to. I'm greedy with the truth about this, but this is not going to tell the American public the truth. What it's going to do is within the intelligence communities, it's going to inform everybody on a bigger scale, which means we could have better scientists on it. We could have better people working on it. I do hope that splashes over to the public, that we get to learn more about this, because I want to learn more about it.
Of course. Who doesn't?
Yeah.
It's just wild seeing that language.
Yeah.
It just does not seem like they would put something like that in there unless they knew something.
Yeah, exactly. This is Chuck Schumer, Senate Majority Leader, who got up. He didn't just slip it into the bill. He made a big deal about it. He made an announcement, a speech on the floor, and emphasized that, having that non-human intelligence in that bill 26 times is astonishing. And the fact that he says the White House supported it shows how far we've come in a short period of time. I mean, I'd never saw that coming from Schumer. We knew that Marco Rubio and Kirsten Gillibrand in the Senate were into this issue, but did not see it from him.
Yeah, but where are they now? See, right now, why is it being so damn quiet? The thing is, they need to fight in order for us. We need, one last time, we need in my opinion, we need like a church-style committee where we get more information to the public, because I want the public to know as much as they can.
Don't you think they're probably quiet until more information comes out? Like they're just kind of like waiting to see what becomes of this?
Who's waiting? Like the Senate?
Yeah.
Dude, the thing is that if I had a political career and 100 things that I'm dealing with, the public needs to tell our representatives what we want them to do. So are they kind of sitting back and being quiet? Maybe. I know Rubio came out and said, look, they're so careful of saying what they don't know. And I appreciate that. But he's like, look, I have been testified to, or people have come to me and our groups, and they've said that they're worried about their own well-being, that they have directly worked on these things. So he is being informed, and maybe they're being a little quiet, but now's the time for them to pass this through. They have to debate it and go for it. This is a big opportunity that we have now to get closer to this truth. It might happen, it might not.
The fascinating answer was the guy saying that it's not in the public's good for this to get out. God, I wish I knew rather what that meant. Because the big speculation, there's a bunch of big speculations, but the big one has always been that we were genetically engineered. I mean, that's something that Zecharia Sitchin talked about, when describing the Sumerian texts and those ancient clay tablets that show this very large, strange-looking humanoid with a humanoid on his lap that has a tail. It's very bizarre.
It's like Childhood's End. Have you read that book, Arthur C. Clarke?
No.
So how they acclimate the human society, if I remember the book properly, is they have all these motherships just hover all over the earth, and they sit there for generations, acclimating people to them, because the ETs or whatever, they've got a problem. The problem is, they look like the fucking devil. Like forked tail.
Wow.
That was the book. I don't mean to give it away from people, but it was so crazy.
Oh, that's amazing.
So speculating right now, just speculating, because it's driving me crazy. What do you think if this is true, we're just saying if this is true, if we're being visited by something, what could be so powerfully devastating that these keepers of the secrets have literally, all of them, pretty much stopped at the same place and talking to me and George, which is like, I am not for disclosure on this. There's something they're not telling us that is so heavy.
Well, it could be a bunch of things, right? It could be the fact that they do want to get control of the technology before enemies do. That makes sense. But it also could be the genetic engineering thing, because there's a weird thing with human beings and lower primates. The lower primates are all still around, and there was a bunch of different kinds of humans that didn't make it, Neanderthal and Denisovan, and there's a bunch of other ones that they keep discovering new ones. But God, there's a giant leap between us and the other primates. A weird one. Real weird. We vary so wildly in terms of how we look. We vary so wildly in the environments that we can live in. We have a hyper intelligence in comparison to everything else that's on the planet. Like giant leaps above in terms of our ability to manipulate our environment. We're not like anything else. And the thing about when you look at us and you look at primates, you go, oh yeah, we're similar. When you look at us and you look at chimps, you look at, bonobos and stuff. Like, yeah, I guess humans are kind of similar to those in a little bit. Like you've watched Chimp Empire, that show on Netflix. Yeah. But boy, big fucking difference, and they're still around. They're still around looking exactly the same. And we somehow or another advance to this very bizarre thing that flies around in metal tubes all over the planet and sends video through space. But we're so much different from them. And, they are our ancient ancestors, right? They're our ancient cousins. Like, what happened?
Would people freak out if that story came out?
Yeah, I think it would. Well, I think it would really throw a monkey wrench into religion, for sure. You'd have to I think religion would probably adapt. And, that this was also created by God, and these are messengers of God or something like that. They'd probably come up with some sort of, if that turned out to be absolutely true. But, the doubling of the human brain size over a period of 2 million years is the biggest mystery in the entire fossil record, apparently. And they don't know. There's a bunch of speculation, a lot of, questions and guesses and, different things that we could have done that could have facilitated that. But that's a big one, man. That's a weird one.
So
It's weird.
A question about that, right? So this is something I'm struggling with. Like, could you tell the general public that the base understanding, that we're not alone, that there's some craft from somewhere else we don't have to say from where we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Could you tell them? Could you say that to the public officially in some way, and still avoid what they call strategic surprise, like this idea that we can work on it and work on it really well and make sure that we don't get strategically surprised by another nation. You could keep your security in place. Could you do all of that if you let the one thing out the box, if it was officially acknowledged that we're not alone? Or do you think people would just start going crazy for more answers? Because I think that's the fear of people. They can't just say one thing.
I think in today's day and age, with the news cycle that we have now, where things are just in the public eye, out of instantaneously, nothing sticks, everything keeps moving. There's scandals and wars constantly. I don't think it would register. I think people would have to have actual physical encounters with UFOs before it really made sense to them. Because I think right now it's just this idea. It's in the air. It's vapor. It's just like you could talk about it if you like. You could read about it if you'd like. You could watch blurry videos if you'd like. But it doesn't have any weight in your real world. Now, if we start seeing them, if they're like hovering over Los Angeles and they're undescribable and they rocket off into insane speeds and smaller crafts come out of the mothership, and if that kind of shit happens, that would get real weird. That would get real weird real quick, and that could lead to chaos. That could absolutely lead to chaos. And if we somehow or another had proof that, maybe we are some sort of a science project or some product of genetic engineering, or maybe the the human farm thing is real, that they literally created us to try to get us to do things here, or to try to recreate souls, which is like a very bizarre thought. You know, that the soul is a thing that we carry around inside, and that there's some sort of value to having so many souls.
That's like, this is old school. This is my gateway drug into UFOs with John Lear. And first time I sit down with him, you know, he's like got this big cigar and he's looking at me and he's like, "We're all property. We're property." You know, I'm like, "What the fuck is he talking about?" And he was talking about how the aliens saw us as kind of like a wine, and our bodies are containers, and our souls are being matured as like a commodity. You know, for these, like he was a wild dude. Like, I'm not saying I believe any of this. I'm just saying he gave me that idea day one.
When he said matured, like, is a soul of an intelligent person more valuable than the soul of a dummy?
I wish we could ask John Lear, but he's dead.
You know what I'm saying? What does that mean in terms of like aging our souls, maturing our souls?
Maybe through experience, you know, like hardship experience, love, joy. Maybe I'm just talking crazy right now, but this is I can do the John Lear. John would say every experience you have in life is what makes your soul mature. From your joy and your love to your hate and your anger. Live without envy, hate, or greed. That's my John Lear impression. Yeah, he was
it makes sense. If your soul is ultimately a representation of who you are and how you stand in life, it would make sense that would be fortified by your life experiences, and it would make it stronger, like everything else. You know, like your life experiences make you wiser. If the soul's a real thing, you know, the more value you put into the world, the better you behave, the nicer you are, the more you learn to be honest and truthful, all the different things that we hold up as high qualities for human beings, it would make sense that would like enrich your soul.
And just getting better in life, right? Like if for you 20 years ago and you today, we all hope that we look at our past self and we say we've learned something.
Sure.
We become a better person, become more loving, empathetic, better and more creative at presenting ourselves into the world and making a difference. So that's a cool way to look at life. That was his cosmology.
You know? That's I mean, it's a fascinating idea, but what's terrifying is that if we're a commodity, then, you know, we're like beef cows that are eating all the grass that we want because it's valuable for them to get fat. You know, the chaos on this planet is actually engineered to ensure more rich souls.
You guys should talk about that.
Yeah, I know some people that have been pretty far up the food chain that believe that there is mass manipulation of human affairs on a global scale for reasons that we can't understand.
And mass manipulation by humans or non-humans?
Non-humans. Manipulating humans by non-humans to do things that they want us to do. There are some
what
theories.
Kind of things specifically?
War, for example.
Really?
There's what's it called? The Gods of Eden. A guy named William Bramley, an attorney, sets out to write a book about the causes of war. And everywhere he goes, throughout human history, he finds evidence of some kind of a exterior manipulation of human affairs, that they somehow benefit from us killing each other on a massive scale. William Bramley, Gods of Eden.
And what is the speculation? Like, what could it be that they would how would they benefit? Does he say?
Maybe it's souls. Maybe releasing souls so that they can recycle them. I don't know. It's been 25 years since I read that book, but it's worth a read. I look back at the earlier this year. We had 3 UFOs, I'm using air quotes, shot out of the sky by the U.S. military. That's the story that gets printed in newspapers. U.S. military shoots down 3 UFOs, one of them being a Chinese balloon, or whatever the other ones were. But, you know, the public paid attention for, 2-3 days, and then it's like, hey, when's that new Barbie movie coming out? You know, and just moved right along from it.
Yeah, that's that news cycle. It's pretty wild. But it's also, again, you can only hear about UFOs for and I'm a nut, obviously. I'm obviously a UFO nut.
We're friends here. You know?
I could only hear about it for so long before I'm going, I need something.
Yeah.
I need to see something. Show me some metal. Show me some hardware. Show me a fucking frozen being. Something.
UFO fatigue, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is UFO.
I got it too.
I hear it all the time. I mean, when, don't tell me anymore. I don't want to hear about any whistleblowers or hearings until you show me the flying saucer and the dead alien bodies.
Yeah.
Yeah. We get that all the time.
We got to keep going.
Of course, we do have to keep going. Well, I mean, you guys, George, when did you first break the Lazar story? Was that 89?
89.
And when you broke that story, was that your introduction to this world, or had you already had a curiosity?
I had done some stuff starting in 87. It was John Lear. John Lear had walked in the station with a stack of documents. He had helped us break the story of this secret plane out in the Nevada desert that was invisible to radar, stealth fighter. And so he had some credibility with us, and he plopped those documents on the desk of my managing editor and my buddy and mentor, Ned Day. Ned, this is your next big story. It's the biggest story in history. Here you go. Ned looks at a couple of pages, shoves the file back across to Lear and said, this can't be true. If it was true, I'd already know about it. He's kind of cocky, like many of us are. And so before Lear left the newsroom, I said, let me take a look at that stuff. So he gave me all these documents. Most of it was stuff from the Freedom of Information Act. These agencies like the FBI and CIA, before FOIA was the law of the land, would deny that they ever did any studies, that they had any interest whatsoever in UFOs. Then when that was signed into law in the mid-'70s, they had to release thousands and thousands of pages that showed they'd been lying through their teeth, that they had been studying it. All these pages of information of studies and experts and panels and all kinds of things like that. So Lear gave me that stuff, and that's how I got hooked, is the paper trail that established that our military, our intelligence agencies were telling the public one thing. Don't worry your pretty little heads, pay attention, move along, nothing to see here. But behind the scenes, they took it very seriously. They were very concerned about where these things were from and how this technology works, and the fact that they can't do anything about it. So that's how I got hooked. In 87, I started reading about it. And then meeting Lazar in 89, almost by chance, and realized, all right, look, if I'm going to report on this, I got to really dig in and learn everything I can. And I was cocky enough to think, well, give me 6 months, I'll have this whole thing. That was 6 years ago.
Wow. It's got to be crazy to see it now in front of Congress.
I had a moment. I did. I had a moment. I just kind of had to bow my head there when it came over me after all this time, seeing what was happening, unfolding in front of me. I just never thought I would see it. And what was really amazing is the partisan divide was gone suddenly. There is an issue that the two sides, far left, far right, can agree on. There's AOC and Jamie Raskin on one side of the room, and there's Tim Burchett and Matt Gaetz on the other, and they're all asking questions. It's not just questions prepared by staff. They're doing follow-ups. They're into it. They're into it. It was amazing. It was just absolutely amazing to see it.
Have you heard any speculation as to why they want to hide the information? Have you heard anyone that says that this is why?
Yes. So, to the best of my knowledge, directly to so many times that I can't count, is strategic surprise, that we have to be ahead on this. That we know that Russia has a UFO exploitation program, reverse engineering. We know China has one. Like, if these were theirs, like, they wouldn't be having these huge programs they've actually announced and bragged about in China. So it's strategic surprise. Whatever we can derive from these technologies, we know that it can be weaponized. We know that it is so powerful, just by the propulsion systems alone, how they move. They suspect it's gravitational. Just like Lazar said, the top dogs that we know that have worked on this problem set for our government believe by observation that these propulsion technologies are gravitationally based. With that said, it goes back to Lazar. We can't produce gravity. But what if there it was, he said, something that produces gravity. So if that is true, then they know that just even the laser weaponry technology that a colleague of mine and George actually did study for our government, I don't know how far I can go on that one, but that's true, that people are looking at unknown technologies and exploiting them for laser technology. That is factual stuff. He'll tell you more about it later. So, if we get left in the dust, everybody believes we're ahead right now in the secret little reverse engineering.
Why do they believe we're ahead?
well, maybe it's hubris. I hope we're ahead. Everybody that I know and everybody that George knows believes that right now we are still ahead on these reverse engineering programs. So let's just couch this. Let's believe it for a second.
Okay.
We're reverse engineering UFOs.
Okay.
It has been conveyed to us in the most direct sense that we believe we are ahead right now. But the way China works, they could quickly get a quick advantage because they don't have the same restrictions that we have. They can control every piece of that program, no questions asked. We can't quite do that. So there's a fear that we're going to be left in the dust at some point and we'll have what they call strategic surprise. So that is a good reason that I understand that people want to keep this shit under wraps right now. I don't believe that if they said, look, you've been seeing them all through human history. We're now capturing them on multitudes of corroborative visual types of evidence, from thermal to radar. That's the big deal about what George and I released about the 2019 swarms. It's corroborative visual evidence, right? Now that we have all these sensors that are so cool, just tell people, whatever, we're not alone. Whoever these are from, maybe we don't know. I don't know that that's going to go over so well, but I feel like we should tell people that if we find out it to be true.
So most of the reason why they're withholding the information is not worried about the collapse of society. It's worried about having control of this technology.
Yeah, I believe so.
There's no way you can separate national security issues from this. The last time I was here, Joe, we talked about nuclear incidents where UFOs appear over nuclear missile facilities, missile bases. They disable those missiles. That's happened in our country. It's happened in Russia. I don't know if it's happened in China, but it's real. You could neutralize the entire nuclear arsenal with one of these machines. Now, that's real national security. It's so interesting that our government says, dismisses Project Blue Book because there's no threat to national security, and yet it clearly has national security implications if they can control our nuclear weapons. The friends of mine, as far up the food chain as I've gone, have said this: you can't tell your friends without telling your enemies. You can't tell part of this story because no one would ever be satisfied with part of it. You can't be halfway pregnant,
So it's national security, and I can get with that. Like, I get that. I understand that explanation. There's just a step further that I'm not understanding yet.
Yeah.
But I understand the national security.
What do you mean by a step further?
Like what we were talking about before, like what is it that's so devastating? Because we get to that point with people sometimes. Like, what is it that's so devastating? Like they're okay with us reporting on stuff, like as friends, like they're like, I'm not going to inhibit you in any way. George and I are in a weird position. So of course people are always trying to trick us. All the time, every day. Like major good tricks. They would love us to fuck up.
Like CGI video.
Sure, like how you send me stuff sometimes,
right,
and I'm
trying
to think about it. So imagine that on like a much deeper level, like trusted people that come to you with stuff and you just know it's a fucking trap, right? So I've been in that position numerous times. Now check this out. I think it's cool to say, we have totally been warned, man, that as journalists, we are doing what is good for the public. So we can obtain and release things like the Baghdad Phantom, the Mosul Orb, like a bunch of these. So people leak stuff to me and George. And as journalists, we have to look at it and be like, does this endanger national security? Because these are from military platforms. So if it does, we do our best with like lawyers and everybody to try to make sure we don't fuck up, right? And everybody knows we're patriots, we're cool, right? But he and I have been told numerous times, the biggest worry they have is a foreign intelligence agency getting their hands on some of the weird madness that comes our way that we haven't been able to vet yet or to make sure for national security that it's okay. So people are cool with us as journalists in America reporting for the good of our country. But there is a real worry that other agencies outside of the U.S. might get some things that we haven't vetted yet properly. Did I explain that okay?
Yeah, I'll just add this, is that we were told earlier this year, and in fact the Department of Defense spokesperson announced it, there is a Department of Justice investigation into 2 of the images that we made public this year. That's kind of unsettling when you realize that there was a criminal investigation to figure out, not necessarily us,
Yeah,
but at least how did it get into our house.
What was this image?
Well, there's a number. I mean, so in 2019, there was a swarm of UFOs over 10 Navy warships. George and I obtained...
Those are the pyramids?
So whatever shape they were, I don't even care. Check this out. And this is the bigger point. In 2019, this thing happened. George and I obtained and released footage. That footage was radar footage, thermal footage, infrared footage, and deck camera, like normal video footage. People were missing the point. It's the first time in history that you have military footage on 4 different types of platforms, or 4 different types of optics, corroborative visual evidence that go with the stories. It's like Commander Fravor, if he told you he saw the Tic Tac, that's one thing. But you also got a video from Commander Chad Underwood, because he went up and filmed it. What we provided was 4 types of corroborative visual evidence over a warning area in a training zone, which we should talk about. So that type of now we have so much evidence to that in 2019, that swarm. So imagine if you're the DOD and George and I say, by the way, we're running a story and here's some footage. Do you want to comment on it? And they're like, we didn't have some of this footage. I'm like, what? Like, how did you not have your own footage? So that's already put us in a weird position with the Pentagon and the DOD. They didn't, how do reporters get more information than they have on their own?
Did they demand your sources?
They can't do that. They would never do that. This is journalism in America. Come at me with that.
They'd like
right?
to know. They would certainly like to know.
But that is a good job. Like, just to be clear for everybody, that's an important job, is to plug leaks. So if somebody's going out with national security things like and selling them to Russia or China, fuck yeah. So they got a really important job. I wish them well on their job. But as journalists in America, we can report on this stuff. And as long as we don't hurt national security, we can report on this.
Can you tell everybody the basics of that one particular sighting?
Yes, happy to.
Cool. Start with the Omaha.
Okay. So do you want me to do it?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So 2019, there was a series of UFO swarms over 10 Navy warships, but it was simultaneous. So at any given time, around one ship, there's anywhere from 6 to 14, I'd say, of these, just say, unknown units, right? So they appear like lights, but when you use thermal, you can see that they're kind of egg-shaped, and minimum size is 14 feet. They weren't small, right? So the question is from our military, so from the Omaha, the people fighting the ship, they're like, the heck is this, right? So they start filming it, getting them on radar, all this stuff. Then
How are they behaving?
So they weren't doing extreme movements, but I have been able to contact some of the helo pilots, right? And these things were self-luminous, they were illuminated, and they actually were going into the water, if not out from the water. I know for sure they were going into the water. That's called transmedium. We talked about that on one of our first podcasts.
Put something in the air fryer.
So all we know, let's just call them, we don't know who they're from, but there's these objects that are doing this ballet around 10 Navy warships at one time, and no one's taking claim for them. So the people on the ships, their job is to fight the ship. Now, they didn't feel under threat. So like on the USS Omaha, when they're seeing all this, there's this, they call the triangle of kinetic action, like when you would fire on it, right? And it's like intent, opportunity, and capability. You have to fulfill that triangle to be like, oh, I'm gonna blast that shit, right? The thing is that triangle wasn't fully fulfilled because they didn't know the intent, weren't sure of the capability or opportunity. So they're kind of just observing these things. However, I do know on multiple ships, they applied what they call the Ghostbuster, which is like an electromagnetic package that can down drones. But these were not like DJI drones. These were like big objects. So they were moving in this like ballet. But remember, all the ships can communicate. So now, all these years later, I have people on every level of those ships telling me, this is my experience. This is what we saw. They would go around. So there's about 100 plus in the air at one time. Whose were they? Our own government still says we don't know whose they were. And I'll tell you this, that is not uncommon. This is the craziest thing over the last few years that George and I have gotten more testimony. There was a swarm off the coast of Japan in 2021 where the ship was 300 miles from any other ship or landmass, and these things were coming from the west, and the only thing over there is Hawaii, right? No landing, no launch point. So that also, by the way, I'm not going to say that one. There's swarms on the East Coast as well. The point is, this happens more than people think. Now, is that an increased frequency? Are we seeing an increased frequency in UFOs right now, right? It's an interesting question, because what we do know is we have better technology to sense them, right? And to record them. So are we just seeing more of them because our sensors are better? Why always in training ranges? Well, that's bullshit. It's not always in training ranges. The reason you know about it is because of leaks and people bringing out footage. We have the best sensors on these ships in the world. So we just hear about it more on these training ranges.
USS Omaha, so this thing was 14 feet round, spherical looking thing that followed the ship for an hour. They watched it on thermal for an hour. They had it on radar. There were several of them, up to 14 at a time. Now, what is big and round and travels? Now, these ships are 100 miles out offshore at night off the west coast, and these things are floating right along with them. Is that a balloon? There's no tail. There's no rotor. They don't know how the hell it was flying. There's no exhaust. They don't know how it was propelled at all. And there was a bunch of them, and they got it on.
How fast were they moving?
It's not top speed wasn't matter. It was so not like super impressive, but they don't know. My buddy, somebody said to me, "I'm gonna really regret saying this to you, Jeremy." It's like they just appeared, and he really hated saying that to me, because their job is to know where these came from, where they're going, where they launch, where they land. So these things would come up. So we know they would go into the water. The sentiment is they were coming also from the water. But the thing is that they were unable to down them with, these electromagnetic packages. There were so many of them. They're that big. Where did they land? Where did they launch? And so there was a fake news story put up in the New York Post. They said, case solved. It was some New York Post 2019 swarm says, case solved. There was a Chinese cargo ship called the Bass Strait. So if you go to Wikipedia, even they say it was the Bass Strait was landing and launching drones, right? Well, hold on. The Bass Strait didn't have the deck capability to land or launch up to 100 plus of these 14-foot or larger objects. Additionally, the Bass Strait was in port in Long Beach while this activity was happening. And we know people that boarded the ship on behalf of our federal government to look to see if they were part of the fuckery, right? And then we got somebody that came to me that says, my one job that night was to make sure that nothing was landing or launching off the Bass Strait. And he goes, I wish I could say that we did catch the culprits, whoever launched all these. And he says, I can't report that to you. We didn't. I watched it the whole time. But the New York Post put out this fake story that the mystery was solved.
Why do you think they did that?
It's a great question,
Just debunking, typical debunking. It's Chinese drones 100 miles out to sea at night. You don't see where they were launched from. You don't see where they went to. There's no ship out there that could be a launch platform for it. Where the hell did they come from? It's an easy way to just dismiss it, but the facts don't fit it.
What's the best footage that we can look at?
Like the total best footage of that event series?
Yeah.
The one that's real famous is the black and white one. It's the USS Omaha thermal. I know I put it on Extraordinary Beliefs.
USS
there we go.
There it is.
So this is the one that went into the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, they believe it went into the water, this particular one. But remember, there's 14 rolling right now at this time, at this exact second. There's 14 of them swarming the ship.
So this is just, they have, what is this? What are they locked on
So
here?
this is thermal. So you should see plumes of heat. You should see rotor wash. You should see wings. You should see something that allows this to propel. The shape you're seeing is the thermal signature, but they also believe that to be the actual signature or shape of it there, and it blinks out. So they said splash, splash in the video when you release it, but that doesn't mean it splashed into the water. Like there was no splash. It was just like they believed it went into the water. They actually sent, this is not public, but I know it to be true. They sent a submarine to try to look for any wreckage of this thing. Nothing. So imagine 100 of these. Let's say, I thought about this the other day. What if they were kamikaze drones, right? Okay, that's something. But the problem is they weren't. They don't. Where did they launch from?
And also, where's the wreckage? Where, if they're
Yeah.
kamikazes, they'd find it.
So it's okay. So this is a real problem for the people fighting the ships. They feel that they failed in their duties because they weren't given the right opportunities to investigate and engage, and it happens more regularly than our Navy would like to admit. That there are unknown objects in the South China Sea, out by Japan, off the East Coast, and as recently, I'll say, as this year.
What was the video, or was it just photographic of the triangles in the sky?
So that's a big topic of debate, right? So that was from the USS Russell. So on the USS Russell, let's say I have one person that comes to me.
That's these things.
Right. So the common wisdom is that they were, oh, dude, thank you actually for this opportunity to explain this. So check it out. You see optically a triangle shape.
Right.
Okay, that's the radar footage from the Omaha. You see optically the triangle shape. Now, people said I made it up, that I made up pyramid in shape. Now, I put that in quotes when I first reported on it, because that's what was in the intelligence reports that happened to pass in front of our eyes, that they have other sensors, and that this thing was pyramid in shape.
Play it, Jamie.
Triangle by angle of
It
observation.
ends right after this. I was just trying to get to the pyramid.
I just want it like this, see it moving around. Why is it flashing? Do they know?
So that's the whole thing. So there's people that work in these UFO programs that did a full report on this, none of which is really public. So the internet says that this is bokeh effect. So like the lens on the PVS-14, somebody taped a triangle onto it. So what you're seeing is a lens artifact. And then in Congress, they backtracked from it because they realized the PVS-14 doesn't have a triangle aperture to make a shape of a pyramid-looking thing. And they said it was the camera that was being shot through. They actually did that in the first congressional UFO hearing, is say that it was that. So to back up, we don't know the shape of it. George and I don't know. All we know is that in briefing documents that we were exposed to, and they have other sensor systems to determine shape, they said triangle by angle of observation, pyramid in shape. So I can't justify to the public the shape because it's just, if they change their mind, hopefully they tell George.
Here's the other part that people leave out of this discussion. They say it's bokeh effect. It's actually showing stars in the sky. They leave out this little inconvenient fact, is that they have a rangefinder on the ship. These things were 700 feet off the deck of the ship. If it was a star, it would have fried Earth into a cinder if it was 700 feet away. It's not a star. It was an object that was 700 feet off the ship. So.
There were two at that moment. So there's a briefing slide that we acquired and made public. And there was nothing in it to say it was classified. It was a briefing slide. And in that briefing slide, if Jamie finds it, it actually tells you, triangle by angle of observation, 700 feet off of the aft or whatever of the ship. So look, we're getting down to one piece of evidence. What people forget is that this was a 3-night event series with over 100 objects airborne at one time, surrounding 10 Navy warships. So the big question is, well, who knew our warships were there? And what Commander Fravor said at the hearing, we don't test experimental shit on ourselves without warning people that we're doing it. He's like, that would be really dangerous. And I'll give you an example. In 2019, one of the ships, I've spoken with one of the people fighting the ship. So they're called the TAOs, Tactical Action Officers. And what was reported to me was that when they were getting swarmed, that the Admiral ordered, what's the name of that rail gun or whatever? I forget the name of it. Some cool name, but it's like this really high-powered shooting metal up, and they're like, we had active flights. We had helos in the sky. Can you imagine somebody being like, we're getting swarmed, pull out the Gatling gun or whatever it is, Like the Whiz or something? I don't know.
These are still images?
Yeah, this is the slide that was used in this, in a briefing that was prepared by the UAP task force. That was the briefing that was delivered to the Joint Chiefs, to certain members of Congress.
And in this time, there was 2 of them that were over this ship?
At this exact time? So so 3. See how they say 3 unknown UAS, unmanned aerial systems. That because I asked the people that wrote this, why did you say UAS and not UAP or whatever?
Right.
And like we didn't really have that language yet of what to call it. So they debated over it. They said that's the right term. So this image is to represent, one of these.
What does the S stand for in UAS?
Unmanned aerial system. And there's another one.
Unmanned.
So that is one option. And I asked one of the guys, why did you say unmanned? And he goes, because of the size of it, it wasn't quite big enough to put a human man in, So he's like, that was just the best terminology that we had. He goes, now I would just straight up say, UAP. These were unidentified flying objects, UFOs.
Right.
So, I don't know. We're kind of just to wrap this is like 2019 is an important event because it's well documented. We were able to provide not just from the USS Russell, not just from the Omaha. We brought witnesses forward. I think it was like episode 2 of our show. It was like we had people come in with their testimony. It's an important case because swarms happen all the time on these training ranges, and with it, what appears to be an increased frequency. And people ask why training ranges, and it might be because whoever these people are interested in what we're playing with.
The East Coast, we have a naval air station called Oceana. It's gigantic. It's the biggest naval air station on the East Coast. It's a key training range for all our naval aviators, the best pilots in the world. They fly out into this area, I think it's W72, every day. I reported this in 2018. I think people thought I was making it up. But in 2014 and 2015, these pilots fly out into the same area every single day, and every single day they were seeing these unidentified objects sitting right there. They would sit there for days at a time, 30, 40,000 feet. It's not a balloon. They would just sit there in 100-knot winds right off the base so they could see what was going on at that base, see what training was going on. It was some kind of an observation operation, but we didn't know whose they were. Pilots would see them every day, but wouldn't report it because they don't want to have to go through the hassle of, hey, you saw a UFO, fill out the paperwork, get interviewed about it. But eventually, when Jay Stratton became head of the UAP task force, he started talking the Navy into, come on, guys, we need to document this stuff. So pilots started taking pictures with their cell phones. They detect these things on their sensor systems, fly over by them, and get a couple of photos. There were 3 different ones that we made public. They don't look like the Starship Enterprise. They look just weird objects. We had no idea whose they were, but they were seeing them every day. And I know when we first reported that, people thought we were making it up, but then Ryan Graves came out and said, yeah, it's true. We were
he
seeing
reported
them
it
every day.
years before. 'Cause, we hear stuff before, and everybody's like, oh, come on, every fucking day, Turns out it's true, but here's the deal. On the internet, they solved it. They're like, these are all just balloons or cold birds, Yeah. And here's the deal. Pilots see that stuff all the time. These are actual, you've heard the spheres, the cubes with spherical, like these pilots are not making it up. It's so weird to me. The internet can just feel like they solved its balloons. These are constantly, and these are our fighter pilots. And I'm not saying they're infallible, but there's so much data now.
So what is this one?
Well, on the internet, will tell you it's a Batman balloon.
Yeah. Is that one legit?
That's called the Acorn. They don't know what it is. Yeah. They don't know what it is.
This was in a classified briefing, but it is inherently unclassified. This image itself, because it was from a cell phone. But the thing is, the internet has said that's a Batman balloon. Okay, maybe. But the thing is that there's 3 more in that series that George obtained and released. One they call metallic blimp with payload, which is important, the payload part. But, look, man, that's a balloon.
Yeah. Hold, please. I'm going to take a leak. We'll come right back.
Yeah. Maybe I'll post too.
All right, we're back up. Where were we?
Just on these, every day, these pilots are seeing things, and in fact, they're worried about flight safety, but also that's just a good way in for people to take it seriously. It's a much bigger issue than just flight safety, but that's something everybody can get behind. You know what I mean?
So the debunkers would say what we're seeing, because they're seeing it all over these restricted airspaces, these warning zones, is we're seeing our drones. We're seeing some sophisticated technology that's top secret stuff.
And they'd be incorrect.
And the other way of looking at it would be the reason why they're in this area is these are the areas where our most sophisticated fighter jets operate. So they're observing.
So that's one thing. So maybe there's observation programs, like there's this thing, about baiting with nuclear weapons. Like if you talk to any of these drivers who do these nuclear trucks, there's not one that doesn't have a story about being followed by an unidentified. So there's this idea that there's an interest by these, like an observational program by whoever are operating these craft. But also, we just have some of the best technologies to record these out in our training ranges.
I was told that there was an active program. It was an experiment, really, with nuclear-powered ships and carrying nuclear weapons, and they wanted to see if something would follow them. And they did it 18 times, and 18 out of 18, these objects tailed alongside. They just wanted to document that they're interested in nuclear stuff. 18 out of 18 times, it followed them.
But they just seem to be watching.
That's the debate. So Commander Fravor, Graves, and David Grush were all asked at this hearing. They said, I don't remember who it was a gentleman who said, do you think that this is possibly an observation program? Yes, yes, yes. Do you think, they could be, we could be in trouble because of it? Or I don't remember what he asked. Yes, yes, possibly. So I think the answer from those involved would be it could be a reconnaissance thing. It could be an operational thing, where they're watching how we react to things. Hypothetically, I have no idea. But the option is there for that. They've just been here so long, though. It's like, how many times do you need to send drones to map the moon?
Right.
One time.
Right.
What if the bottom line is they live here? They've always lived here. Maybe they're separated by some kind of a dimensional membrane or something. They can come in and out of our lives. They can watch us when we're sleeping, when we're taking a shower, when we're in the bathroom. They can see us and enter our lives, and we can't do anything about it. People could freak out about that. What if they are us from the future, which has been explored a lot? That maybe we fucked up the planet so bad that we end up looking like little gray aliens sometime in the distant future, and they're coming back to check us out to see the point of where things went wrong. That could be disturbing to a lot of people.
Well, the disturbing thing is that the little gray aliens are some sort of cyborg.
Right.
And then they're genderless. And it seems like they communicate without mouth noises. They just have a little slit for a mouth.
Yeah, some of these have pilots, apparently. I know that's a weird thing to say, but some of them seem to be drones, doing a function. Like the Tic Tac, when it was coming from above 80,000 feet and it was dropping down to sea level, it was Commander Favor's first interview was with me, and he said the best way I could describe it is docking. With what? There was something under the water, right? That's what was making that white water. So the idea that these things were somehow communicating with something under the water is really embedded in the core of that story. If that's true, right? Then these things were coming down and docking. Now, that would be more like a drone, right? Rather than something that is occupied, right? These Tic Tacs. The fallacy is people say, oh, look, if anything were to move that way, it must be a radar glitch, because if anything were to move that way, it would instantaneously crumble and explode. And you're like, well, wait a second. The hubris of your idea that we are the apex of technology right now, that the material science we have, that our means of propulsion, like you've said before, used to be horses, bicycles, cars, jet cars, spaceships, right? So now, what does it look like if we had 100,000 years of more evolution, technologically 200,000? What about a fucking million? Do you think that they would have the same atmosphere around these craft to apply that same type of physics? So that's why Commander Fravor said at the hearing, he goes, yes, it is far more advanced than anything from our known physics at this time. He leaves it open that we might not have figured it all out yet.
And do most of these sightings take place near water?
Yeah, a lot of them are. A lot of them go in and out of water. There is some suspicion that maybe they've got a settlement under the ocean, that they could get away with hiding down there, but we wouldn't be able to detect them. There's an awful lot of sightings over water, sure, but not all of them.
Yeah, I would say there's a correlation that we cannot deny, that there is a lot of movement in and out of the water with whatever UAP or UFO are, but I would not agree that it is directly connected. These things can and do appear basically wherever the fuck they want. I mean, that's that for me. Getting reports every damn day and George for decades, dude. This thing is everywhere. Machines that outmaneuver and outperform what we have.
Now, do they speculate that all of these different machines come from one particular group of entities, or is there multiple civilizations that are visiting us?
Yeah, they think maybe it's more than one answer. It's entirely possible. Because the craft look different, the beings look different, the reports you get from all over the world over the decades, we don't really know for sure what they do look like, because they seem to be able to change their shapes, at least change how we perceive them in our head. I don't know if they're manipulating our perceptions or what.
I know people are gonna hear this and be like, oh, that's this crazy leap that there are pilots to these things. All I know for sure is, okay, UFOs are real. We have technology that we don't know where it's from. We have been reverse engineering or trying to do that. I am solid on those three things. I am also solid on the fact that this has been held back from the American public, no doubt. Maybe for good reason, on some level. But I also know that some of it's been done what we would call illegally. Now that word is really nuanced because of national security. Maybe it's not illegal. What makes anybody think that they just want to give up the goodies now and tell everybody what's going on now? The same tactics that's been used for the last 70 plus years are secrecy, ridicule, all that right now is on hyperdrive.
Has anyone come to you and described the different kinds of beings and how many they think there are?
I'll give you a cool story. You'll like this. Okay. I talked before about the paper trail, how there is a trail of documents that you can look at. There was a chapter in a textbook being used at the U.S. Air Force Academy. And until UFO people found out about it, this is what they were teaching our best and brightest pilots at the Air Force Academy. And the chapter said, in the course of your career as an aviator, you're likely going to encounter one of these things. Here's what we know about them. We know that there are 4 different alien races visiting this planet, and they've been here for thousands of years. Now that is blockbuster stuff to be teaching future Joint Chiefs of Staff members and commanders of air bases.
When was this published?
This is in the 1960s. So, but when word of that chapter got out, the UFO people found out about it. They pulled it. They yanked it out and took it out of the textbook.
I'll tell you, man, I've been to the Naval Academy, got to sit in on an aerospace class. It was so fucking cool. And these dudes, I cannot imagine what it would be like. They all have to wear uniforms and stuff, and what would that be like sitting there reading that chapter in your official textbook? Right? That's crazy.
Yeah, that there's 4 different kinds of beings. Well, how did they describe the 4 different beings, George?
Yeah, I don't remember. I'd have to look that up. I'll bet you Jamie could find that.
I've only heard of the grays and the tall whites.
There's the
Jamie,
reptilians and Nordics.
Major Kilpatrick, the second-ranking officer in public affairs at the Air Academy, in a position to speak authoritatively for the Air Force. He admitted at once that plebs are taught from a text entitled Introductory Space Science Volume 2, and an entire chapter 33 deals entirely with UFO considerations. He quoted from page 455 that 50,000 virtually reliable people have reported sighting unidentified flying objects. This leads us with the unpleasant possibility of alien visitors to our planet. The 14-page chapter continues, or at least alien-controlled UFOs. According to the Academy textbook, if such beings are visiting Earth, 2 questions arise. 1, why haven't they attempted to contact us officially? And 2, why haven't there been accidents which would have revealed their presence? Why no contact? That question is very easy to answer in any of several ways. 1, we may be the object of intensive sociological and psychological study. In such studies, you usually avoid disturbing the test subject's environment. 2, you do not contact a colony of ants, and humans may seem that way to any aliens. Variation: a zoo is a fun place to visit, but you don't contact the lizards. 3, such contact may have already taken place secretly and may have taken place on a different plane of awareness, and we are not yet sensitive to communications on such a plane. What does that mean? In releasing this interview with the Leemore Advanced, we are well aware that many readers will certainly raise an eyebrow or two, but Major Kilpatrick insisted the above chapter in the text is not a fairy story. At the end, he seemed to go along with the recommendations of the physics textbook, which advises Air Force officers as follows. The best thing to do is keep an open and skeptical mind and not take an extreme position on any side of the question.
Astonishing, isn't that?
Wow.
I have a copy of the original textbook, the chapter. I'll find it for you somewhere.
This is what's fascinating to me. Such contact may have already taken place secretly and may have taken place on a different plane of awareness. And we are not yet sensitive to communications on such a plane. What does that mean?
It's just an Air Force textbook, dude. Don't worry about it.
Wow. 50,000 credible sightings they're citing. And this is in
1966, I think, is when that chapter was out.
Wow.
Maybe they just let that guy slip in a chapter. I mean, that's crazy.
You know, and then the skeptic would say, why aren't we seeing them more?
Yeah,
Because they don't want to be seen.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, we are we know there's 8 billion people, right? And so is it every day someone sees something?
In your world, you're like, why aren't we seeing them all the time? In my world, it's like, God damn, dude, every day I'm inundated with reports from credible people that were, have been served in the military, that don't